With the onset of the rainy season, the sky darkened rapidly. The sun, which had recently warmed the streets, disappeared behind thick clouds. The downpour was heavy and relentless. People living in the slums hastily hid in their shacks, hoping the roofs would hold. The rain did not let up. Due to the neglected drainage system, water was quickly accumulating, threatening to flood the houses. The disaster was only minutes away. Meisheng Orphanage. There were children hustling at the entrance. They were about 10 years old and were carrying sandbags as hard as they could, trying to protect the shelter from the onslaught of water. "Debian, help us!" one of them shouted. "It's no use. He's not thinking straight anyway." "That's right." A few boys with tired faces stood at the window, glancing irritably toward Debian. Their words sounded harsh, but they were powerless to change anything. Not far from them stood a boy, about 7 or 8 years old. His height made him seem older, but more importantly, his skin was pale, almost sickly, in stark contrast to the dark faces of the others. Debian sighed weakly. It had been more than 3 months since he had come out of cryosleep, but his body and mind were still weak. It was difficult for him to even get out of bed, let alone do physical work. He saved his remaining strength for fear of further damage to his health. However, the very fact that he survived cryosleep was already a miracle. When disaster first struck China, scientists hurriedly created cryogenic capsules. They were never tested. Debian was lucky to be frozen for 3 centuries. But despite this incredible luck, there was no sense of joy. He got to live, and his family did not. His parents and sister may have also survived the crash, but 300 years later, even of their remains, there was probably nothing left. In a new, alien world, he had no family or friends. He was alone in the face of the unknown. Nevertheless, Debian didn't let himself give up. He believed that if he was given a second chance, he should live it well. When he woke up in a ruined capsule amidst a pile of debris, he thought he was the last man left. But soon saw others dirty, haggard, but alive. The people continued to exist. Civilization as he knew it was gone. All the high technology of the past was lost. However, in the wreckage of the old world, surviving devices were sometimes found that helped them survive. Even the planet itself seemed to have rebelled against humanity. Everything around was hostile and alien. As he sank into thought, the downpour finally began to subside. The torrents of water grew quieter and quieter. When the water stopped flowing inside the building, relieved smiles slid across the children's faces as if they had survived a hard battle. A woman came into the room and called everyone into the dining room. The children's eyes immediately lit up and their fatigue was lifted. They rushed noisily toward the dining room. "Dan, let's go eat." It was Barton, a 7-year-old boy, the only one who didn't shun Debian. Pointing his finger at the door, he waited for him in the passage. Human language had changed a lot in 3 centuries. When Debian first came to the shelter, he didn't understand what was being said to him, and because of that, he was silent. Many people thought there was something wrong with him. Barton was the only one who did not treat him with contempt and helped him as much as he could. The orphanage was divided into 2 groups, those who had been abandoned and those who were suffering physically or mentally. Debian nodded gratefully to Barton and got in line for food. As they waited, Barton noticed his shoes, sandals woven from coarse grass. He had been wearing them since he arrived at the orphanage. It was a long way from rubber in this world, and clothes were made from plant material. "I hear the doctor and the builder are coming here tomorrow. They're going to pick one of us. Aunt Di said we should take this chance and try to leave." "I'd like to go to the doctor. He must have a good life. I'd rather go to a builder. If you learn from him, you can get on Sylvia's wall and see what was beyond." The children exchanged whispers. Some had lost an ear, some had scars on their faces. As they listened, Debian didn't say a word, but hope flashed in his gaze. It was a pity, of course, that Debian was in trouble. With his looks, he would have been chosen for sure. Barton turned to his friend. The others looked at Debian too, and shook their heads in frustration. The pupils gave each other their word. The one who will be taken away will help those who will stay. Debian was considered the most promising because of his looks, but his silence and lack of understanding of the language jeopardized his chances. Even children with obvious injuries had more opportunities to find their place in society. Leng Heng, standing nearby, grinned contemptuously. They hope someone will take them. Funny. As if picking up the mood, the other children turned away. Their gazes were filled with disgust. Dabian glanced briefly at Leng, not answering. What he'd been through was too much for even an adult to bear. Mo Yang flashed an angry glance. Look, he doesn't even react. It's like he doesn't even hear it. I can see why he was rejected. Hoping for adoption? Ha! Wait till he's 13 and they'll send him to the mines. That's where he'll die. The healthy children did not hide their dislike for those who were different from them. The next day came. The grey clouds parted and sunlight illuminated the slum for the first time in a long time. It was a real rarity for the rainy season. Today was a special day, Adoption Day. According to the rules, those who wanted to take a child had to leave a request in advance. Despite the early hour, Debian was awake. There were no alarm clocks here, but his body woke itself up at the right time. He folded up his bed, washed his face, and started going through his clothes. Among his belongings, he found a scrap of purple handkerchief, a reminder of the girl who had brought him to the orphanage. He didn't remember her face. It was too dark. Later he learned that such cloth was common only among the inhabitants of the higher quarters. She gave him a handkerchief to wipe his face. Despite the warm memories of his family, he wished he had new parents sooner. If no one adopts him before he's 13, he'll be turned over to the industrial guild as cheap labor. There, most likely, he would be destined for the fate of a miner, doomed to die of exhaustion. Meanwhile, the pupils were preparing. They bathed, they cleaned themselves up. They were reminded that no one wants a dirty child. When everyone was lined up, the adults began the inspection. Aunt Di had informed the guests in advance that every candidate was in the palm of her hand. Almost immediately, Debian was the center of attention. His unhealthy pallor and restraint attracted stares. Unlike the other children, he held himself in a calm, almost mature manner. This gave him a mysterious and attractive image. While the other children waited their turn, most of the guests were watching him with interest, as if they had forgotten about everyone else. The other children quickly sensed the change in attitude. Then a skinny, perky girl of about 8 came forward. "It's Dean. He's having trouble with his head. He can't talk. Please don't be mad at him." Despite her age, the environment has already hardened her and made her observant. She spoke calmly and confidently, not showing a shadow of jealousy. It looked like she was just trying to help. But in reality, it was a clever move to unobtrusively draw attention away from Debian and turn it on himself. "We understand, all right?" The adults nodded. "But he really doesn't talk," the other children chimed in. They instantly caught the gist of what was happening and began to confirm in a friendly manner, as if to support the girl's words. Barton and the rest of the physically challenged kids watching this went numb. No one expected this girl to interfere so blatantly, robbing Debian of possibly his only chance at a new future. There was indignation on the boys' faces, but none of them dared to interfere. Everyone was afraid of scaring away potential adopters. Debian looked at the girl. He didn't flinch a muscle in his face, but his insides clenched with a sense of injustice. In her 3 months at the shelter, she had never once bullied him or others like him. He even remembered her name, Lisa. Now he realized it was all just a mask. Despite his age, he was still naive. After Lisa's words, the adults looked at each other. There was a look of sympathy in their eyes. A face like that and mental problems? It's a shame, of course. Now they were wary of Debian. Lisa and her friends breathed a sigh of relief as they noticed the change in the adults' attitudes. There was a small chance that one of them would be chosen. "I'm sorry." Suddenly, a quiet voice came from the crowd. The children marveled. Where did he come from? Who said it? When they saw who had said those words, they were stunned. The speaker was Debian. During his time at the orphanage, he had listened to and tried to understand the local speech every day. It was vastly different from the language of his time, but Debian persevered in his studies. He didn't speak to anyone, but that didn't mean he didn't understand what was happening. "I don't have any problems," he said calmly. He wasn't going to reproach Lisa for lying. He had another purpose. The adults looked at the girl in silence. When they noticed her genuine surprise, everything became clear. Even she didn't know he could talk. One of the men, broad-shouldered and commanding, stepped forward. "Why didn't you say anything before?" "No one knew you could talk." Suspicion slipped into his voice. No one wanted to take in a child who might have a secretive and treacherous character. Debian realized there was no point in hiding anymore. His priority now was to get out of here. "I wasn't hiding it, it's just, I'm very shy. I was afraid to talk to others," he replied. The answer seemed convincing. Many adults knew that children who have experienced abandonment often withdraw into themselves. But if you're so shy, then why has no one ever heard your voice? A woman in the crowd squinted her eyes. Dai's aunt came to his defense. "He's very neat and tidy. We gave him his own room. That's all." The words of the teacher left the children bewildered. How is it possible to have a private room in an orphanage? But Debian figured it out. It's a classic ploy. In his day, shelter workers did the same thing. They hid the defects to increase the child's chances of adoption. If the parents found out the truth, they would have backed out immediately. Plus, everyone knew, if a child was adopted soon after enrollment, they could still come back to find their parents. Debian glanced at Lisa. If she spoke, his chances would be gone. Aunt Di understood this too, so she watched Lisa closely. Her word was decisive in this place, and no one dared to contradict her. He knew she wasn't helping him out of kindness. To her, he was just one less mouth to feed. Well, if that's the case. One of the women, full-figured with chafed hands, came closer and said, "I'm taking you. From now on, you are my son." Her words rang out loudly, and Barton and the others rejoiced heartily, as if they had adopted them themselves. Debian took a closer look at the woman. Her face was rough, her palms blistered, and she was probably a laborer. She couldn't give him what he wanted. As he pondered, the man stepped forward. "This boy caught my eye. I think he'd be a better fit for me." The full woman squinted unhappily. "And who are you to argue with me?" "Just a gardener. I work at Mel's house." The name had a bombshell effect. The adults looked at each other and whispered. Even those who knew nothing of the influence of this surname realized the man in front of them was no ordinary man. The woman fell silent and stepped aside. "Well, boy, do you agree?" Lisa and the other children looked at Debian with envy. To them, the offer seemed almost miraculous, but he shook his head with a slight sadness. "I'm sorry. I appreciate your attention, but I hope my adoptive parents will be doctors. It's the only way I can feel safe." The man couldn't believe what he was hearing. He, who was almost idolized in all the orphanages, was refused a child. Of course, Debian realized he would be fed and clothed at Mel's house. But a gardener's son would always be just a gardener, and he couldn't afford to be stuck in life without being able to move forward. "Doctor?" A question rang out. One of the women stepped forward and smiled softly. "Boy, I'm a doctor. Are you ready to be my son?" Debian looked at her with interest. His refusal of the gardener's offer was a bold and risky step to nowhere. In this society, even the gardener of a respected family carried a certain weight. Rejection was practically an insult. But he didn't know that doctor is one of the most influential professions in this world. Physicians were few in number, and their value was immense. Even the most respected servant lost value to a man with a medical degree. The woman made a good impression on him. When she smiled, good dimples appeared on her cheeks. There was something warm, maternal in her gaze, something he hadn't felt in a long time. Debian's heart, covered in the cold armor of loneliness, trembled. "I agree," he said quietly. A look of disappointment flashed across the gardener's face, but he didn't interrupt. Deep down, he thought the boy's act was naive. He knew. Doctors are people of high status. But that doesn't mean that a doctor's child will become a doctor himself. Medicine is hard to learn, and not everyone has a chance to succeed. But the path of a gardener was simple. Work with your hands, stability, a roof over your head. If Debian had chosen him, he would have lived a life of poverty, away from the poor neighborhoods. "It's a shame," he said quietly, shaking his head. He doesn't realize what he's losing. Healthy children turn pale. Adoption by a doctor is a dream for everyone. Even Barton and the other boys with injuries, though happy for their friend, still could not conceal a slight envy. The woman saw something in Debian that others didn't. His fair skin, calm smile, and some inner peace made him stand out from the crowd. Aunt Di came closer. "Debian always behaved honorably. I hope you will take good care of him." "Without a doubt," the woman replied with sincere confidence. "We are already a family, and I can feel it in my heart." Aunt Di turned to her assistant. "Mina, Take them to the registration. Make sure they get all the necessary papers. Good luck, Dean. Don't forget us. Come back for a visit. Barton and the other boys said their goodbyes, smiling through the sadness. I'll be back. Debian smiled back. He remembered how supportive Barton had been of him all these months. Hopefully you'll be adopted by then too. Although everyone realized how unlikely that was, the guys nodded in agreement, not wanting to ruin the moment. As Debian was about to leave, the gardener's voice caught up with him. Then, I choose you. You, little one. You seem smart. How would you like to be my daughter? He turned to Lisa. The girl raised her tearful eyes to the man, and Debian left the hall with her foster mother. The adoption process took a long time. First, they checked the identity of the adopter, then the income level. All this was necessary to make sure a person is capable of taking care of a child. If an applicant did not have a stable job or earned too little, they were rejected. And finally, the last adoption fee. It was the standard in this world. Unlike in the past, where just signing the papers was enough, here the child had to be redeemed. This was the main source of funds for the orphanages. It was the first time Debian had seen local money. His foster mother pulled out a plump wad of green bills. On them was the image of a massive wall. Judging by the scale, it enclosed the entire city. When he saw Jura handing the money to Mina, he realized everything. He used to believe that shelters provided food and shelter out of kindness, but now realized in this world, orphanages are part of the system. If the child was not adopted within a few months, he was sold to a labor guild. He sighed. The world has changed, but in the main, it has remained the same. Only those who know how to adjust survive here. When all the formalities were settled, Jura crouched down in front of him and ran her hand softly through his hair. He looked into her light brown, kind eyes, and he realized now he had someone he could count on. There was an awkward silence. No one knew how to start a conversation. "May I call you Aunt Jura?" he asked timidly. Jura was a little confused. Mina immediately intervened. "He should call you Mom. It's a rule of thumb. Don't dishonor the shelter in front of others." But Jura only smiled warmly. "Nothing. As long as you're not used to it, you can call me Aunt Jura." That realization touched Debian deeply. He nodded gratefully and smiled genuinely for the first time in a long time. He realized he was in good hands. And even though the laws here are harsh, he's got a chance. "Let's go home," Jura said with a gentle smile. The neighborhood where Jura lived. The residents here were ordinary laborers, but the environment was drastically different from the slums. The air was cleaner, it didn't smell rotten and damp. Jura's house looked better than the neighboring ones. Land was more expensive here because of its proximity to the business district and distance from the slums. Owning a home here was already a mark of status. And those who lived in military or commercial neighborhoods had not only money, but power. Transitions between neighborhoods were guarded by gates. Only residents of a certain level had access to them. Those who lived in the elite neighborhoods were free to go anywhere, but it was almost impossible to get out of the slums. That's how this world works, with clear boundaries and strict rules. Jura pulled out a bunch of keys and unlocked the door. Debian, realizing that this house would be his new home for the long haul, looked closely at every detail. "Debian, come in," Jura called to him from behind the door of a small locker. Her smiling face showed, and she held a pair of cotton slippers in her hands, teasing slightly. One of the odd things about the adoption rules was the wording about preparing for future marriage. Perhaps it was some local ritual he didn't fully understand. A little confused, Debian managed himself nonetheless, and responded with a smile. "Come on, let's get you cleaned up." He had already imagined sinking into the warm water of the bathtub, but the reality was much more prosaic than that. The bath had been reduced to a wet towel. The same was true at the orphanage. Nevertheless, there were differences. The water in Jura's house was crystal clear, which in itself seemed like a luxury. Debian didn't know, but even among the nobility it was believed that water was harmful, could weaken the body and disrupt inner harmony. Many washed once a year, and then out of necessity. Daily hygiene consisted only of wiping. After changing into clean clothes, he walked with Jura around the house. Everything matched his expectations. Simplicity, modesty. Not a single detail reminiscent of the technology of the past. Even the usual alarm clock was missing. The only echoes of a lost era were children's storybooks. It feels like the level of civilization has rolled back to the late Bronze Age. People did not know how to mine metals nor how to work them. It completely confirmed his hunches built up over the past few months. This realization sparked a whole wave of new ideas in my head. Evening came. Outside the window, darkness was thickening, a chilly wind pulling heavy clouds toward the sky. It's probably going to rain again soon. Fearing that the boy might be afraid of the dark, Jura lit a few simple oil lamps. The smile never left her face. Every time she looked at Dabian, illuminated by the soft light of the flames. "Looks like it's going to rain again soon," he said, looking out the window. "Will Uncle be back in time?" Her eyes warmed even more. He didn't even know his adoptive father, but he already thought of him with concern. He's got a lot on his plate this time of year. "She's not coming in today. Are you hungry? What's for dinner? You're so smart. Tonight you will taste my specialty. I promise you'll forget everything," she said with radiant pride. The month flew by. Dabian finally meets the head of the family, Gray. The one turned out to be a middle-aged man, tall and quiet. His appearance did not stand out in any way, but there was a softness and kindness in his character. He worked as a tailor. Due to the onset of a season called Black Snow, the factory where he labored temporarily closed due to lack of heat, and workers were allowed to take equipment home. So Gray moved the sewing machine into the house. Although they had discussed adoption beforehand, Gray was shocked by the boy's appearance. However, he was a little alarmed by his son's reticence. One evening, as Dabian stepped out into the hallway, he overheard a conversation between Jura and Gray. "Are you sure you want to do this?" she asked with hesitation in her voice. "I understand you're attached to him. And frankly, so did I. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Dabian is liked by Avril's family, we can move into the commercial sector. And if you feel a void, you can always adopt another one. It's beneficial on all sides. It's not about the money. I fear that if he is not accepted or rejected, he will suffer. Jura, you know where he's from. If we hadn't taken him, someone else would have sent him to the mines. This is an opportunity not to be missed. Being seen by Avril's family is a gift of fate. For this, others are willing to do a lot of things. But that's it. The decision has been made." There was silence. Dabian froze, clenching his fists. After a moment, he released his fingers and slowly walked back to his room. The thought of being seen as a bargaining chip cut painfully. He'd even forgotten why he'd come out. Sitting down on the bed, he stared out the window. Streams of rain crawled down the glass. The silence was crushing, and with it, the feeling as if the whole world had betrayed him again. He had already started to hope, started to believe, and it all came crashing down in one evening. He felt like he didn't need anyone, alone with an indifferent world. "Why?" came out of my lips. My eyes flooded. Yet, despite the pain, something more was born in his heart. If I don't see my parents and sister again, he thought, then I will have changed the world enough to survive in it and be happy. That night, a boy who had lost everything made a decision that would change the fate of an entire world. Morning. Gray sat by the window and leafed through the latest issue of the morning paper that was delivered to their neighborhood daily. It published news from all over the city, as well as advertisements seeking workers for various factories. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Jura was busy preparing breakfast. Everything went on as it always did. Dabian's biological clock went off precisely. He woke up without outside help. After tidying himself up, he went downstairs, greeted Jura, and took his seat at the table. After serving him breakfast, Jura sat down next to him and watched him eat with a smile. "How do you like my breakfast?" she asked with a slight smile. "A little sharp," he replied, "but I love that kind of food, so it's okay." "Okay, if it's to your liking." Gray put the paper aside and looked at the boy carefully. "Dean, Jura, and I have chosen a worthy bride for you. That's why you have to prepare yourself today. Get cleaned up, put on clean clothes, and we're off to meet her family. Debian tilted his head slightly and, feigning naivete, asked, "Who is the bride?" Jura moved closer to her husband and whispered, "See? I told you he was still small. What's the rush? We can wait a couple years. The law allows marriage from the age of 13. And the fact that he doesn't understand everything yet is a matter of time," Gray cut off. He cast a displeased look at his wife, and she, seeing that it was useless to argue, fell silent. Gray continued, "You're going to meet a young lady. This is a huge opportunity. If she likes you, you'll eat the best, dress clean, forget what hunger is. Do you realize how important this is? Do you? Then I agree," Debian replied, with feigned enthusiasm, trying not to show a shadow of doubt. "That's good," nodded Gray. "Finish your food and get ready." Debian hurriedly finished his portion, for which he received an approving glance. "Come on, Dean," Jura said, and pulled a new black suit, bright red tie, and shiny shoes out of the closet. When he changed his clothes, both parents looked at him with admiration. His pale skin matched the dark suit perfectly, giving him a noble, almost aristocratic look. "You're just gorgeous," Jura whispered proudly. Gray didn't hide his satisfaction. "It's time to go." They came out of the house. Jura, holding her son's hand, asked, "Now it's still early. Are we sure we'll find the carriage?" "We've been warned," Gray replied. "The wagon should be on its way by now." Before he could speak, the sound of hoofbeats came from down the street. A carriage with gold jewelry pulled out from around the corner and stopped in front of their house. On its roof flew a white flag with Avril's family crest embroidered with a rose. The coachman, dressed in a black uniform, deftly jumped from the seat and ran up to them. "Mr. Gray, Mrs. Jura, the young mistress is already waiting for you." He bowed courteously, inviting them inside. "Can't keep Miss Evie waiting," Gray said cheerfully, and pushed Debian toward the door. At this point, the coachman noticed the boy for the first time. A look of distaste flashed across his face for a moment, but he quickly regained his usual politeness. The carriage moved off. Debian sat at the window, watching the houses and passers-by flicker by the glass. Many pointed their fingers with interest at the ornate carriage. Gray and Jura were silent, trying not to give away their excitement. They were afraid to say something embarrassing in front of the coachman rumors would quickly reach the ears of the nobility. The carriage approached the south wall. The uniformed guard, noticing the crest, stretched out on the counter and put his fist to his chest in greeting. The crew passed, and he went back to his inspection. Here it's a commercial district, Debian thought. Everything around it looked well maintained. The streets were clean, the passers-by neat and well-dressed. The difference with the former place of residence was stark. They stopped in front of a white building with the same flag on the roof. A young man in a black suit stepped forward. "Domina awaits." "Come on in." Gray was very nervous. He wouldn't dream of going into a neighborhood like this. Squeezing his son's hand, he followed the guide. Inside, everything looked luxurious. Decorative lamps, stained glass windows, trim, all spoke of high status. Gray couldn't hide his amazement, but Jura kept a low profile as she'd been to places like this before. The sounds of music came from the spacious hall where elegantly dressed people sat at tables. The guide gestured to a private room. There were two figures, an adult woman in her 30s and a girl of about 11. The petite girl, with an oval face, white skin, and brown hair, was strikingly beautiful for her age. As the family entered, she quickly looked around at the adults and held her gaze on Debian. A flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. The woman stood up and approached Dr. Jura. "Hello. Thanks to you, the head of the family is still with us. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Unfortunately, he is busy and will not be able to attend today. Mr. Avril is a very busy man," Gray remarked with underscored courtesy. The woman slid a glance at him, but remained silent. "Let's sit down." Of course. They spread out. The woman continued to scrutinize Debian. "You have a very attractive adopted son." Gray wasted no time in praising her. "Your daughter is a real gem. Intelligent, beautiful, and noble. She's a reflection of you." The woman smiled. Let's get to the point. As for marriage, Gray jerked slightly. He hadn't expected such directness. If Anya agrees, we will start discussing the date. The girl stood up and looked at Debian. I want to talk to him alone. The woman nodded affirmatively and shifted her gaze to Jura Dean, escort Miss Anya out. She left the room without waiting for an answer. Debian bowed politely and followed her. Your son is very bright, the woman said. We're lucky, Gray said quietly. Outside, Anya turned to the servant. No need to accompany us. As you say, miss, the man replied and bowed. She immediately strode forward without looking back. Debian, accustomed to solitude, followed silently. After about 10 minutes of walking, she stopped suddenly. Debian, distracted by the observation, nearly ran into her. She turned and looked at him carefully. At the expense of the age difference was a little higher. She reeked of restrained contempt. He met her gaze without fear. Have you ever listened to the opera? She asked suddenly. He didn't know what to say. The question sounded too sudden. Do you know music? Do you like ballet? Can you ride? Fencing? Do you have goals? She asked 6 questions in a row and then added with a cold stare, If you have any sense at all, you must realize we are from different worlds. We have nothing in common, Anya said calmly, looking directly at Debian. If your mother hadn't saved my father, you would never have crossed the threshold of our house. Don't even think that because of the favor of the head of our family, you'll be allowed to stand beside us. I, Anya, will not marry a street hobo. She took a step closer. No matter how much you try to copy the manners of high society, outwardly imitating the nobility, you cannot hide your roots. You were not raised to be respectful, nor were you taught the art of being honorable. You'll always be a boy picked up off the street. Her voice sounded increasingly cold. Yes, you look neat now, and you don't stink like factory workers. But if you're hoping to be able to provide comfort to your parents through me, that's ridiculous. That's chutzpah. And I advise your family to be careful. Such impertinence can lead to consequences that you will have to deal with alone. Debian listened in silence. His face remained calm. Anya frowned, not seeing the slightest reaction in him. I said that to make it clear you're not my equal, and I will never accept that marriage. He looked at her with the same restraint. Are you done? I'm done. If you have something to say, say it. He suddenly grinned and met her gaze directly. First, thank you for refusing. It'll save me from unnecessary fights with my parents. Anya gave an involuntary gasp. Secondly, thank you again. You reminded me that even those who are younger and shorter cannot be ignored. Her eyebrows twitched upward. She considered herself an adult beyond her years, and he called her a little girl. She was about to object, but Debian calmly turned and walked away. At the very turn, he paused for a moment. Perhaps I can't hold a sword and have never sat in a saddle, but I have goals, the ones that are worth the most, and I will definitely achieve them. Anya remained standing, stunned. He just left? How dare he? Her lips trembled with anger, but in spite of her irritation, she held back, squared her shoulders, and even smiled nobly. With a snort, she hurried after him. Debian slowed his step at the corner, allowing her to catch up. Wait, she threw down. If your parents ask, tell them you already have a sweetheart. Why? He said coldly. If memory serves me correctly, it was your father who proposed marriage, not my parents. And you didn't object. So, if I agree, everything will be decided without you? Anya's face turned pale. He's right. If he consents, she won't be able to stop it. How do you know that? Obviously, you and your mother wanted me to say no on my own. And if they could, they would have cancelled the whole thing long ago. While you were trying to pressure me, your mom is probably talking my parents out of it. Maybe she'll make it. Anya froze. He revealed their plan, word for word, and yet not the slightest bit of excitement. No anger, just cold blood. And if I don't say no, she whispered, will your parents go to my father? Wrong, he replied, shaking his head. If you say no, there's no pressure. It was simple from the beginning. You're the one who made it complicated. What makes you so sure? She frowned. Because you overestimate your importance and underestimate their pride. She bit her lip. Why don't you tell me you already have a girlfriend? Are you serious? Don't you know how this society works? A nobleman can refuse a commoner, but a commoner can't. Then, if I refuse, everyone will think that you're just not up to my level, and your parents won't have anything to blame you for, right? Even when she guessed his plan, he didn't show a hint of concern. We're done, he said. I offered you a path without scandal. Whether you accept it or not is up to you. With those words, he headed towards the manor, leaving Anya in indecision. You, was all she could shout as she stared after him. Welcome back, miss. The servant bowed when he saw her. A carriage with a white rose on the flagpole crossed the border between commercial and residential neighborhoods. Soon, the family returned home. Gray was beyond furious. Jura, noticing this, squeezed her son's palm more tightly. They've got some nerve and they come up with such an explanation. You can see they think we're inferior. Aristocrats are a hypocritical bunch. In the house, Gray, not holding back, gave vent to his emotions. He was torn with anger. Quiet, Jura shouted at him. You want to be mad, but not at the whole house. You know what could happen if someone hears us. Gray sank heavily onto the couch, grumbling to himself. He knew in this society any words against the nobility are crime, and the whole family can pay for it. Go get some rest, Dean, Jura said, smiling softly. It's been a long day. I'll call you when dinner's ready. Gray shifted his gaze to the boy. Over the months, he'd realized Debian wasn't someone capable of meanness. Everything that's happened is a mistake between him and Jura, their poverty. It's been 4 months. The rains are finally over. One morning, when Debian woke up before everyone else as usual, Gray asked Dean if the entrance exams would start soon. Would you like to go to school and learn to read and write? Debian nodded slightly. Gray hoped his son would someday inherit his trade and become a tailor. However, the boy had ambitions of his own. He politely but confidently declined. But neither Gray nor Jura was angry. On the contrary, they rejoiced that their son had a purpose and an opinion of his own. In their minds, it's even more than just good, it's rare. Besides, they were no longer living in a slum and could allow the child to aspire to more. Getting into medical school is incredibly difficult, Jura said, with a tinge of anxiety. Despite Debian's abilities, she realized it was almost hopeless to begin such a study at his age. And in what direction do you want to develop? Gray asked with interest. Law, Debian said calmly. Law? Gray marveled. You do realize what this profession is, right? Jura clarified. I know it is one of the most prestigious fields among civilian specialties. Moreover, lawyers have even higher status than doctors, he confidently replied. Gray recently brought home a booklet of occupational descriptions. It was he who helped Debian gain a deeper understanding of the social structure of this world. I just want you to understand what you're up against. Studying to be a lawyer requires exceptional logic and flexibility of mind. Even getting into school is already a feat. This isn't an orphanage school. It's different. There's little chance of that, Jura added gravely. I understand, Debian nodded, but I still want to do it. It was the first time he had ever been so insistent about anything. Gray felt he couldn't say no. After Avril's family rejected the marriage union, they embraced Debian even more firmly as their own son. So be it, he sighed. Even if you don't become a judge, a regular lawyer is also a worthy profession. You can live peacefully and know your rights. But Debian glanced at Jura and said firmly, I don't want to just enforce the law. I want to change it. Gray exhaled heavily. All right. Chuckles. Then follow your path. Thank you, smiled Debian sincerely. Just remember, if it doesn't work out, you can always go back to the craft. The pay is good in the textile industry, you won't starve. It's been a week. Instead of heavy rains, real summer has arrived. 3 days before the entrance exams, a day of prayer festival was held in the city. It was an important annual event when families gathered at the cathedral to ask the founding god for protection during the upcoming rainy season. The ceremony was held at the south end of the residential neighborhood. In front of the majestic cathedral stood a statue of an angel with 4 wings as if open arms. It was the first time Debian had seen the New World religion, Holy Church. And just 3 days later, the exams began. The law school was almost 10 kilometers from their home. Debian, along with his parents, headed there on foot. A large crowd had gathered at the entrance, mostly children from middle-class families. All cleanly dressed, with neat faces. Not one of the slums. Apparently the poor didn't even try to apply. Training was too expensive. They say you're trying to get in through the exam? Parents were talking. Yes. But if it doesn't work out, we'll send you to sewing school or geology school. We're not sure either. They say it's not an easy exam. I think it will be similar to the medical school admissions. A couple of questions. A memory check. The woman picked up on it. Gray turned to Debian with a warm smile. It's up to you. If it doesn't work out, it's not over. There are other options. Debian sighed. He would only be happy with a simple memory check. In his day, an IQ of 120 to 140 was considered genius. His sister had 141. He's 168 himself. He still remembered the day he was accepted to Harvard. Their parents were distinguished scientists. Shortly before the disaster, they were about to be awarded the Cold Storage International Prize for breakthrough science. Thoughts cut short. It was his turn. The parents are staying here. Child, come to the exam room. Good luck, Dean. Jura encouraged him. It was bright and spacious inside. At the table sat a man and a woman in strict suits with gold trim. They invited him in with a gesture. He walked in, holding back a slight thrill. Even though he had experience with situations like this, he was still nervous. The question will be one. Listen to me carefully. You have a frying pan that you can fry 2 fish at the same time. One side fries in a minute. The question is, how many minutes will it take to fry 3 fish? 3. Debian immediately replied. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. Even the smartest kids took time to think about it. He, on the other hand, gave out the answer instantly. You're a very clever boy, the man said. Take this sheet and get a medical exam. If there are no problems, you're enrolled. A physical? Interjected Debian, frowning. He went out and immediately heard disgruntled voices. It was a nightmare. I said 4 minutes and it didn't go through. What fish? It's stupid. I don't eat fish at all. Why were they asking about her? My dad's a chef. Said he'd have 3 fries in a minute. They didn't like it. Debian found his parents. Gray met him expectantly. How's that? I passed. It remains to pass the physical, the boy replied discreetly. Gray nodded cheerfully. Though in the back of his mind he still hoped his son would change his mind, he couldn't help but feel proud. The test is needed to determine the level of radiation contamination, Jura remarked. With his skin pale and clear, I think he'll be fine. After the global catastrophe, the air and rain were poisoned. Residents feared the rainy season like the plague. But Debian, thanks to the cryosleep, escaped infection. What he was really interested in was how these people measured radiation. They hadn't even reached the level of the industrial age. What kind of instrumentation do they have? How do they determine that? Jura led her son to a door with a medical examination sign on it. There was no queue for the few who had passed the previous stage. Inside, the older woman checked his sheet. That's right. Sit down. Let's get started. There were glass flasks on the table. Not appliances, just flasks. She took one, brought it up to his finger, and pierced the skin. Don't be afraid. It hardly hurts at all. He watched the blood slowly fill the tankard. Inside, a red thread floated like a hair. The analysis was repeated once more, and then the woman froze abruptly, staring at the results. Unbelievable. Such a body is like that of the aristocracy. Even there, I haven't seen such indicators. Even Jura was amazed. She knew how the data was read. His radioactive background is normal, even below normal, she explained to her husband. It's comparable only to the upper classes. And frankly, he outperforms them. That same night, when Debian was officially registered as a law school student in a building in a commercial district, we got the test results back. There are only 27 candidates. The man who had been kneeling by the table all this time did not utter a word. He respectfully put his fist to his chest and then just as silently disappeared. The only thing left behind was an envelope placed neatly on the smooth surface of the table. The man sitting at the table reached for the envelope, broke the seal, and spread out the contents. As soon as his gaze fell on the sheet with the special imprint in the corner, his eyebrows flew upward. He rose impetuously, threw on his coat, and left the room. He was intercepted in the hall by a maid, "Sir, where are you going so late?" He paused only for a moment. "Prepare the carriage." Now, law school, 3 days later. 300 years ago, the man with the white beard said in a muffled voice, mankind faced a series of terrifying cataclysms. The earth shook, the heavens darkened, and only the desperate efforts of our ancestors made it possible to erect the Great Wall of Sylvia, the last defense of civilization. The teacher stood at the pulpit, recounting events that every child in town knew. His age was approaching 60. By today's standards, he was considered an almost legendary long-lived man. Students new to law school listened without much interest. Most of them had long ago memorized the story by heart. But out of respect for the instructor, they tried not to show boredom. Only one student was watching intently, unmoved by Debian. That's exactly what I need right now. Everything, even the most basic information, is important, he thought, trying to catch even the smallest details in the story. "Master!" Debian suddenly raised his voice. "What exactly were the disasters that occurred?" Everyone turned around. No one seemed to have expected that a frail-looking boy would have the courage to ask such a simple but direct question. The teacher looked at him and, after a little hesitation, replied, "Lots of different ones. Volcanic eruptions, floods, earthquakes all at once. The world was on the verge of extinction." "Just these?" Debian clarified. The old man hesitated for a moment, but still added, "Even one volcano is enough to wipe out an entire city. And the black clouds that bring seasonal rains are their consequence. Haven't you heard that before?" Debian remained silent, but inwardly tensed. He's lying, or doesn't know the truth himself. These disasters were not natural. It was a nuclear war. The true causes of the disasters were well known to Debian. The detonation of dozens of thermonuclear charges, causing a chain reaction of destruction across the planet. But in this society, such knowledge was suppressed. "History has been rewritten." "Teacher," called out another student, a chubby boy from the front row. "My mom said they'd die behind the wall." "Is that true?" The old man's voice became more serious. "Your mom's telling the truth. Beyond the wall is doom. Disease reigns there, and worst of all, the devil's minions. None of the people who went behind the wall came back. The wall is the only reason we're still alive. Remember this." The class went pale. Even the most perky kids shrank back in fear. "Devil?" mentally repeated Debian. "Nonsense. But who knows what forms the radiation might have taken hundreds of years later? What if the mutated creatures really did become so horrible that people invented the word devil just to describe them?" Thoughts flowed in a river as the instructor looked at the hourglass. "That's all for today." At that moment, the doors swung open. 2 men in black uniforms entered the classroom. Both had medals shining on their chests. The old man was about to get indignant, but when he noticed the symbolism, he instantly changed his face. "Gentlemen, are you by selection?" Debian was wary. He tensed involuntarily. These two were no ordinary guards. One of the men stepped forward and spoke in a muffled voice. "I'm going to read out the list now. Those whose name is called will come forward." The kids looked over at each other. Nervous tension filled the classroom. The teacher tried to calm them down. "It's all right. It's an honor. Public service is the best thing that can happen to you. The trust of the state is the ultimate reward." Civil service recalled Debian. Jura told me, "Work for government stability, food, a roof over your head, protection. In this world, That's the ticket to safety. He looked closely at the officers' uniforms. These were no ordinary soldiers. Their costumes, the material, even the seams, all spoke of high rank. "Lock," announced the first. Thoth stood up, trembling. "Martha, here!" The girl came up quickly. "Carly, Debian." He closed his eyes for a moment, then rose. A total of 8 names were called. What is this trial? Why were we chosen? He wondered. Whatever happened next, one thing was clear. A new phase was beginning. "Those whose names I have called, follow me," the young officer said briefly, and without looking at the students anymore, he and his partner headed for the exit. Some confusion hung in the air. The school children were still standing in place as if they were stumped. The old teacher couldn't stand it. Oh, come on. This is a chance most people never dreamed of. People would give their lives to be in your shoes. The first to wake up was the tall teenager, the one who had gotten up first. He gathered his wits and headed confidently for the door. Debian lingered. His gaze slid carefully over the other children on the list. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find anything in common between them. Skin color, build, even behavior were all different. Clearly, they weren't chosen for their looks. Then, the moment of the medical examination on admission came to mind. Could this be the basis for selection? Absorbed in thought, he did not even notice that he was with the others in the wide stone-paved square in front of the school. There were several carriages already standing there, massive, ironclad. The horses that were harnessed to them were staggering 3-meter-tall giants in armor, more like war beasts than pets. The children froze, gazing at the animals mesmerized. "All into the carriage," came the officer's harsh voice. The words sounded like an order that allowed no objection. But one of the students, a tall guy, still dared to ask a question. "Where are they taking us?" The officer glared at him, as if warning him. "I said, get in the carriage." The boy turned pale, his confidence immediately evaporating. Without another word, he slowly climbed into the carriage. The others followed him in silence. The cabin inside proved to be spacious. Debian took a seat by the window and began to study his traveling companions. But instead of answering questions, there were only more unknowns in my mind. This world is tougher than it looks. Laws are only a convention, subordinate to power. In an era where there is a division between the chosen and the rest, talk of rights and equality is an empty illusion. The carriage moved. Slowly at first, then picking up speed, it swept across the school grounds and into the city. Houses flashed outside the windows. Soon, a massive wall appeared on the horizon. There was only one word embossed on it, the meaning of which Debian already knew. It was the boundary between a regular residential neighborhood and a commercial neighborhood. Are they taking us to the commercial sector? The other kids noticed it too. Their faces reflected restrained joy. Hope was kindled in their hearts. Memories of the teacher's words brought to life the civil service, the aristocracy, the benefits. For many, it was a dream to be part of a privileged world. Debian remained calm. He had already guessed those who were able to enter the school walls unhindered and take away the students were not just people. These are the representatives of the top. And they act of their own free will, with their own agendas. But what is their purpose? Support or control? The carriage drove past Avril's family's mansion. Debian couldn't help but think of Anya's words. His lips twitched in a slight, almost imperceptible grin. He knew he would return to this neighborhood one day, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. After a while, the carriage stopped in front of the gates leading to the luxurious manor house. One of the officers opened the door. Everybody out. The children dared not delay. One by one, they descended to the ground. Debian stayed inside. "You're not," a voice stopped him. The officer whispered something to the coachman, and he tapped the reins. The carriage continued on its way, now with only one passenger. Left alone, Debian felt uncomfortable for the first time in a long time. His palms were sweating, his gaze sliding automatically out the window to where the figures of his traveling companions were disappearing. He closed the curtain. A young man in a black uniform sat in front of him. The one didn't say a word. The silence inside the carriage was becoming almost palpable. Run? Resist? Debian realized that both options were pointless. He is now completely at their mercy. The carriage stopped in front of a massive mansion surrounded by a high fence. Inside, a perfect green lawn, rows of trees, uniformed gardeners. The door opened. The young man at the entrance smiled politely. "You're surprisingly calm for your age." "Was it because of the radiation test?" Debian asked immediately. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and smiled wider. Observant. "Yeah, that's the reason. The others didn't make it. There's a job waiting for them as garbage collectors. But you have hunter potential." "Scavengers?" "Hunters?" interjected Debian, standing up. "We don't have much time." "Come, I'll tell you on the way," the man replied, and pulled him along. The garbage men are working against the wall. They collect scrap metal, parts, anything left out of the city. Mostly outside. Behind the wall? Debian stopped. The teacher's words brought to mind the plague, the devil's minions. No one was coming back. Now it was clear he was just lying. And he didn't just lie to cover up the worst truth. So the physical exam was a selection? And the doctors, do they work for you? The officer didn't answer, only grinned. But from the look in his eyes, Debian knew he'd hit the mark. He knew. "I knew from the beginning that the system in this world is not what it seems." But even he didn't expect how deeply the truth was distorted. What exactly do hunters do? Debian couldn't help himself. And is it really as scary behind the wall as they tell us? What's really going on there? 1,000 thoughts swarmed in my head. Though he remained calm on the outside, on the inside, the excitement was growing with every second. His pale face made his anxiety unnoticeable to others. "Curious," Fernando said with a chuckle. "Beyond the Great Wall." "Enough," his partner cut him short. "We haven't confirmed his status yet. You don't want to throw that kind of information around." Fernando shrugged. "He is, after all, the bearer of the holy body. Radiation level 8. Isn't that enough? Stop jumping to conclusions. First the examination, then the talk. Whatever you say." Fernando waved his hand and turned to Debian. "Wait a moment. It only takes a couple minutes to check in, and then they'll explain everything to you." "A holy body?" interjected Debian to himself. He didn't fully understand what that meant yet, but he could sense a rarity in Fernando's tone. They entered the manor. The white masonry of the paths glistened in the morning light. The servants bowed their heads in silence. The road led them to a tower at the edge of the estate. Inside, there was darkness and chill. At the very top was a small, dark room. No windows, no light sources, except for a single vent. The air was cold, almost like the beginning of the rainy season. In the center stood a massive metal table covered with a dark cloth. Fernando walked over to him and retrieved an ice ball from under the covers. It was indeed made of ice, clear and dense. Inside are faintly visible white worms, almost immovable. "See? Those are holy worms. They only live in the cold. If you're a true bearer of the holy body, they won't touch your blood." With those words, Fernando pulled out a thin knife and, without waiting for consent, grabbed Debian's hand and gently ran the blade along the pad of his finger. A drop of blood ran down his skin and fell into a depression at the top of the ice ball. The worms moved. Smelling blood, they began to crawl. A few seconds and they greedily sucked in a drop, instantly blushing. But a moment later, they turned white again, as if nothing had happened. "They drink blood." Fernando exhaled, and there was disbelief in his voice. "Maybe they're just hungry." He made a cut on his finger and dripped blood too. The worms didn't react. The silence became unsettling. Tensing, he grabbed Debian's palm again and cut the skin harder. Blood poured down the balloon. All the worms sharply stirred and crawled upward as if they were being beckoned by an invisible force. So, not a saint after all. Fernando exhaled as if a tooth had been pulled. Debian was silent. He had already guessed what the reason was. In the cryo chamber, his body remained untouched by radiation. His uniqueness wasn't due to a miracle or special genetics. He just hadn't lived in an infected environment for decades like everyone else. Apparently you come from a powerful family, the second officer threw in. Only in a commercial neighborhood can you raise a child with such a clean body. Debian pressed his lips together. He was well aware that those already knew he was an orphan, adopted by a simple couple. They probably figured he'd been abandoned by aristocrats, not wanting to publicize his origins. I didn't realize you were the scion of nobility, Fernando muttered. Debian was silent. But deep down, he was almost glad. His unfit status spared him from participating in expeditions beyond the wall. "Listen, boy," said the second officer coldly. "Everything you've seen and heard here is highly classified. Not a word. Even the parents. Especially about hunters and scavengers. Is that clear to you? So it's really a government entity. Or something even more secretive, I got it. I won't say anything to anyone." The second officer gave Fernando an irritated look. "It's a good thing you shut up. Otherwise, the problem would have to be addressed." Debian turned pale. It got to him a little more, and he would have just been taken out. The law? No, there's no law here. Only the arbitrariness of the powerful. He felt an icy feeling building in his chest. Anger. Powerless rage. Cold as the air in this room. If there's no justice here, I'll create my own. Above the hunters. Above the aristocrats. Above the laws themselves. Small hands clenched into fists. The officers had already turned their backs on him. They were no longer interested in the simple boy, but there was something new in his gaze, a hint of toughness that was not common to normal kids. "I'm still weak, but I have a mind. I don't know how to make a cannon. But gunpowder is a possibility. That's it. Go back to the carriage." "You'll be taken back," Fernando threw sharply. His voice became indifferent, almost hostile. "And remember," added the second, "if you break the silence, the consequences will be irreversible." Debian nodded slowly and turned around, heading for the exit. But images of fire, formulas, metals, recipes were already flashing through his mind. He knew to survive he had to arm himself. The carriage raced through the streets of the commercial district without making a single stop. The house at whose gate the 7 children had earlier emerged did not even come into view. Instead, the crew headed straight for a residential neighborhood. "Can I be selected to be a garbage collector?" Debian suddenly asked, breaking the silence. Fernando threw him an irritated glance. "We have our own criteria. Tests are not retaken. Expect you'll be notified shortly as to what's next." They stopped at the border of the neighborhood. Fernando silently opened the door, and as soon as Debian stepped out, the carriage sped away and disappeared around the corner. He was alone. Luckily, Debian had memorized the route they had once taken back from Avril's family's mansion. It saved him from wandering off, but by the time he finally made it home, his legs were shaking, his breathing hitched, and his back was covered in sweat. He's still recovering from his cryogenic sleep. Even the distance of a few miles was a serious challenge. Seeing him through the window, Jura broke out into a smile and hurried to the door. She became more attached to the boy than she realized herself. "Why did you come back on foot? Where is the carriage?" Her voice sounded worried. Gray, noticing his son's dusty, tired face, rose quickly, took him under his arm, and sat him in a chair. Without wasting a second, Jura dampened a rag and began gently wiping the boy's forehead and cheeks. "Are you all right? No one hurt you? Do you know what happened?" "We were informed by an official," Gray intervened. "He said you've been chosen to train to be the city's protector." The man could hardly hide his excitement. "Didn't you pass?" Debian, remembering the strict prohibition against divulging information about hunters and scavengers, chose a neutral response. "I passed. I'll be told what's next in a couple days. But I don't want to become a defender. Is it okay to opt out?" He still hoped he could focus on law. Before going outside the wall, he needed to prepare thoroughly. "Are you kidding?" burst out Gray. "Do you even realize what a chance this is? Service is stability, food, status. People will respect you, fear you. Do you really want to continue studying law?" Jura asked softly. Debian nodded gravely. The woman hesitated for a moment, then said with a kind smile, "In defense school, you'll be able to study law. And not just his medicine, geology, mechanics. There they give you a base in all areas." School? Debian wondered. He was used to the notion of a college where one profession was taught. And school is something else entirely. "It's a broad-based education," Gray continued. "You'll master everything little by little. And if you like something, you can go deeper later." Then, not missing the point, "Debian, can I ask for some spending money?" Jura marveled slightly, but smiled immediately. "How much do you need?" 100 coins. 100? Gray's voice sounded alarmed. "Why do you need so many? I want to buy food and visit the kids at the orphanage." Jura glared. "It's good that you don't forget your friends." She pulled a wad of paper bills out of her bag, counted out the correct amount, and held it out to Debian. "Thank you," he said gratefully. The next morning, Debian woke up before anyone else. He knew his college days were over. Things have changed. Now he was on his way to a different future. Gunpowder name, smell, formula. He remembered when he and his sister used to set off fireworks. That's when she told him the formula. But for now, there were more important things to do. The orphanage greeted him with children's laughter and complete disorder. Debian handed over the gifts, hugged Barton, and then moved on to the smelliest part of the slum after saying goodbye. He walked with confidence. 4 streets, a turn at a ruined warehouse, and there it was, the garbage dump. The stench hit his nose before he even got close. All the waste, excrement, food scraps, broken glass, broken objects accumulated here. The townspeople had long ago given up trying to clean up the sewage waste was simply dumped here. Even beggars preferred to stay away. But not Debian. He was standing in front of 7 giant trash piles. Behind them, you couldn't even see the horizon. He walked over to one and began digging out a passage the size of his own body. He was looking for something specific, searching confidently, purposefully, as if he knew it was there. Debian carefully removed his coat and tossed it onto a flattened box left near the entrance to the passage he had dug. Reaching forward with his arms, he slowly crawled into the hole, pushing away the debris that lay before him with effort. Fortunately, there were no shards of glass or rusty metal debris here. All such things had long since gone to be melted down or reused. However, the stench was becoming more and more unbearable. Debian held back the urge to vomit every now and then, gritting his teeth. In the darkness, his consciousness itself drew terrible images of dead rats, decomposed remains, clumps of feces. Even those with nowhere else to go had never dared to penetrate so deeply inside these dregs. He continued to crawl until his palms came across the familiar cold surface of smooth metal. It was his cryo chamber. He fumbled for a recess with a button and pressed it. "The prints are being checked," a muffled mechanical voice said. Then a short click was heard as the cell door swung open slightly, pushing some of the debris away, but the rest still made its way inside. He leaned over and peered into the darkened cavity. Everything was in place, the metal bed on which he had awakened after centuries of sleep. The reason he woke up now was because of the limited life of the cooling system. The cold could only be maintained for about 300 years, after which the unit would shut down, awakening the sleeper. He cautiously climbed inside and fumbled for the panel again. As soon as he activated it, a small screen slid out in the wall. The mechanical voice spoke again. Iris identification. A bright beam slid across his eye. After a couple seconds, the access allowed notification appeared. The screen displayed a hologram with 2 commands, start and exit. "Launch," he said. This capsule was more than just a body repository. It housed the old world's central module. An ultra-compact supercomputer that contained vast databases of history, science, technology, engineering, medicine, everything that civilization lived by before its demise. Debian remembered his father's last words before going to bed. "You have to preserve civilization and try to revive it." His awakening was no accident. It was the last hope of those who knew the apocalypse was imminent. And this computer is a recovery tool. Now, there was no electricity in the world. But the capsule was powered by a self-contained power supply capable of functioning for decades. The computer consumed minimal power, far less than even older laptops. There wasn't much time. He couldn't come here every day. Anyone could see his strange actions and suspect something amiss. And if someone finds that capsule during a storm or disaster, everything is lost. We need to figure out how to create a generator, a steam plant, and most importantly, gunpowder as soon as possible, he muttered. He began digging through the data, ignoring the heavy air around him. His brain focused on only one thing to learn as much as possible in a short time. Sulfur. Reaction with potassium nitrate. The basics of the steam engine. My eyes began to water from the exertion. In the time he'd spent in the capsule, the sun had already slipped toward the horizon. He wiped his face and felt a painful hunger. I won't get another chance. If anyone gets here, all could be lost. He slowly opened a panel in the wall of the capsule, using the nail as a lever. Inside was a tiny vault that contained the legacy of a lost era. The entire legacy of mankind in a piece of plastic the size of a fingernail, he whispered, gently rubbing the find with his sleeve. He closed the capsule and took a deep breath. I hope we meet again. Crawled backward, and when he got outside, it was as if he'd been splashed with cool water. Even the tainted air of the slums seemed cleaner than what he'd been inhaling all this time. He looked around. No one saw him. His coat was lying where he'd left it. Picking it up, he moved to the nearest source of water, a flooded lowland where a small lake had formed after the rainy season. He plunged his hands into the murky water and began to rinse off a layer of sticky mud. Radioactivity didn't bother him right now. With internal contamination so low, he had time to find a way to cleanse his system. He had already seen data on possible technologies in the database, but there wasn't enough time to study it yet. After rinsing off as much as the setting allowed, he headed home. The smell was still with him. But now he was concerned about something else entirely, and he had the power to change the world in his hands. The girl, with tearful eyes, bit her lip to quiet her trembling. Her gaze was full of fear. At this moment, she dared not speak or look anyone in the eye. "Stand up straight," the officer threw coldly, stepping around her. "You're part of the camp now. If you can't control your emotions, you won't be here." He turned back to the others. "How many of you still want to go home?" Not a single child dared to even breathe. Silence hung in the air, as if his words had buried the last hopes of pity. "Oh, that's great. I didn't bring you here to whine. This is where your journey begins. You are selected for a reason. And now, you are not just children. You are cadets of the Sylvia Defense Corps." He stepped forward and, pointing to the building behind the children's backs, continued, "For 3 years, you will live, learn, train, and possibly survive. There's no room for weakness here. You will go through a training program that will make fighters out of you. The best of you will become the elite. The rest of them." He paused. "Stay downstairs." He turned to Debian. "And you, new guy, don't stand at the end. Go to the front row. Like it or not, you're a special case." Debian stepped forward. His face was calm, but his eyes, there was fire in them. He wasn't afraid. No, he already knew what he was dealing with. Over the months, he had learned to see through people, through circumstances, through politeness and threats. And this camp is nothing but another level in the game he has to complete. From now on, the officer said, you have no parents. There's no past. All you have is your duty to the city. He nodded to his partner. Put them in dormitories. Starting tomorrow, the first basic training begins. The officer stepped aside and spoke to another man in a black uniform, and the children began to look among themselves. Dabian stood motionless. He knew this was where his true ascent would begin. In 3 years, he had to do more than just survive and adapt. He had to master what others did not. He had to become something more than just a cadet. With the knowledge he kept in a small chip, and with the past he kept hidden from everyone, he wasn't just going to become strong. He was going to change the very structure of this world. Defense of the city. He whispered quietly under his breath. No, I'll build a world that doesn't need defenders. A world where no one would be afraid anymore. He clenched his fists and stepped behind the other children into the back of the building where his new chapter was beginning. The children pressed their ears together in panic. Some stepped back, trying to cover themselves with their hands against the unbearable screech, but the bird continued its piercing cry. Her eyes glowed brightly in the darkness like two coals, and her feathers were a metallic dark blue. It looks like she was specially trained to get the newbies up in the morning. Mason, squeezing his eyes shut, shouted out, "What kind of monster is that?" "It's a cry cur," muttered one of the kids. "They say they're only used in scavenger camps. Insane." Minnie gritted her teeth and shrank into a lump on the edge of the steps. After a few agonizing seconds, the bird stopped screaming and, as if nothing had happened, scampered importantly to the nearest tree, where it began to brush its beak against the bark. At that moment, a young officer came out of the building. He was the same one who had accompanied Debian yesterday. His face remained cold and his gaze assessing. Up at 5 in the morning. Every day. No exceptions. Anyone who fails to get up in time will be penalized. He took a step forward and, looking around at all the children, continued, "You will now go through the registration process. After that, the first meeting and distribution. Today, you will be given uniforms, food, and a brief briefing. Your life now belongs to the camp." He clapped his hands together. Several men in black suits with notepads and ink pens appeared from behind him. "One at a time," he commanded. Name, age, neighborhood, where they came from, and he glanced at the papers, the radiation test results. The kids took turns starting to come up, some timidly, some with their chins up proudly. When it was Debian's turn, the officer slid a glance over him. Name, Debian. Age, 10. Neighborhood, residential, South Sector. Radiation, 08, Debian replied calmly. The registrar's hand froze for a moment. He looked up but didn't question and continued writing. The officer didn't say anything either, but his gaze became a little more intense. He wrote something down on the back of the table and then handed Debian a small metal plate card with a number engraved on it. "You're in Group 3. Instructor sends Site C." "Got it." Debian silently stepped aside and watched the others. Now that he had passed the registration, he needed to focus on the main thing of surviving, becoming the best and finding a way to use the knowledge from the chip. The sooner I prove my usefulness, the less likely I am to be erased as an extra. He clenched his fist in his pocket and exhaled quietly. A new chapter was beginning. And this camp is not a test. It's just preparation. As if Toby had read their thoughts, he looked intently at each of the children. There was no pity in his gaze. Just an indifferent test of who will break first. Training will include medicine, geology, mechanics, law, survival basics, map, and weaponry. He spoke clearly, rhythmically, without raising his voice. Physical activity will accompany everything else. The headless trashman is a dead man. A scavenger with no power is fodder for the critters behind the wall. You will need to both think, run, shoot, and heal. Sometimes it's all at the same time. Someone swallowed nervously. There will be no holidays here. There will be no mom's pies here. Here is only the road to death, and perhaps through it to strength. He paused. Or the grave. It's up to you. A heavy silence hung among the children. Even those who had cried or grumbled before were now silent, as if they suddenly realized what they had gotten themselves into. Debian stood with slumped shoulders. The words kept ringing in his head. If you can survive, he had already realized how weak he was now. Even in the eyes of regular kids, he looked like garbage. But it was this humiliation that lit a quiet but fierce fire in him. I'll be stronger, even if I have to transcend my pain and fear to do so. I'll make it to the top, not to be proud of myself, but so that no one else could run my life. Take a 15-minute break. Then the allocation to destinations. Rest if you can. Toby finished and walked off in the direction of the barracks. The kids started to sit right down on the ground. Some collapsed like underfoot. Someone leaned against a tree, trying to regain their breath. Minnie, hood pulled up, sobbed quietly in the corner. Mason looked at her, but said nothing. Debian stepped a little to the side, squatted down, and closed his eyes. He mentally scrolled through the lessons learned from the chip and repeated quietly, mechanical equilibrium, pressure in a closed system. Bernoulli's law like a mantra to keep from snapping. He realized that this knowledge was his only way up. When everyone starts learning how to survive, he'll be one step ahead. When they start training weapons, he'll already know how to assemble them. Now it's onto the body. It needs to be strengthened, fast, aggressive, at any cost. Otherwise, he won't make it to the end of the first week. At boot camp, Toby stood in front of the group and spoke in a calm, almost indifferent voice. Here you will learn how to survive in the harsh conditions of the open world. And since today is your first day, I'll reward the person who answers a few simple questions correctly. All eyes immediately turned to him. The first question is, what does it take to survive? After these words, there was silence among the children. How to survive, they whispered in bewilderment. What does he want to hear? None of them had ever asked that question before. They were always under the protection of their parents, dreaming of college and afterward a job and independent life. Make money, exclaimed one of the girls, raising her hand. A few of the guys sighed with grim realization. Looks like she's right. Yes, you have to have a livelihood to live. Simple solution. The girl cleverly took advantage of the confusion of the others and replied. Wrong, threw Toby coldly. Work? Another boy tried. No. And remember, you only get one shot at this. The boys looked over at each other. If it's not about the money and it's not about the job, what is it about? Teacher, do we have a choice? Can we just decide to live or not? Said the pale-skinned girl. You're deluded, Toby cut him off. The kids were confused. Not one was able to offer a valid option. Debian frowned. He frantically went over everything he knew in his mind. The answer should be as simple as possible, almost primitive. Gotta eat, he said, raising his hand. After he said that, the guys turned to him. There was a pause and then a friendly laugh. Is there? That's the stupidest answer ever. That's right, Toby confirmed without emotion. The laughter broke off. The kids couldn't believe their ears. Toby grinned. Yeah, it's elementary. I feared that no one would guess. But you won't get a reward. After all, food is important, but water is even more important. You were close, though. Some began to whisper unhappily, but remembering the past, they did not dare to argue. Debian exhaled in relief. His hunch turned out to be almost accurate, and that gave him hope. The next question is, what does it take to eat? Perplexity reigned again. A simple question with an unexpected subtext. Money, the same girl blurted out. The others groaned. She's first again. Once again, it's a miss. The girl was surprised. Is it possible to get food without money? A few more hands went up. Everyone tried to be the first to arrive, because the prize could be valuable. Work. Mommy brings it. You've got to chew. Toby raised an eyebrow and looked at the latter with a chuckle. Chewing? What do you think other people do with their elbows? The boy looked embarrassed and lowered his eyes. Doesn't anyone know? It's pathetic, Toby said sharply. Debian was still silent. All options have been discarded. He tried again to think from the simplest of the simple. Find food, he said calmly. Toby nodded. That's right. The children froze again. Just like last time, it was on the surface. Last question is, how do you find food? Everyone turned to look at Debian. He was unwittingly the center of attention. My heart was beating faster. This time, he didn't know the answer. While he remained silent, the others started guessing again. The girl, with the same persistence as before, spoke again of money. But all the answers were wrong. No one? Toby asked, with feigned disappointment. Everyone's eyes went back to Debian. He could feel that pressing gaze. Even Toby was expecting a reaction from him, but he really didn't know. Then class is over. The key to finding food is knowing how to distinguish between edible and dangerous. Today, you will begin to learn how to distinguish between foods that are fit to eat. And then, it hit Debian. These questions are part of their training. Yesterday, he had learned from Mason that most of the guys didn't know the real purpose of the camp. They thought they were training to be security guards for the city. But he already knew from Fernando that the scavengers were on assignments outside the wall. And there's no food or water. So, survival starts with the simplest of things, with finding food. That was their first lesson. "Master, what about my reward?" Debian dared to ask, noticing that Toby was going off topic. "For each correct answer, you get 1 breakfast. Congratulations, you've earned breakfast. Only he's already been, so you'll have to wait until tomorrow." Breakfast? Debian was dumbfounded. Just breakfast? He hadn't yet realized that soon even an ordinary breakfast would be a rare luxury for him. And now, everybody jog. 10 laps around the yard. The exhausted children groaned heavily. Barely had they finished their first warm-up and run again. 30 minutes. For every extra 5 minutes, 1 more lap. "Instructor." Someone started sobbing, but quickly came to his senses and rushed forward. Everyone realized Toby wasn't going to mess around with punishments. Debian knew these conditions were contrived to harden them. Speed, endurance was more important than strength. And Toby knew how to teach them how to survive. It's been 3 months. Each morning the children ran long distances, developing their physical endurance. Along with this, there was thorough training in the hardship survival program. This system of training has been used for generations of scavengers. The program was divided into 2 key areas: gathering and foraging. Note, foraging is the extraction of vital resources in the field or populated areas, most often in wartime. These were the basic disciplines that every future garbage collector had to master. As part of foraging, children were taught how to find water sources, build shelters, obtain food, and means of subsistence. Each of these courses represented a broad skill set. They were the first to master the water search module, which covered methods for detecting moisture in different natural areas of jungles, deserts, swamps, and mountains. In the jungle, for example, it was not difficult to find water, but there were poisonous insects and dangerous animals waiting for them. In such cases, the knowledge gained from the survival course came to the rescue. In addition to finding water, students mastered purifying it and evaluating its suitability for use. From all of this, it followed that scavengers must not just survive outside the wall, but also be able to collect soil and water samples for later analysis. Collecting, in turn, included 4 separate disciplines of ore mining, medicinal plant gathering, exploration, and natural resource development. In regular educational institutions, each of these courses was studied separately over several years, and the garbage collectors had to master all this amount of knowledge in the same 3 years. As Toby pointed out, only a full understanding of these disciplines gives one a chance to survive. For Debian, the hardest challenge was not the theoretical courses, but the daily physical exertion. The first week, he barely managed to run 5 laps in half an hour. After a month and a half, he was getting by in 20 minutes, and then, a couple weeks later, for 15. In his second month of training, he was finally allowed to eat breakfast. Nevertheless, even then, he would come in last. The body, weakened after 300 years of cryogenic hibernation, was not immediately amenable to exertion. But through stubbornness and willpower, he gradually overcame the effects of the long freeze. It usually takes up to 4 months, but the intense training has noticeably sped up recovery. His performance gradually improved, and at the end of the 3rd month, he was in the top 3. Such progress could not go unnoticed. Especially surprised by those who lived next door to him, they even gave him the nickname Mad Cow Disease Jurisprudence. Chapter 2. The normative role of law, Debian read to himself, standing in the library and browsing the shelves stacked with law books. In his hands was a book with basic concepts of jurisprudence. Since the beginning of the 3rd month, he had endeavored to study the local laws for at least 10 minutes each day. "Dean, why are you here?" "It's exam day," came the voice of a boy passing by. "You'd better do your homework again. Those who don't pass are out. Dabian gestured for him to stay out of the way and continued reading. After a few minutes, he set the book down, reached out, and picked up a plant reference book. Quickly flipping through the pages, he nodded confidently and returned the guidebook to the shelf as well. "Dean, are you aware of what's going to happen on the exam?" "No," he replied briefly. "Hopefully there won't be anything on geology. I don't remember much of it. If you can, will you help me?" "Excluded. No tricks, no need to try to outsmart Toby." "Well, maybe just a little bit. I don't want to fly out. If we are expelled, our parents will have to pay tuition. My family can't handle that kind of expense." Dabian shrugged, remaining silent. He remembered that back in the early days, Toby had talked about it. But in reality, all the training here led not to the defense of the city, as the other kids assumed, but to the training of scavengers. This legend of guard training is just a convenient hoax. Even those who don't pass the exams will get jobs in the inner perimeter. Nevertheless, most of the children believed that failure would rob them of their future. It was fear of the costs that kept even those who had long been on the fringe from refusing to learn. They reached the courtyard where all the exam participants were gathered. Toby showed up on time, as always. The children instantly lined up in 2 straight rows. Years of training had done their job. But this time, the instructor didn't come alone. Standing next to him was a tall, beautiful woman in her early 20s. There was something appealing about her appearance, arousing the boys' involuntary interest. Even though they were 10 years old, they already had some idea of the adult world. In this society, marriage from an early age was not unusual. Strong background radiation exposure drastically reduced life expectancy. After 3 months, you're not even up to the minimum guard level. From that day forward, an inspection will be conducted every 6 months. "Whoever fails it is out," Toby said dryly. The kids tensed up. It sounded like a judgment. Dabian realized that the exam would involve more than just theory. The test will be pretty straightforward. Instructor Chris will travel with you to the remote area. Your task is to survive there for 10 days. If you can do that, you'll continue your studies. Survive 10 days? The kids looked at each other in disbelief. Although Toby's instructor assured that the test would be simple, everyone knew that if he said so, it would be quite the opposite. In 3 months, they had already learned that they had to be extra careful with his simple tasks. Many expected a normal written test, but the reality was much harsher. A practical assignment is the best way to test how well the theory has been learned. It was immediately clear that passing this test would require knowledge of all 4 areas of foraging. Some began to figure it out for themselves. Theoretically, a person can live without food for a week to 2 weeks if only they drink water. And with a strong will, even longer. So, if a water source can be found, the chances of passing the test are greatly increased. And with some food, they'll be pretty good. These thoughts cheered up some of the students. But Dabian was less optimistic. He knew Toby didn't give easy assignments, and if said simply means, in reality, it will be quite different. "Children, come with me. Big Sister will take you to a great place. I assure you'll love it there," Chris said with a friendly smile. Her words brought a gleam to most of the boys' eyes. "Line up," she commanded softly, heading for the gate. The students quickly lined up in rows and followed. At the gate, black carriages, each the size of a room, designed for 10 children, were waiting for them. Once seated, Chris was still smiling as friendly as ever. Dabian spotted one of the charioteers of the same guy who was picking him up from his house. "Dean, over here," Mason called out. He sat Dabian down next to him, along with 2 other roommates. Over these 3 months, trust had developed between them, and there was no point in teaming up with strangers. "The curtains are sewn shut," Mason muttered, trying to pull back the curtain, but to no avail. Dabian's heart pounded harder. Are they being driven behind the wall? On the road, Dabian sat with his eyes closed, trying to catch every little detail. At first he could still hear the street noise, but then everything went quiet. Only the stomping of horses and the creaking of the carriage remained. No one was talking. The half-hour of silence was only interrupted when the wagon began to slow down and came to a stop. He opened his eyes. 28 turns, 3 short stops. We must be west of the school now. He mentally tracked every change in the path. The other kids were too scared to think about something like that. But Dabian kept his cool. The carriage doors swung open. The children came out and stopped, stunned. They found themselves in the desert. There's nothing but sand everywhere. No water, no shade, no hint of life. Surviving in the desert for 10 days? They've lost their minds. Shock gripped everyone. Dabian gazed out into the vastness. Did he expect something like this? Of course he did. After Toby's words about simplicity, it couldn't have been otherwise. Attention! With a clap of her hands, Chris caught everyone's attention. Your ordeal begins here. For 10 days, you will live in this desert. If you find yourself in a desperate situation, draw an X sign in the sand, and they will fly in for you. But that would mean you failed the test, which makes it an exception, and that, as you know, the cost of tuition falls on your families. Think carefully before you ask for help. She paused briefly, blinked, and continued. I wish you luck. And yes, this is the easiest test since it's the first one. With those words, she headed towards the black horse. Dabian recognized the breed as the one Fernando used. Undoubtedly, Chris is one of the hunters. He squinted his eyes as he watched her gallop away. Behind her, the carriages also moved, quickly disappearing over the horizon. Now, they are the only 300 children left in this lifeless desert. How do we survive? This is insane. I knew it wasn't going to be that easy. Some children did not contain their emotions, resenting the instructor. Listen, a tough guy came forward. We need to unite. It's all about finding water. As long as there is water, there is life. Together, we can do it. There was silence after these words. Some agreed, some were hesitant. But there were also those who didn't think about unification at all. All children are used to coping on their own. In the Camp to Independence was taught literally, fists ask an unnecessary question, you will get not an answer, and a lesson. Dean, why don't we go with them? Mason suggested it. After Debian began to reveal himself, neighbors increasingly turned to him for advice. Gradually, he became the recognized leader of the room, even despite Mason's charisma. No, we'll remain our foursome. Debian shook his head. Why? Wondered Mason. The others also looked on in bewilderment. Even in survival courses, it was said, in harsh environments, you have to stick together. Debian explained briefly. Finding water isn't that hard, but it won't be enough. There's only enough for 4 people. And how much water does it take to get 300 people drunk? The boys froze, realizing the magnitude. We're wasting time. We should go, Debian said, and looked around, moving forward. Mason, along with the others, hurried after Debian. Besides their small foursome, some of the kids also broke into small groups of 3 or 4. However, the majority did not dare to secede and chose the path of collective security. Nearly 300 children united and moved deep into the desert. Are we sure this is where we're going? Do you realize we're following the sun? Mason held up his hand, trying to shield himself from the blazing rays. It had only been an hour, and his clothes were already sticking to his body from sweat. Apparently, we're really walking on the sunny side, remarked Sham, a boy with dark hair, their roommate. He was neat and diligent, always cleaning up after himself. Other than Debian, he was the only one who made his bed regularly. If we wanted to avoid running into the others, we probably should have taken a different direction. Mason grinned weakly. The desert is hot during the day and icy cold at night. It's the season when temperatures reach critical levels. But closer to nightfall, it would be warmer in the west than in the east, Debian whispered. Even if we'd gone east, at least we wouldn't be suffering so much from the heat. How do you know it'll change by nightfall? Right now, the sand is hot as coals. Could it really get cold? Zach and Sham were also perplexed. With this heat, it was hard to imagine a cooler night. When it gets dark, you'll see for yourself. Debian didn't bother to go into an explanation. They had no knowledge of the thermal conductivity of sand. Even if he tried to explain, it would only arouse suspicion, especially if he talked about complicated concepts. It's all about finding water. But before we drink it, we have to make sure it's safe, he warned. This certainty puzzled the boys, but there was no doubt about Debian's words. He's proven time and time again that he knows what he's doing. After walking some more, their group finally broke away from the others. There was only sand as far as the eye could see. It was starting to get unnerving. But in the camp, Debian had never once let them down. They trusted it would be the same here. "Who remembers what we were told about finding water in the desert?" he asked, looking around. "We need to find a shade where the sand is darker and dig there," Mason remembered. Debian pointed to a hill, one side of which remained in shadow for most of the day. Such a place had a better chance of hiding moisture. "Let's go over there." They moved toward the hill. As they got closer, Mason, Zach, and Sham excitedly knelt down, ready to dig. But Debian stopped them. "Wrap a cloth around your hands. Stones can hurt." "Good thing your brains aren't melting," Mason grinned. They tore off some of their clothes, sheathed their palms, and set to work. The physical training gained in 3 months was not in vain. After walking a good 5 miles in the blazing sun, they were still able to dig. But it was a risk if they didn't find water. They would waste the last of their strength. After a while, even Debian began to have doubts. The half-meter-deep hole showed only dry sand. "That's enough. We should look for another place," he said resolutely. "Why? We're getting pretty deep," Mason said disappointedly. "We can't afford to lose. Let's go." Mason and Zach were still hesitating. "He's right. Now was not the time to take any chances," Sham said, and went after Debian first. The others reluctantly got up and shook off their knees. Sometimes, when one opportunity disappears, trouble takes the place of a new one. A sharp scream snapped Zach out of his thoughts. Turning around, they saw a snake about 2 meters long slowly crawling out of the sand. Her scales glistened in the sunlight, and her body wriggled as if she had just awakened from a long sleep. "Hurry!" shouted Debian, and rushed out. The others rushed after him. But Mason stumbled back. His feet tangled, and he collapsed into the sand with a thud. Debian, hearing this, stopped and instantly turned around. Seeing his friend on the ground and the snake 10 meters away, he didn't hesitate. Pulled back. Sham and Zach noticed what had happened too, but fear had them pinned in place for a moment. Meanwhile, Debian was already by Mason's side. He grabbed his arm. "Get up!" Mason stood up. Looking back, the snake was only 2 meters away. Panic overwhelmed him, and he rushed away with all his might. But in the next instant, the snake made a swift dash and rushed straight toward him, opening its mouth and gleaming its sharp fangs. Suddenly, a snake appeared in front of Mason's face. Opening its mouth, it was about to attack, exposing 2 long, venomous fangs outward. At the same time, a grey shadow darted from the side and knocked the snake aside, sending it to the sand. "Run!" Debian commanded with a hoarseness in his voice. Mason woke up from his shock and rushed away. Meanwhile, Debian, wrapping his arm around the jacket he had used in repelling the attack, took another look at the snake. She had already risen and turned around to look in their direction. Debian didn't hesitate and rushed away as well. He quickly caught up with Mason and overtook him, running ahead. Compared to the other guys, Debian has always had superior endurance in training. After running 100 yards, he looked back and, noticing that Mason was beginning to lag behind, slowed his pace. The danger seemed to have passed. The snake did not pursue them. Perhaps she decided not to waste energy in such a harsh environment. Even predators conserve energy. "We're stopping. No one is following us," Debian said. Hearing this, Mason, Shan, and Zach stopped as well. They were relieved to see that there was really no danger. The realization of safety brought with it fatigue. Everyone's throats were dry, and the heat only made them more thirsty. "Now that scared me," muttered Zach, breathing heavily. "Let's take a break. We have no more strength," Shan squeezed out. Mason looked at Debian. Thoth nodded and, looking at him, said, "Dean, you saved my life." "Save your strength," Debian replied briefly, patting him on the shoulder. "There's no need to relax. The snake is probably still around and watching us from under the sand. We don't know if we left her territory. Besides, sunset is coming. We need to find water. We won't survive the night without her." Without looking back, he walked on. Mason held his gaze on the others for a second, shook his head disapprovingly, and followed his friend. Zack and Sean, feeling ashamed, silently followed them. Debian and his companions continued westward. There was only sand and rocks all around. He couldn't help but wonder, what if they had taken a different direction? Would they have found water by now? The others didn't think about it. They just followed him, believing in him. As the sun began to slope toward the horizon, their steps slowed. Clothes soaked with sweat, faces burned by the scorching rays. "I found it!" called Debian loudly. Dry and exhausted, Shan, Mason, and Zack shuddered at the hope that ran through their bodies. "Where?" asked Mason impatiently. Debian pointed up a low slope. There grew withered bushes and even a cactus, a sure sign of possible moisture. "Are those real plants?" Zack whispered excitedly, and even wept. "Where greenery grows, there must be water," Debian confirmed, barely holding back a smile. Excited children rushed up the slope. "Careful!" stopped them Debian. "There could be animals in there." They immediately froze and began to look around. After checking their surroundings, the children began digging up the ground at the grass roots. Finally, they managed to dig a shallow hole where moisture was seeping in. True, the water was scarce, and it turned out to be murky. "It's impossible to drink," whispered Mason confusedly. But Debian didn't say a word. He took off his jacket, laid it carefully on the ground, and began pouring the dirty water over the cloth, making a primitive filter. The jacket, soaked with moisture, began to leak the cleansed liquid. Finally, the water that had passed through the cloth began to drip from its edges, albeit a little, but enough for everyone to take a few sips. "You shouldn't drink too much. We need to keep our strength up," Debian said, licking his parched lips. The boys looked at him regretfully. "These herbs are edible," he pronounced, picking up one of the weeds. Breaking it apart, he sent a piece into his mouth. The bitter juice began to spread through his body. It was hard to eat. My stomach was protesting. Nevertheless, the others began to chew on it as well. "Bitter! Impossible to swallow." But no one stopped. "We'll spend the night here," Debian said. "We need to gather some branches for the fire. One of us must stand guard, but for now, let him rest." "I'm on duty today," Mason volunteered. "We need you awake tomorrow?" Debian nodded. "Then lie down. Zack, go find some wood. Shan's with me. We need to set up a bed for the night, gather more rocks. Everyone's gone about their business." At this time, beyond the desert, stood the dilapidated building of an old hotel. Because of winds and time, the walls were peeling. Windows and doors were boarded up. Inside, a man and a woman sat on a half-split chair sipping cold wheat beer. This year, 360 people were accepted. "How many do you think will live to see tomorrow morning?" Chris asked, playing with an ice cube in her glass. "More than you expect, I'm sure," Toby replied emotionlessly. "I doubt it. You want to bet?" she offered with a chuckle. "Is it even possible to make bets in such a situation?" As if objecting, he said, but it was obvious from his face that he was interested. "I'm betting on 200 survivors, no more," Chris said, squinting. "I'm on 300, Toby smiled. "You overestimate your charges." "You're going to lose this time," Chris replied. "What makes you so sure?" Toby asked warily. "You don't know. This desert used to belong to the Ryan family, one of the 6 powerful dynasties. The alchemist destroyed them all, and the scorched earth was left behind." "I was there then," said Toby quietly. "It's possible, but you don't seem to know that after his death he left some of his legacy here. This is why alchemists continue to appear in these parts. Even the Holy Church turned a blind eye to it." "Where are you going with this?" Toby frowned. "The church is ready to act. But if you send in a holy knight, they'll all lay low. So they decided to use the kids as bait. That's what the exam was moved to this desert for. I'm sure it'll work. The alchemists would not miss such an opportunity. Now the Holy Church is ready to take active action. But there's one problem: alchemists are too skillful at disguising themselves. Once the holy night appears, they instantly disappear, sensing danger. That's why the other path was chosen. The first exam was moved to this remote, barren land for a reason. As you've probably guessed by now, children are used as bait. I think it will work. The temptation is too great for the alchemists to resist. Toby's pupils narrowed. He slammed his fist down on the table with vigor. Did you really agree to this? Using my students as live bait? Such decisions are not mine to make, Chris replied calmly, shrugging her shoulders. You know my character. I won't dare go against you. It was decided at the top. All you have to do now is watch. Using children as a trap. Did the Holy Church really take such a step? Toby's voice trembled with indignation. Chris immediately grew serious. Don't even try to challenge the decisions of the church. It could be considered a felony. If they catch even one alchemist with this plan, it's a success. And believe me, whether your students become guards or scavengers, this kind of experience is vital to them. You do realize that their future is not going to be easy. Oh, of course I just have to express my gratitude for such a wonderful chance for my wards, Toby threw in ironically. Whether you like it or not doesn't matter anymore. And there's nothing you can do to change that. If you try to interfere, it will arouse suspicion. And after graduation, they will still be the first to encounter danger. And no one will come to their rescue then, Chris concluded tiredly. Toby turned away silently and nodded to the bartender low. Pour some more. Sounds like you might want to add some ice. The old man smirked, wiping his glass. Night has fallen. The sun disappeared over the horizon, and the heat was replaced by a piercing cold. The sand quickly gave up the day's accumulated heat. Debian and Sham started a fire and covered it with rocks to keep the heat going. Instead of firewood, they used dry stalks and brush found nearby. The fuel supply was small, but it was estimated to last until dawn. I'm so hungry, Zach whispered weakly, pressing his palm to his stomach. Debian settled down by the fire. Be patient, there are only 10 days left. Zach chuckled quietly and lay down next to him. Good night. Mason wished them good night. Now, besides hunger, we're cold, Sham muttered, pulling up his jacket and moving closer to the fire. Mason only nodded, continuing to toss fuel into the fire as Debian had taught him. In this way, they kept warm and scared away possible predators. By midnight, the temperature had dropped even further. The wind was picking up at times. Even sitting beside the fire, Mason couldn't hold back a shiver. His feet pounded against each other, and at one point he had to step back too hard. He rose, cast a glance at his sleeping companions, and stepped aside. When he was about to urinate, a black hand came out of the darkness and squeezed his throat. Mason's eyes widened with horror. He began to choke. A wrinkled face appeared out of the gloom, and a rough voice whispered, "Quiet. Don't yell." Mason wanted to call for help, but his clenched neck prevented him from uttering a sound. Panicked, he fidgeted, kicking the sand with his foot, which scattered with a quiet rustle. Dabian's eyes widened. He stayed still, listening to the surroundings, then reached up and gingerly picked up the stone. Far away. I won't reach it flashed through his mind. Mason tried with all his might to resist, but in vain. The old man grasped it and raised his other hand, in which the blade gleamed. There was a slight whoosh as the dagger went for his throat, but at that moment, a stone, aptly thrown by Dabian, struck the attacker's hand. "Wake up! We're under attack!" he shouted. Zach and Sham jumped up, grabbing the nearest rocks, looking around confused. Dabian stood in front of the tall figure in the darkness. He always slept sensitively, especially under these conditions. As soon as the sand hit his face, he woke up. Not noticing Mason by the fire, he immediately grabbed a rock. Turning around, he saw a dark silhouette strangling his friend. He threw the stone, and, surprisingly, it hit the target exactly. "Shit!" bellowed the old man dressed in black. The dagger flew out of his hand, and he threw Mason aside with force. Then he pulled out a vial and ripped the cap off of it, and a thick green smoke billowed out. He tossed the vessel toward the boys. Dabian's face contorted with alarm. He covered his mouth and nose with his hand, realizing that even a single inspiration could be dangerous. There was no way to warn his friends. He couldn't make a sound. There was a thud behind him. Debian turned around. Zack and Sham had fallen over, showing no signs of life. It stunned him. He collapsed to the ground himself, pretending to pass out. My heart was pounding in my chest. It was unclear if it was poison or just a soporific agent. He pondered feverishly. Was this really all part of the exam? Perhaps those who were left alone would be expelled. Isn't the point of the assignment cohesion? Little demoness, came a voice. The footsteps were getting closer. Because of them, I had to use the soul-breaking elixir, muttered the old man. Debian felt his leg grabbed by someone's hand. Everything squeezed inside. He's prepared to fight back if he's attacked. But to his surprise, the old man only started dragging him across the sand. Waiting. Just waiting for now, he decided. Debian slowly opened his eyes. In the moonlight, he made out the figure of the very old man who had attacked them out of the darkness. Inwardly, he sighed and gave up the thought of attacking. After all, attacking a man standing with his back and even using sand is a hopeless endeavor. Even if he does dare, the chances of success are slim to none. The surprise will fade and the old man will easily dodge. Besides, there was still too much distance between them. The only thing Debian could count on was picking up one of the stones by the fire. But they were highly heated, and that made it difficult. If he took the risk, he wouldn't be able to hold the stone for long enough to throw it without any expectation of accuracy. I mustn't let him drag me in, realized Debian, feeling anxiety clench his chest. There were dozens of thoughts swirling around in my head. If he is taken to the lair, the outcome could be dire. Who knows how many more crazies might be in there? The old man stopped where Mason was about to urinate and picked up the blade he had dropped earlier. Here's a chance. Darbian's eyes darted to the fire. He jumped up, grabbed a red-hot rock, and gritting his teeth in pain, threw it with all his might. A muffled thump. The rock hit the attacker in the back. The old man cried out in pain, staggered, but steadied himself. He turned around sharply and saw the boy running away. "You little scoundrel!" he bellowed, and flung back his sleeve. A thin projectile emerged from beneath the fabric and struck Debian in the back. The boy was thrown up in pain. He collapsed on the sand, feeling himself losing strength. How did he get me? He was just standing far away. Trying to roll over, Debian saw something that took his breath away. In the light of the fire, a snake slid across the sand. Her body glistened with scales and seemed to glow from within. It was as thick as a child's wrist and approaching 3 meters long. But the worst part was that instead of a tail, it had a stump spliced from an old man's shoulder. He could distinguish the vessels connecting them. The monster in front of him was not a snake or a man. Biochemical mutation flashed through his mind. Debian's parents were scientists, and he had once heard them discuss similar experiments. At the time, he didn't believe such a thing was possible. Now I saw it with my own eyes. In his time, such research was forbidden by law. The last instance of such intervention was rumored to have occurred as far back as World War II. "Don't expect an easy death," hissed the old man. "You're going to be part of my work." Debian turned pale. Now he realized it wasn't a test. It's a real threat. He tried to rise, but the pain in his body and the residual effects of the green smoke prevented him from even kneeling. My muscles were filled with lead. "Are you going to run?" growled the old man. He grabbed Debian by the hair and dragged him along the ground. The boy groaned in pain. It felt like my scalp was about to tear off. A few minutes later, they found themselves at the entrance to a large pit. "Come down," the old man commanded and kicked him in the back. Debian rolled down the steps. He hit the ledges several times and finally landed on the floor with a thud. The old man leisurely followed. Debian looked around. The cell he was dragged into was semi-enclosed and overgrown with vegetation. He even grinned at so much greenery, which meant there must be water somewhere nearby. The old man walked past him and stood by a table stacked with test tubes and ampules. Quickly mixing several liquids, He drank the resulting solution in a volley. Debian looked around the room. It was filled with cabinets. On the shelves were vessels with sinister contents, hands, heads, internal organs, all encased in glass and liquid. The old man, noticing his reaction, grinned. "Don't worry, I'll find the right container for you. They say men like you have sold their souls to the darkness." "Is it true?" asked Debian. "These tales are a handy tool for controlling the likes of you," the old man grinned. "And I'm going to be the one who creates." "Creates? Creates what?" Debian asked questions to buy time. He needed to regain his strength and figure out how to escape. "Do you think I'm stupid enough to tell you all about it?" He opened a drawer and pulled out a crossbow. "Don't you move." Debian frowned. The situation was getting more and more dangerous, but he wasn't going to give up. "If you really aspire to be a creator, why do you kill?" he asked. "You are incapable of understanding that," the old man threw down. "I'm not aiming for gold. I'm creating a new form of life. Are you an alchemist?" Debian's voice became a little quieter. "Doesn't alchemy seek to turn metals into gold?" "You're partially right. But alchemy is divided into directions. Some seek the philosopher's stone for eternal life. Others, like me, study flesh and blood to bring forth a new form of being." "I'm surprised at your knowledge," the old man said, and there was surprise in his voice. "But you're wrong about one thing. Alchemists are divided into two directions. Some dream of creating the philosopher's stone and reaching eternity. Others, such as myself, study living things to bring forth a new life formed to become a creator." Now it was clearer to Debian why the attacker's hand could transform. Most of these experiments were conducted on the alchemists themselves. From the way the snake that merged with the old man's body moved, it was clear that it was controlled directly through the nervous system. But every system has its weaknesses. Such transformations could not go unchallenged, and there were certainly consequences. If such a thing could be done without harm, the world would already be full of such biological weapons. The old man looked haggard after the recent confrontation. Come to the table, he pointed to the far edge of the room. He touched the crossbow lightly, showing that the jokes were over. "Any disobedience and arrows will fly without delay." Debian hesitated. Fear and fatigue were tearing his mind apart. As he approached the designated place, he saw a wide table with metal tools on it. Some of them still had dried blood on them. Suddenly, there was movement from the left side. Turning around, Debian noticed a cage with many snakes wriggling inside. Apparently, they were intended for future experiments. The old man watched silently. His gaze was cold and predatory. He relished the moment when the prey realized his position. As the boy's face changed with horror, a wicked smile appeared on the alchemist's lips. "See the chains? Fasten yourself to the table," he said coldly. Debian looked at the securing straps. His eyes read an inner struggle, but he complied outwardly. Wrapping one of the chains around his wrist, he didn't tighten it tightly. The old man grinned, confident of his victory. But in the next second, there was a clang of iron, the cage of snakes flipped over. The opponents froze. "Are you being sly again?" the alchemist hissed. "Enough games. Stop it now, or you'll regret it." But Debian wouldn't listen. Using the table as cover, he began pounding the cage with his legs. He knew the crossbow wouldn't work as long as he was out of the direct line of shot. All he needs to do is get close. He hoped the old man wouldn't risk using his modification again. It was probably taking too much of his strength, especially since he looked exhausted after the last fight. With another jolt, the cage opened. The snakes began to crawl out. Some immediately crawled away into the darkness, but a few headed straight for the humans. "I'm ready to die, are you?" grinned the alchemist. However, his smirk quickly disappeared as the snakes turned in his direction. What he didn't realize, what was going on. The alchemist looked at the table and realized everything. His face became somber. He guessed there used to be a vial of white powder on the table. When Debian spotted it, he realized that capturing so many snakes was no easy task, which meant something special was used to do it. Despite the old man's claims of pure alchemy, he used ordinary chemicals. As he walked by, Debian surreptitiously took the vial and sprinkled some of the powder onto his sleeve. He was right in his bet. The powder affected the snake's behavior. Sensing danger, the alchemist rushed to the nearest table and threw on an old robe. The snakes immediately stopped and crawled away. So, this robe was also treated with the same substance. "Don't waste your strength, kid," the old man said, aiming his crossbow again. "As soon as you show your face, the arrow will fly." "Behind cover," Debian was thinking frantically. His only chance to eliminate the enemy. It's the only way to be saved. He clutched what appeared to be a blade in his hand just a sharp blade from one of the tools. Noticing the fallen vials nearby, he saw the labels sulfur, charcoal. Powder components, Hope burst out. But a close inspection brought disappointment with not a trace of nitric acid. Without her, he can't create anything. Disappointment overwhelmed him. He was so close. "You think you can fight me with that knife?" The alchemist grinned, keeping his aim steady. He saw everything. "You're hungry, aren't you?" he continued, as if mocking. Debian felt a rumbling in his stomach, but he didn't answer. I noticed a familiar green smoke begin to drift across the floor toward him. He instantly covered his mouth and nose with his hand. That toxin again. An extremely dangerous move in a confined space. So the old man had a remedy or antidote. "Think, Debian. Quickly." He looked again at the bottles beside him. "You can't get gunpowder. But maybe use them as incendiary?" Abruptly, an idea flashed across my mind. "Let's see how long you can hold out," came the voice of an old man whose face was hidden under a dark green mask that left only his eyes open. He stood, crossbow at the ready, not taking his eyes off the table behind which Debian was hiding. The shadow darted from his hiding place. Acting on instinct, the alchemist fired. The arrow stabbed into the wooden cabinet with force, but it didn't reach its target. At the same moment, a bottle of powder flew to his feet. The old man frowned. He looked up sharply and saw Debian jump up, but instead of attacking, he threw himself against one of the cabinets. The boy grabbed the first bottle he could find and threw it towards the alchemist. The old man's face contorted. He had put years into creating this shelter, and now watched his hard work being ruined because of a teenager. Clenching his teeth, he began to reload his crossbow. But before he could fire, Debian had already ducked back behind cover. The alchemist hissed, his eyes filled with anger. He felt his confidence shaken. If Debian's actions had made him chuckle before, now he truly began to feel threatened. "Let's see how much longer you can hold out." He gritted his teeth as he watched the toxic cloud continue to envelop the room. At this time, at the table, Debian was holding a glass bottle of sulfur. The air was getting heavier and heavier, each breath coming with difficulty. "Damn it, I don't have a fire," flashed through his mind. A sense of hopelessness clutched his throat. But suddenly, in the semi-darkness, his gaze caught on a lamp against the wall. It cast wavering shadows. "A kerosene lamp," he whispered. "Why didn't I notice her before?" Grasping at a faint hope, he yanked off his shirt and wrapped it around the bottle, making a wick. It all depended on one shot. The shadow darted away again. The old man, giving into reflex, fired. The first bottle shattered on the closet, but the second one was already in flight. He threw up a hand to defend himself, but the sulfur from the cracked container showered his clothes. Trying to shake it off, he hit the table while the next bottle hit the lamp. She toppled over. The instant the flames licked the grey cloth, Debian fell to the floor, covering his head with his hands. Flashback. A sharp rumble shook the room. Several beams collapsed from the ceiling, filling the space with dust and debris. Something heavy slammed into the table, and it crushed Debian with a thud. Pain shot through his body. He felt his ribs crack, and tears involuntarily sprang from his eyes. It was impossible to breathe. The air carried ash and toxin particles into his lungs. My arms and legs began to go numb. The ceiling has partially collapsed. Ice-cold air rushed in through the breach, dispelling the noxious fog and the smell of burning. Debian, struggling to breathe, sucked in the cold air greedily. Gathering the rest of his strength, he began to crawl toward the exit, fearing the structure would collapse completely. The room plunged into darkness. The lamps went out, the lighting disappeared. Guided only by memory, he approached the spot where the alchemist had previously stood. Suddenly his hand touched something sticky, cold, and hard. It was bone in shape. He got it. It was an old man's stop. Even in the darkness, Debian was sure the alchemist was dead. Apparently, the fire and sulfur caused a chain reaction. An explosion of dust flashed through my mind. He remembered his father telling him about similar phenomena. It wasn't just a fire, it was a directed explosion. "I killed a man," he whispered. "Not long ago, he had seen those who had been forgotten starve to death. But now, you've cut someone's life short." It was self-defense, he repeated to himself. I was defending myself. It's not a crime. He tried to convince himself that he had done the right thing. And he didn't even know that this world had long ago been devoid of courts, laws, and morality in the usual sense. Alone in the darkness, illuminated only by starlight, he felt truly alone for the first time. Quietly, gradually, the fear receded. He looked around the room and, without rising, began fumbling with his hands on the floor. Finally, his fingers fumbled for the metal hilt. Crossbow. The pale Debian touched the dead man's body once more. Although his fear had not completely left him, he now felt more collected. Hands fumbled with the old man's dark robe. Searching her, he found 2 items. The first turned out to be a small crescent designed for carving fire. This finding pleased him. Using a flamethrower, he lit a makeshift torch. Light softly flooded the semi-darkness. A picture that could throw even an adult off balance appeared before his eyes. The arm lying to the side seemed charred and useless. The alchemist's body was mutilated by the explosion, ribs sticking out, skin burned beyond recognition. Making sure his chest was no longer moving, Debian exhaled in relief. Burnt papers, a tattered cloak, and many things partially covered with sand were lying nearby. When he examined the crossbow, he realized it was in complete disrepair. Sighing, he almost decided to burn the shelter along with the body to destroy all traces, but his gaze locked on the bookshelf. Moving closer, he withdrew one of the Alchemy of Life books. The rest of the titles also dealt with alchemy, but it was a thick notebook with a flexible cover that caught my attention. When he opened it, he immediately recognized it as the Diary of the Deceased. The 287th year on the giant wall calendar. It's black snow season. The experiment is going well. For the sake of creating life, I have to use human material. But finding the perfect specimen is still a challenge. Flipping through a few pages, Debian saw descriptions of experiments, musings, and diagrams. He didn't bother to look into it, just hid the notebook under his clothes. The rest of the books, on closer examination, turned out to be ordinary scientific texts of no particular value. He tore a few pages, gathered the books into one pile, and set them on fire. He threw the other copies onto the remains of the alchemist and did the same. Then he found an oil can, poured the contents over the body and retreated. He wanted the fire to consume everything and the memory and the evidence. As the flames engulfed the room, he climbed the ladder he had once been pushed up. At the exit, he stopped, glancing back. Something akin to regret flashed in that look, but he immediately turned away and ran back toward the camp. When he returned, the fire was still smoldering, but his friends were nowhere to be found. Fatigue pulled him to the ground, but he suppressed it, surveyed the camp, and noticed footprints indicating that someone had been dragged. After running some more, he noticed shadows in the distance. As he got closer, he recognized Zach, who was dragging the bodies of Mason and Sham. Wasn't he unconscious too? A thought flashed through his mind. Then he remembered how careful Zach had been. Apparently, he's playing dead too. Seeing that Zach hadn't abandoned his friends filled Debian's heart with warmth. He tied the journal to his leg with his belt and ran forward. "Who's coming?" exclaimed Zach in panic, dropping the bodies and clutching the sand in his hand. "It's me." "It's all right," Debian said with relief. "Are you alive? What happened to that monster?" Zach was genuinely shocked. From the tone and questions, Debian realized Zach had seen everything. He knew about the mutation. "I managed to escape," he replied briefly. "But we can't stay here. We need to leave as soon as possible." He leaned over and checked Mason's pulse. That one was alive. The green gas turned out to be non-lethal. Zack was still scared and looked at Debian with suspicion, as if he himself had become part of the darkness he was fighting. Lifting Sham onto his shoulder, Debian tossed it around. "Don't slow down. Or do you want him to come back for you?" Though staying would be advantageous, there was water here. And this place allowed to survive the ordeal, Debian couldn't be sure the old man was alone. He didn't want to take any more risks. It's been about half an hour. Several figures appeared above the alchemist's ruined hideout. One of them lit a lamp and illuminated the stairs. "He's dead," the woman stated, examining the remains. Her voice was cold. "The body is destroyed. Everything's burned." Obviously, the killer wanted to cover his tracks. "These twisted creatures," said the other. "Alchemists lost their humanity long ago. They are only competing with each other, killing for knowledge, but even they don't enter the fray without a reason. Perhaps this one had something that caused envy. Too bad we're late." One of them pointed to the ruins. "Look at the devastation." "To cause such an explosion, it took a force beyond human. Look, there are footprints," the girl called out to her companions. The other three moved closer and scrutinized the spot she pointed to. Baby footprints. The damned alchemist really did conduct experiments on humans. "I underestimated him." She shook her head. A moment later, she bounced with ease and landed on the roof of a ruined building. If Debian had seen it, he would have been rendered speechless by the height of the structure, which was over 3 meters high. How strong do you have to be to take off like it's just a stepping stone? "He was an alchemist of life," said one of the men, holding a medallion engraved with 3 stars. According to old treatises, a true alchemist recognizes no gods or rulers, only the sky above him. Their goal is to understand the mysteries of the stars. That's why the church hunts them down. Their belief in the predestination of the stars, a threat to the authority of the Great Father, the only one whose revelations were considered authentic. Everything else the church has declared to be the instigation of darkness. Who'd have thought it, muttered the shouldering man. An alchemist with a 3-star emblem isn't someone random. It would take at least 1 4-star to kill one of those or a whole group of them. The girl's face darkened. "We sent several groups into the desert and still didn't make it. These kids, their parents will never know anything. They'll just be told it was an accident. Hopefully, we'll be able to at least identify the bodies," the stocky man added quietly. "Take a look around. I will retrieve the alchemist's remains and deliver them to the Knight's headquarters. And check the basement thoroughly," ordered their leader, then jumped towards the entrance leading downstairs. The girl and her partner looked at each other, drew their swords, and scattered to different corners of the ruined den. It's been 10 days. Debian and his 3 companions sat surrounded by desolate silence. Their bodies were weathered, their skin chapped from the heat, and breathing was difficult. 10 days, I wonder if we can make it back on our own," Mason muttered tiredly, munching on a sparse grass. "If it wasn't for Dean, we wouldn't have survived. If we were expelled, our families would go broke, and the debts would fall on our future children," Shams said, glancing at Debian. "See, I always said you were our hero," Mason added with a smile. "You say I'm a hero, but I didn't give you water yesterday," Debian muttered quietly, keeping his gaze on the horizon. Mason looked embarrassed. "I was exhausted. Everything swam before my eyes. I promise when we get back, I'll bring you water every morning. I can even get Grandma to be your maid." "No, I don't aspire to be your grandfather," snorted Debian. "Are you insinuating that I'm so petty? If you can make jokes, you might as well go get help." Zack cut him off. "I can't. If you go, I owe you forever," Mason moaned. "What a sly one," Zack muttered. "They went through a lot in 10 days. They were no longer just neighbors, but friendship, hardened by hardship, had turned into brotherhood. The altercations became familiar and even warm. Zing, zing, the ringing of bells broke the silence. The friends turned around and froze as a creature the height of a 2-story house slowly approached across the sands. It was a camel with a massive plank dragging behind it. There were exhausted children sitting on it. The beast's body was covered with thick skin, scales in places. His legs looked more like the limbs of a reptile. Mutant. In a world disfigured by radiation, such creatures have become the norm. But even by desert standards, it was monstrously large. "It's a camel," Zack exclaimed, not believing his eyes. "It's real, the best means of transportation in the sands." He tried to laugh, but the rising wind filled his mouth with sand. Dabian looked at the kids sitting on the board. They were probably those who had also passed the test. The test has been completed. Freedom. Now he could finally catch his breath. Waiting for him at home were the journals he had stolen from the alchemist. His interest in the knowledge of the past beckoned him more than ever. "Hey, you," called out a burqa-clad woman riding an animal. "Are you going to keep lying here?" They stood up and headed for the board. "You survived?" asked the skinny boy, already sitting on the platform in surprise. Recognizing him as his dorm mate, Debian only nodded and turned away. "You know who we are?" Mason's voice came up. "4 neighbors, 1 team. We can't be broken in 10 or 30 days. We're real aces." "Stop talking nonsense," Sham muttered. "What's hidden comes out," Zack shrugged. "I was unlucky with my neighbors," the thin boy said bitterly. They left in the first few hours. Many on the board nodded silently. They knew what he meant. Debian remained silent. Only one thought never left his mind. How the hell did this woman get on a camel? Debian and his companions sat on a plank dragged behind them by a massive mutant camel. Gradually, the scenery began to change in the distance. A wide plain appeared, lined with figures. A gathering of all survivors was organized here. Even though the total number of students had noticeably decreased, the crowd still seemed dense. So many people came through, Mason exhaled in surprise. It was evident even the weakest children, those who used to be frightened by every rustle, now held themselves upright with a steady gaze. 3 months of training under instructor Toby did not go in vain. Exercise, survival, theory, everything they had been taught became part of their new essence. But it was not by exercise alone that they endured. To survive in the desert for 10 days, everyone pushed themselves to the limit physically and mentally. "I didn't realize there were so many of us," sighed Mason disappointedly. "Turns out we're not the only ones who know how to survive." Many thought they had become special, that their agony was unique. But now, looking at the hundreds of children standing shoulder to shoulder, everyone realized survivors were everywhere. And ahead, 6 months later, a new, much more dangerous exam awaited them. Against the backdrop of sunset, under a heavy sky, the last camel pulled up. All the students gathered in a circle. Soon, the murmur of wheels was heard, black carriages approaching. The doors swung open, and out came Toby and Chris. Toby nodded to his partner, allowing her to begin. Chris walked over to the second carriage and opened the door sharply. Inside, there was the clinking of chains. The chained man stumbled on his way out and collapsed into the sand. He was yanked sharply by the chain and dropped to his knees with difficulty. There was complete silence. Only the wind raced the sand between the motionless silhouettes. Dabian's eyes widened. He recognized that look. Recognized it and froze. The alchemist, monstrous, altered, disfigured, belonged to the same faction as the old man he had destroyed 10 days ago. At a glance, a man, but only worth a closer look. There was a fur-covered tail sticking out from his hip, wrapped around his waist. His face was riddled with fleshy growths, and bone blades protruded from his wrists. And in the middle of his chest was a mouth full of fangs. It was something else. It was no longer human. Toby stepped forward, his gaze cold. "First of all, congratulations on passing the exam. You deserve to continue your training for the next 6 months. But now, let's talk about the important stuff." He kicked the alchemist with his foot, knocking him to the sand. This is one of those called devil followers. The alchemist. The crowd exploded. Screams, frightened and excited, echoed across the desert. Legends of such creatures have hovered in the conversations of children for years. But now this being is a reality. Chris, looking at the students with a smile, continued, "The alchemists had infiltrated the exam area. Because of them, many of you have failed, but no one died. Moreover, many have shown incredible bravery by engaging in battle with them." She raised her hand. "One of the Knights of Light is among us." The crowd exploded again. The children squealed with delight. The name of the Knight of Light was awe-inspiring. These men were not subject to army structures, they served only the Holy Church. They were considered the epitome of virtue and strength. "I don't believe it. The Knight of Light is here? I want to see him. It's an honor." "A true honor," Chris continued. 38 disciples faced the alchemists, 17 of them offered active resistance. I especially want to single out Lorien. Thanks to his signal, we arrived in time and apprehended the perpetrator without casualties. All who assisted will be recognized with the Order of Merit, 2nd degree. It will be chronicled in the chronicles of their families. Upon completion of their training, they will immediately receive the rank of captain and qualify for the title of knight. The hum of approval was replaced by envious glances. Everyone was trying to determine which one was the hero. The difference between a defender and a knight was enormous. One could die on the front lines, the other could command an army, and the title of Knight of Light elevated a man almost to the level of nobility. Besides, Chris added, 10 days ago we found footprints at the alchemist's lair. Supposedly, one of you was captured, but managed to get out. I now ask that person to step forward and receive the award he deserves." Once again, there was silence. Debian felt his heart pounding louder and louder in his chest. He saw the looks of the three friends. Those didn't say a word, but waited. They understood, and he knew it. Their eyes reflected both envy and anxiety. Debian was silent. All the carefully considered destroyed evidence, burned books, erased footprints, all seemed in vain. The Knights of Light found his trail anyway, and he still had the alchemist's journal strapped to his leg, under his clothes. If he's discovered, he won't be on this side of the chains. Though the reward Chris voiced sounded like a dream, Debian was too cautious to step forward. He didn't know what kind of evidence the Knights of Light had discovered in the ashes where the alchemist's lair used to be. Even though he had burned everything that could lead to his trail, the aftermath of the explosion might have raised unpleasant suspicions. He still had the dead alchemist's diary in his pant leg. If anyone discovers it, it will instantly change places with that creature in chains. Safety first. Ah, chivalry, he thought bitterly, clenching his fists, but forced himself to keep quiet. Now was not the moment to take a risk. "Dean, are you all right?" whispered Zach, who was clearly about to step forward, hoping to get some glory for himself. But as his gaze met Debian's, he immediately froze. That one look was enough to turn down any venture. Mason, Sham, and Zach didn't understand why he was quiet. But in 10 days, they had gotten used to trusting Debian without question. He was their point of reference. They owed him their lives and therefore respected even what they didn't understand. Chris circled the crowd with her gaze. No one moved. Her brow furrowed slightly. Just as she was about to say something else, a small boy timidly stepped out of the line. It was me," he muttered, stuttering with excitement. Chris sighed and smiled slightly. "That's fine." To all the children, he was like a living embodiment of heavenly light. "This is the Knight of Light," whispered someone in awe. Debian gazed at the young knight. He won't even ask if the boy was being honest? My heart clenched with annoyance. He realized his star moment had passed. All that was left was to go forward on my own, without anyone else's help. Melk, as the knight called himself, walked up to the captured alchemist, bared his sword, and said, "In the name of the Father, in the name of the light, I cast out darkness." In one precise, honed motion, he blew the prisoner's head off. Blood spurted onto the sand. The head rolled over the ground a few times before it froze. All the children instinctively recoiled, but within a second, the hall exploded with cheers. "The light will drive out the darkness." These words echoed across the plain, filling the space with a solemn rhythm. Debian shouted along with them, not wanting to stand out. But inside, he was a stranger to this scene. Can't you see he's still bleeding? Executions were not uncommon in this world. People came to see them as if they were a spectacle. In an age where entertainment is almost non-existent, death has become the stage. As if nothing had happened, Melk wiped his blade and disappeared into the carriage. Chris and Toby soon signaled it was time to head back to camp. The children plunged back into the dark, cold, rotten bedrooms. But now they seemed like the coziest place on earth. Somewhere else. In a comfortable chair, reclining with a smile, sat a woman. "They say you captured 8 today," she said softly. "I envy you. Beautiful result. This is your last band. After they graduate, you'll move on to hunter school. It's time to deal with the worst of these kids." "I had nothing to do with it." Toby grinned. "It's all Mel. His offspring had massacred a 2-star alchemist with his own hand." "Looks like the Mall clan is reclaiming its name," the woman muttered. "Although I was also told that one of the students had escaped from a 3-star alchemist, and he was soon found dead. He claims it's the work of someone stronger. 4-star no less. That kind of damage couldn't leave the weak. We were too late to notice his presence. And to be honest, even if we had been around, it's not a fact we would have survived," she said tiredly and yawned. "Next time, warn me if you're going to use my students as bait." Toby only nodded and walked out. Giant wall calendar. Year 291. The rainy season. It's done today. I've figured out the structure of the human body. A head is the first stage of its own transformation. Soon, the name Rosyard will be synonymous with immortality. Late at night, alone, Debian leafed through his journal by lantern light. The handwriting was harsh, nervous. You could feel the obsession in every stroke and hope. He read and couldn't tear himself away. He didn't know where the path would lead. But I felt it was worth following. Fail again. What's the mistake? Nervous system and vessels are connected correctly. It should have worked. Why couldn't I get the same power as the Knights of Light? Where did I go wrong? Debian pondered the mutation he'd observed on Rosyard's shoulder. He had already encountered her description in the old alchemist's journal as an example of a failed experiment. However, it wasn't the mutation itself that hooked him much more, but the phrase "strength as a Knight of Light" mentioned there. The alchemist's goal is not to create a copy of the Knight, but to achieve the same level of power. What if the Knights of Light are not God's creation at all, but the result of successful genetic intervention? Then their power is simply the result of experimentation. If this truth comes out, the consequences could be devastating. After all, these are the kind of experiments that alchemists are hunted for. And if it turns out that the Holy Church uses the same methods, all her righteousness will be in question. Despite his inner shock, Debian continued to read. The records contained many years of Rosyard's labours. After an unsuccessful intervention in his own body, he began to act more cautiously, kidnapping children and conducting experiments on them. If the desired effect was achieved, he eliminated the child and transmitted the data to the Church of Darkness. She, in turn, gave out contribution points as a kind of currency. When the points became enough, the alchemist was promoted. The Church of Darkness included not only alchemists, but also potion masters, puppeteers, and other specialists with frightening abilities. Its ranks were not limited to the inhabitants of the wastes. Among its members were nobles, common townspeople, even some of the city's guards. If the Holy Church was a face by day, the Church of Darkness a shadow by night. The Church, the army, the darkness, he muttered. These three forces determined the fates of people both within the walls of the city and beyond. Debian didn't know yet who to join, the army or the Church. The darkness he hadn't even considered. He didn't want to live by the rigid rules of the army. But neither was the faith of the Church credible to him. He could not abandon his beliefs and follow them blindly until it became a matter of survival. He realized there were many true scholars in the Church of Darkness. But knowledge without moral restraints can become a weapon in the hands of monsters. Debian realized the way up for someone like him would be incredibly difficult. Sometimes the thought crossed his mind, what if I just lived like everyone else? But in the same second, he remembered the girl who humiliated him, the alchemist's lair where he was on the verge of death. Would you be able to live an ordinary life? Would you have accomplished something? Would you be able to protect yourself or your loved ones if your life were at stake? He asked himself. No, under no circumstances. He slowly opened his eyes. The gaze became hard and unwavering. Even if I have to give up my freedom, even if I destroy my principles, even if I drown in the dark, I'll still reach the light. He took a piece of iron and made a cut on his finger. The pain was sharp, but he only clenched his teeth harder. His face became stern and cold, drop after drop of blood falling. Do you feel that, Debian? Do you really think you're worthy of your parents' and sisters' sacrifice? He clenched his fist even tighter. Looking at the blood, he swore to himself that no matter what happened, he would not turn from his path. This world won't break him. Soon Mason entered the room, saw the wound, and immediately took him to the nurse's station. It's been 3 years. The garbage men kept practicing. Dean, I can't believe it's graduation today. We're finally coming home, Zach said excitedly. He was the only child in the family and, unlike the others, often visited his parents. Debian, Mason, and Sham only wrote letters. Debian smiled silently. Over the years, he has changed a lot. His skin has become healthier and has taken on a golden hue. He grew to 160 centimeters taller than anyone in the group, and he's only 12. Our room is the best. We were the only ones who made it to the end, Mason exclaimed happily. Hopefully we'll be assigned to the same squad. And if you get divorced, come to my family's bar. I'll give you discounts, Sham added. Of course you bet, winked Mason. It's time to go to the square. We'll be late, Debian reminded me. Alumni were already gathering on the practice field. This is where they ran in the mornings for all those years. 3 years ago, there were over 300 of us, Mason said thoughtfully. Don't worry, they're not all here yet. I was told that 106 people completed the course. Zach suddenly pointed at the forest. Who are those guys? Why are they here? Toby's instructor emerged from behind the trees, followed by 8 men in expensive robes. They chatted loudly, clearly pleased and confident. All the children lined up in 2 straight lines. Instructor Toby turned to the 8 men accompanying him and spoke briefly. Wait here. After which he headed towards his students. First of all, congratulations to you. You have completed your training and are no longer useless wimps. But don't get too excited. The real trials are just beginning. You leave this safe place and head into the harsh reality. Most of the boys looked at each other confusedly, and the meaning of his words was not entirely clear to them. Debian, on the other hand, was inwardly alarmed. He guessed that the mentor was going to reveal the essence of their training. They would become scavengers. Toby looked around the formation and continued. Each of you will now be assigned a new rank. Not the defender, as you might expect. You're going to be trash men, garbage men. The children were talking in bewilderment. This is probably the first time you're hearing about it. I'll explain it plainly. Scavengers rank far above defenders in rank and importance, and in some aspects are comparable to knights. But unlike the knights serving under the Legion and loyal to the aristocracy, the scavengers are humanity's last line of defense. For me personally, the knights are an empty shell, and the scavengers are the real heroes from the shadows. There was an oppressive silence. The kids were dumbfounded. On the same level as the knights? Are we really going to have such a high status? Thought many people. Even in their wildest dreams, they never expected that 3 years of preparation would result in such a high honor. Seeing the delight on their faces, Toby continued. However, there is a significant difference. Knights act openly, while you act secretly. No one can know you're the trashman. No parents, no brothers, no girlfriends. Whoever violates this order will be punished to the fullest extent of the law. In return, each of you will be given a civilian legend. With enough contribution to the city, you can get permanent residency in the commercial district. Word of the move lit a real fire in the children's eyes. It was a cherished dream for any ordinary resident. "Instructor, what are our duties?" the dark-skinned boy asked. "It's simple. You'll go beyond the wall and collect data, artifacts, resources. It's all being relayed to headquarters." The rows came to life. Dreams of an easy life began to crumble. Though none of them had ever been beyond the wall, they all knew the deadly danger there. "Can we refuse the service?" One boy raised his hand anxiously. Sure. After your death, your family will be compensated," Toby replied dryly. There was a look of horror on the children's faces. After all these years, they don't even have a choice. There's no need to be afraid. We didn't prepare you for 3 years to throw you to the wolves. The areas you go to will be pre-screened. Just don't go where you don't belong. The mortality rate among scavengers is low, and on missions, you will be accompanied by divine blessing. "Blessing?" whispered through the ranks. Even Debian frowned in surprise. Toby raised his hand and pointed to the men behind him. "These 8 are representatives of the Army and major associations. Each of you will be able to choose one of these forces and enter into a contract. Anything you get can be exchanged with them for rewards." Once upon a time, one of the scavengers found a rare artifact and got 100,000 gold for it. The kids' jaws dropped. Such a sum seemed unrealistic. Debian didn't expect the scavengers could have such a profit margin. But wealth is always followed by risks. Meanwhile, one of the men stepped forward. "I represent the army. Those who want to join, come on over and we'll discuss terms. With us, you'll achieve a move to a commercial neighborhood faster." The second spoke up next. "I'm with the Sterling Consortium. We offer 10% of all valuables found behind the wall. The best ones get housing in the commercial sector." One by one, all 8 representatives began to present their organizations and conditions. Debian realized this whole center was funded by them. The army could not maintain such a structure alone, and influence was spread across groups. But another thing that surprised him was that among the representatives there was not one from the Holy Church. As he pondered, the other children had already begun to talk and choose who to join. The conditions were similar for all of them, only the details differed. "Dean, we need to pick a consortium," Mason said. "Go and see what they have to offer," Debian replied, and went to the instructor himself. "Instructor Toby, do you have any advice on who to choose?" Toth thought for a moment. Over the course of his training, he had watched Debian grow from weak and clumsy. He had become one of the best, not only physically, but mentally as well. "You'll be fine with either choice. But in confidence, the Mall Consortium has the most prospects." This surprised Debian. He expected his mentor to advise the army. Soon his friends returned to him. "We talked to everyone. The proposals are about the same. The army has the best medical care and the lowest tax. Sterling has a higher percentage. Lorien, for example, was given 15% and a blessing once a month." "Oh, really?" There were exclamations of surprise. Debian turned around and saw Representative Sterling contracting another apprentice. "Is that Lorien? What is he doing?" Mason asked in surprise. His skin took on a deep blue hue, and the veins in his face swelled and began to bulge. Lorien screamed, his face contorted in pain. After a few moments, his skin color was back to normal. It seemed as if his body had been rid of an unknown disease. The muscles relaxed. The veins took on a familiar shape. Lorien took a deep breath and stared at his palms in amazement. Suddenly, he sat down and soared upward. "Did you see that?" someone exclaimed enthusiastically. He jumped almost 2 meters. It was the legs, not the arms or torso, that got off the ground and rose to that height. The students looked around in amazement. All of them had grown much stronger in 3 years, but what Lorien had created was beyond human capabilities. And yet it happened. What he did was break a barrier that had previously seemed unattainable. Debian knew that Lorien was one of the strongest students. They studied together, often competing. But even with his abilities, such a jump was impossible. Until now. Could this be the effect of that very grace? Debian said quietly. "What did you say?" interjected Sham, not hiding his surprise. At that moment, Representative Sterling approached Lorien with a smile. "That is what divine grace is all about. You'll get it monthly from now on. I hope you do a decent job for the prosperity of mankind." Lorien was shocked, but quickly came to his senses, got down on one knee, and said, "I, Lorien, will serve our God for the rest of my life." The man smiled contentedly and turned to everyone present. "Everyone who joins the Sterling Consortium will receive the same grace." There was no doubt the power awakened in Lorien came with this mysterious ritual. Silence settled in the ranks. "Are you the only one capable of making such a claim?" grinned a slender man from another consortium. "We provide grace to our garbage men too. Does it say in the rules that I can't be first?" Rapier Sterling calmly responded. "Okay." The other man raised his voice. "Everyone who joins the Green Consortium will be blessed immediately upon signing the contract. And like others, you will be charged a percentage of the content you find. Everything's fair game." Some kids who had already chosen the Green Consortium were noticeably calmer. But those who still had doubts also began to reach out to Sterling. And then the same thing happened again. One of the boys experienced the same change as Lorien. And after an equally incredible leap upwards, delight swept through the crowd. The very fact of possessing such powers seemed like magic. Debian watched with widened eyes. This time, he noticed how the man managed to inject the drug through a primitive injection device. The effect was instantaneous. Well, it's not a blessing at all. It's a genetic injection, he realized. What was essentially a drug was presented to children as something sacred. But what really shocked Debian was the fact that such technology existed in the midst of complete technological decline. Without microscopes, without equipment, without a base, how did they manage to create such a preparation? If they call it God's blessing, then its origin is the Holy Church, Debian thought. It had long seemed to him that the Church was hiding something deeply contradictory behind a facade of righteousness. Maybe this drug is one of those mysteries. Amazing, exhaled someone nearby. It's a real blessing. How long does the effect last? One of the students asked hopefully. Zach, Mason, and Sham were shocked. Just the thought of obtaining such power drove them into a state of emotional excitement. Debian, on the other hand, had a different attitude. No one talked about the possible consequences. He realized there could be a reckoning behind strength. Alchemists like Rosyard have spent their lives striving for such results when working with the human genome. That's why they were called servants of the dark. But now the same actions, if they came from the Church, were called grace. Look, it's the Bavai. She chose Malin. The enthusiastic remarks of his friends reached Debian's ears. The girl was their age, with snow-white skin and a slender figure. Despite her age, she looked quite mature. Pretty as a picture. "So what?" muttered a blushing Mason. "Come here. Are you still shy? Or have you already fallen out of love?" Zach teased. "Careful what you say," Mason muttered through gritted teeth. "You're insufferable," he replied with contempt. Debian smiled involuntarily. He'd known Mason had a crush on Bayway since freshman year, but he'd never once found the courage to approach her. "If she chose Malin, then we should join her," Debian said calmly. "Are you serious?" exclaimed Sham. "You're always like that, thinking of others." Zach grinned. Mason blushed even more, but was clearly touched. Debian took his friends to check in. Soon they approached Rep. "Are you Debian?" The man gave him an attentive look and smiled. "I've studied your exams. I'm very impressed. You were the best at endurance and analytics. Especially memorable was last year's test, where you managed to collect all 4 kinds of rare resources. In the history of the school, you're the second person to do it. Do you have something special for me?" Debian asked with a slight smile. "To be honest, I didn't expect you to choose our consortium. But since that's the case, you'll get into a key agent development program. In other organizations, the conditions would be similar." Read the contract. The man pulled out a scroll. Mason, Zach, and Sham immediately looked over Debian's shoulder for details. The contract contained standard clauses, but also had special conditions. Like the others, Debian received grace once a month. However, he was also entitled to a 30% bonus on all materials found. And the most valuable was the right to temporary residence in a commercial district. What? 30% of every find? That's 3 times the standard. A 10-year permit to live in a commercial district? If I had known that the best student would have such privileges, I wouldn't have eaten or slept. But I would have studied. Mason, Zach, and Sham watched with unconcealed envy as Debian signed his contract. Their exclamations attracted the attention of others. Soon other children crowded around and, recognizing the conditions, began to whisper. The fact that the best student was given separate facilities made a strong impression. He chose the Mall Consortium? Frowned Lorien, standing next to the Green Consortium representative. So he knows something I don't? His heart clenched. What pissed him off the most wasn't that Debian's percentages were higher, but the possibility of living in a commercial neighborhood for an entire decade. Why are his terms so generous? I was second in endurance and third in knowledge. We're almost on the same level. Lorien was indignant. It's always like this. The best gets more, the Green Consortium representative calmly replied. Lorien's face darkened. Look, intervened the man behind him. Although you both performed well, Debian took the top spot for finding rare materials. And for the trash man, that's what matters. Endurance and theory are important, but in practice, it's the result that counts. These words only added fuel to the fire. Are you satisfied with the proposed conditions? Representative Mel asked in the presence of all those present. Debian scrutinized the contract, so he calmly replied, It says I have to go behind the wall at least once every 3 months, and the rest of the time I have to be in the training center. Is it possible to change this condition? The man was confused. He hadn't expected such a question. If you think that's too often, he began, pulling himself together. We can increase the interval to 4 months. That's the maximum allowed by the rules. No, you misunderstand me. Missions aren't a problem, just once a month. I want to have some free time, Debian explained. The man was silent for a moment. Such a condition did not fit into the standard order. This is a matter that needs management approval, especially since you'll get into the elite candidate development program, he finally said. If Mel can't provide that, we're willing to make concessions. A representative of another consortium standing nearby intervened. Bolton, stop interfering, Representative Mel said irritably. Ah, that's right. The Green Consortium woman said thoughtfully. We are willing to approve this condition as well. Representative Mol turned slightly pale, then quickly turned to Debian. All right, chuckles. We will make the necessary amendments to the contract. Debian exhaled with relief. Mentally, he thanked the other representatives for the pressure. After we get back to base, we'll sort it out. And yes, you'll get the blessing there too. In the meantime, wait for me to finish registering the rest of you. He only nodded in response. The other representatives watched in silence. It was clear to them that Debian's decision could not be changed. However, one of them did try. If upon your return you realize they didn't keep their word, know that we always have doors open for you. Stop throwing shade on our consortium, the mole man threw angrily. With those words, he continued typing. Then his gaze fell on Mason, Zach, and Sham. Are you 3 with him too? Yeah, ahem. Maybe we, as friends of the best student, would have some special arrangements? Mason asked hopefully. The man spread his hands. Unfortunately, I am not authorized to change the terms of contracts. Mason looked around regretfully. None of the representatives were interested in him. Slumping his shoulders, he muttered, Well, okay. The man realized his intention, but there was nothing he could do. Soon, the selection process was complete. The representatives, having recruited groups, made their way to the carriages. Debian lifted the curtain in the carriage and cast one last glance at the school building. It will remain in his memory forever. Goodbye, he whispered. The carriage pulled into town. People parted. Seeing the flag on the roof, no one wanted to interfere with the aristocratic transport. After a while, the carriage stopped in front of a large building. Representative Mall went out first and escorted the recruits inside. 8 girls in uniform came out to meet them. Please follow us. The man turned to Debian. You're with me. We need to discuss contract amendments. He walked briskly down the hallway. Debian hurried after him. The rest went with their escorts. Once you're credentialed, you'll officially join the consortium. From now on, you have the right to enjoy all our privileges. But you must also obey our internal rules, the man said without turning around. A powerful family is having a ball tonight. As valedictorian, you should be there. It's an opportunity to introduce you to management. Can I not go? Asked a surprised Debian. Why? The question caught him off guard. I'd like to go home. To see my parents, Debian explained calmly. The man looked at him warmly. I understand. But trust me, chances like this aren't worth passing up. Not only will there be aristocrats at this reception, but also some hunters. Hunters? Debian remembered the moment Fernando had brought him to their castle. Then he realized that there was a secret layer of society that ordinary people knew nothing about. All right. Chuckles. I'll go. Lucky you, Mason grumbled. I feel like you've had all the luck in the world. When he gets back, let him buy us lunch, Zack suggested. It's a deal. Debian closed his eyes, pretending not to listen. Hey, who are the hunters? Mason asked curiously. But the man ignored him and only quickened his step. Debian walked into the spacious office. A stocky old man sat behind a massive desk. A young woman with a glass of red wine in her hand sat on his lap. Peter, how many times have I told you before you come in? Knock first, the old man grumbled, slapping the girl on the buttock and signaling her to come out. She curled her lips in displeasure and silently walked away. First, learn to close the door yourself. Peter grinned, shrugging elegantly. The old man noticed the young man standing behind Peter. Who's that? One of the new garbage men? Why did you bring him here? This is our best graduate, Peter replied with a smile. He would like to make adjustments to the contract. All wishes are within bounds. The old man looked over at Debian with interest. Best in the stream? Then you have good potential. If you keep this up, you might reach hunter rank. Have a seat, Peter said, turning to Debian. A new copy of the contract will now be prepared. Then he turned to the old man. Please issue him a uniform and IDs. The old man responded with a slight smile, opened a drawer and pulled out a neatly folded black uniform. When Debian saw her, memories surfaced from the depths of memory. That was the uniform the officers who took him out of college 3 years ago were wearing. Here are your tokens, this garbage man's ID. The second for civilian cover, it designates that you are a defender. Use the black token only when dealing with officials or nobles. Debian looked at both tokens. The first one is silver, depicting crossed swords. The second is black, matte, with the Great Wall of Sylvia engraved. We have serious expectations of you. Before each time you go behind the wall, you will receive an injection that reduces your radiation exposure. The drug is expensive. It is purchased from the Holy Church, and only high-potential employees receive it. If you prove yourself, the path to new opportunities will open up, and the best one is getting into hunter school. Debian was surprised. He used to think that one could only become a hunter by possessing special physical qualities. But it turns out there are other ways. I'll do my best, he replied confidently, taking the uniform and tokens. I don't doubt it, Peter said approvingly. How do the ranks of hunter and nobleman relate? Debian asked. It depends on the rank. There are hunters that even aristocrats fear to offend. But don't forget some families despise garbage men. Only hunters are truly valuable to them. And how are levels distributed among hunters? It's too early for you to know that. But trust me, hunters are far more empowered than you realize. Lifetime housing in the commercial sector is only a small part of it. Debian nodded. He realized that Peter was just feeding his ambition. His concern was not status and luxury, but safety. And he knew neither the title of nobility nor the mansion would protect him if someone decided to destroy it. 3 years have passed since the day he started over. And from then on, he vowed that he would henceforth be the master of his own destiny. No one would dare look down on him. In a week, your first assignment, Peter said. This is an important point. A lot will depend on how you prove yourself. So take a bath, put on clean clothes, comb your hair. I'll pick you up later tonight. Aristocrats don't like sloppiness. Got it. At that moment, the girl, the same one who had previously sat on the old man's lap, returned to the office. She walked over and handed Peter the document. Here's the corrected copy, Peter said, holding out the contract to Dabian. Check it out for yourself. The young man carefully read the document from beginning to end. All disputed items have been corrected. With a satisfied nod, he took the quill and signed. Oh, that's great. Peter folded the papers. And don't forget to wear your badge. It's a sign of your new status. Wear it every chance you get. I will. Then that's the end of it. You will now be taken to your new quarters. Dabian walked out of the office. Mason, Zach, and Sham were already waiting for him in the lobby, having received their badges and uniforms. One of the attendants approached him. Please, young man, I'll escort you to your temporary residence in the commercial district. The scavengers, new recruits to the mall consortium, were assigned a small castle. It was bright, with gardens and numerous servants. It was a temporary shelter. In 3 days. Everyone but Debian would have to go home. They will be sent a crew if necessary. Dean, come on, take us with you, Mason asked with feigned regret. He and Zach watched their friend get ready for the ball. Debian adjusted his collar in front of the mirror, checking to make sure everything was in place. He knew for a fact Peter had paid so much attention to his appearance for a reason. Mason, help bring the shoes? He asked with a smile. A black carriage came from the window. After changing his clothes and attaching his badge, he left the house. Looking impressive, Peter met him at the carriage door. Dabian only smiled briefly in response and sat down inside. The carriage stopped in front of a large mansion buried in the shade of tall trees. There were many carriages with the coats of arms of noble families. Outside the gate, the music was playing and the banquet was already underway. Seems a little late, Peter remarked. Just be careful. He showed the pass and walked inside with Dabian. Servants stood in the hallway, ready to respond to any call. It's Hayden's moon beauty, Peter exclaimed enthusiastically and rushed toward the hall. Dabian wanted to follow, but his gaze locked on a tall man in a thin silk suit. Emerald rings glittered on his fingers. The man glanced at him. Noticing the token pinned to his clothing, he frowned. Who let you in here? The anger inside Debian was building. Does he seriously think I don't deserve to be here? But, remembering Peter's warnings, he restrained his irritation and replied calmly, I arrived with Mr. Peter. Who? With Peter? The middle-aged man looked at him glumly. Even the garbage men are now walking around at receptions. Have they completely forgotten what order is here? Mr. Mace? There was a voice behind Debian. He turned around and saw the same old man he had signed a contract with earlier. He was now in a strict black suit, with a woman standing next to him, probably his wife. The old man noticed the young man at once. What are you doing here alone? He asked with a benevolent expression. Peter's not with you? He stepped away for a bit, Debian answered honestly. Do you know this boy, Lo? Mace asked in surprise, changing his intonation. Sure. We met this afternoon. This is the best graduate of the scavenger camp, and he will work under the auspices of Mr. Mason in the future. That's how I could hear the hidden interest in Mace's voice. So, you're not completely unpromising if you're in the mall consortium. Hearing this, Debian's face contorted slightly from inattention, his fists clenched involuntarily. Old man Luo immediately intervened. Young man, apologize to Mr. Mace. You're standing too close to the entrance and obstructing the aisle. He winked meaningfully. Debian realized this was an attempt to smooth things over. It doesn't matter here who is right and who is wrong. Power and influence define reality. He who has the power dictates what is right and what is wrong. He bowed his head. I apologize. His face was hidden by a shadow, so no one saw the cold glint in his eyes. At that moment, Mason stepped closer. You should remember, boy, whatever you are, you'll never rise above your station. Act like it, or there'll be no forgiveness next time. The words came out crisp and heavy. Somewhere behind heard Old Man Luo's soft laughter. Debian remained silent, but irritation bubbled up inside. He took a deep breath, then lifted his head. Mason and Lo were already heading to the center of the hall. Debian looked around and noticed a table in a darkened corner. The darkness seemed unexpectedly cozy to him. Meanwhile, more and more carriages were arriving at the gates of the mansion. Lively conversations could be heard in the hall. The nobles were grouped by interests, discussing topics known only to them. Debian stood at the open window, breathing in the cool air. In his mind, he was already thinking about how to leave without being seen, when suddenly the front door swung open again. 2 men in black uniforms entered the hall. Hunters. He immediately recognized the black falcon symbol on his breastplate. They looked to be no more than 17. As soon as they appeared, the conversations in the hall quieted down. Their appearance instantly attracted attention. The hunters stopped in the center of the hall near several aristocrats. Mace was among them, as well as a middle-aged lady and a skinny old man with silver hair. Debian couldn't hear what they were talking about, but the hunters' behavior was blatantly demonstrative. Hunters, he remembered the alchemist's notes. They mentioned how Rosiard had encountered one of these. That one was sent by the church for the sole purpose of eliminating the devil's minion. But Rosiard had prepared. He used a paralytic potion, and when the hunter was trapped, the alchemist, without anesthesia, cut him to pieces. While examining the body, he discovered anatomical features in the hunter's body that were incompatible with human nature. This discovery earned Rosiard 3 stars and was one of the most significant in his research. "Hello, garbage man," came a calm voice from the left. Nearby stood a grey-haired old man with a kind face. In one hand, he held a cane, on the other, a ring with a massive jade. He was dressed modestly, not like other aristocrats. "You must be that top graduate," he asked kindly. "That's why you were invited." "And who are you?" asked Debian discreetly. "Fulin Ryan. Nice to meet you." Ryan?" Debian wondered. He remembered the desert through which the ordeal had taken place 3 years ago. This was the Ryan family's territory. Fulin noticed his reaction. "Looks like you already know something about our family. But it's all in the past, and in the present. How would you like to be our knight?" "A knight?" Debian frowned. He had studied extensively and knew the rank of knight was more than just a title. It is a status that requires the approval of the family's highest council as well as special training. "Perhaps I didn't express myself accurately," Fulin smiled. "You're not technically part of the family. All we ask is that you participate in the annual expedition to the desert. Can I work with other families? Without an exclusive contract. Of course, it's just a business arrangement, preparation for assignments at our expense. We've been developing scavengers for a long time, but we haven't had anyone like you yet." Knight's salary was definitely not small. By Debian's rough estimate, it was several times the total income of his foster family. Moreover, service to the Ryan family promised certain privileges that ordinary civilians could only dream of. Ordinary civilians were defined as anyone who was not of noble birth. However, despite the tempting terms, Debian didn't agree right away. He clearly understood the higher the reward, the higher the risk. He didn't put much faith in the claim that garbage men were only sent to pre-cleaned areas. If that were true, why pay so generously? "I'll think about your offer," he said quietly. Hearing the answer, Fulin Ryan smiled. "If you make up your mind, we'd be delighted. Plus, if you don't have a permanent home, that's no longer a problem. We have several vacant homes, and one of them you can get for free. Thank you for your concern. But I'll only be here for 7 days, and then I'm going back to the residential area to see my family. I don't plan on staying in a commercial neighborhood for long. All right?" Chuckles. "But if you need anything, you know who to go to." "I'll take note." When their conversation came to an end, Fulin retreated to the center of the room to mingle with the other guests. No sooner had he stepped back than other nobles began approaching Debian with similar suggestions. They all sounded pretty much the same. This time, he he turned each of them down. Suddenly, the music cut off and loud clapping sounded on the stage. Everyone present was distracted from their conversations, turning their heads toward the stage. On the dais stood a man in his 40s in a dress suit. After waiting for silence, he addressed the crowd. "Welcome to a holiday party hosted by the Mel family. We're happy to see each and every one of you. Today is my daughter Sarah Maley's birthday. I hope you will give her your attention and respect. Thank you." After that, a girl in a bright red dress began to descend the stairs. She looked no more than 12 or 13. Her appearance was accompanied by applause. Debian was a little stunned. He'd heard of the Mel family before, back when he'd lived at the orphanage. This family name ranked among the most influential houses in the city. Moreover, the Knight of Light Malk, who had destroyed the alchemist 3 years ago, also belonged to this dynasty. It was yet another confirmation of how deeply the power of the Maul family extended. "Our Prin family has prepared a modest gift for Lady Sarah," one of the young nobles said, and handed her a red bundle. Sarah opened the gift. It contained silk gloves. Sydney's master gloves? Impressive. "Thank you," she smiled politely. The servant immediately took the gift. Then the others began to take turns presenting their gifts. One of the guests, who had been standing aside until then, stepped forward. "I hear you're into poetry, so I asked Master Tiz to write a poem for you." "Verse?" Sarah's eyes sparkled with joy. He nodded and began to read in a heartfelt voice. "You dropped your tears on a stone, those timid eyes full of sadness. Who made you sad?" When he finished, the entire hall filled with applause. "This is truly the work of Master Tiz. Very touching. I loved it." "Thank you," said Sarah with a genuine smile. Debian was standing at the window at this time, leaning on the sill. He felt awkward because he had come to the banquet empty-handed. He hoped no one would pay attention to him. And then he noticed someone running past the window. Flushed with a sudden idea, he slapped himself on the forehead. "Why didn't I think of that before? If there's nothing to give, just leave." He looked around, with no one looking at him. Perfect timing. Climbed over the windowsill and jumped down easily. Landing softly on the grass, he sped up, trying to avoid being seen by the servants. He skirted the noisy parts of the garden and found himself in a quiet corner where the path was surrounded by trimmed bushes. Here, in the shadow of the moon, he found the covered pavilion, a secluded place to sit out the banquet. "I hope no one notices my disappearance," he thought. Movement was heard from the bushes. Debian was wary. "Who's there?" There was no response, but his intuition told him he wasn't alone here. "Come on out. I know you're in there." A short figure appeared from behind the bushes. It was a girl about his age. Something about her seemed familiar, but Debian couldn't remember where he'd seen her. "Don't be afraid." "I won't hurt you," he said, making a gesture of reconciliation. "I'm hiding too. I'll make you a deal. You don't turn me in, I'll turn you in. Otherwise, we'll both be in trouble." She visibly relaxed and asked with interest, "Did your father send you to pick you up?" "No, I don't even know who your father is. That's good. You scared me. Why are you here?" "I didn't bring a gift, decided to wait it out." "What?" She looked at him in surprise. "Didn't you know it was Sarah Mel's birthday?" "I honestly don't." She stepped closer and, noticing his form, exclaimed, "You're wearing a garbage man's uniform." Debian became instantly serious. "Yes, but please don't tell anyone you saw me. I'll keep quiet about you too." "All right. Uh-huh. It's a deal." "My name's Jenny. What about you?" "Dean," he replied calmly. "What is the world beyond the Great Wall like?" Jenny asked curiously. "The bards speak of vast seas and forests. Is that true?" Debian turned toward the pavilion, shrugged, and sat down on a bench. "I've only recently become a garbage man, and I haven't been beyond the wall yet. But I'm sure seas and forests do exist. But how do you know that if you haven't been there?" Jenny sat down across from me, not hiding her interest. Debian thought for a moment. Memories of his childhood when he lived with his parents surfaced before his eyes. Then he saw both the sea and the forests and so many amazing places his heart clenched painfully. "I saw them. You saw it? Jenny asked, surprised. In the verses of a certain poet, he replied, smiling slightly. I just believe it to be true. Where would the bards have gotten such images from if they had no basis in fact? I like the way you think. Her eyes lit up. I want to believe that too, although my father says it's all fiction and such a thing can't exist. And even if it does exist, we can't see it. It's too dangerous beyond the wall. Is that true? Debian realized her father was just afraid of losing his daughter. Yes, it is indeed dangerous, he confirmed. Jenny's face darkened. He saw her distressed look and, as if unable to bear it, added, But that doesn't mean the seas and forests have disappeared. I believe one day the danger will be gone, and we will be able to see the outside world. Mountains, oceans, starry skies over clear meadows. Really? Her voice trembled. Of course, he nodded gravely. I think so too. Except my father told me to forget about such dreams. Says ordinary people are not allowed to leave town. Only specially trained people like garbage men. Debian listened in silence. I want to go out there, she whispered. And suddenly, as if illuminated by an idea, she looked at him. But why are garbage men allowed to do that if it's so dangerous outside? He knew the answer, but realized she wasn't ready to hear the truth yet. Probably because we just want to see the world, he said quietly. Jenny looked at him with admiration. You're brave. We're the same age, and you're already doing this. I'm a boy after all, he replied with a smile. She blushed, glanced furtively at him, and exhaled in relief when she was sure he hadn't noticed anything. But my heart was beating fast. How could I be alone with him? If my father finds out? No, he can't find out. She was about to leave, but his words stopped her. Don't misunderstand. I don't think girls are weaker at all. We had strong and brave girls at camp. But I still think you should listen to your father. It's dangerous beyond the wall, and until the day comes when things change, it's worth waiting. I'm sure it will come. The girl froze, gazing into the boy's moonlit face. There was such confidence in his voice that she wanted to believe. Is that true? Uh-huh. I believe you. And I believe in myself, he retorted. I have a dream, she said suddenly. I want to be a magistrate. I think if you meet and talk, people can understand each other and change the world. Even without leaving the city, you can make a difference. Are you studying law? Of course, I proudly stuck out my chest. I like law too. You do? You want to be a judge too? I have big plans just like you. Then we have a lot in common. How old are you? 11. What about you? Almost 12. They didn't notice the dusk thickening. Time flew by as they shared dreams, interests, and funny stories. From the outside, it looked like they were old friends who had known each other all their lives. One without ears, one without a tail. Jenny laughed, holding her stomach. What a weird song. You're fun to be with. It's a children's song, Debian grinned. She smiled, unable to believe such a thing could even exist. He was about to tell her more, but a mosquito bit his wrist. He slammed it down reflexively. The clap sounded like a signal it was time to return to reality. Oh, I have to go back now. If my father finds out, I ran away again. You go first. I'll stay here for a few minutes so we won't be seen together. Jenny averted her eyes, blushing. She headed toward the walkway, but suddenly turned around and came back out. You said you knew poetry. Read me one. I love poetry. Debian was a little confused. He looked into her eyes, and at that moment, the moon came out from behind the clouds, illuminating her face with a slight blush. She seemed incredibly beautiful to him, like a living jade statue. He remembered a poem his sister had once read to him. How can I meet you? This is my most cherished moment. For his sake, I have prayed to God for 500 years. I asked him to let us meet in this life, and he turned me into a tree. By the side of the road you're passing. This was the poem, The Flowering Tree. He, of course, replaced the name of Buddha with God because now everyone believed only in the Holy Church. Jenny listened without uttering a word. When the verse ended, she jumped up and, without saying anything, ran back toward the manor. It had been about 10 minutes since Jenny had left before Debian slowly made his way down the path towards the castle. As he got closer to the banquet hall, he caught the distant sound of merry laughter. Since the front doors of the mansion were thrown open wide, he assumed the feast had come to an end. Soon, the noble guests started coming out of there in small groups. The coincidence of his return with the conclusion of the banquet was unexpected. In the back of his mind, he even thanked the pesky mosquito biting his wrist. Not wanting to be seen alone on private property, he turned toward the main gate, blending in with the crowd of departing aristocrats. As he got closer, he noticed that several carriages were blocking the road. Apparently they had been left unattended. Among them, he recognized Peter's crew, still standing still. Relieved to see that it was empty, Debian climbed inside and waited. After a while, Peter came up to him, swaying from sheer intoxication. When he saw him, he barely mumbled something inaudible, filled with delight and confused admiration. He was shaking, and Debian had to help him into the carriage seat. "You shouldn't have gone so heavy on the wine. Please sit in the back," he said discreetly. Peter kept muttering something about orders and upper power, but it was all too confusing. Debian had to make an effort to grasp some of the gist of it. Nevertheless, Peter obeyed and fell silent, settling into the back seat. Staring at his merrily jerking companion, Debian sighed and said to the coachman, "Take us back." "As you command," the man replied. They stopped by Peter's house first, and then the carriage headed for the temporary housing provided from the consortium. The night was deep, and the house was silent, broken only by the sound of the attendant's footsteps. Barely entering his room, Debian collapsed onto his bed. My mind was spinning with thoughts of the events of the previous evening. It was all humbling and fulfilling at the same time. Despite this, he felt an inner satisfaction. His mind returned again and again to the girl who had graced this uneasy evening. Giving in to fatigue, he soon fell asleep. Waking up in the early morning, he didn't expect to see Peter with a small wooden box in his hands. He looked alert, as if he hadn't had a drink the night before. "Good morning, Mr. Peter," greeted Debian, genuinely surprised. "Last night I admittedly went a little overboard," Peter admitted with a smile. "The coachman said, 'You helped me get home.'" "Thank you." "I would have done that anyway," Debian replied calmly, glancing at the box. "What's that?" Peter set it on the table and unfolded it. Inside was a syringe, just like the one used at the graduation ceremony. By the look of him, it was immediately clear that he was talking about divine grace. "Yesterday, you officially joined the consortium, and so it's time to hand you this. The first dose is for joining, the second is your monthly dose. The next one will be a month later on the same day," he explained. "Can I take it home and use it later?" Debian asked. "Alas, that's not possible," shook his head Peter. "According to the rules of the Holy Church, such procedures must be carried out in the presence of a representative. And today, that person would be me." Debian realized with regret that he didn't have a chance to study the composition. But with no equipment, it would still be useless. "Let's get started," Peter said, pulling out the first syringe. "Are you sure it's safe?" Debian couldn't resist asking. Peter immediately grew serious. "Forget I said that. Don't say such words in front of others. To question divine grace is like questioning faith itself." The meaning was clear from now on. Dean should be more careful what he said. "Don't worry. Since the advent of this procedure, there have been no problems," he added confidently. Though Debian still had his doubts, he said nothing. The injection was given. Almost immediately, a blazing feeling of warmth swept through his body, filling his limbs and head. Tension swelled in his chest as if his insides were boiling. He clenched his teeth to endure the pain. After a few minutes, the sensation receded, and when he opened his eyes, he noticed the change immediately. His vision became incredibly clear. He could make out the smallest details on Peter's face. Inspired, he jumped up and was surprised to realize that his feet had flown up to the level of his companion's head. "We'll wait a while and do the second one," grinned Peter. "Are you sure they don't get stronger with repeated injections?" Debian clarified. No, the former gives the maximum effect. Each successive one only solidifies it until it becomes permanent. It was a bit disappointing, but still, a steady reinforcement was no small accomplishment either. Peter gave a second injection. It elicited a similar reaction, but less pronounced. Nevertheless, Debian felt considerably stronger, as if a new energy had awakened in him. "Go calm the others down," Peter said with a slight chuckle. He nodded. Mason lay on the floor, choking back tears, and Debian walked over to him. When the others received the blessing as well, joyful voices and footsteps spread throughout the castle. Scavengers were excited about the new possibilities. After Peter left, Debian hurried to his room to pack his things. He decided to go to a residential neighborhood. "Why are you going to leave?" The friends were surprised. "We're allowed to stay here for 3 more days. We wanted to go to the market." Despite entreaties, he stood by his decision. After bidding farewell, he got into the carriage and headed for home. As soon as the carriage stopped in front of Nawando 8, Lin Kang Street, he immediately got out. After paying 60 copper coins, he cringed at the amount in this neighborhood. Everything was considerably more expensive. Already at the gate, he noticed another man's carriage. As he got closer, he opened the wicket and heard an irritated voice inside. This alarmed him, and he knocked. A few moments later, the door was opened by Jura. She gave him a perplexed look. "Is that you?" "Auntie, it's me, Dean." He tilted his head with a smile. "Oh, is that so?" she muttered in amazement. It wasn't until she heard the voice that she finally recognized him. "School's over. I'm back," he said softly. Tears filled her eyes. She hugged him tightly. "Thank heavens you're alive. We were so worried." Then, pulling back, she quickly examined him from head to toe. "I wanted to bring you presents, but I couldn't." "I'm sorry," he said guiltily. "Silly. The main thing is that you're alive and near. That's the most precious gift." "Don't interfere," came Gray's stern voice from the back of the house. Jura hurriedly returned to the room, her face darkening. Debian hurriedly followed his aunt into the living room. Once inside, he noticed that besides Gray, there were 2 other people in the room. One dense man with rings on almost every finger. The second was dressed smartly, with neatly combed back hair, with obvious features of aristocratic origin. "Gray, watch your language," came his voice as he crossed the threshold. "Someone was trying to talk some sense into my uncle." Gray clenched his fists, barely containing his anger. When the transaction was finalized, the amount of tax was specified in the contract, and we paid it. "Your attempt to increase the fee based on origin is null and void," the dense man remarked mockingly. "And you, a tailor, dare to talk about laws? The whole of Lin Kang Street belongs to me. This is my order. If you don't like it, meet me in court, I don't mind." "You're a liar," Gray squeaked out. "Be careful what you say." "I may well go to court for such accusations," the elegant man said coldly. Jura, seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, tried to settle the conflict. "We need time. The sum is too large now for us to cover." But the fat man wouldn't stop. "You're more sensible than your husband. We've already given you a reprieve. I'll check in tonight and hope to hear an unequivocal answer. Otherwise." He was about to leave when Debian suddenly stood in his way. "Wait," he said calmly. "Who are you?" The man frowned, looking down at him. Gray, only now noticing his adopted son, froze in amazement. "Dean? You're back?" "Yes," nodded Debian and turned to the fat man. "You see, with your build, it's not easy to go back and forth all the time. Why don't we settle this right away? You shouldn't bother us so much in your own home. So you're the adopted son?" The man was surprised. Debian did not reply, but continued nonchalantly. According to the 3rd chapter, 6th article of the Land Law, the tax on the purchase of real estate is repaid in a lump sum from the value of the transaction. Consequently, when you purchase this home, all mandatory fees have already been paid. And the 4th article of the 7th chapter states that further taxation is possible only when the dwelling is rented out. Only then can the owner demand payment. He paused and added, "Are you saying you own the whole street? Do you have a deed to it? If so, present them to the justice of the peace. Everything has to go by the book, right?" The fat man was confusedly silent. A second, more refined man stepped forward. "What the hell are you talking about? What proof?" "If you don't have them," Debian said, looking at him demurely, "then you shouldn't bother us anymore. Otherwise, I'll have to arrest you for attempting to pressure civilians." The words stunned everyone present. "Detain?" one of the men interjected. "Do you even know what you're saying?" "Quite," Debian said, pulling out the defender's sigil. "For disrespect and direct insults, I have the right to take legal action. Under the 7th article of the Law of Order, 3 years imprisonment was prescribed for slandering a nobleman, and for insulting the defender's representative, 2 years. If you choose to act by force, the sentence will be a single execution." He took a step forward. "So what's your choice?" Everyone froze, staring at the sign. Jura also saw the order and suddenly realized that 3 years of study had not been in vain. Her adopted son had indeed become a protector. She was shocked. Are you a protector?" the fat man asked incredulously. "You don't like it?" Debian said with a slight irony. "No, of course not. I just didn't expect to see such a young defender," the man muttered, embarrassed. "It only proves that you have no connection to the nobility. In aristocratic families, it is not uncommon for young defenders to be assigned to service as early as 16 years of age. They are directed to Wall S and then to Wall B." When he heard that, the fat man became embarrassed. "It's true. My grandfather was a knight and got this street for his service." But he stammered. "It's clear. After his death, the legal status of the plot was lost. Perhaps due to the busyness of the Justice of the Peace, it was not officially announced. But you took advantage of the situation by continuing to illegally collect taxes. If you leave my house right now, I won't insist on pursuing you." The guests hastily bowed and left. Soon, the sound of a wagon pulling away was heard outside the window. Debian cast a glance at his foster parents. During his absence, they had changed. The first wrinkles appeared on their faces and Gray's hair was showing grey streaks. Although they were just over 30, by the standards of their world that was considered a ripe age. They breathed a sigh of relief. It was resolved so quickly that they didn't immediately realize what was happening. Gray proudly clapped his son on the shoulder. "You did it! I don't even believe it. It turns out my son is the protector. Tomorrow, I'll have no more envious people at the factory." Jura stroked his head. "You've gotten tan, so those 3 years flew by." "It wasn't that complicated, but I won't be long. In a couple days, I have to go on a mission. I'll be back afterward." "A mission? Is it dangerous?" Jura asked anxiously. "Don't worry, everything's under control." "Thank heavens." "What could be dangerous?" grinned Gray. "Defenders usually accompany aristocrats, and outside the city, there's the Holy Church to keep us safe from evil." "I'm just worried about our son," Jura said sternly. Gray only shook his head with a kind smile. That night, she threw a celebratory dinner to mark Debian's return and his accomplishment. Later, he approached her auntie. "Can I borrow some money?" Sure. How much do you need?" 10 silver coins. After calculating, he figured it was enough to buy the components to make gunpowder. "So many?" exclaimed Jura in amazement. Gray's earnings per month barely reached 2 silver coins. Jura was making a little more, around 3. If she managed to get an order from one of the nobles, it increased her income a bit, but such cases were rare. Thus, 10 coins equated to almost 2 months of total family earnings. "Why do you need that amount of money?" Gray frowned. "I need it for the assignment. I promise I'll get it all back as soon as I get back," Debian said seriously. Gray exchanged a glance with Jura and reluctantly said, "Okay, but promise me you won't spend that money on anything dangerous or stupid." Debian breathed a sigh of relief. He realized if he hadn't intervened in the conflict with the tax extortionist, it was unlikely he would have been entrusted with such a sum. The next morning, as the sun rose, Dabian went to the southern market located in a residential neighborhood. Each sector of the city, from the slums to the commercial districts, was divided into 4 sides. East and West have traditionally been considered more developed and spacious. Dabian's family lived in the southeast section, on Lin Kang Street. There was a market there known as the Adventurers Market, where ordinary townspeople could trade freely. Many goods came here from beyond Sylvia's Great Wall. The radioactive background behind the wall was much higher than in the city. Only a few, called adventurers, dared to leave the confines of civilization. This profession was short-lived. After a few raids, most retired. But even in a short period of time, the lucky participants managed to accumulate enough to live the rest of their lives comfortably. Dabian had no fear of radiation. His clothes contained lead inserts that protected him from the harmful background. Although he had free access to the tasks behind the wall, he chose not to risk it and just buy everything he needed at the market. The journey was long, so he hired a wagon for 5 copper coins. Upon arrival, he was surprised to note how crowded the bazaar was. There were rugs and blankets everywhere, on which vendors were displaying goods. The air was filled with shouts and negotiations. Moving along the rows, he scrutinized the counters. After about half an hour, he was able to find several outlets that sold sulfur. He also needed saltpeter. As for the charcoal, he decided to make it himself, not wanting to spend the extra money. The goods were sold to him by a man with swarthy skin and disheveled hair. His hands were covered with reddish spots, probably the effects of a disease acquired outside the wall. He tried to hide it, but long sleeves didn't always save the day. Dabian realized the man was seriously irradiated, and without the help of the Holy Church, his days were numbered. After completing his purchases, he only had 1 silver coin left. Almost the entire budget went to expensive saltpeter. I can probably only make a couple charges out of these materials. But with food and equipment, it's a heavy load. At least the gunpowder itself wasn't that heavy, he thought in his mind. Boy, you've loaded yourself up pretty good. Should I order a wagon or use the family's? The peddler asked. I'll be fine, thank you, Dabian said, putting the purchases into cloth bags. To the average person, this burden would seem overwhelming. But thanks to the influence of divine grace, Dabian had no trouble doing so. The salesman gave him a look, stunned. By noon, everything he needed was bought, but he was in no hurry to leave the market. He continued to look through the trays, hoping to find something useful. Suddenly, a shrill voice caught his attention. Boss, sell it to me for 1 coin. It's just a boulder. Dabian turned around. In front of the counter stood a short boy with a bag and a small black stone in his hands. It's iron ore. It may be small in volume, but it is worth more than your coin, the seller calmly explained. So what if it's ore? It's not metal. And there's so little of it that there'll be almost nothing left after it's purified. The boy didn't give up. It's so light, you don't even have to carry it to the factory. No one's going to buy it, so sell it to me and you'll get something out of it. The seller hesitated, but gave in. All right. You take it. The kid paid and immediately stashed the ore in his bag. As he was about to go, Dabian suddenly noticed the boy's tattoo of a thin, sickle-shaped design. An alchemist's assistant? His mind raced. From Roseyard's diary, he knew a lot about alchemists and their symbols. Each was marked with a special tattoo, without which it was impossible to join the Brotherhood or gain the support of the sect. Conversely, if there was no such mark, the alchemists did not recognize the person as theirs. The method of application was simple, using a mixture of several herbs boiled in a black liquid and then injected under the skin with a needle. Even a tiny dot could be a symbol of belonging. However, in the eyes of the church, this was a crime. Anyone with such a tattoo was considered a heretic and an enemy of the faith. So young. But already an assistant? Thought Dabian, watching the departing boy with interest. Wasting no time, he picked up his bags and quickened his step to catch up. The canvas bag the boy carried was far from light. He didn't seem to have any physical stamina or strength, and so, after a few minutes, he began to pant from fatigue. Thanks to his enhanced vision, Dabian could easily follow him from a decent distance. He's probably just an apprentice. I wonder if he was buying these materials for his own experiments or on behalf of his teacher? Debian pondered. He just noticed the boy stop at the intersection and get into the wagon. His face immediately tensed. He quickened his step so as not to lose sight of his target. Fortunately, the streets were crowded with people and transportation was moving very slowly. Using the skills learned at the scavenger camp and the strength granted by divine blessing, Debian had no trouble keeping up the pace. He followed the wagon stealthily through 7 or 8 blocks until it stopped. The boy jumped out of the carriage, paid, and fled down an alley. Moving closer, Debian feigned an indifferent stroll and peered around the corner. His heart sank for a moment. There was a dead end in front of him. The boy disappeared. "What the?" he muttered, frowning. He didn't believe in miracles. He thought magic was a fantasy, therefore ruled out any fantastic explanations. He walked into the alley and squatted down and began to scrutinize the ground. This place didn't attract outsiders. There was trash lying around the edges, and the walls were stained. In the mud, he found footprints leading to the far wall. When he walked over and touched her with his hand, everything became clearer. The wall, seemingly ordinary, recoiled with a solid but not brick-like structure when touched. "A secret passageway," he whispered. Behind the stretched fabric was a dense structure. He mentally marked the place on the map and left the alley. In theory, information about the alchemist's whereabouts could have earned him a handsome reward if he had reported it to the Holy Church. However, the situation was quite different. Not only was he unwilling to reveal the location of the hideout, he even began to consider making contact with the inhabitants. Other than Rosyard's diary, he had no other sources of knowledge about alchemists. Despite the abundance of descriptions of the experiments, he was sure that the real secrets he had taken with him to the grave. The first step towards your own alchemical craft is a tattoo, a symbol of recognition. After taking one last look around the alleyway, he headed for the carriage and told it to drive toward the slums. He knew from childhood in places like this, no one was interested in what the neighbors were doing. Survival was the only concern here. When the wagon stopped at the entrance to the slum, Debian had to hold his breath. The air was saturated with stench. But he silently headed to a remote corner of the neighborhood, to one of the modest establishments to rent a room. Once inside, the first thing he did was get some sulfur out of his bag. To process it, he chose the simplest method of calcination and subsequent cooling, followed by grinding the solid residue with a stone wheel to powder. Because of the rainy season, he had to pay a few coins to the innkeeper for some charcoal for the roaster. Locking himself in his room, he began to heat up the ore. Soon I realized that I had miscalculated the fuel was not enough. Had to go to the owner again and purchase a whole bag. The melting point of sulfur was not high, so the process was fast. He had prepared all the necessary equipment in advance, knowing he was running out of time. Soon the room was filled with a distinctive odor. Prudently, he had put on an oxygen mask beforehand. In a world where the radioactive background was still relevant, such masks continued to be used. From Rosyard's journal, he knew for alchemists it was the standard of defense, despite its relative simplicity. When it got dark, he already had the right amount of sulfur and charcoal powder. All that remains is to combine them with saltpeter and complete the fabrication. "I never thought I'd have to make gunpowder in a hole like this," he thought bitterly as he looked at his burned jacket. "Someday, I'll have my own lab. I'll get there after the first trip behind the wall." It's been 7 days. The night before the mission came. A wagon arrived at the house on Lin Can Street to pick up Debian. "I hear we're moving out in the morning," Mason said excitedly. "I've wanted to see what lies behind the Great Wall since I was a kid. I don't think it's a walk." "Things are probably extremely dangerous there," Zach noted seriously. "Hey Dean, what's this?" Sham asked in surprise, noticing the bag full of strange tubes and wrapped packages. "It's nothing." Debian tossed carelessly, discreetly testing the strength of the tires on the gunpowder charges, which were ready to explode at the slightest mistake. Since morning, the newly minted scavengers have been lined up at the castle gates, waiting for the mission to begin. Beside them stood 10 large horses of the Blackbone breed. These animals were characterized by high endurance, resistance to radiation, and immunity to most known diseases. "All ready," Peter commanded loudly, already in the saddle. At this moment, he truly resembled a true warlord. Dabian selected one of the horses and jumped up and easily took a seat in the saddle. Without Grace's influence, it's likely he would have had to use a coaster or someone else's help. "On our way," shouted Peter, as soon as everyone was ready. Dabian drove the reins and rode out following Peter, who was leading the column. Despite their impressive size, these horses were docile and easy to handle. Fog drifted over the roads. The sidewalk clattered beneath their hooves. The group, led by Peter, moved in a steady formation, heading toward the southern edge of the commercial sector. Gradually, the enormous wall of Great Sylvia grew in front of them. It loomed over the horizon like a living thing, radiating something heavy and oppressive. As we approached, the area became more and more deserted and deserted. Here, as on the outskirts of the residential neighborhood, conditions were uninhabitable. As they rode into this barren territory, the horses began to get nervous, as if they sensed danger. After traveling for another dozen minutes, the squad finally reached the wall itself. What they saw is forever imprinted in everyone's memory. The grandiose structure stretched upward to such a height that the peaks were almost lost in the clouds. Even with my head tilted as far as possible, it was impossible to see the end. It seemed solid, as if carved out of a single stone massif. "This, the Great Wall," exhaled one of the guys. "Dad, it's really gigantic," Mason said excitedly, trying his best to look up. Zach only stared dumbfoundedly forward. Did people really build this? Everyone stood in silence, awed by the grandeur of the design. Debian, however, remembering knowledge from the past world, realized how colossal the cost of erecting such a barrier was. Even with advanced engineering, this would require enormous resources and incredible effort. He couldn't imagine how the survivors of a global catastrophe had managed to pull this off. "This is the Great Wall Sylvia," Peter said, with obvious pride in his voice. "Our ancestors worked together with the gods to erect it. Only 100 meters to the entrance. Follow me." A massive gate opened before them with a rattle, concealing a staircase leading down under the wall itself. "Go ahead," Peter said. One by one, the scavengers began their descent. Peter closed the column, and once everyone was in, closed the gate behind them. It became dark inside, and a slight tension gripped the young participants. "Weren't we supposed to go outside the wall?" one of the girls asked quietly. Peter grinned. "What? Are you scared? Looks like Toby didn't prepare you that well." "So we can't go over the top?" Debian asked. "Naturally not," Peter shook his head. "Hurry up, they're waiting for us." "Us?" Debian wondered. Sure. Even though you've become garbage men, no one will let you go on your first mission without support. For this purpose, the headquarters sent a second team. They are veteran scavengers trained under aristocratic families. Their training may be inferior to yours, but they are experienced. Try to make the most of everything. They continued down the steps. The stairs went deep down about 100 meters. At last, a spacious tunnel opened before them, with kerosene lamps burning on either side of it. The walls were adorned with carved images. "That's the goddess of the harvest." Peter pointed to a female figure carved in stone. "Say a prayer. Maybe it'll bring you luck." These images were familiar to everyone. The Holy Church distributed icons of goddesses everywhere in the cities. The boys approached the image, folded their palms, and bowed their heads. "And this is the goddess of the hunt," Peter continued, pointing to another mural depicting an armed woman. "She is honored by all who venture beyond the wall. She's the patron saint of hunters." The corridor turned out to be quite wide, at least 200 meters. After passing it, they came to a new staircase leading upward. At the top was another iron gate. As they swung open, darkness was replaced by daylight. Reaching up, Debian saw that they were already being waited for on the surface. About 24 people were standing nearby. A tall guy with a sword on his belt stood out among them. "Peter at last. Couldn't you walk faster?" he said mockingly, heading towards them. "Don't rush things." "We're not late," Peter replied, good-naturedly. The guy glanced around at the young scavengers. "They say there's one among you with real potential. Rumor has it he may become a hunter. Can you show me?" Peter nodded and put his hand on Dabian's shoulder. "Here it is. Please keep an eye on him." The sword guy grinned. "Not a problem. After the mission, we'll celebrate. I hope you know how to hold a mug." "Not again," snorted Peter. "As always, I'll have to pay for everything. Be careful. I hope you all come back alive." With those words, he turned around and disappeared back into the tunnel. "My name is Scott, and this is Mia, my partner." A tall young man in a black uniform introduced himself as Peter left the set. "For the next 10 days, I will be your commanding officer. You will benefit from being disciplined and following orders accurately and quickly. Failure to do so will result in fines and penalties from HQ upon your return." The mention of penalties instantly sobered Mason, Zach, and the others. Worry flashed across their faces and each mentally vowed to be obedient. "You, what's your name?" Scott turned to Debian. "Dean," the man replied. "You've got it. But don't overestimate yourself. Here, even an innocuous corner can hide a deadly threat. Stay close and I'll try to show you around." "So he's going to be my mentor?" Debian thought. He nodded, showing he understood, and agreed. Scott's words were spoken loud enough for everyone else to hear. Almost immediately, the gazes of those around him were filled with envy. However, no one risked objecting behind Dabian's results, recognition, and, to top it off, reinforcement from the double blessing. Add to that the support of 3 friends, and it's understandable why he'd rather be left alone. You will need water and dry rations for the duration of the assignment. We prepared them for you this time, but in the future, you'll get everything on your own through HQ. Scott pointed to the rows of black backpacks neatly laid out by the curb. Walking over to the bags, Debian opened one and saw the familiar balls of dry mashed potatoes inside. He'd met them at Jura's before. It tastes bland and slightly bitter, but it's nutritious. Their main advantage was one was enough to take away your appetite for half a day. Mason, Sham, and Zach also walked over and picked out bigger backpacks. "No need to be size-oriented," Scott commented with a chuckle. "The whole set is the same." They were collected centrally, with no deviations. The boys looked at each other in embarrassment and laughed quietly. "What's this?" Scott squinted, noticing the powder tubes tied to Debian's belt. "Non-burdensome personal items. They won't interfere with the tasks," the man calmly replied. Scott shifted his gaze to Mia. "Let's move. Our route is Sector 8. The girl nodded in agreement. Before moving off, Scott called out to Dabian. The place we were headed to had already been surveyed and cleared. "So don't be nervous, just keep your strength up." These words brought relief to the entire group. The tension that had hung in the air since the morning began to subside. They were now in a deserted area adjacent to the Great Wall. I envisioned the outside world in a completely different way. Thought it was just dust and rocks, and there's even vegetation here, Mason muttered, following his friend. "So there shouldn't be any water problems. As long as we have the strength to dig, we won't fail," Zach remarked. Scott turned to him. "Look around you. Do you see any puddles? Water doesn't stay here. And even if you decide to dig, hopefully you won't risk drinking it." "What?" Zach exhaled confusedly. "Outside the wall, the radiation levels are extremely high. Soil, even by filtering water, is not able to make it safe. You'll have to dig deep to get a drinkable one." "We're not here for an exercise, this is a real assignment," Debian explained calmly. Zach paused, comprehending what he had heard. Scott looked at Debian, but said nothing. Silently, he continued on his way. After traveling about 10 miles, they reached an elevated area where they had a view of the ruined city. Debian's eyes widened at what he saw. Ruins lay before them. Large slabs of concrete, torn-off roofs, remnants of streets draped with vegetation. This town? Did people once live here? He could hardly hold his breath. It was as if something in my chest was clenched. His eyes moistened. "Dean?" Mason called out. Seeing his friend's condition, He walked over and silently put his hand on his shoulder. Waking up, Debian noticed that the others had already moved forward. He hurried after them. As his feet touched the green shoots poking through the cracks in the asphalt, he mentally went back in time. Visions of a sky on fire, rumbling disasters, and a dying family resurfaced in his memories. His past was ruined, and so was this city. This is Sector 9. The area had already been surveyed, Scott warned, noticing that the group had slowed down. Don't take too long. Walking forward a bit, Debian noticed that there were hardly any remnants of civilization around except for the rubble of buildings. No technology, no signs of daily life. So it's all gone. But then why aren't these technologies being used? Maybe because of the radiation levels? Walking behind Scott and Mia, he surveyed the landscape with a grim face. A world so familiar in the past appeared alien and silent. Did people really live here once? Mason whispered in amazement as he gazed at the giant buildings whose walls were densely braided with waving greenery. Despite the outdated architectural style, the group could roughly envision what these structures were like in the old days. Sure, Scott replied calmly, glancing around at everyone. Until cataclysms hit the Earth, this is where our ancestors lived. But those calamities devastated those cities. And since everything you see here is man-made, the consortiums feel entitled to take anything of value and bring it back. So our ancestors lived here, Mason repeated admiringly, as if he realized the significance of what he had seen. After Scott's words, each of the boys began to study the surrounding ruins with even more interest. Debian noticed that Scott was holding a map drawn on a piece of sheepskin. A quick glance revealed a complex route originating from a red square labeled Great Wall of Sylvia. It was surrounded by concentric outlines with inscribed numerals. 0, 1. Debian's gaze slid over the numbers scattered haphazardly across the map. It took some effort to trace all the numbering back to the 7 mark. He sighed slightly. The logic of this system was confusing. Each area was colored differently, making the map resemble something between a military diagram and a rainbow chart. It's a map of the borderlands, Scott explained, noticing Debian's interest. They are divided between different forces. The red zone is the territory of the Mall Consortium. The green zone belongs to the army, and the yellow zone is under the control of Hu Chen. Before sending scavengers here, each consortium sends out hunters to mop up beforehand. Debian nodded, listening to the explanation, but he couldn't resist a question. What do the grey areas represent? These are dead zones. None of the hunters have gone in there yet. On pain of death, it is forbidden to approach. Even an experienced hunter may not return from there. Why? What's the big deal? Debian asked discreetly. Scott was silent for a moment, and then, almost in a whisper, he said, "That's where the monsters live." Debian's heart twitched as he didn't expect to hear such a thing. Fear ran weakly down his back before reason took over again. Meanwhile, the group approached the intersection. On the right side, right on the pavement, lay a fallen traffic light, entangled with curly shoots. We're almost there. Sector 8 is right in front of us, Scott said, looking around the streets. There was much less vegetation here, but the asphalt was covered with wide cracks, traces of long-ago earth tremors. Maximum concentration from now on, he added, and pulled out a short dagger. Although the area has been cleared by the hunters, we are the first to be sent here after them. That means there will be plenty of finds. But there's a lot of risk too. Some creatures may have survived the sweep. Be careful. If you get hurt, you could get an infection. An alarm ran across the faces of the recruits. Everyone, without saying a word, drew their weapons and began to look around carefully. Debian followed Scott. Soon they came to a sign with the number 8 on it, symbolizing the neighborhood's ownership by the Mall Consortium. At the curb, he spotted a silhouette barely visible behind the curly vines. The object resembled a car in shape. His heart raced if the transport was preserved. Perhaps there was something valuable inside. Although, on second thought, radiation and time must have done its job. Still, the thought of a possible generator never left him. These plants often envelop heavy structures, Scott said softly. When we get back, we'll have to figure out how to transport these finds. Right now, the main thing is to set up camp. We'll need two, one for sleeping and one for storing resources. The squad moved along the street. No one noticed the arm stretched out of the window of the wrapped car. It blended in with the vegetation, and its owner tried in desperation to reach anyone, but in vain. At another intersection, Scott pulled over. It'll work here. Let's check out the nearest building. He headed inside, but didn't get far before a startled scream sounded behind him. "Blood!" said one of the girls, pointing to the ground. Everyone turned around. A dark stain was clearly visible on the concrete slab, already dried but still visible. Judging by the preserved mold, the precipitation didn't wash it away, which means the blood is recent. Debian immediately remembered Scott's warning about possible monsters. His hand instinctively reached for his belt where the powder tubes hung. The others tensed up as well. Anxiety hung in the air again. Scott frowned. "Don't be nervous. I told you there could be traces of it after the cleanup. The hunters must have killed someone here. You'll see more scenes than that. This is why I don't like to drive rookies." Mia walked to the door of the nearest building and swung it open. The glass is long gone, only the frame remains. Behind it was a shopping hall overgrown with plants. Debian walked in next. Everything inside was covered in dust and time. The shelves were as if encased in a thick layer of dirt. Scott, wasting no time, cut through the vine that wrapped around the counter. Inside, he noticed something shiny. Without hesitation, he struck the glass with the handle of his dagger and pulled the object out. It turned out to be a piece of jewelry, which he quickly wiped on his sleeve. Debian watched in silence. He knew Scott would get a nice reward. Gold was always prized among the nobility. "It's gold!" Mason and Zack exclaimed at the same time. Their faces reflected amazement and admiration. Hearing the cheers, Scott grinned and turned around. "Let me remind you of a simple rule. Although we are one team, all finds belong only to the person who discovered them, and he gets rewarded for them too. This rule applies to all consortia. Don't take it as a threat, it's just the established order." Mason's face darkened after those words. One of the experienced scavengers in Scott's group confirmed. "He's right. Fair enough, work harder, and you might get lucky too. It all depends on persistence and luck." Mason sighed heavily, realizing he would get nothing out of today's find. Debian was also disappointed, but quickly realized that this rule is actually fair because Scott takes the risks and shares the knowledge with them. It would be inappropriate to claim any more of his trophies as well. Just today, he was lucky enough to pick a building at random and stumble upon a jewelry store. Scott opened all the glass display cases and carefully stacked the jewelry he found in a small box. Then he clenched the hilt of his dagger and spoke sternly. "Remember, attempts to misappropriate someone else's booty will be considered an infraction. If the owner dies, everything he collected automatically goes to the consortium. So don't even think about stealing or gimmicks." Debian immediately realized that Scott wasn't just saying that for order. By mentioning the consortium, he was reinforcing discipline by reminding them of the consequences. Such unspoken norms existed to prevent conflicts and killings between scavengers over prey. After clearing the first floor, Scott and Mia led the squad to the second floor. The corridor was densely covered with vines and gloom. There were barely recognizable things lying around: scraps of clothing, blasted wallets, remnants of shoes. Scott and Mia's sudden stop at the door caused a crush to form behind them, and one of the fighters in their group stumbled, rolled down the steps, and fell down with a thud. Fortunately, the altitude was low, and, thanks to Grace, he got off unscathed. Scott looked back at the noise. "It's dark in here." The plants completely blocked the windows, letting in no light or air. The moisture makes the floor very slippery. Be extremely careful. He took out a torch and lit it, illuminating the corridor with its dim light. The group stopped in front of the first door. Scott nodded briefly and kicked the door open with force. It flew off its hinges with a thud and flew inside. Due to the sudden flow of stale air, the flame of the torch nearly went out. Clutching a dagger in one hand and holding a torch in the other, Scott entered the room. The room was in complete disarray, furniture overturned, curtains torn, glass broken. And then there was a thud. Scott turned sharply, picking up the torch. Debian looked over his shoulder and realized they were in the bathroom. The shower curtain had been thrown to the floor, and pale legs with blue veins dangled from the tub. The light slowly slid upward on the naked thighs, bare bones protruded, and the woman's face was almost completely destroyed, the eye sockets empty. There was another noise. Scott backed away, but quickly pulled himself together. He picked up the torch and illuminated the source of the sound. A rat of unnaturally large size sat on the dead woman's chest, kicking at her ribcage with its front paws. Her fur was thick, black, and her tail was as thick as a man's wrist. Through a hole in the chest, the rat was eating the insides. "It's a mutant!" shouted Scott and threw a dagger at her. Noticing the movement, the rat turned its head. Her eyes burned with a scarlet light. Realizing that the fight would not be in her favor, she darted toward the window and disappeared, punching through the vines. Everyone froze in mute shock. "Gone," pronounced Scott, walking over to the tub. He glared at the corpse. Mason approached cautiously, but recoiled when he smelled the stench. Debian stood, unmoving. He realized over 3 centuries mutations could turn mere rats into true predators. The woman's ribcage was lacerated. Half a heart was sticking out of the gaping hole. However, it was the neat hole between her eyebrows that drew the most attention. An arrow mark. He immediately rejected the thought. The wound had no burn marks, something that should have been left by a firearm. If she really was shot, who did it? And why was she taking a bath? After all, the water supply has been out for a long time. Logic dictated that the woman could have died 300 years ago. But then, why was her body so well preserved? Mia, noticing his condition, walked over and gently lowered the curtain, covering the remains. But as she pulled the cloth, one of the dead woman's hands slipped from the tub. Debian froze. On the fingers of this hand were claws curved, sharp, 12 centimeters long. They resembled the predatory hooks of birds. "Mutated humans?" he whispered, not believing his eyes. "Undead," muffled Scott muttered. Shifting his gaze to Mia, he noticed how white her face had turned. "Clear the room immediately. This corpse must be destroyed. If we leave him, he'll attract other creatures as bait." Mia stood silently, taking another look at the woman's mutilated body, and began to quickly look around the room for useful items. Debian, stunned, finally dared to ask a question. "What do you mean by undead?" Scott looked away for a moment to make sure Mia couldn't hear, and quietly replied, "It's a special kind of monster. They retain an outward resemblance to humans, but have long since fallen out of favor with humanity. These creatures hunt all living things to quench their thirst for blood and flesh. They only get stronger with each kill. How did they come to be? They were human. But at the moment of death, they couldn't resist the temptation. By succumbing to the darkness, they lost their souls. In return, they got a long life, no memory, no emotion, no substance. Empty shells ruled only by thirst." Scott's words sounded convincing, but Debian had trouble taking what he said seriously. Perhaps it's just the result of a mutation. Radiation or a virus, he suggested cautiously. Scott shook his head negatively. Radiation can distort the body, but not to create monsters capable of infecting others. These creatures transmit their essence through blood bites, scratches. Example of that rat. One bite, and you become the same. Puzzled, Debian felt a chill in his chest. Soul-dragging. No, it's definitely a virus. But where did it come from? What had happened in the 300 years since my immersion in the cryocapsule? Scott continued, with a grave expression on his face. Men like this rat are masters at hiding in the dark. Even hunters often pass by without noticing them. They're no match for us, but it only takes one of you to get scratched, and that's the end of it. He looked toward Mia. Her husband died just like that. A muffled thump. A metal object that had slipped out of Mia's hands fell to the floor. Scott was immediately wary, but instead of commenting, he changed the subject. "We need to clear the rest of the premises. Let's split up. Remember, these creatures can smell odors. That rat didn't get far. Before entering a room, inspect the corners. I suggest you break into groups of 4. It's safer that way." These words were primarily addressed to the newcomers. The older group trained under the consortiums could handle it better, but Debian and his friends were quite green. Mason, Zach, and Sham are still reeling from the shock. First a mutated rat, then a disfigured body, now stories of the undead. It shattered all their ideas of what was in store for them. Seeing the frightened faces, Scott only grinned. "Hasn't it been explained to you that a garbage man's job is not a walk? If you cling to me, you won't find anything. By the way, every garbage man has a monthly quota. If you fail, the contract's off." That phrase had a stronger effect than anything said before. The newcomers clutched their weapons and began to disperse to their rooms. As he was about to leave, Debian heard, "You can stay with me. I'll share some of the findings from these 10 days. But only once. Then you're on your own. Thank you, but I'd like to try on my own. If there's a threat, I'll let you know," Debian replied seriously. Scott nodded, clearly surprised. "Then, be careful. Let's go." Debian turned to his friends. Mason gave a silent thumbs up and the group left the room. All the other rooms on the second floor were already occupied, so they moved higher to the third floor. Even realizing the possible risks, no one objected. They already recognized Debian as a leader. There was hardly any greenery on the third floor. Low grey clouds were visible through the broken windows. There was a thick layer of dust everywhere. There are traces of brown blood on the walls and ceiling. Along the corridor of bodies. Some cut in half, others decapitated. The recent battle has left its horrifying traces here. Debian noticed several of the corpses had long claws like the woman in the bathroom. Not knowing where these creatures came from, he was more and more inclined to think it was the work of high-tech labs, maybe even the ones he knew in a previous life. Mason and the others clamped their mouths shut, nearly losing control. At the academy, they had dealt with animal lizards, snakes, but not dismembered human bodies. Debian was disgusted and afraid as well, but tried to keep his composure. Trying not to look at the corpses, he approached the first room. The door was swinging open, the lock broken off. There's a pool of blood and 2 bodies inside. A man and a woman. Their skin was pale, with green veins spreading through their veins. His entire body looked shrunken, as if the last vestiges of life had been pulled out of him. Pulling his mask back on, Debian said quietly, "Don't touch the bodies. Take a look around the room. We're looking for anything we can get our hands on." Glancing around the room, he noticed a dusty laptop on the table. Carefully lifting the lid, he tried to press the power button, but the case crumbled under his fingers. The moisture did its job. Despite that, he carefully put the leftovers into the bag in case some components could be salvaged. Debian rolled backwards in a single swipe, narrowly avoiding the impact of the grey shadow that swept past. The creature was swift and clearly dangerous. His movements were fluid, but there was a savage strength in them. He saw several other figures rushing after him, the monster's eyes glowing in the semi-darkness like embers. "Get back! Everybody back!" he shouted to his friends. Mason, Zach, and Sham, though dazed for a moment, reacted quickly enough. They rushed toward the exit without wasting a second. One of the monsters lunged at Zach, but he rolled to the side and avoided the attack. Sham took him by the arm, and the 2 of them burst out of the dark hall. Debian, however, did not move away. He glanced back to make sure everyone was out, and only then did he snatch one of his powder tubes. "Try it on this," he whispered, and flicked the tube toward the approaching creatures. A flash and a rumble. The flames erupted instantly, illuminating the ominous silhouettes. One of the monsters closed with its paws, the other flew aside, crashing into the wall. The ceiling collapsed, cutting off the rest of the creatures. Dense smoke filled the room. Taking advantage of the confusion, Debian turned around and sprinted outside. His 3 friends were waiting around the corner, breathing heavily. "Are you okay?" Mason was the first to run up. Debian nodded, not catching his breath. There were at least 8 of them. These are not the monsters we've encountered before. Fast, organized. We may have just stumbled upon their lair. He looked up at the dilapidated facade of the supermarket. The flames were still burning faintly inside, and black smoke was rising from the hole in the wall. "We're not going back there again," Shams said hoarsely. "No way." "I agree," nodded Zack. "We don't have enough weapons to deal with such a cluster." Debian looked up into the sky. The clouds were thickening soon. It could start raining. We had to find shelter and report the incident to Scott. "Back to camp," he said. "We did the best we could." Their first solo foray ended with an encounter with an uncharted threat. And now, instead of questions about the value of the objects, the only main question in their heads was, what else does this ruined world hide? Debian rolled sideways, dodging the second throw, and was on his feet in an instant. Before him stood a creature that resembled a bone rat, but slightly smaller in size. Its wet tongue dangled from its mouth, and its eyes, filled with blood-red light, followed the boy's every move without ceasing. "Monster!" shouted Mason, spotting the attacking creature. What he saw paralyzed him, and the other two, their legs became absorbent cotton and their hands trembled. The rat rushed forward again. The blow was too fast. Debian didn't have time to dodge. He raised his hand, trying to shield his face. Punch. He was thrown backwards. He flipped in the air and fell heavily. The next instant, sharp teeth clamped into his forearm. The dagger that had slipped from his hand fell with a metallic clang. Pain. A bright one flashed across my nervous system. Consciousness staggered. Panic approached, pushing everything away. Breath hitched, ringing in my ears. Help me. Someone. But neither screaming nor fear could change what was happening. The rat continued to clench its jaws furiously, trying to bite through the suit's protective layer. Her teeth slid across the fabric without penetrating, but the pain was unbearable. He clenched his teeth, squeezing his eyes shut, but the next second exploded from within. Adrenaline flooded his entire body. His heart was racing, his mind sharpened. With a sharp shriek, he lifted his arm with the clawed monster and slammed it to the floor. 1, 2, 3. Each blow echoed in the walls of the room. The rat whimpered, but didn't let go. Then Debian grabbed her by the paws, lifted her higher, and began beating her to the floor with all the fury he could muster. Blood began to seep through his fur, then trickled onto the floor. The creature's head cracked, and its jaws finally unclenched. He pulled his hand out, and barely breathing, grabbed the dagger. With frenzied, fierce determination, began to plow into the rat's belly. The metal cut through hide, flesh, innards. When the body stopped twitching, only then did he stop. His breath was tearing out of his chest. His heart carried pure rage through his veins. He didn't realize how many times he hit, how many seconds or minutes it lasted. For the first time in his life, he survived a real battle. Death was staring him in the face, and he didn't back down. He looked at his hand. The suit was dented and the fabric was torn, but the leather was intact. There was a layer of lead in that suit, and that's what saved his life. Without him, he didn't even want to think about it. "Den!" shouted Mason at that moment. Debian looked up. He saw his friend lunge forward, his dagger striking the air just above his head. A dark blob of monster blood flashed in the air. He turned around. There were already 2 bodies lying behind him. But there were 3 others. Their eyes glowed in the darkness, malevolent, predatory. Without warning, one of them leapt forward. Debian swung his dagger away, but only grazed the wool. The rat swooped down on him and clawed at his chest. Her paws were already reaching for his face. Debian tried to grab her, but the wool slipped out of her hands. A moment more, and the claws would cut through the mask, get to the skin. One more hit like that, and that's it. Clenching his teeth, he let out a guttural cry, tucked his legs, tensed them, and flew upward sharply, flipping the rat. In flight, he struck her body. The monster flew backwards, flipped in the air, and hit the wall with a thud. He didn't give her a chance. In a leap, he lunged forward, dagger drawn, landed right on top of the enemy. Excerpt. the blade went into the rat's belly. She shrieked, struggling to throw him off, but he pressed the dagger deeper and deeper. His paws clawed the air, his gloved hands already burning from the effort. With each tug, he could feel the rat's muscles quivering and weakening. His face was drenched in sweat, his eyes burning. Death for death. He won't stop until that thing is completely frozen. Now he realized in this world, it's not who is strong that survives, and one who is willing to face fear and strike first. The scream echoed through the empty aisles of the supermarket. Debian turned around and saw Mason, knocked down by two rats, struggling to fight them off. Zack and Sham rushed to their aid, trying to throw off their attackers with blows of their feet, their daggers still in their sheaths for fear of hurting their friend. The scene intensified the rage in Dabian's chest. He clutched the hilt of his dagger tighter and lunged forward. "Get out!" he shouted, and hit one of the rats on the head with the toe of his boot. The creature flew aside and crashed into a metal rack. Zack, not wasting a moment, ran up and stepped on the beast's skull with all his might. At the same time, Sham grabbed the second rat by the tail, preventing it from reaching Mason's face. Debian's body was already used to fighting these things. He sprang toward Sham, grabbed the rat by its hind legs, lifted it up, and brought it down with all his might on the concrete floor. With each blow, her outstretched head deformed and scarlet stains spread across the tiles. It was only after a few such moves that the pressure on the squad eased a bit. He kept punching, despite the rat's indiscriminate twitching, until it went completely silent. Turning his attention back to the others, Debian noticed that Mason and Zack had already tackled another rat. To be sure, he stabbed the carcass of the rat he was holding several times with his dagger, and only after making sure it was dead did he lower himself to the floor. His strength was running out. The pain in his right arm returned, his breathing was hitching, and oxygen was coming in too slowly through the filter of his mask, causing dizziness and shortness of breath. A moment later, Mason collapsed beside him, and he too was breathing heavily. Zack and Sham looked a little better as they joined the scrum later in the day. They stood among the wreckage and examined the remains of the monsters with anxiety in their eyes. Pausing for breath, Mason flung back his hair and spoke with a harshness in his voice. "Shit, she almost chewed my throat out. Damn it." Debian began to regain his breath. "Thanks to you, are you out of your mind?" Mason interrupted him. Debian chuckled slightly but remained silent. Zack was still shaking. "If there are so many critters left over from the cleanup, how can you call this a safe zone?" Sham hummed. "Good thing we're wearing armor. If those rats had been able to bite her, it would have ended differently." Dabian's gaze fell on the remains of the rats again. Memories of a recent battle came to mind. His fists clenched involuntarily. He knew if it weren't for Mason, the rat sneaking up behind him might have gotten him. "We made it. It was our first fight." Even adults might be frightened when faced with such a thing. Though inwardly he berated himself, aloud he tried to cheer up the team. It is important to stay conscious and not give in to despair only so you can survive. It is only by having power that one can continue to live in this world. It was in moments like these that he began to understand why garbage men were recruited only from slums and kept out of the commercial districts. The risk is too high. Even in a level 8 cleared zone, they almost died. If you don't take risks and stay in safe neighborhoods, you won't get many trophies. Danger is directly correlated to possible reward. From this encounter, Debian learned an important lesson: the fear of death is real. They were just rats now. But what will happen next? Will they be able to handle the more fearsome creatures alone? Or should they join a stronger faction for the sake of survival? Turning back to the storefronts, he felt an overwhelming urge to run away. But looking at his hand with his ragged uniform, he pressed his lips together and jumped up. "Let's go!" Almost all the monsters inside have already been destroyed, but deeper inside the building, someone might still be left. Stay alert. The others looked at him in surprise. They didn't expect Debian to want to go any further, but his determination left no doubt. Clutching the hilt of their daggers, they followed. And then, a piercing shriek came from down the street. It sounded especially loud in the rotten walls. The team froze. The thought flashed through Debian's mind that perhaps someone else was facing a similar threat right now. He didn't move until he had a plan lined up in his head. We need to check out what's going on in there, but if the situation is critical, we retreat at once. The others nodded silently. They jumped out into the street and noticed other garbage men also coming out of the buildings. As we got closer to the source of the noise, the screams became more and more distinct. As they approached the intersection, Debian raised his hand, signaling them to stop, and then they slowly crept up to the corner. Crouching down, he peered out cautiously. The sight before him was horrifying. The street was overgrown with familiar curly grass. In its center were two bodies, a boy and a girl. Or rather, the guy was lying on the ground with the girl sitting on top of him. She was wearing only an open coat, revealing pale skin. But most importantly, instead of fingers, she had claws. She wasn't human. Debian could clearly see it digging into the victim's chest, ripping out chunks of meat. Her mouth was covered in blood, and blood was gushing from the man's body. Nearby lay another girl motionless, with a pool of blood under her body. Nearby stood a third-person guy trying to hold back a scream so as not to attract the attention of the living dead sitting a few feet away from him. Aaron's save rang out over the street, the voice of a bloodied boy lying under the undead body. His hand was outstretched toward the young man who was backing away in panic. Despite his face contorted with agony, there was still a desperate will to live in his gaze. The guy named Aaron clenched his mouth with the palm of his hand and looked at his friend with trembling eyes. He was shaking all over, tears rolling down his cheeks. Finally, unable to bear it, he turned away and ran away from this nightmarish scene. Debian noticed with horror that the zombie had turned at the sound of fleeing footsteps. She stopped eating her prey and rushed after the fugitive. Her movements were cramped. It looked like her body was about to collapse, but despite her clumsiness, her speed was incredible. After only a second, she caught up to Aaron. Hearing the approach, the man turned around. Fright froze on his face. Despite his fear, he did not hesitate and drew his dagger. The creature attacked diagonally with a clawed hand. Aaron tried to dodge, but the blow was too strong. He was thrown several meters away. He survived, but ended up on the ground, immobilized. Debian's heart clenched. If he were in Aaron's shoes, with his current condition, there would be no chance of survival at all. He was relieved to realize that they were lucky if their group had been on this street. They probably wouldn't have made it out of here. When he saw how just one blow had felled the fighter, any thought of rescue vanished. A couple minutes later, other scavengers came running to the spot, attracted by the screams. A scene of a zombie gnawing into Aaron's arm appeared before them. The special suit designed to protect couldn't withstand the pressure of her teeth. More blood spurted with each new bite. "Destroy him!" shouted one of the arrivals. But fear paralyzed everyone. Only after a repeated shout from their leader, the fighters came to their senses and rushed at the monster, realizing that time was playing against them. The undead turned its attention to the approaching men, broke away from its victim, and stood up. Her arms hung along her body, but despite her strange, unnatural gait, she moved into battle once more. One of the garbage men kicked her hard. The creature's body flew off and fell. The others rushed to get Aaron out. Debian stayed out of the way, observing. His heart was racing, but he still remembered the speed and power with which the creature had attacked earlier. Mason and the others looked out from around the corner, dazed by what they saw. Meanwhile, the zombie stood up and with a fierce roar, rushed back into the fray. One of the scavengers stabbed her in the arm with a dagger, but there was no blood. Instead, they saw blackened flesh and hardened vessels that wouldn't allow fluid to pass through. The metal was stuck in the zombie's body, and the guy couldn't get the weapon out. He beat his fists as hard as he could, trying to free the blade, but all in vain. Suddenly, the creature threw its claws right at his throat. A moment and a jet of blood burst from the severed arteries. "Wagner!" exclaimed the comrades who rushed to the rescue. The dying man, clutching his neck, was slowly losing consciousness. His eyes were full of despair, but the creature did not let him die peacefully. It once again sank its teeth into his body and continued its meal. The low-ranked fighter shrieked and rushed forward with his dagger. He managed to land a hard blow to the chest. A distinct crunch was heard, but the zombie didn't react. In the next second, her claws crossed his face from his right cheek to his left, stitching through him. Then the teeth came into play. "Piss!" shouted one of the survivors. His companion, thinking faster, grabbed his arm and pulled him away, taking advantage of the moment while the creature was occupied with another. Debian couldn't believe the 4 fighters had fallen so quickly. Even the pierced chest didn't prevent the zombie from maintaining its speed and power. A frightening feeling arose, as if she were invulnerable. Images of the dead woman in the bathtub, bodies in the hallway, in the store. What do they have in common? Head wounds. He remembered no matter what these creatures were struck with, sword, arrow, knife, they were all killed by a blow to the head. Is that really their weakness? Quick footsteps were heard behind. Turning around, Debian saw Scott and Mia approaching, followed by a large group moving behind them. They were rushing at such a speed that they resembled a pack of predators in pursuit. Although there was still some distance between them, after only a couple of moments they were already side by side. "What happened here?" Scott asked, keeping up his pace. Debian, exhaling slightly in relief, nodded toward the street. "There's zombies." Scott immediately noticed the 2 garbage men dragging the barely alive Aaron. Their gazes met. "Help! She's attacking us! Save Peas!" they shouted as they saw reinforcements arriving. Scott and Mia rushed forward, but stopped when they saw a zombie eating the body of one of the scavengers. Silently pulling out a dagger, Scott ordered, "Get ready. If we act together, we have a chance. Running away is not an option. She's already sensed us, and if we try to escape now, she'll chase us all the way." Mia glanced at the lying Aaron, and her voice trembled. "Him. Wounded. There was a bite," answered one of the men who dragged him. "We barely dragged him away." The expression on Scott's face turned cold. "Kill him now. Otherwise, we'll have to fight another zombie soon." Both scavengers froze in indecision. They knew the contagion was deadly, but the thought of killing someone they'd been through more than one battle with paralyzed them. "Maybe he'll hold out," one of them hesitantly muttered. Scott turned to him in a rage. "Either you kill him or he kills you. Take your pick." At that moment, an alarmed shout sounded. "She's coming!" The undead dropped the body and slowly rose up, staring at the new target. And then she rushed forward. Fast. Scott started to speak, but before he could, the zombie was already there. He stepped forward and kicked her in the chest. The creature flew a few meters away and fell. Scott didn't let her get up, jumped up, and punched her right in the face. "Get lost!" he hissed, plunging the dagger into her forehead. The body shuddered, then went limp. Making sure the zombie was no longer showing signs of activity, he pressed the blade deeper with force until it rested against the pavement, then pulled out a weapon covered in thick black slime. Debian, watching this, realized his hunch that a blow to the head kills zombies was confirmed. As he pondered this, other scavengers came up to them. Seeing what happened, some turned away, unable to hold back a bout of nausea. Scott glanced at those still holding Aaron's body and barked, "Do you want to die? If he wakes up, you won't have a second." He walked over, silently drew his dagger, and decapitated his former comrade in one motion. Streams of blood spurted out to the sides. Both scavengers recoiled and staggered to the ground. Scott wiped his blade and said, "There's no room for sentimentality here. The Great Wall is not a home. Either adapt or perish." He turned to Mia. "Start a fire. We have to burn the bodies, or more will come." The newcomers, Debian among them, began to settle to the ground. One of the girls couldn't take it anymore. I can't. I want out. I don't want that money." Turning around, she ran. "Bring her back," yelled Scott. 2 fighters ran after her, intercepted her, and brought her back. But one of them suddenly stopped and, whitening, pointed behind Scott's back. "B-boss, they're up." Everyone turned around. Debian saw a guy and a girl, previously killed by zombies, slowly rise up. The girl's head was turned at an unnatural angle, but in a few moments, her body adapted. "Stand by," growled Scott. "Follow me." He was the first to rush forward, followed by Mia. The others froze for a second, but then rushed after the leader as well. Many, especially newcomers from the training camp, slipped or fell over in terror. But Dabian gritted his teeth, grabbed his dagger, and moved forward. "Are you crazy?" Mason and Zack grabbed him. "I have to." "We need to finish off those who have not yet risen," he cut off. They looked at each other and, nodding, followed him. Reaching the young man's body, whose insides were strewn across the pavement, Debian clenched his teeth, raised his weapon, and severed the head. He was already much stronger than an ordinary person, so he didn't face any resistance. His hand was trembling. Even though the mind understood it was necessary, guilt and fear were undermining him from within. And then there was a scream that made my heart freeze. Turning around, he saw Scott, Mia, and the others running back. Their faces were contorted with fear. It was only then that Debian noticed dozens of zombies climbing out of the crevices of the half-destroyed building. "There are too many of them," said Debian fearfully. They were still standing stiff with shock and fear when Scott, who had run past them, shouted at the top of his voice, "Run!" The remaining scavengers came out of their stupor and ran after Scott as fast as they could. At that moment, however, everyone perfectly realized the difference in their physical condition. Scott, Mia, and the rest of the experienced scavengers disappeared among the many buildings. At the same time, the rest of the absorbers, who didn't have as fast a reaction, caught up with them. "Get out of the way!" The huge guy shouted at Debian's group that was standing in his way of escape. Sham, who was running the very last of the four, received a strong push in the back because of the sudden jolt. He lost his center of gravity and his legs began to tangle, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. The garbage collectors running behind him did not pay any attention to the deplorable condition of their colleague. Instead, they calmly jumped over the lying man and rushed down the road. When he heard Sham scream, Debian stopped and turned around to see Sham lying on the ground. He tried desperately to get up, but every time he almost succeeded, a passing scavenger stepped on him, sending him back to the ground. Each of them had already decided that they were using Sham as bait. At this point, there was only 100 meters between them and the approaching dozens of undead. Seeing what was happening to his friend, Debian's face turned pale. Clenching his fists furiously, Dean ran to Sham and grabbed his arm and tried to lift him up. "Quick, get up!" When Sham saw his friend coming to his aid, he quickly grabbed him by the arm and stood up. When Debian's group finally began to retreat, there was no sign of the scavengers that had been there earlier. Sham looked back and saw a dozen bloodthirsty zombies fast approaching. His hair stood on end, and his legs were ready to give out again. At that moment, Mason came to their aid, along with Zack. They grabbed Sham under his arms and quickly dragged him away. "Turn right!" shouted Dabian as they reached another intersection. His three friends were surprised by this decision, but now they didn't have a second of time to find out the reason for it, so they immediately obeyed Dean. After running a couple of dozen meters, Debian stopped abruptly and grabbed a few stones and started throwing them in the direction where the other scavengers had fled, making quite a lot of noise. The stones fell onto the cracked asphalt and created an additional sound each time they encountered another crack. At the same time, almost all of the undead had gathered about 30 meters from the intersection and were closing in on Dabian's group at a rapid pace. Most of them, hearing the sound of falling rocks, rushed after Scott and the rest of the scavengers. But there were those who had noticed earlier that Dabian and his friends had turned right down the road. When he saw the three zombies approaching, Dabian's face contorted. Quickly looking around, he noticed a metal gate about 10 meters away from him. The gate was covered with thick vegetation, as were all the buildings. "Follow me!" Dean shouted to his friends and rushed toward the gate. As they approached the gate, they saw several corpses scattered on different sides of it. As they squeezed through the gap, they could see a large courtyard, and near the gate was a guard booth that was rusted through from time and rainfall. Peering through the small window, Dean noticed a shadow inside that looked humanoid in shape. Quickly backing away, the group of scavengers ran towards the distant building. As soon as they crossed the threshold, they immediately saw another corpse that seemed to welcome them to their new location. Debian gulped, stepping carefully over the corpse. Careful. His friends turned pale with fear when they saw another corpse, but they gathered their courage and jumped over it. Debian went to the window and peered out cautiously, the sight of it making his legs shake. 2 more zombies had joined the 3 already chasing them. Though what he saw made Debian panic, he didn't lose his common sense, so he quickly rushed to the door to close it tightly. But as soon as he got to it, he noticed that it was completely covered in moss, making his plan completely unfeasible. As he looked around the lobby, he noticed the elevator, but it was also out of order, and there were many corpses inside, some of them mangled and some of them rotting. Dean had no more ideas left but to use the ladder. "Don't stop!" shouted Debian and ran up the stairs and up. Mason and the others quickly followed him. The building was about 15 stories high. As they climbed the stairs, they saw 7 or 8 more bodies and countless rotting body parts. By the 6th floor, Debian was completely exhausted. The rest of his group were not in the best condition either. In fact, they had already exhausted themselves in the fight with the rats, so at this point they could only keep running on adrenaline. At that moment, a furious roar came from the lower floors. Debian leaned over the railing and saw the undead coming up the stairs, but he was surprised to see that their speed was much slower than he had seen before. Despite his fatigue, Debian didn't slow down, but began to climb up the stairs even more furiously. When he reached the 12th floor, Debian stopped and crouched down to regain his breath. The fierce roar of the undead was still coming from below, and he estimated that there were about 3 floors between them. Dean was about to get up and continue his ascent when Sham called out to him and pointed to the open door. "Dean," he was still panting, "we can take cover behind the door. The zombies shouldn't be able to open it." Hearing him, Debian instantly rose and ran to the door. "Come in." After everyone had entered the room, Dean closed the door. Unlike the door of the building, it was much less mossy, so it was easy to close. After that, Dean looked around. All the furniture was overturned, and in the middle of the room lay another corpse, next to which was a baby carriage, with the corpse of a small child inside. "Get the couch. We need to move it to the door and use it to block the door," said Debian. "A couch?" Mason didn't know what Dean was talking about, but following his hand, which he used to point at some sort of bed, he realized what he was talking about. Quickly lifting the couch, they propped it against the door. The roaring in the hallway grew louder and louder with each passing second. Debian quickly ordered everyone to be quiet. The whole group sat down and stared at the front door. Debian was able to calm down, but his heart was still racing. From the sounds of it, the undead, after circling around the door for a moment, headed for the upper floors. It took a couple seconds, but for Debian and his group, it took forever. They felt like their hearts were about to jump out through their ears. Suddenly, there was a thump at the door, and a hoarse, with fear, Debian's face turned pale. There was another bang. As the door was quite old and rusty, after a few blows, it cracked a little. If they hadn't propped it up against the couch, there was a good chance it would have been kicked in just one blow. Mason and the other 2 members of the group quickly ran to the couch and piled on top of it, hoping to keep the zombies from entering the room. What they didn't realize was that the furniture was several hundred years old, and as a result, the rotten wooden frame could withstand only 4 blows. Explosion! Holes appeared in the door, and in an instant, several hands rushed towards them. Thank God that each of the zombies was a grown man, and because of that, they couldn't fit through the holes so easily. Debian mentally cursed himself. How could he ever forget that after 300 years, most of these things had become useless trash? Although panic was slowly taking over Dean, thanks to his 3 years of training at trash camp, he could still maintain a modicum of common sense. "Listen up, everybody. Quickly jump from the window to the 11th floor." Mason, still holding one side of the couch, looked at Zach and Sham go. "I'll help Debian hold them off. Let's go!" yelled Dean. The boys realized that if they argued with Debian now, they would only lose their already limited time to escape, so they rushed to the window. Because they had never been at such a high altitude before, they felt dizzy. No matter how many times they tried to find a way out of this deadly situation, they could not. At that moment, Sham saw a small device attached to the outer wall of the building. If we can reach this ledge, we can jump to the 11th floor. The ledge that Sham noticed was the air conditioner. Mason, still remembering how his friends had almost died 3 years ago because of his inattention, stepped forward and jumped. Explosion! The air conditioner couldn't support his weight, amplified by the force of the jump, and fell down. Even though he was afraid, Mason was still thinking straight, so the second his feet touched the air conditioner, he pushed off and jumped toward the 11th floor. At the same time, the air conditioner was falling down, hitting other boxes that were installed directly below it. Because of the large number of objects falling, the sound was incredibly loud. At the same time, Mason climbed with difficulty to the 11th floor balcony. Getting to his feet, he looked at Sham and Zach. There was nothing now. There was nothing that they could use as a support to cover the distance. "Sham, jump first! I'll catch you!" shouted Mason. Sham was the lightest of them all, so Mason was pretty sure he could catch him. Glancing at his friend, Sham took a step forward and jumped. Mason deftly put his arms forward and caught Sham's flying body, but it almost caused them both to fall. Holding Sham dangling in his arms, Mason felt that his arms were about to fall off completely. But even so, he didn't let go of his friend. Sham cried out fearfully, and the blood rushed to his head. In his mind, he was almost dead. Raising his head, the boy looked gratefully at Mason's suffering face. At the same time, Zach, who was still on the 12th floor, shouted to them, "Guys, what are you fiddling about? I'm still going to jump." Mason tensed up and pulled Sham with Zach. "I definitely can't do this on my own. We'll need to team up." Sham nodded, and they both held out their hands. "Jump!" Zach smiled, and immediately, without a second to spare, he made the jump. Sham and Mason immediately caught their friend. But due to the incredible pain, Mason cried out loudly and nearly released Zach. Dabian sighed in relief when he heard that all 3 of his friends had successfully made it to the other floor, because he couldn't stand up to the 3 zombies that had almost completely destroyed the door. With his back turned to the door, Dean quickly ran to the window, throwing everything he could find on the ground, trying to slow down the oncoming zombies. Surprisingly, this tactic paid off. Though the undead were faster than Dabian, they were clearly not thinking straight. They made no attempt to avoid the objects flying at them and stumbled and fell to the floor every now and then. As he ran away, Dabian left behind him an overturned television, table, chairs, and other furniture. Even small items such as plates and spoons had their uses. Though they didn't do much damage to the undead, they slowed them down considerably. As he ran past the bathroom door, he stopped suddenly and skidded in and closed the doors behind him. Looking around the bathroom, Dabian looked at the small window, which was closed with an aluminum grate. The grate looked sturdy enough, but there was a large amount of rust around the edges of the grate, the result of 300 years of use. Dean climbed up onto the toilet and pulled it down with force. He managed to rip the grill off. Even though the window was quite small, it should be big enough for a child to fit through. But if an adult tried to fit through it, they would be unlikely to succeed. When he looked out of the window a little, what he saw made his heart race. From the height of the 12th floor, even the plant-covered car in the yard seemed no more than a breadcrumb. When he heard the roar of the undead behind him, he realized there was no turning back, and so, despite his fear of being crushed to death, he continued through the window. There was only one way out of this deadly situation, and that was to jump. There was no air conditioning to help him now, but instead Dean spotted several metal pipes that had previously been used as conduit. Sighing, Dabian jumped and grabbed one of the pipes with his hand. But at the same moment he realized he couldn't hang on much longer, as the pipe began to fall apart before his eyes. Dabian's face turned pale, and he snatched up a dagger and stabbed at the wall of the building. The dagger easily pierced the wall and lodged itself in it to the hilt. And at the same moment, the pipe collapsed completely and Dean was left hanging, holding only the hilt of the dagger. He'd seen this dagger easily pierce undead heads before, so he wasn't worried about its sharpness. And considering the time this house had existed, it was a simple matter. AGR, AGR. At the same time, 2 heads of angry undead came out of the window. Despite the distance between them and Dabian, they were still trying to reach him with their claws. As the zombies began frantically pushing through the small window, the entire wall around the frame began to crack, and after a few seconds, it broke off completely and flew down, making the passage much wider. Now the size of the hole in the wall allowed the two monsters to fit through it. The undead were still trying desperately to reach Dabian, their pressure causing the walls to crumble and crumble to the ground as if they were made of ordinary mud. Looking at the zombies, Dabian made sure there was still about another meter or so between them. If he had 2 daggers, with their help, he could easily get to where he needed to go. But the reality was not so great, as all scavengers were only given 1. Not far away from Dabian was a window of the 11th floor. Of course, he could try to swing out and make the most desperate jump of his life. But he would have to summon up all his courage and bravery, because if he didn't make it, he would be nothing but smashed to bits on the pavement. But the moment he saw the 3rd zombie appear in the wall opening, Dabian couldn't wait any longer. He swayed slightly and released the hilt of his dagger sharply. It was a free fall, but because he was hanging close to the wall, he managed to reach out and grab the windowsill with his fingertips. His flight took a split second, but it still felt like his head was exploding from the emotions that were overwhelming him. Dabian lifted his head and looked toward the undead, so eager to grab him. One of the zombies was almost halfway out of the hole in the wall. Dean didn't hesitate and slammed his fist into the glass, shattering it. Unfortunately for him, the glass hadn't lost its properties, even after 300 years. So the pieces of glass cut through his fist, and now blood was dripping from it. Looking at his bloody hand, Dabian sighed and pulled himself up and climbed inside the 11th floor. Fight! As he stepped onto the floor, he almost immediately felt behind him a cold wind blowing. Dabian turned quickly and saw one of the zombies fall completely out of the window and hurtle toward the ground like a comet. When one of the undead fell out, there was more room in the crevice of the wall, and 2 zombies could easily fit in it. With a sinister grin, Dean watched the pathetic efforts of yet another zombie to attack him, but all his efforts ended in a flapjack on the pavement. Do these things only know how to attack? Don't they have even a shred of sense of self-preservation left? At that moment, he remembered the scene of Scott fighting the undead woman, and he suddenly realized something. They are incapable of thinking. Dabian's heart beat faster. Undead are very different from bone rats. Unlike the undead, bone rats are more bloodthirsty, but they still retain their animal instincts. They still know when to attack and when to retreat. And the undead are not like that. They are guided only by their instincts. In pursuit of prey, zombies do not think about any tactics or anything else. They are more like ordinary robots, which are programmed with only one function: eating people. They have no other function but to attack. At these thoughts, Dabian's blood boiled. At the moment, he was euphoric that he had been lucky enough to get such important information that could possibly save his life in the future. Furious attack no matter what. It's their main weapon, but it's also their Achilles heel. Mason and Zach, Sham heard the sound of breaking glass and ran into the bathroom with daggers drawn. You? How'd you get in here? A hoarse roar sounded outside the window. Perny turned pale with fear when they heard that roar. They had already realized that the undead were just over their heads. Dabian must have deliberately drawn the zombies to such a place to give them a chance to escape. Their eyes reddened and filled with boundless gratitude towards their friend. What is friendship? But even without looking at how strong their friendship was, they couldn't imagine that he would be willing to sacrifice himself to allow them to escape safely. He was willing to give up his life for them. Even though Dabian had always helped them with their studies for the past 3 years, they had also helped him. But those were just grades. If they failed, they would just go back to their room to study. But now, it was a very real death situation. Despite the rather small chance of dying here, Dabian still decided to put it all on the line and let his friends escape. At this moment, they all felt a double feeling in their hearts. On the one hand, they were incredibly grateful to Dabian, but on the other hand, they cursed themselves for their weak fighting spirit and their weak bodies. Dabian didn't notice any change in his friend's emotional state. He was thrilled that he had survived. Dean turned around and saw the last surviving zombie climb out of the hole in the wall. When he saw the last zombie chasing him, Dean unconsciously took a step back, but after a few moments, he pulled himself together and walked to the window. He stretched his arm forward and waved it as if beckoning the zombie to him. When the undead saw Dabian, they began to growl even more violently and to tear the walls of the building with their hands, thus widening the passage for themselves. A large chunk of wall flew swiftly at Dabian's group, but still it lacked momentum and fell to the ground with a loud explosion that raised dust. The undead looked at Dabian and grinned, leaping at him. Dean took 2 panicked steps back. The distance was great though, so the undead followed their fallen companions. Before reaching the asphalt, the zombie hit the wall several times and reached the ground with a thud. Dabian breathed a sigh of relief. He looked out the window and saw 3 dead bodies lying motionless on the ground. It surprised him a little, as all the corpses were stacked next to each other as if on purpose. At that moment, one of the zombie corpses twitched his arm, and after a few breaths, he stood up, swaying slightly from side to side. When he saw that one of his attackers was still alive, Dabian's face contorted. He'd never imagined that someone could survive a fall like that. After a while, Dean finally remembered that zombies only died when their brains were damaged. So, even if the undead fell from the 12th floor, they'd end up with broken bones at most. The zombie looked up at Dabian and with a fierce shriek jumped onto the wall and started climbing up it. At this point, the undead looked more like a professional climber than a mad monster. When did he have time to be a Spider-Man? Dabian was almost vomiting blood. They were glad the zombie hadn't started up the stairs, or they would have had no chance of escape. Mason, along with Sham and Zack, also stuck their heads out of the window, and with an instantly pale face, saw the monster approaching. Dabian didn't panic. After he'd made that mind-blowing leap from the 12th floor to the 11th, Dean felt like he'd died and been reborn. But most importantly, he now knew the zombie's greatest weakness. After all the dangerous situations Dabian had been in, throughout the day, his temper had definitely hardened. "Give me your dagger," said Dabian in an indifferent voice. Mason, realizing Dabian's plan, did not hesitate and quickly handed him the weapon. Dabian squinted at the approaching undead, who kept their red eyes on him. At the moment, his heart was devoid of any emotion, no longer fluttering as it had in his first encounters with the zombies. As the undead approached their window, Dabian swung downward. The dagger easily penetrated the undead's head, damaging its brain. As the dagger pierced her brain, the undead loosened its grip and flew downward with a stone. The corpse of the zombie fell right onto the remaining 2 monsters lying on the ground. After the fall, the rest of the zombies never got up. Dabian concluded that when they fell, they hit their heads, thus damaging their brains. Dabian was finally able to relax, but instead of the welcome relief, he felt incredibly tired and sore all over his body. From the fight with the bone rats to this fight, he had been in a constant state of tension and had even managed to break through the physical barriers of his body. Looking at his friends, he smiled and sat down on the toilet, breathing heavily. "Are you all okay?" Mason sighed and said, "You just saved us all. Don't yell at me." Dabian laughed. They finally had a moment to catch their breath. "Oh, what about Scott? Are they going to be okay?" Zack asked. Dabian immediately thought of the scavengers raised in the consortium who had used them as bait to save their own skins. At that moment, the situation had been too dangerous, so he hadn't given it a second thought. But now, Dabian was well aware that they had deliberately ploughed Sham to the ground. An incredibly strong anger began to brew within him. At the moment, he wanted to find them and kill them all. Maybe his heart soaked in evil? Dabian shook his head and tried to put such thoughts out of his head. "We need to rest first. We'll find them later." Sham looked at Dabian and asked, "How could there be so many undead here? Didn't the hunters do a sweep of the place? Or did they think it was a normal job?" Hearing him, Dean frowned a little. He was also very concerned about this question. If there were only rats left in the neighborhood, he could still understand it. After all, they weren't that dangerous to the God-blessed scavengers. But the undead were a different matter. Even if 10 scavengers banded together to fight a single zombie, they would still suffer casualties. Maybe the hunters didn't see them, or they came from other areas, answered Debian. The others hesitated, but never said anything. After a while, Debian stood up, feeling lighter. He looked out the window and looked at his dagger, which was still stuck in the wall. Without it, it would be extremely dangerous for him to face the zombies. Since all the zombies that were after them were dead, Debian decided to search the house, but they didn't find anything of value. Taking a rope and fixing it to the radiator, Dean climbed out of the window and tried to grab his dagger, which was firmly planted in the wall of the building. After a few tries, he managed it. Just as Debian climbed back into the house, he heard Sham shouting, "Dean, get over here quick!" Debian ran into the room and saw Sham sitting on the windowsill with Mason and Zack standing next to him. Looking out the window, he was startled by what he saw. A dozen zombies were walking down the street near their house. Debian's face turned pale. Since they were going slow enough and in the same direction, he was able to identify their target, and it was the house he and his group were now in. "They're looking for us." Sham looked in horror at the approaching zombies. Did they smell our scent? No. How is that possible? We are far away from them. After all, Debian glanced glumly at the undead prowling the street. There was no way they could know we were here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be acting so slowly. If it was just the smell, the undead would definitely follow Scott's group after all. There were a lot more people. How is that possible? There are more than a dozen zombies here. Mason looked at him fearfully. "Dean, what do we do? If they move closer to the house, they'll definitely notice our presence." "Don't panic," frowned Debian. Remembering past encounters with the undead, he suddenly thought, "They have no consciousness, so they can't make rational decisions. The undead can even jump from the 12th floor in an attempt to get their victim. They have no such thing as self-preservation. How do they track their prey?" Scott said earlier that the undead are attracted to the smell of blood and use it to track their prey. If that was true, then the smell of corpses scattered everywhere would attract all the zombies in the area. If Scott was right, then the zombies should have attacked the other undead as well, because they had blood on their claws after killing people. When the zombies saw us, they instantly rushed to attack, completely ignoring the corpses lying on the ground. This incident proves that although blood might be an important factor in their attack, there must be a greater reason. After a while, a sparkle ran through Debian's gaze. The undead that killed Aaron was just eating one of the scavengers before meeting him, but upon hearing his footsteps, quickly switched to him and killed the poor guy. Perhaps the noise is another factor attracting zombies? Debian frowned unhappily. He felt like he was ignoring something important. Dean ran over and over in his head all the scenes from his previous encounters with the undead, but he couldn't quite grasp the thread that kept slipping away. Noise and the smell of blood can certainly get a zombie's attention, but it's not the most important factor. Most likely, the undead have something else in mind when they're stalking their prey. After a while, Debian came to the conclusion that the zombie relied more on the sensations of human body temperature. According to Debian's assumptions, human body heat was a major factor in the undead's hunt for humans. They could somehow sense human body heat. Some undead didn't have eyes, then maybe there was a substance in their heads that could sense heat. Any warm-blooded living creature automatically falls into their perception zone. Because of the limited information on the undead, Debian had no way of confirming his hunch. He looked out the window at the zombies wandering around their building. "Mason, find something solid and throw it on the road. We need to see if the noise can distract the zombies from us." "Zack, light the torch!" His three friends looked at him in surprise. They didn't understand why Debian needed a lit torch, but distracting a zombie with noise seemed like a good idea. Mason went deeper into the room, looking for something heavy. He returned a short time later with a small brick that had fallen off the wall. He went to the kitchen window, where they had been watching the undead earlier. Mason leaned out the window and threw the brick further down the street. The brick fell to the asphalt and instantly became a small mound of dust. The loud sound echoed through the previously quiet street. The zombies froze for a moment and then, after a moment, rushed toward the source of the noise. What he saw made Mason gasp excitedly. He immediately had a plan in his head to get the zombies away from their building using ordinary rocks. Debian sighed happily as his first guess proved to be correct. Zack tied a rag around a stick, thus making a torch, and lit it. Debian smiled at his friend and said, "Throw the torch outside." Zack was surprised at his friend's order, but he pulled himself together and threw the torch out the window. When it landed on the asphalt, it was almost completely extinguished, but it was enough to make the zombies freeze and look in the direction of the torch. But their confusion lasted for a few seconds or so, and then they continued walking toward the rock Mason had thrown. Debian wondered what had just happened. He assumed the undead must have changed their direction toward the torch. At least it was good to see that they'd gotten the zombies away from their hiding place. But their joy didn't last long, as the zombies, after standing near the remains of the stone, turned around and went directly to the building where Debian's group was hiding. What the hell is going on with these monsters anyway? Debian froze in amazement. Why was the undead heading toward them? He looked carefully outside, trying to find the reason for the zombies' sudden interest in their hiding place. But seeing nothing, Dean realized that those who had attracted the undead's attention were none other than he and his friends. What the Sham looked confused at the approaching zombies. Sham reacted the fastest. "Keep throwing rocks, we need to distract them." Hearing Sham's words, Mason quickly ran to the room and returned with several bricks. After a while, they managed to get the undead's attention and lead them away from the hiding place where their group was hiding. Though it had worked out quite well, there was no trace of joy on Debian's face, as this method of problem-solving wasn't efficient enough. The noise of the falling bricks would eventually attract zombies from other neighborhoods, and that would be an even bigger problem. Debian furrowed his brow. How does the human body attract the undead? If it's heat, then the zombies can somehow tell the difference between fire and heat radiating from a body. Debian was still puzzled by the question. If that's true, they're in trouble, because then they have no other way to avoid the attention of the zombies but to lower their body temperature. In order to lower their body temperature, they will have to completely undress. It's not an acceptable solution. After all, the radiation level here is very high, and if they completely lose the protection of their clothes, they will not last long. While Debian thought about the matter, Mason threw a few more bricks to keep the undead from returning to their hiding place. Each throw was calibrated and precise, and he controlled the rhythm of the throws so that the effect of them would be more productive. After a while, Debian looked at his friends seriously and said, "One of you will have to come with me and bring one undead corpse here." When they heard Dean, everyone looked at him in surprise. "Bringing a zombie corpse? What are you going to do with it?" "I want to cut them up," Debian replied seriously. The fastest and most effective method to understand the undead was to examine their insides in detail. Debian had no experience as a doctor, and his knowledge of human anatomy was limited, but in such a dangerous situation, he had no way to choose among the doctors in line. You want to know the structure of their organs? At this point, his friends were looking at him like he was some kind of freak. "If you want to dismember, isn't that going to be enough?" said Sham, pointing at the corpse of an old man who was lying in the middle of the living room. He must have been the head of the family that used to live in this apartment. Debian shook his head. "The main reason I want to dissect a corpse is to understand the behavior of the undead, based on their organs. Those zombies that were previously killed by hunters are unlikely to be suitable for my purposes. The undead that crashed in the 12th floor fall while chasing me are clearly in better condition, and by understanding their anatomy, I'll be able to tell exactly what changes have occurred to their bodies." "I'm coming with you," Zack said firmly. Debian nodded and clutched the dagger in his hand and walked out into the hallway with Zack. They soon made their way down to the first floor and opened the door a little and looked out to see that Mason and Sham had led the undead a fair distance away. Fully opening the doors, Debian quickly ran to the zombie corpses lying on the ground. As he approached the first zombie, he examined its head. Although the skull was cracked, there was no sign of blood flow. Looking at Zack, Debian quietly ordered him to grab his legs while he took his hands. Zack's face turned pale. He had never been so close to those bloodthirsty monsters before. In his heart, Zack desperately resisted the urge to drop everything and run back to the building. After a few moments, he let out a heavy sigh and walked over to the zombie and lifted its legs. Seeing Zach's actions, Debian smiled pleasantly, and when he grabbed the undead by the arms, they were finally able to lift him up. Because of the protective suit, they didn't have to worry about contamination from the zombie. This corpse was heavier than Debian had imagined. He looked like a scrawny young man, but when they picked him up, they felt he weighed at least 300 pounds. Fortunately, they had received God's blessing earlier, and thanks to it, they had become much stronger than an ordinary average person. Thanks to this strength, they had no trouble carrying the corpse. They soon reached a spot on the 9th floor, where a large hole shone in the middle of one flight of stairs. Although they could easily jump over it, but with a zombie corpse on their hands, it would be problematic to do so. Debian carefully placed the corpse on the floor and entered the nearest room. Making sure there were no bone rats or undead, he nodded to Zach and picked up the corpse and carried it inside. The old owner of the apartment had long since died. In the middle of the living room lay the corpses of a teenager and an elderly woman. Their flesh was almost completely rotted away, and their bones were dark brown in color from the heavy exposure to radiation. Debian picked up some scattered blankets and covered the corpses with them. Then he and Zach cleared the room of the stuff lying around, making a fairly large open space. While they were hard at work clearing the room, Mason and Sham came down from the 11th floor. Seeing that their friends hadn't returned for a long time, they became worried and came down to make sure they were safe. Seeing Debian and Zach in the apartment, they breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing Debian already positioned over the zombie corpse, they dumbfoundedly took one step back. "You really want to hide an undead corpse?" Debian looked at them and nodded his head with determination in his gaze. Lo today, Dean had never stood so close to a corpse. If this had been his past life, where he'd grown up in a loving family, he probably would have run away from that body in a panic. But things were already different now. Debian could see the fear and hopelessness in Scott's gaze, which was much stronger than he was. This day had brought him a lot of new things. He now realized that in this world, no one can protect others. If he wants to survive, he has to do everything on his own and he can only rely on his dagger. Debian gripped the dagger's hilt tighter and slashed at the undead's claws. The sound of metal against metal echoed through the apartment as the blade and claws made contact. He'd never imagined the creature's claws would be so strong. What an incredible mutation! Debian looked at those claws apprehensively. The undead also had claws on its feet, but they were a little smaller than those on its hands. The claws on its hands. In addition to the claws, its hands and feet were covered with a thick layer of dark cuticles that gave the monster a rather disgusting appearance. Debian lowered his gaze to the zombie's chest, the place where its heart should have been. He raised his hand with the dagger clutched in it and brought it down sharply on its chest. The blade of the dagger easily overcame the resistance of his ribs and plunged fully into his body, holding the dagger by the hilt, but made a cut from the sternum to the pelvic bones. To his surprise, not a drop of blood had leaked out the entire time he'd been dissecting the blunt. Under the zombie's grey skin, he saw that the flesh and blood were brown, and Dean realized why he hadn't noticed a drop of blood earlier. All the insides, along with capillaries and veins, were as if completely frozen. Frozen? Sticking his hand inside the zombie's body, Debian felt incredibly cold. Not surprisingly, there was no sign of rotting flesh. But earlier he had seen the corpses of undead that had been killed by hunters, and they were already subject to rotting. For example, the first zombie he'd seen today was the girl in the bathroom, her face completely rotted away. Thinking about the cause of this phenomenon, he got up and walked over to the teenager's body, which he had previously covered with a blanket. As Debian examined the body, he realized that his brain had been completely destroyed. The guy's corpse was cut into 2 equal pieces. Most likely, the hunter had used some kind of incredibly sharp sword to do it. At this moment, the zombie's neck, arms, chest, and other parts of his body had various degrees of decay, and his skin was completely covered with blisters. Piercing the corpse with the dagger, Debian immediately saw dark red blood protruding. Along with the blood, a nauseating odor began to spread through the apartment. Why is it that, after death, these zombies begin to rot and exude an odor quite similar to human corpses? Pondered Debian. Could it be that the undead are actually living humans? If they were alive, then why didn't they have any intelligence? They didn't even have a sense of self-preservation. Debian spent some more time looking at the teen's corpse, then turned back to the object of his study. Approaching the corpse, Dean opened his eyelids. It was one of the basic Western stereotypes. The zombie's iris was green, and there were many dark lines on the sclera. Does the presence of these lines indicate that they are tracking prey by means of special properties of their eyes? After the eyes, he started on the nose, centimetre by centimetre, and finally, after a few minutes, the protruding nose was completely cut off. In its place, there were now 2 black holes. Turning his head to the side, Dean used the dagger to cut them off as well. Zack and Sham, who had been watching the whole process, were now standing on shaky legs and their faces were whiter than paper. They were already comfortable with undead corpses, but they would not forget the look on Debian's face as they dissected the corpse for years to come. At the same time, without noticing his friends' reactions, Debian pressed to cut a hole where the ear used to be. The entire outer ear canal was almost completely blocked by a huge layer of dirt and dust. Based on this, the undead should be able to hear almost nothing. But if so, how does it react to noise? Perhaps some other organ has evolved to become a sonar-like organ that responds to sound waves. Debian opened the zombie's mouth in thought. Its entire tongue was chewed, and it was a homogeneous mass. It seemed that the undead sometimes confused its tongue with the prey it was eating, and because it felt no pain, it didn't stop. Debian sat there puzzled. He thought back to Scott's last battle with the zombie. When he had stabbed the daggers through its head, the zombie had howled in pain and its entire body had begun to convulse. If it didn't feel any pain, then why was it screaming? Dean's eyes flashed for a moment, as if a brilliant idea had struck him. He swung the dagger and cut the head into 2 equal parts. Despite this dismemberment, there was still not a single drop of blood. Holding 2 parts of the corpse's head in his hands, he began to scrutinize the contents. And suddenly, bam! A solid spherical object fell out of one half of his head and onto the floor. After rolling about a metre across the floor, it stopped. It was a small dark blue ball. Debian, Sham, and Zack stared in surprise at the dark blue ball lying on the floor. They didn't understand anything. The ball had fallen out of his head. It was a regular rounded shape, and because of the dark blue colour, looked quite beautiful. This ball was obviously not the result of sclerosis of intracranial organs, as it looked like a piece of metal. But if it's not sclerosis, how could a metal ball end up in a zombie's brain? Looking at the orb, Debian felt both awe and fear at the same time. He didn't dare take it. Instead, he poked it with his dagger. Dean expected to be able to pierce it easily, but his expectations were not met. "So hard," said Debian in surprise. The chance of getting infected through contact with a solid substance was practically nil. From what he understood, the virus would have to enter the person's skin directly, and since he was wearing gloves, he had nothing to worry about. The normal protection of my suit should be enough. Debian finally made up his mind and took the orb in his hand. The moment he touched the balloon, he felt a chilling feeling permeating his entire body. Extreme cold. Holding the ball in his hand, it felt like Debian had just picked up a puck that had been on the ice for a long time. Is it because of the dark blue ball that all the insides and even the blood in the zombie's body are frozen? Debian thought. The cold spread quickly up his arm. After a few breaths, the temperature of his hand dropped significantly, and now he could barely feel it at all. Moving the orb to his other hand, he felt the same sensation again. Only this time, the cold was spreading through his entire body. He felt as if he were naked outside in the black snow season. What the hell's going on? I'm holding the ball in my hand, and the cold is spreading all over my body. Even the soles of my feet are numb from the cold, Debian exclaimed in surprise. The moment Dean took the ball in his hand, he felt his palm begin to freeze, as if he were playing snowballs without gloves. But the next moment, a chill ran through his body, and Debian began to be overcome by the feeling that his insides were being covered in a layer of ice. Feeling the danger from the ball, he quickly threw it to the floor and rubbed his hands together. Only after a while did the warmth begin to return to his body. Soon his stomach ached, and Debian remembered that he hadn't eaten since they'd left town. All that time he had more important things to do. But even now he was not meant to eat, for a sudden thought struck him. "Heat absorption!" exclaimed Debian to himself. "This orb absorbs heat. Its properties are very similar to those of the saltpeter used to make gunpowder. Saltpeter is not only used to make gunpowder, it can also be used to make ice." In this era, alchemists were just beginning to master the use of saltpeter to make ice. They had not yet discovered that with the right proportions and ingredients, saltpeter could explode. If saltpeter is mixed with a small amount of water, it will convert the water into ice after absorbing all the heat from it. Obviously, this balloon has the same endothermic properties as saltpeter. That's why it was lowering the body temperature. If you hold the ball in your hand, it will draw heat not only from it, but from the whole body, and will not stop until there is no heat left in the body at all. Once the body temperature drops below a certain value, the heart will of course completely stop all its functions. Now, I understand. No wonder the undead's body temperature is so low that even the blood completely freezes in the veins. It's all about that orb. But where did it come from in the zombie's brain? Debian had a lot of questions right now. Is it possible that this balloon was forcibly inserted into a person's brain? Unlikely. It would take a lot of time and effort. But still, the undead were affected by the virus. Even though zombies are different from us, they are still human. They are made up of flesh and blood. How could a metal object even form in the head of a living being? It's weird, Debian was brainstorming. Suddenly, a human figure flew into the apartment from the corridor. All the three of them turned around warily. Turning around, they saw Mason. "You guys scared the hell out of me. I thought I'd lost you," Mason said sadly. Sham scratched his head. "You're the one who scared us. I was watching Debian dissect an undead corpse and forgot to call you Zach, looked up at Mason and grimaced. 'If you went downstairs, who's throwing rocks now?' he muttered. Mason turned around at the voice. "Sure, I went down. I'm very tired. Decide who will go and replace me." Sham looked at the decapitated corpse and said, "I'll go." Mason's sudden appearance interrupted Debian's train of thought. After that, he was still trying to figure out the origin of the balloon, but he couldn't find the key to solving it. Debian decided not to dwell on the matter any longer, as their main concern at the moment was survival. Looking at Mason and Zach, his eyes lit up. "Come with me. I need your help." They crumpled a little, but followed Dean nonetheless. As he descended to the first floor, Debian saw that Sham had already taken the zombies quite a distance away. Ducking slightly, he and his group quickly ran towards the still lying corpses of zombies. Using his dagger, he easily cut off their heads and quickly returned to the building. Seeing the dumbfounded looks of Mason and Zach, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, they're already dead." Mason was really scared. "Since when are you so bold?" "I'm still adapting to these situations," replied Debian. Back on the 9th floor, he cut the 2 heads, just like the previous one. As expected, they also contained the same dark blue balls. As he was about to carve the last remaining head, he thought of a problem, so Dean decided to change the method of carving. He carefully cut the skull into 2 halves, but the brain remained untouched. Soon, the guys saw a completely frozen brain covered in some sort of film, and where the cerebellum should have been, they saw a dark blue ball. P.P. Anlighter has this orb in the ovary of the brain, which I never realized. But taking into account that further it is said that the dark blue ball is responsible for the motor functions of the zombie, I concluded that the place where the ball was located, cerebellum. After a bit of thought, Debian came to the conclusion that this orb was responsible for the motor function of the entire body. So-called head destruction can actually kill a zombie, for 2 reasons. First, it destroys the brain's connections to the central nervous system. Second, the dark blue orb loses control of the undead body afterward. Simply put, the dark blue orb somehow controls the undead body through the brain. Therefore, it is not necessary to decapitate the body directly. It is enough to make certain efforts and break this connection. If the connection between the ball and the body is broken, the undead will simply stop moving. Of course, it will still be alive, but it will look more like a vegetable than a human. When Debian came to this conclusion, he froze in amazement. The discovery raised more questions than it answered. What is it? This dark blue ball? Why is it in the zombie's head? Did someone put it there on purpose, or was it caused by a virus? Debian picked up the ball from the ground again and began to wrap it in cloth. He covered it with the cloth layer by layer until it was the size of a ball. Once finished, he handed 2 of them to Mason and Zach. This thing can absorb heat. That is, it can be used to bring your body temperature to a point where zombies can't locate you. You don't have to keep it in your hand at all times. It's better to put it in your backpack. Even in a backpack, it will still perform its function properly. Mason and Zach looked in surprise at the cloth-wrapped orbs. What are these? I don't know exactly. Nevertheless, when hunters kill the undead, they cut their heads open just for these orbs. They must be very expensive. If they weren't, they wouldn't turn a blind eye to things like gold, said Debian. He had seen many zombies have their heads split open earlier, but he would never have thought it was because of balloons like this. Are you sure that's why the hunters are killing zombies? Mason exclaimed fearfully. It's possible. This object can absorb heat. This confirms my hunch that the undead react to heat. That's exactly why they gather around this building. They don't track their prey by the scent of blood. Instead, they sense the heat of our bodies. Debian took his time analysing all the information he had received. Scott and his group should have attracted the attention of more zombies, since their group is larger than ours. There is still one very important unanswered question, and that is, where did so many zombies come from? With so many undead, I can't even assume that the hunters ignored them on purpose. It's more likely that they came from neighbouring zones. As he thought about it, he closed his eyes and pictured the map of the neighbourhood he'd seen earlier with Scott. Next to their zone, there was an 8th grey zone that belonged to another consortium and, according to Scott, had not yet been cleared. Debian opened his eyes and turned to Mason and Zach. These orbs will lower the temperature of our bodies. So, in the near future, we won't have to worry about the undead, as they will no longer be able to track us by the heat of our bodies. But, since we only have 3 of them, that means Sham won't get anything. I suggest we go out hunting and get another zombie head orb. That way, we'll each have some protection. How will we remain inconspicuous if we hunt them? Exclaimed Mason anxiously. How are we supposed to hunt the undead? They're incredibly strong. We are definitely not their opponents, Zach asked. Debian smiled and answered, Do you know why creatures like humans are considered the strongest? It is not because we are strong in battle. It is because we are intelligent. Of course, we can't win if we fight head-on with the undead, but we can use our heads to easily kill them. Easy? Zach and Mason asked at the same time. All 3 years in the scavenger training camp, they were taught how to find food and water in different natural areas. It was their fight for the right to live. But they had never been taught how to fight, for that is the job of hunters. So, even though they were well physically trained, they were powerless against such a terrible enemy as zombies. Of course, considering their already rather calm state when facing the undead, it could be said that they were far ahead compared to their comrades. We'll use fire and kill them easily enough. Debian smiled and continued. First, we need to find as much cloth as we can. I'll go and replace Sham so he can get some rest. You have 10 minutes to do everything. Mason and Zach looked at Debian dumbfounded. How could they not realize what he was up to? Nodding, the guys quickly left the apartment and headed out to clear the rooms in search of the materials they needed. Going upstairs, Debian saw Sham still relentlessly throwing rocks. You should get some rest. I'll replace you. Sham looked at him and nodded his head shy. This kind of work, where you have to use brute force, has to be done by WE. Only you can get us out of this place alive. When Debian heard him, he laughed. Mason along with Zach are in the process of gathering materials right now. When it's ready, we can get out of here. We just have to wait for the east wind. What do you mean? Sham asked in surprise. Debian shook his head. Nothing. As long as they look for everything I told them, I'm completely free. You should go to the top and fetch more rocks. So don't mess around." Saying that, Dean grabbed a rock and walked over to the window. At this moment, the number of zombies on the building's outskirts had clearly increased. Debian threw the stone away from their hiding place. All the undead froze for a moment, then headed toward the source of the noise. 10 minutes later, Mason and Zach had gathered all the materials they needed and put them in one big pile in front of the building they were hiding in. Debian, seeing that everything was ready, started throwing rocks closer to the pile, which was a mixture of fabric and rotting furniture. The sound echoed down the street, thus attracting the undead. The undead froze for a moment and rushed toward the pile of junk. Seeing the zombies approaching, Mason immediately set about implementing Debian's plan. Standing on the second floor, he lit torches and threw them on the pile. In total, Mason lit 5 torches, 4 of which landed safely in their proper place. The fabric, mixed with parts of rotting furniture, ignited quickly, and in a few moments the pile was a raging blaze. As they approached the fire, the undead stopped. It was as if they were subconsciously wary of the fire. Seeing the zombies' reaction, Debian frowned slightly. He threw a few more rocks to attract the undead directly into the fire, but he failed. The zombies just stood around the fire. They continued to do so. Debian quickly ran downstairs and started yelling, "Light it up!" Mason, Zach and Sham heard Debian scream and immediately realized that it was time to activate the backup plan that had been drawn up for just such an unexpected eventuality. The plan was painfully simple. It consisted of burning zombies. Since the undead didn't want to go into the fire would come to them. They quickly picked up the blankets they had already prepared and threw them over the undead. But because they were always crowded around the fire, the cloth caught fire. After a few seconds, the zombies began to smell the odor of burning flesh. Debian breathed a sigh of relief and stood back, just enjoying what was happening. After a while, the fire went out. Few of the undead escaped being roasted alive. About a dozen zombies, roasted like grilled chickens. Almost 100 meters away from the fire were the rest of the surviving undead. Debian threw a few more rocks, driving the zombie further away. Afterward, he called for Sham to replace him. As Debian, along with Mason and Zach, made their way down to the first floor and got close to the zombies, one of the burned monsters raised its hand. Mason screamed in shock. Debian was also looking at the surviving undead in amazement. Didn't the fire kill him? The body is completely charred, but the dark blue orb can still control it. The happy smile disappeared from his face. He had, from the start, asked Mason and Zach to bring the most combustible materials to burn the undead for sure. For 7 or 8 minutes, Debian watched the burned bodies of the zombies carefully, then began throwing rocks at them. When he was sure there was no movement on their part, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Sham throwing stones continued to drive the undead as far away as possible. Everyone in Debian's group had their hands wrapped in cloth to protect themselves from the burns. As they approached the zombies, they began to quickly cut off their heads. After obtaining a total of 8 heads, they headed back into the building. Cutting open the zombie's head, Debian looked at its contents in surprise. Its skull and brain were softer than the ones he'd dissected earlier. But what surprised him more was that the dark blue orb in the brain was melting. When Debian pulled it out, it had already shrunk to the size of his thumb. Even its color had turned purple and resembled spring water. "The orb can't take much heat," frowned Debian. Debian picked up the next head and quickly cut it open. Inside it, he saw the same picture. The dark blue ball had melted. This fact made his face frown. Was this ball really capable of absorbing heat? If so, then why, when exposed to high temperature, did it start to melt? Have I been wrong all along? Debian sat surrounded by severed heads and desperately tried to find answers to the questions that plagued him. After a while, he drew his dagger once more and began cutting the rest of the heads. As he pulled out another ball, Debian noticed a certain sequence. The moment the ball left the zombie's head, it immediately stopped melting. Looking at the brains of the dead zombies, Dean began to scrutinize the bluish liquid that was spreading over the inside of the undead's head. After a while, the temperature in the zombie's skull began to drop gradually, causing the bluish liquid to solidify. In the next instant, Debian, Mason, and Zach witnessed a horrifying scene. The liquid, as if it had a mind of its own, began to gradually draw into the dark blue ball. After a few minutes, there was no trace of it left, and the ball grew in size. Debian was blown away by what he saw. What he saw made him feel déjà vu. This process looked just like turning water into ice. This dark blue ball seems to have a similar structure to ice. But unlike ice, it doesn't take as long to freeze a substance. It seems to have incredible endothermic properties. Looking at that dark blue ball, it seemed to Debian that there was someone's eyes hidden in its depths, watching him. It was an incredibly horrible feeling. Even though Dean didn't know what the mystical orb was made of or where it had come from in the undead's head, he realized that this object was incredibly dangerous. All of his instincts were screaming at him about it, although it could just be the influence of all the events of today. Either way, Debian didn't want to interact with him in the long run. Debian sighed heavily. If I had my own alchemy lab, I could do a couple studies and find out his nature. All these strange things make Debian certain that when he fell into cryogenic sleep, many terrible things happened. Only after a thorough examination of the virus will he be able to say anything about its origin. Mason looked at Debian seriously and whispered, "Dean, can we use this thing? You can take the balloon, but be careful." "First of all, make sure you wrap it well in cloth," Debian answered. Mason nodded with a smile on his face and began to carefully wrap the cloth around this mysterious ball. Debian gave his friend a second glance and began to carve another head. The insides of this head were no different from the previous ones, but the certainty of his plan grew stronger and stronger in Debian's heart. Keep keeping the fire going. After collecting all the marbles he had gotten, Debian turned to Mason and Zach. "We've already killed enough zombies that we can get out of here right now," the boys exclaimed in surprise. Debian shook his head negatively and said, "Hunters don't pick up gold pieces, but the place they collect these orbs, it means they are worth a lot more. Based on that, the more we collect, the more profit we'll make. We've caught a lucky tale." Hearing Dean, their faces spread into a smile. Slapping himself on the hip, Zach laughed. "Yeah, ha ha. You could say we'll be doing the job of hunters. Ha 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 ha." Mason also laughed. "We're lucky Debian is so smart. We're going to be fabulously rich. Even though these zombies are pretty scary, they're incredibly stupid. After we finish off the rest of the undead here, we'll have to go and bring in a new batch of these monsters. Now, we shouldn't be interested in anything but getting those marbles. Anyway, the iron we found earlier is no match for the hunter's loot." Debian looked at his friends in surprise. At the moment, he no longer saw the frightened children who, only an hour ago, had begun to tremble at the mere mention of the undead. After he mentioned the obvious financial gain, their gazes changed. These two were blinded by the desire to get rich. Half an hour later, all the zombies wandering around had been killed. Considering the first 3 orbs they had gotten from the crashed undead, they had 21 dark blue orbs. "Where do we go next?" Mason asked excitedly as he picked up the bag full of trophies. "Maybe to that grey area Scott was talking about. I thought he mentioned that sector hadn't been cleared yet, so it should be full of zombies." Debian looked at him like he was crazy and whispered, "Are you out of your mind? Have you already forgotten how many dead zombies we've seen on the street? Hunting the undead in the grey zone will be drastically different from the tactics we use here. They'll just surround us and eat us like cattle. Don't let greed cloud your judgment." Remembering the number of corpses lying in the street, Mason involuntarily shuddered. Dean's right about the grey zone being too dangerous. Even if we don't count the undead, just imagine how many rats there'd be, and with our tactics, they'd be impossible to defeat. So they're going to be 100 times more dangerous to us than the undead. The first thing we need to do is find Scott and regain our strength. He has the map, and he's the only one who knows how to get back beyond the Great Wall. They've probably been under zombie attack as well. By the way, we can kill and take possession of their orbs as well, Sham whispered. Dabian agreed with his words and nodded his head. Let's eat first. We need to regain our strength. Because of the incessant hunting, they had not rested at all, so everyone in their group was incredibly tired and hungry. They took dry rations and water from their rucksacks and began to eat. After 3 years of hard training at the scavenger camp, they had learned to control their hunger, so after eating just enough to regain their strength, they put all their provisions back into their backpacks. In the near future, they would have to find an alternative source of food, because the supplies they had gathered from the consortium wouldn't be enough for 10 days. As they were ready to move out to search for Scott and his group, an unknown human figure quickly crossed the street towards their building. This man was incredibly fast. When he reached their hiding place, he stopped and leaned against the wall. Even though he was incredibly fast, his approach didn't go unnoticed for Zach. "Dean, get over here now." Zach immediately called out to Debian. Debian got up quickly and walked over to Zach. He looked in the direction Zach was pointing and saw a young boy, a crossbow and a quiver of arrows hanging from his back. From one look at him, Dean could deduce that he was wounded. "A hunter?" exclaimed Debian in surprise. When they heard Dean's exclamation, everyone else froze and looked at him in surprise. Their group were scavengers, and all they had in their weapons was a dagger. This knife was not meant for fighting to begin with. Its main use was to cut bark, cut through the various materials they would find during the cleanup. According to the consortium's beliefs, scavengers would never engage in combat with the undead. So even if they do encounter monsters, their main goal is to escape. Even if they don't manage to escape, they can only blame their bad luck for that. The scavengers were the usual cannon fodder that was thrown on the battlefield. No one expected the scavengers to go and fetch the general's head. Each group had their own purpose, and their job was to collect materials. Hunter, Myson, Zach, and Sham were incredibly excited. To scavengers, hunters were like an unattainable dream. Every hunter was on the same level as the nobles and could easily start a conversation with any of the nobles. Unlike hunters, scavengers will always be garbage collectors. No matter how much profit they bring to the consortium, they will still be treated with disdain and disgust. It all comes down to the holy body. The Maul consortium considered Dabian the best seed due to his better results in camp and low radiation study. Since his results were close to the holy body, they could still give him a chance to become a hunter. If it wasn't for that, no matter how hard Dean tried, he would have lived and died like a common garbage man. But despite the prospect of becoming a hunter, Debian was not very happy about it. He had seen the dangers they had to face. Their whole life could be characterized as an eternal struggle. Now he understood perfectly well why Fernando had looked at him with a fiery gaze after he had failed the test. For a hunter, the most important thing was his life. Everything else didn't matter, much less the life of an ordinary scavenger. The whole point of their lives was to kill. That's what they were born to do, and that's what they were raised to do. It's a hunter of our consortium. Debian noticed the medal on the young man's chest and sighed in relief. If it was a hunter from another consortium, he would definitely do anything to make them forget about this meeting. Debian and his friends watched the hunter closely. After a while, he noticed the traces of fire that Mason and Law had made to kill the undead. Lights of joy flickered in his eyes. As he approached the ashes, he stretched out his hand and felt that the fire had recently died out. Throwing a glance at the undead corpses that lay on the ground, he sighed disappointedly. But after only a moment, he smiled happily. Quickly rising, the hunter rushed into the building. "He's discovered us," Mason said. Zach looked at Debian and whispered anxiously, "Dean, he knows we're the ones who killed those zombies. Is everything going to be okay? Maybe he's going to take the marbles away from us." Debian watched the hunter in amazement. With each passing second, he realized the unimaginable gulf in power between them. The hunter had only a second to determine their location, a fact that proved beyond a doubt that he had years of experience. Debian looked at Zach and shook his head. "I guess he shouldn't. After all, hunters kill undead by the thousands, So our number of orbs should cause him nothing but a smile. Hearing Dean's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the door to their hiding place opened, and a hunter appeared on the threshold. A trace of surprise appeared on his face when he saw them. He couldn't have expected that those who had killed so many zombies would be ordinary garbage men, and children at that. "Are you the newly minted garbage men?" said the young man, and began to look around the room. A few breaths later, his gaze fell on the charred heads lying in a pile. Seeing this picture, he looked up at the group of scavengers and, already with a more interested look, studied them. "Is this your first mission, or have you been outside the city walls before? You're already capable of killing level 4 zombies. Besides, you somehow know how to get frozen crystals out of undead heads. This is really weird." The hunter's stare made Debian feel as if he were being scalped alive. He looked up at the boy, his lips quivering as he explained, "We're from the last class of scavengers, and we joined the consortium right away. There were certain events that caused us to be separated from our group. In order to survive, we had to work a little hard, but still, we successfully came up with a way to fight the undead and later realized it." Hunter focused his attention on Debian. He had no trouble realizing that he was the leader of this group. Smiling, he said, "Don't be afraid of me. I'm very glad that our consortium managed to get such smart scavengers. I've been wounded, so I need to treat the wound, bring a clean cloth and a burning torch." Debian looked at his right hand and with a nod told Zach, "Go get some fire and I'll find a clean rag." Mason, Zach and Sham were incredibly highly excited, as this was their first such close encounter with a hunter. So upon hearing Debian's words, they quickly got down to business. Their reactions were as if they thought that their actions would make a huge contribution to winning this war against the undead. The hunter was about to enter the next room when he suddenly stopped. "Wait, all these rags have been exposed to radiation and are of course impregnated with germs. How can I even use them to dress my wound? You seem to look pretty savvy, so get the first aid kit from my backpack." Saying this to Mason, he walked through to the living room and sat down on the dilapidated couch. Tossing the backpack to Mason, the hunter said, "Open the backpack and get some gauze out of there." Mason nodded his head and was about to follow his instructions when the hunter noticed that his gloves were dirty. At the sight of the dirty gloves, he frowned. "Damn bastard, take off your gloves. You don't want to dirty my backpack, do you?" When Mason heard him, he trembled with fear and blushed with embarrassment. Quickly removing his gloves, he opened his backpack and took out a gauze. "Mr. Hunter, do you have anything that can be used to disinfect the wound? Before dressing a wound, it's imperative to disinfect it." "What, are you going to teach me?" Hunter hummed. "There's a knife and a bottle in the bag. You see? The bottle is alcohol. You were trained in first aid at camp, right?" Mason nodded quickly and immediately opened the bottle and poured some alcohol onto the knife blade, then using a torch, set it on fire. "Mr. Hunter, you must show me the wound so I can use alcohol to disinfect it. I'll do it all myself." With these words, the boy took out a second bottle of alcohol from his backpack and opened it with his thumb. After a second, which he must have used to gain strength, the hunter was already pouring the alcohol directly on his wound. His face was contorted from the sharp pain, but he was still holding up well and didn't even scream once. At that moment, Debian and the others finally saw the wound. The wound had been made by sharp claws and was deep enough that the bone was easily visible. The edges of the wound were beginning to rot, but because he had clamped down hard on it, the rot had not yet reached the bloodstream. The hunter took the red-hot dagger from Mason's hands and cut through the rotting flesh. As he wielded the knife, blood spurted in every direction. But even though the pain was unbearable, the boy never cried out. The sight of such strong stamina amazed Debian. Is this the true abilities of hunters? In my time, even soldiers hardened in countless wars would never have been able to rival him in willpower. When he was done, Mason immediately began bandaging the wound. A few moments later, the hunter's right arm was wrapped in several layers of gauze. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he spat and leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. Debian looked at him and quietly asked Mr. Hunter, Hadn't Zone 8 been previously cleared? Where did so many zombies come from? Did they come from some neighboring zone? "Don't ask me such stupid questions," said the boy in an irritated voice. Debian looked at the hunter in astonishment and immediately fell silent. After a few minutes, the guy opened his eyes and said, "I'm hungry. Give me food and water." Mason stood beside him and hesitated a little. "Mr. Hunter, this is our food. If you eat it, we'll—" The boy quickly cast a disdainful glance at Mason. "Don't you want to give me food?" Seeing his intense stare, Mason was startled. "I'm not saying we won't give. Just, Mister, here's my food. Take it." "Don't mind Mason. He's a little upset about today's events." Seeing the hunter's angry look, Sham said quickly. Pulling his provisions from his backpack, he quickly handed them to the guy. Seeing his friend's actions, Mason and Zack grimaced. Even though they had admired the hunters earlier, his actions were really pissing them off. Annoyed, they turned around and looked at Darbian, but seeing that he just nodded his head, they had no choice but to sigh and tolerate the hunter's arrogant attitude. The guy looked at Sham with a smile. "Mallets, you are smart." He then grabbed his food and began to devour it quickly. After a few minutes, he held out his hand and said just one word, "Water." With trembling hands, Sham held out to him a burden of water. After drinking all the water, the hunter tossed the empty bag aside, then leaned back against the wall and began to rest. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and stood up, checking the condition of the wound on his arm. A strange smile on his face proved that the wound didn't bother him anymore. Looking around at the 4 children, he stopped at Mason Petty. "Follow me." "Go. Where to?" Mason exclaimed in surprise. "When we get there, you'll know," laughed the hunter. Mason wrinkled his nose a little, but still made up his mind and said, "Sir, but I have my own assignment. If I told you to follow me, then you must follow me unconditionally." "Why are you spewing so much unnecessary crap out of your mouth?" said the hunter irritably. Mason was very startled as he couldn't figure out what was going on. Something strange. He turned around and looked at Darbian. Dean also noted the hunter's suspicious behavior. "Mr. Hunter, we respect you very much, but we have our own task, and if we fail to fulfill it, we will be excluded from the consortium. Even so, we are ready to help you as long as we can do some good." "Ah ha ha ha, you little guy, you know how to talk, right? I really need your help. Seeing your determination, I think you should all come with me. It will do you good to broaden your horizons a bit." The boy waved his hand impatiently. Hearing the hunter, Debian looked at him in surprise. "How can we help you?" Previously, everything Debian had said was just to placate him and make him feel sorry for the lives of the scavengers. After all, how could an ordinary scavenger help a hunter, since the hunter's main job was to exterminate the undead, and the scavengers were trained to gather materials and carry them back to the base? The guy frowned, and traces of hostility began to show in his gaze. At this point, all traces of his friendly smile were gone from his face. "I just found a very valuable resource, and I need help transporting it to the base. Rest assured, when I return, I will inform the management about your help, and half of my loot will belong to you." Hearing the hunter's words, everyone looked at him in surprise. "Mr. Hunter, is this really what you want?" Mason asked cautiously. "You're not going to trick us, are you?" Zack whispered excitedly. Of the 3 of them, only Sham was still staring at the hunter incredulously. Subconsciously, he knew that something was definitely wrong. But even though he couldn't understand the guy's true intentions, he had no choice but to look at Debian questioningly. The moment the hunter voiced the reason, Debian immediately realized it was a lie. After all, hunters never cared about gold. And what could be more precious than gold? Even though this hunter was a member of the same consortium as them, but subconsciously, Debian felt that this would not lead to anything good. Most likely, doing business with this hunter would lead them to a terrible situation. At this point, even despite their suspicions, they had no choice but to agree to his proposal and hope for the best. Debian and his friends followed the hunter and left the building they had been hiding in all this time. It didn't take long before they reached the place where they had split up with Scott and his group. Two zombies slowly emerged from the corner and swayed slightly, standing still. They seemed to feel the warmth that came from the hunter's body. It was only a moment before the undead came to their senses and rushed at their prey. Watching the rapidly approaching zombies, Debian pulled out his dagger and looked at the hunter. He decided that if this guy didn't do something now, he would tell his friends to run away quickly. Still, they had almost no strength left to fight two zombies alone. The hunter frowned as he saw the undead approaching. In the next second, he drew the dagger he had on his belt and rushed toward the zombies. It only took him a moment to get close to the monsters. His body shook slightly, as if he was in the center of a vortex, and immediately after, there were two sounds of flesh slicing. Poof! Poof! Two heads separated from the bodies and fell to the ground. At the sight of such swift carnage, Debian froze in place with shock. He knew full well, of course, that the hunter's main job was to kill. But even so, Dean could never have imagined they were this strong. What he'd just seen didn't look like a fight. It was just a simple, one-sided massacre. The boy shook the hand that held the dagger, and drops of blood from the blade showered the ground. He looked back at Debian and his company. At the moment, a faint, proud smile covered his face. Waving his hand at them, he signaled for them to keep up. Soon, the garbage men caught up with him. He looked at the hunter's dagger, which was currently hanging from his belt, and noted to himself that, compared to his dagger, it looked more like a knife that could only be used to slaughter pigs. But at this point, after killing two zombies with it, it was almost completely unusable. There was only a small part of the hilt that remotely reminded him of the incredible past of this dagger. The balls that are in their heads, Debian was about to bend down and start cutting into the undead's heads to search for the ice balls, when the hunter called out to him, "Don't waste time. Let's go." Debian frowned slightly, but did not dare to argue with the hunter. He fixed his position in his mind, however, so that if he had a chance in the future, he would return to collect the loot. In the hunter's eyes, such a tiny amount of ice balls were nothing more than trash, but to them, they were worth a fortune. As their group slowly made their way through the streets of the city, they encountered more and more undead. All the while, the hunter never gave Debian and his company a chance to engage. At each encounter, the hunter would lunge forward and decapitate another zombie in one motion. Perhaps it was because of his speed or his incredible experience, but he never once experienced any difficulty in these fights. His skills were so good that the zombies didn't have the slightest chance of killing him. They couldn't even injure the hunter. Debian watched in silence as the hunter dealt with the undead. In this era, when all weapons were reduced to swords and crossbows, it was not surprising that the martial arts had been greatly improved. The abilities the hunter was now displaying mesmerized Debian. He wielded his dagger so skillfully, as if the people in front of him were not bloodthirsty zombies, but ordinary grass. Each of his blows was incredibly precise and elegant, and even though he was injured, he could still move so skillfully. Is it possible that his skills were gained from countless battles on the brink of life and death? "Mr. Hunter, you're going to save Scott, aren't you?" "They shouldn't have gotten too far from here," Mason asked manfully. All this time, the guy had their backs, because of this good impression of him rekindled in the hearts of this group. The hunter gave him a dismissive look and said, "Who are you? Do you work for some kind of rescue organization?" When Mason heard the hunter, he froze in astonishment. At that moment, the boy looked along the street and frowned. Debian noticed that the hunter was looking in the direction where the first zombies had come from. There was an explosion, and a building in the distance collapsed. The next moment, there was a muffled roar. After the collapse of the building, bloodlust appeared in the hunter's eyes. Raising his head, he began to quickly look at the high-rise buildings that stood on both sides of the street. After a while, his gaze stopped on the upper floors of an office building. The entire building was so covered with moss that he couldn't even see the location of the windows. A fleeting smile flashed across the hunter's face. He turned to Dabian and his group. "Stay here. You are not to leave this place for any reason." Dabian's face changed. "Where are you going?" "I have urgent business to attend to, and I will deal with it quickly and return. You are not allowed to leave this place without my orders." "I will show no pity to anyone who violates my orders," said the hunter in a cold tone. "Even if you manage by some miracle to return to the consortium, I will find you there." When he finished, he turned and looked at the office building again. A fleeting smile flashed across his face, and then he quickly ran into the building. It's Mason couldn't find the right words. Did he just leave like that? Debian looked up at the building where the hunter had disappeared. At that moment, an unknown feeling stirred in his heart. The memory of the arrows and bow that hung behind the hunter's back suddenly came into his mind. Tall building, bow and arrow. His pupils suddenly narrowed. Archers most often attack from ambush. Is it possible they are being used as bait now? Who or what is he trying to lure here? As soon as he thought of this possibility, he immediately shouted out loudly, "To run!" Immediately afterward, he rushed towards another building. Debian decided to take advantage of the time the hunter needed to get to the roof of the office building to escape the place. In his opinion, if they hesitated for even a second, they would be penetrated by the hunter's arrows. Even though he wasn't 100% sure of the hunter's attack, Debian still decided not to take any chances. Mason, Sham, and Zack looked at their fleeing friend in surprise, but because they had been following his commands for a long time, their bodies began to move involuntarily. When they caught up with him, Mason asked in a worried voice, "Dean, what's wrong? Why are we running away?" If he finds out that we Debian had earlier, like his friends, seen the hunter protect them from zombies and had developed a trust in him, but at this point, all those positive emotions were gone. Looking at his friends, he replied in a cold voice, "He's probably using us as bait. With our help, he wants to lure his prey here." Bait? They were stunned. Soon the boys replayed in their heads everything that had happened earlier, and their bodies shook involuntarily. Debian walked into the building. He sighed and turned around to look at Mason and the others. "We need to cross the street. We can't give him a chance to find us." Zack frowned and said, "Even if we run away from him now, when we get to the Great Wall, he definitely won't let us live our lives peacefully." Debian looked at him and replied in a cold voice, "Then we'll kill him." Hearing his friend, Mason and the others were still a little hesitant. "Let's kill him? My God, do you have any idea what you're talking about? He's a hunter. We can't kill him. And even if we did, it would be one of the most serious crimes. Dean, are you sure about what you said earlier?" After a little silence, Sham asked, "If suddenly you're wrong, we'll be in great danger." Debian looked at his friends in astonishment. Until that moment, he hadn't realized that if his assumptions were wrong, he would bring great misfortune upon his friends by his actions. They were now in a situation where one wrong decision could cost them all their lives. If what Debian was saying was true, then staying where the hunter had left them was like taking a voluntary step toward death. Up to this point, they could see the ease with which the hunter had killed the zombies. So, if he had decided to use them as bait to lure the monster out, then what kind of strength would that monster have to possess to make him be so cautious? Hiding from possible impending danger was the best solution in this situation. But still, if he's wrong, then he's wrong. Debian mentally traveled back 3 years to the desert where they'd had their first trial. Back then, he had killed the alchemist Roseyard. At killing the man, his heart was filled with doubt. But after a while, his whole outlook underwent a change. In this situation, he had a choice: either die or kill the hunter. We've already disobeyed his orders. It doesn't matter if I was right or wrong, he won't let us go. So either way, the only way to save ourselves is to kill the hunter. If we don't, we will be punished or even killed when we return to the consortium. Debian spoke with determination, and his gaze radiated coldness. Mason looked at Debian with some hesitation. If they dared to commit such a crime, they would be murderers for the rest of their lives. A murderer was the vilest of men in the eyes of the common people. Debian stared at his friends, waiting for their decision. At the same time, his heart was pounding frantically. If they didn't agree with his decision, what would he have to do? Dean didn't even dare to think about the consequences of their refusal. But even despite his best efforts, the secret door in his heart had already opened, and the devil had already begun to whisper evil thoughts to him. As a sepulchral silence fell between the friends, a prolonged roar sounded outside. Debian and the others turned quickly toward the roar. Their faces showed unconcealed fear. The upper part of the building was badly deteriorated from the radiation and heavy rains it had been subjected to over the past few hundred years. The last 2 or 3 floors were completely destroyed and looked like ancient ruins. Brian reached the last floor, and when he didn't see the stairs to the top, he realized that he had finally reached the top. The view gave him the feeling that the future hunt would go well. As Brian reached the top, a shrill roar caught his attention. Did he really come this fast? Thought Brian, and tightly gripped the bow in his left hand. At the same time, with his right hand, he pulled out 2 silver arrows, looked down through the small slit below, and almost immediately spotted his victim. The building Brian had chosen was half destroyed and overgrown with creepers. A monster the size of a hippopotamus and the head of a wolf emerged from one corner of the building. It had 2 huge fangs in its mouth, and its entire body was covered in black fur. Saliva ran down those fangs and completely covered the hair on his chin. Finally, he appeared. Brian's eyes narrowed, and one could easily see a trace of bloodlust in them. A rare level 9 monster. After I kill you, my magic marks will be able to continue their development. In the end, I might even be able to obtain a new ability. After putting 1 arrow into his bow, his gaze moved to the open space where he had recently left the group of scavengers, but there was no one there at the moment. Seeing the empty intersection, his face contorted and his eyes filled with killing intent. Bastards. Damn bastards. If you had stayed in place longer, even if you were killed instantly, you could have done some good. Looking at the approaching monster, Brian closed his eyes and shook his head. At the same time, the monster stopped and began to sniff around looking for its prey. When he saw the monster start stalking its prey, Brian turned pale. This monster is not as dumb as the low-level undead. If I don't wait for the perfect moment, it will pinpoint my location and my plan will go to hell. Brian clenched his teeth hard. Those little bastards said that they had split up with the rest of the scavengers. If I can lure the monster to that group, I still have a pretty good chance of killing it. Thinking about that chance, a flame of hope lit up in his gaze. Brian opened his backpack and pulled out a small jar of yellow powder. He opened it and sprinkled it on his clothes. That much should be enough to mask my scent. As long as I don't get too close to him, he won't be able to spot me. Instead of me, that monster will follow those little bastards. Brian grinned. Debian turned pale with fear when he saw the monster emerge from the corner of the building. He had heard stories of such monsters, but he never thought they could actually exist. Debian quickly shouted, "Quickly, go up the stairs!" Mason, Zack, and Sham reacted instantly and ran after their friend. "Quickly, we need to hide!" "Hide," said Sham in a trembling voice. Compared to this horrible monster, zombies look like cute kittens. Hearing Sham, Debian looked at him and shook his head. "We can't hide from it. We have no choice but to bring this monster to the hunter. He won't save us. We have, after all, disobeyed his orders," Mason whispered. "I'm not going to ask him for help. We have to drop the monster on him. Even if we die, we'll definitely pull the hunter with us." Debian clenched his fists angrily. His heart was now filled with only 2 feelings, fear and anger. His assumptions were correct. The hunter had indeed planned to use them as bait from the beginning. They had helped him dress his wound, even given him food and water. And instead of thanking them, he had set them up and sent them to their deaths. Animal. Debian had never been so angry in his life. On the roof of the building, Brian watched the street through a crevice in a half-destroyed wall. Suddenly, the monster turned its head toward the building. "He's probably already smelled those little bastards," smiled Brian gloatingly. The damned little bastards, instead of dying obediently, they decided to run away. Do they really think they can escape by running into the building? Little pieces of shit, dog bastards. He knew that Debian and the others were guaranteed to die, because without the scent-concealing powder, they would not be able to escape from this level 9 monster. But this fact didn't upset him. On the contrary, he was very happy about it. It pleased him, even though their death inside the building would not be of any use to him. After all, the cramped and small corridors were the worst place for an archer who specialized in long-range and stealthy attacks. Brian could easily imagine the terror these children were feeling right now. At this point, he began to calculate what kind of head start they had on this horrible monster. If they had left the street almost immediately behind him, they must be somewhere on the 4th or 6th floor. Given the monster's speed and size, he'll catch up with them around the 9th floor, while he himself was on the 23rd floor. As Brian climbed up, he easily memorized the structure of the building. Since he was an experienced hunter, his ability to assess the situation was at a higher level than that of ordinary people. If they fight on the 10th floor, the distance between the 23rd and 10th floor is too great, but still, I'm not sure that distance will prevent the monster from detecting my presence. Frowned Brian. Doubts about his own safety began to brew in his heart. After all Brian knew about this monster was what he had read in the Hunter's Guidebook, which described it in just a few words: very sensitive to odor. There was no specific information about a safe range. Fear won out, and Brian took out the bottle and rubbed the remaining powder all over his body. Then he began to analyze what was happening. These little bastards should be on the 8th floor by now, while the monster is on the 6th. According to my calculations, it won't take long for them to die. If the monster still smells my presence, I'll have no choice but to jump out of here. Brian began to desperately think through his escape plan. After all, he didn't want to rely on fate, a monster, and 4 bastards. Time was slowly passing. The muscles in Brian's entire body were tensed to the limit. In his head, he was still calculating the possible developments. Those assholes must be dead by now. If I wait any longer, I'll see the monster leave the building. After that, I'll follow him and wait for the right moment to kill him. Sighing, Brian focused his attention on the exit of the building. Suddenly, a piercing roar sounded behind him, and a giant shadow leaped at him. When he turned around, he saw the monster attacking him. Only at the last moment, he managed to jump back, and the place where he had been just a moment ago was now a huge hole. Looking at the monster, Brian noticed on its fangs the remnants of backpacks. Whistle! Brian leapt into a small crevice in the wall. As he landed with his back on the concrete, he saw the monster's paw land where he had recently been hiding. The building had already crumbled in on itself, so a small portion of the floor collapsed upon impact. Seeing that the previous attack had failed, the monster roared furiously and disappeared in a flash. Most likely, it had retreated, hoping to find a place from which it could attack Brian again. When he saw that the monster was gone, Brian breathed a sigh of relief. With a quick movement of his hand, he grabbed the quiver of arrows and pulled out one. This arrow was very different from the others. It was thicker and longer. Checking that the rope was still attached to his back, Brian looked toward the neighboring 4-story building. Fastening the rope to the tip of the arrow, he drew the bowstring and fired. The arrow whistled shrilly and flew toward the building and stuck in the water tank that stood on the roof. After pulling the rope a few times and making sure the arrow was firmly stuck in the tank, but jumped. As his body was in flight, the rope tightened and prevented him from being crushed to death. The 4-story building had long been in disrepair, so as the rope stretched under the weight of Brian's body, the water tank tilted slightly. At the same time as Brian almost reached the roof, the supports under the tank finally collapsed and a huge rumbling sound was heard. Following this explosion, Brian felt what it was like to be a rock thrown from a great height downward. But he still managed to correct his free fall and flew into a 2nd-story window. Landing on the floor, he snatched up his dagger and looked around. It didn't take long before the monster appeared on the roof again, but this time there was no one else on the roof. He lifted his head up and began to sniff, as if to say that he wouldn't give up so easily, then jumped towards the neighboring building. About 5 minutes after the monster left, 4 people came out of the building. All of their bodies were stained with blood. "Has he really gone?" whispered Sham. Debian squinted and looked in the direction the monster had gone. "We have to catch up with it. We need to find the hunter." Are you out of your mind? You really want to go after that monster? Sure, he'll easily find the bastard, but what will he do to us after he's done with the hunter? Mason said in shock. Even though he spoke in a whisper, there was a note of desperation in his voice. We're covered in blood from head to toe, and he won't be able to sense us for a while, said Darbian, looking at his friends' soiled bodies. As they ran up the stairs, Dabian noticed the scattered corpses. He had to overcome a fit of vomiting to carry out the plan. Eventually, they covered themselves in undead blood to cover their scent and lay on the stairs, pretending to be dead. Because of the corpse odor they emitted, the monster didn't notice them, but just in case, Dabian also decided to use the dark blue orbs to lower his body temperature. This plan matured in his mind when he noticed that the monster just walked by and ignored the corpses that were scattered along the road. Thus, Dean decided to take a chance and bet everything on that possibility. They had to cover themselves head to toe in zombie blood to completely block out their odor. Even their faces were no exception, but because of the virus in undead blood, they didn't apply it directly to their faces. Instead, Dabian dabbed the blood onto a cloth and covered their friends' faces with it. There was a small chance that the blood would seep through the cloth and onto their faces, but Dean decided to take the risk because their lives were on the line at the moment. Also, to slow down and distract the monster at least a little, they left their backpacks on the first floor. All of their things were soaked in sweat. Even the backpacks were no exception, so the monster would have to attack their things first and maybe even stop chasing their group after that. In the beginning, this was their last desperate attempt at escape, but even then, they didn't have much hope that it would help them. Hearing Dabian, all the joy of escaping from that horrible monster evaporated. Everyone shook their heads quickly, looking at their friend in shock. We are incredibly lucky this time. If we follow the monster now, any misstep on our part could lead to certain death. Sham tried to dissuade his friend. Dabian looked at them and said, If you don't want to come with me, you can stay here and wait quietly for my return or go and find Scott and his group. You must understand the hunter must die, or otherwise we will have no peace anywhere. The monster's appearance confirmed his suspicions about the viciousness of the hunters. Dabian realized that such a cruel man would not let them live in peace after they had thwarted his plan. The next time they met, death would be the limit of their desires, as the hunter would likely torture them so badly that death would seem less of a bad idea. Instead of pinning your hopes on the compassion of another person, it is better to take the situation into your own hands and deal with the problem once and for all. No problem, no consequences. Mason and the other two, stunned, stared back at their departing friend. I told you we'd be together until we died, Mason said, catching up with Dabian. Dean turned around and nodded slightly. At the same time, Zack and Sham heard Mason's words and hurried to catch up with his friend. Though they had gotten along well and helped each other in the camp, seeing his friends decide to follow him in such a dangerous situation made Dabian's heart warm. Let's go. Dabian nodded to them. Ferrets, are you still alive? A cold and frightening voice echoed back to them. When Dabian looked up and saw the hunter standing on the second floor of the dilapidated building, he frowned. He didn't run away? Compared to Dabian, Brian was even more surprised. How had this pathetic group of garbage men managed to get away from that horrible monster alive? But seeing all their bodies covered in blood, he realized that he had still underestimated them little bastards. I'll kill you all today. Even if your dads come here and beg me, I'll still finish you off. Brian quickly pulled out his bow and fired. Dabian's face contorted and he quickly ran into the building. Sweet! 2 arrows stabbed into the spot where Dabian had stood only moments ago. Run! Split up! Dabian ran into the building and shouted. Mason and the others had been merciful. They didn't want to kill anyone. But now, the hunter himself had come to them and was trying to take their most precious thing, their lives. When they heard Dabian, they rushed toward him. Dean saw them coming towards him and quickly yelled, Don't run after me or he'll take us all down. He wants to kill me first and foremost. From that first shot, he realized that all of the hunter's hatred was focused on him. His friends looked at him incomprehensively, and Mason said, If we team up, we still have a chance to kill him. Listen to my orders. shouted Debian angrily. Mason and Zack and Sham were discouraged by their friend's behavior, but they had no choice but to clench their teeth and rush off in 3 different directions. Debian looked back and watched the hunter jumping down from the 2nd floor, and then he rushed up the stairs. He was well aware that if the hunter caught him, he would surely die a rather miserable death. The hunter easily killed all the undead on their way, so killing a simple garbage man was easier than eating breakfast. You sly little bastard. You've completely ruined my plan. Brian noticed from the start that the other 3 were obediently following Debian's orders. Even an experienced scavenger would stand still if ordered to do so by a hunter. But this group, just the thought of everything going to shit because of Debian made him subconsciously clench his fists. Run, Bugs! When I catch you, I'll skin your puny body alive. The inner demon showed on Brian's face. At this time, he was quickly running down the stairs. Considering the corpse smell coming from Debian and the corpses lying everywhere, Brian realized that the monster wouldn't be able to find them for a while. A strong killing intent filled his heart. All he could think about at that moment was how he would skin the still living Debian. Sweet! Soon, he reached the 2nd floor. At the same time, he heard some footsteps. As he listened, he realized that they were coming from the 4th floor. He grinned and continued upward. After reaching the 4th floor, Brian could no longer hear any extraneous sounds at all. He smiled coldly and said, "Hide and seek. I haven't played this game in a very long time. Hide and seek. I will give you a taste of despair. You will tremble with every step I take approaching you." Brian raised his bow and shot an arrow through the window. The sound of breaking glass. It echoed through the building. Brian frowned. He cautiously walked over to the overgrown creeper and pushed on the door. The door was unlocked, but made a muffled creaking sound when he opened it. Stepping inside, Brian saw that the arrows he had fired earlier were stuck in the overturned table. Seeing that the desk was probably being used as a shield, Brian frowned even harder. At the same time, sounds of movement came from the neighboring office. Hearing the noise coming from the neighboring office, a cruel light appeared in Brian's eyes. Instantly pulling another arrow from his quiver, he released it lightning fast through the thin partition. Only an instant passed between pulling out the arrow and the time it passed through the partition. Suddenly, a muffled cry of pain came from the neighboring office. "The little bastard," Brian said mockingly. Hanging his bow on his shoulder, he drew his dagger. Step by step, he moved leisurely toward the source of the groaning. When he reached the door, he kicked it with all his might. The door could not resist such oncoming power and immediately flew inside the office with great speed. A dimly lit room appeared before Brian, but what caught his eye more than anything else was the desk that stood in the middle of the room. Debian, with his leg pierced, was nailed to the table by an arrow. At the moment, he looked like a small rabbit caught in a death trap, but still struggling to escape. Upon seeing Debian, Brian's eyes reddened with anger, a strong killing intent emanating from them. He had complete trust in his archery skill. An arrow fired from his bow would easily penetrate stone. What was to say about the light protective suit of the scavengers? "You little bastard. Fight back. Fight back harder. Can you feel the desperation coming on?" Licking his lips, Brian approached Debian slowly, step by step. He was in no hurry to kill his prey. Instead, he was stretching out this pleasure, trying to savor every second that Debiana was in agony. Debian struggled to break free and looked in horror at Brian approaching. "Don't. No. Stay back. Scream! Keep screaming!" Looked coldly at the wounded scavenger. "Brian, I will destroy you. I'll skin you alive. I'll gut you like some kind of pig." With each step Brian took, Debian's gaze radiated more and more fear. But that changed when 5 meters remained between them. At that moment, any sign of fear vanished from Dean's face, replaced instead by a huge killing intent. Debian straightened quickly and threw the dagger hidden in his hand at the hunter. At the sudden attack, Brian staggered for a second, but because of his vast experience as a hunter, his body moved instinctively. He raised his dagger and used it to block Debian's attack. Brian looked closer and noticed that the arrow he'd let in didn't even hit Debian. He'd just pressed it against his leg with his hand, misleading the hunter. "You little bastard," Brian said angrily. He was angry not only at Debian's sudden attack, but also at his stupidity. He was so vain that he had fallen into the trap of a pathetic garbage man. But even in such a situation, Brian was still confident in himself and his strength. "I'll twist your head off and gouge out your eyes. You little bastard," he shouted. Even when he saw that his stealth attack hadn't done any damage to the hunter, Debian didn't panic. Instead, he started grabbing a keyboard, an LCD monitor, a cup, a picture frame, and throwing it all at Brian. Though all these items couldn't hurt the hunter, but at least they were holding him back. Brian guessed at Debian's plan, but he didn't think much of it. It was a pathetic effort, more like the last desperate cries of a cornered rabbit. He was just enjoying the scene. Brian didn't even bother to raise his arm to defend himself from all these objects. Even large flying objects couldn't hurt him because of the high-quality armor of the hunters. In that instant, Debian desperately threw the tablecloth, the last remaining item on the table. It seemed like that was all Debian was capable of in this situation. Brian slapped his hand on something hard that was wrapped in this tablecloth. "You little bastard! I can see you've got a lot more devious plans in your head. But do you really think I'd fall for your tricks twice? Everything in this room is covered in moss and dust, but this cloth is different. It was completely white. So it made sense that you were turning it over to hide something." "What did you hide?" Debian's pupils narrowed. In that moment, he realized he had underestimated the hunter. Strength wasn't all the hunter possessed. More important was his combat experience. Perhaps when hunting monsters, they had honed their skills in setting traps. Most likely, the hunters were more skilled in all sorts of tricks than anyone else. "I underestimated you looking at the hunter," Debian said, panting. "Did you really think some common man from the street could kill a hunter? Since the other three things got away, you alone will pay for all the trouble you caused," Brian mocked. Debian snorted and said, "I underestimated your stupidity, asshole." Saying that, he lightning jumped at the table. Brian watched Debian's actions in surprise, but in the next instant, he smelled the odor of burning. A pipe lying under the table, with a small flame gradually approaching it, came into his peripheral vision. And in the next instant, a huge explosion sounded and petals of fire engulfed Brian. The loud sound echoed around the floor while the entire building shook. Debian hid behind the table, but he couldn't fully protect himself from the shockwave, and his body was thrown a couple of meters backward, hitting something and crashing to the floor. The sensation of pain consumed his body, and his ears were ringing unbelievably. At the moment, an incredible amount of pain rushed into his head. It took almost all of Debian's remaining strength to open his eyes. The picture in front of him was blurry, and his head was spinning. Clenching his teeth, Debian raised his hand and slapped himself across the face. After 2 or 3 of those pops, his vision began to recover. Dean struggled to get up and looked at the blast site. Debian tried his best to focus his attention on himself so that he wouldn't notice the hidden tube of gunpowder. The tube needed to be activated, so he used the cloth he found in the office to make a wick. But still, there was a big problem. Everything in this building was covered with dust, and the cloth was getting damp, so its burning time was very long. So he had to disguise the pipe well so that the hunter wouldn't notice it before its time. Besides, to realize his plan, Debian had to take some risks. Even though the tube of gunpowder was powerful enough, its explosive force wouldn't be enough to blow up the whole floor. So he had to get the hunter as close to the explosives as possible. The biggest risk was that if the burning time of the burning fabric was less than Debian had calculated, the first person to die would be himself. It was a very dangerous decision, but since his life weighed in the balance, Debian decided to take such a dangerous gamble. In this situation, he saw no other choice. Debian felt his legs give out, and he leaned against the wall and slid to the floor. The bundle he'd left behind earlier was next to him. Unfolding it, he saw a dozen neatly folded dark blue balls. Realizing that his loot was all right, a hint of happiness appeared on his face, but in the next instant, it changed to horror. The hunter was badly wounded, but he got up. His right arm had been torn off by the blast, and blood was gushing from the wound. Brian clutched the dagger in his left hand and swayed, glaring fiercely at Debian. "He's not dead!" Debian looked at the hunter with horror. He tried his best to hold himself together, but his limbs were trembling. Even though he was far away from the epicenter of the explosion, he was still injured by the shockwave. Little bastard. Brian glared fiercely at Debian. His entire body was covered in blood, and from the way his leg was dragging behind him, it could be inferred that it was broken. He slowly approached Debian. Even though Brian was badly injured, he still had some strength left, so raising his hand, he quickly threw his dagger towards Debian's chest. Dean was expecting the hunter to attack, so he kept his guard up. He shifted a little to the side and managed to avoid the attack. Brian's right arm was torn off and his right leg was badly wounded. After throwing the dagger, he began to lose his balance and his body swayed. And then Brian fell with a thud, right under Debian's feet. Brian struggled to get up, but his wounds had taken their toll, so it was beyond him to get up, even to move a little. Still, he had enough strength to grip the hilt of his dagger. When Debian realized that the hunter couldn't get up, he breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he hadn't managed to kill the hunter, he had at least managed to immobilize him. After that, he picked up various items that had been scattered around the room by the explosion and threw them at the hunter. Unlike the rest of his body, Brian's head was not protected by equipment. It was Debian's main target. If the hunter had been at his best, he wouldn't have felt a hint of pain from such attacks. But now that he was mortally wounded, each blow caused him unbearable pain. With each blow, blood began to gush from the many wounds on Brian's body with renewed vigor. The hunter screamed in unbearable pain and tried to swing his dagger to ward off Debian. Unfortunately, his hand, with the dagger clutched in his palm, was practically immobile. Debian, afraid that the hunter might suddenly attack him, tried not to get too close to him. Dean saw Brian clutching his dagger desperately in his hand, and he thought of his recently abandoned weapon. The blade of his dagger was dull, but the tip was still sharp. As Debian searched for his dagger, the hunter began to crawl away. Brian still kept his bloodthirsty gaze on Debian. At the moment, he looked like he was ready to rush in at any second. The building began to shake, and the floor beneath Brian collapsed completely, sending him tumbling down to the third floor. The hunter landed on the table and shattered it into splinters. At this moment, Brian was lying on the floor of the third floor, his whole body shaking in pain. In the next instant, there was another jolt, and Brian continued his flight to the second floor. When the hunter's body landed on the floor, he no longer showed any signs of life. Debian cautiously walked to the edge of the breach in the floor that had been created by the tremors. He looked down and saw the hunter lying motionless, his blood pooling beneath him. Dean breathed a sigh of relief. Slowly, he stepped back from the cliff, leaned against the wall, and slid down. Dean was still shaking from the adrenaline overloading him. Due to 300 years of radiation and corrosion, this formerly sturdy building was now cracking at the seams. If the power of the explosion had been any greater, this powder tube could have easily blown the entire building to smithereens. The one tube of gunpowder that Debian had created was enough to collapse the floor of 2 floors at once. If he had overdone the ingredients, the building would have been nothing more than a foundation and a pile of stone slabs. After spending some time on the floor, Debian felt that he had almost fully recovered. He carefully got up, grabbed the bag of dark blue balls, and headed for the stairs leading down. As Debian descended, he thought that the sound of the explosion might have attracted zombies snooping around, or worse, other hunters. So, he decided to get out of this place as soon as possible, but first, he had to destroy all traces of his presence here. When he reached the second floor, he saw the dead hunter still lying on the floor. The bloody puddle beneath him was no longer spreading, but was instead pooling and crusting. Debian quickly ran across the floor and gathered up all the paper he could see. Throwing it on top of the hunter, he made a few more trips like that. When he was sure he'd covered the entire corpse with paper, Dean crouched down and used the fire sickle to set the mound on fire. The second the paper began to flame up, the supposedly dead hunter jumped up and with dagger in hand lunged at Debian. Debian was unable to react to the attack, and in the next instant the hunter's dagger slid easily through his protective suit and into his chest. The first sensation that came over him was a piercing cold, and then his chest ached. Debian stared wide-eyed at the hunter. Was he faking it? Had he been lying in wait all this time? Many thoughts swirled in Dean's head. Dean rested on the 4th floor for a while, then went down to the 2nd floor, which also took a certain amount of time. Had the hunter been lying there all this time, in incredible pain and pretending to be dead, just to trap him? How high is his pain threshold? Bastard! Brian slowly raised his head and looked at Debian. His face was pale from the excessive blood loss, but even though he was in such a bad state, he still had a terrible killing intent in his gaze. The next moment his eyeballs were completely shut, and a tragic smile appeared on his face. The hand holding the dagger loosened its grip, and the hunter's body fell forward flat. "Did he really just die now?" said Debian when he saw Brian's blank stare. But even though the enemy had been defeated, it didn't change the fact that the dagger was currently stuck in his chest. Debian gripped the hilt of the dagger and felt his whole body shudder. He staggered back to his feet. Every step he took was an unbearable pain in his chest. "I can't die. I can't die." Debian kept repeating it to himself. His consciousness was gradually leaving him, as if he was about to fall into a long hibernation. At that moment, his sister appeared in front of him, along with his parents. Debian distinctly remembered the last words his mom had said to him. "Live happily ever after. Live happily ever after, survive." With those thoughts, Debian bit his tongue bloodily, and the fainting spell began to recede. Looking at the dagger, he concluded that since he hadn't died on the spot, the blade hadn't hit his heart. Perhaps if he could stop the bleeding, he might have a chance of survival. Suddenly, a strong desire for life began to overwhelm his heart. Clenching his teeth tightly, Debian stood up and reached for the bag of dark blue orbs. They had strong freezing properties, so because of this ability, they could also be used to anesthetize and repair wounds. PP. The term homeostasis was used in the anlate, but I didn't understand how to put it into the text, so I replaced it with recovery. Debian reached into the hunter's backpack and pulled out a first aid kit. It contained gauze, a few bottles and jars, some pills, and a strange white powder. Debian also found a bottle of alcohol in his backpack. At the same time, he picked up a fire sickle and began to strike a spark to burn Brian's remains. After a while, Debian managed to start a fire. After a few minutes, the paper mixed with various debris burst into flames, and the fire began to gradually consume Brian's corpse. Taking a mouthful of alcohol, Dean lowered his head and spat on his wound. Slowly, millimeter by millimeter, he began to pull out the dagger. The pain that was gripping his body at the moment was so unbearable that he felt as if his soul was ready to leave his body. If only this torture would stop. With each millimeter, the pain grew worse, and the urge to stop grew stronger. But Debian gritted his teeth and continued until the dagger was completely out. As soon as the blade was fully out, blood gushed from the wound. At that moment, Debian felt as if the life itself was leaving his body. Dean started by binding his chest tightly with gauze. In this situation, he realized that it was unlikely that he could find a decent needle and thread to sew up the wound. So his first priority was to stop the bleeding. As hard as he tried, the regular gauze didn't help much, and soon the blood began to seep out. After bandaging his chest a few more times, he stopped and pulled a dark blue orb from his bag and placed it on the wound. Debian hoped the orb would freeze the wound, thus stopping the bleeding. Debian looked at the hunter's still burning body. The sight of it made him fear that someone might find out that he had killed the hunter. Leaning against the wall, Debian studied the jars in Brian's medicine cabinet. None of the jars were signed, so he hadn't even considered taking the medication. There was also the fear that these drugs were made with reference to the hunter's body structure, so it could have a detrimental effect on Debian. Time passed slowly. When he saw that the blood had stopped flowing from the wound, Debian sighed with relief. The dark blue orb was doing its job well, but Dean was hesitant to move, because if the wound wasn't completely frozen, any movement might cause it to reopen. God had not been favorable to Debian thus far. Debian sat leaning against the wall, staring at the creeper that completely covered the windows. Suddenly, there was a loud roar that made even this seemingly immutable plant shudder. No doubt it was that terrible monster. Fear took hold of Debian, and his face went pale. I had to translate it from Chinese, because the chapter is not complete on the Anlate. There may be some mistakes, but we'll try to fix everything at the editing stage. Maybe the next chapter will also be translated from Chinese. Was it really that horrible monster that had returned? Was it the sound of the explosion that had attracted it? Or had it come at the scent of the hunter? Cold sweat ran down Debian's back. Dean just recently had a deadly confrontation with Brian in which he nearly lost his life, and now he has yet to face this monster as well. Yes! Are you kidding me? Earlier, this monster had easily found the hunter at the very top of the building, so this once again proved how well it had developed charm. At the moment, the wound on Debian's chest was emitting a noticeable odor. Even though his clothes were stained with zombie blood, it would hardly help him get away unnoticed. His only chance was to apply the infected blood directly into the wound. This would almost 100% block the smell of his own blood, but at the same time, he was guaranteed to turn into the walking dead. Absolutely not. There is no safe way to avoid encountering this monster. A head-on collision is guaranteed to result in death. The only thing left to do is either run or accept your death with humility. Is today the day I'm supposed to die? Debian muttered desperately. Dean lifted his head and looked up at the still shaking ceiling. Clenching his fists tightly, he decided to fight to the end, for he had promised his sister and his parents that he would live. Getting to his feet, his body began to shake from the intense pain that with every movement he made spread from the wound. He clenched his teeth tightly and walked slowly to Brian's charred corpse. Dean bent down and picked up the dagger, bow, and quiver of arrows that lay not far from the hunter. It was only a second after Debian stepped away from the corpse that a section of the ceiling collapsed, crushing the hunter completely to a pulp. Now, he didn't have to worry about anyone finding out what had happened. Holding the bow in his hand, Debian tried to draw the bowstring, but he couldn't move it an inch. His plan to ambush the monster had been shattered by the bow that had been created with the hunter's physical abilities in mind. A feeling of despair swept over Debian again. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a stacked in the corner of the quiver, a thick arrow with a ring at the top that was specially designed to have a channel fastened to it. At that moment, another roar sounded, but this time it was much closer than the first time. Every step of the monster made the whole building shake. The monster had probably already recognized the exact location of the hunter and Debian's troop. Debian frowned and ran quickly to the stairs. As he ran, the wound on his chest reopened, and the blood began to stain the white gauze he'd used for bandaging red. Dean began to walk up the stairs, each step a pain in his head. The blood loss was starting to make him weak, but the thought of the monster following him kept him going. Gathering all his remaining strength, he ran even faster toward the roof. As Debian reached the 6th floor, the sound of breaking glass came from downstairs, from about the 2nd floor. As the building was silent, the sound rippled throughout the building, wave after wave. Debian turned pale and tried to speed up his ascent at least a little. Finally reaching the 7th floor, Dean realized that he had no strength at all, and it was unlikely that he would be able to climb to the roof before the monster caught up with him. With these thoughts, he didn't continue his ascent, but instead went to the window and looked out. If you fell from that height, you wouldn't survive. He took the rope from behind his back and tied it to the ring on the large arrow, then plunged it into the floor. The floor of the whole building was corroded due to long exposure to radiation and temporary destruction. Debian frowned as he heard the sound of the stairs collapsing. By his reckoning, the monster should have caught up with him by now, but for some reason it had lingered on the 2nd floor. Most likely, the scent of the slain hunter had attracted the monster. Debian felt a slight tremor coming from the lower floors of the building. The 6th floor seemed to be almost completely destroyed. Obviously, the 5-meter monster has a terrifying weight, and the stairs, as well as the floor, cannot withstand such pressure. The constant shaking of the entire building made the ceiling above Debian ready to collapse. The tremors were very damaging to a dilapidated building that had stood for more than 300 years. Debian clutched the rope and stared at the front door. Right in front of Debian's face, almost grazing him, huge black claws popped out from under the floor. Debian sat there pale, afraid to move. The next second, 5 meters away, the floor collapsed completely, creating a hole through the floor. Slowly, as if mocking Dean, a large black head began to appear in the hole in the floor. When the entire head was already on the 7th floor, the large all-black eyes stared at Debian. The monster's mouth was completely open, allowing saliva to drip onto the floor. Debian instantly cringed and rushed to the window. The sensation of free fall mesmerized him for a second. Debian gripped tighter to the rope, which was his only lifeline at that moment, thus stopping his fall. Looking up, he saw the beast peering out of a window on the 7th floor. In the next second, the monster's huge body began to squeeze through a window that wasn't suitable for it. When he saw Debian hanging on the rope, the monster roared furiously and jumped out of the 7th floor and came straight at him. Debian grabbed the ledge on the 3rd floor in a panic, but his strength had already almost completely left his body. If he unclenched his hand now, he would have to fall from the 3rd floor. It would be a free fall. There were no branches to grab onto to slow him down. Debian's whole body was torn with unbearable pain, tears welling up in his eyes. He was at the last gasp of his strength, but he still held on to the ledge. But everything comes to an end. His fingers began to slip little by little, and Debian fell. Dean flailed his arms as he fell, and still managed to grasp the ledge on the 2nd-story window. The sudden stop made him feel that if the momentum had been a little stronger, his arm would have easily vomited. At this point, Debian dared not delay any longer and climbed through the window with his remaining strength. When he was almost through the window, Dean felt a strong gust of wind, followed by a loud explosion coming from the 1st floor. It wasn't until a few seconds later, when the dust from the explosion had cleared, that Debian could see what had happened. There was a 5-meter diameter crater in the road, with cracks spreading across the asphalt for many meters around it. Debian sat down on the floor near the window and closed his eyes, beginning to regain his strength. But after only a second, the furious roar came again. On the ground, where there had been a crater earlier, the monster was now standing and looking upward, roaring furiously. Even the fall from such a height had not caused it any damage. "How do you even kill him?" Debian thought desperately. The pale Debian stood by the window, staring at the roaring monster with fear in his eyes. Given the monster's vitality, Dean couldn't think of a single way to kill it. Suddenly, he remembered the collapsed staircases on the upper floors. Jumping out the window, Debian grabbed the rope and began to climb up. If he could make it to the 7th floor, the monster wouldn't chase him because the stairs were already destroyed. While he was climbing up the rope with all his strength, the monster from below roared and jumped up. Scotch! The monster's claws slammed into the wall of the building. This attack was aimed at Debian, but the monster missed. Realizing that his attack had failed, he roared even more furiously. When he saw the monster standing on the ground again, Debian was even more afraid, so he accelerated his ascent as fast as he could. As the wound on his chest opened more and more, causing him terrible pain. The gauze that covered his chest was already soaked with blood. After a while, Debian reached the 4th floor and, grabbing his bleeding chest, quickly ran to the other end of the floor. At the same moment, the monster jumped up again and flew to the 4th floor, sinking its claws into the wall, thus stopping. The rope that Debian had used to climb up to the 4th floor was cut by the sharp claws. Looking through the window at the fleeing Debian, the monster let out a furious growl and jumped through the window. However, the width of the rooms on the 4th floor barely reached 6 to 7 meters, and the corridors could fit a maximum of 1 person. This layout caused the monster a lot of trouble, so he had no choice but to crawl slowly. His speed was much slower than Debian's, so he couldn't catch him. But he still didn't give up his desire to catch his prey. With a roar, the monster dug its claws into the walls and began to help itself with its hands. But the monster didn't take into account that the building had been standing for over 300 years. In the next second, the floor beneath the monster collapsed, and it went flying to the bottom floor. He didn't dare go to see what had happened to the monster, because he knew he wouldn't die from such a small thing. Dean turned around and waddled slowly toward the stairs, leading up to the top. Dean's only hope was that, because of its large size, the monster would not be able to reach him through a building collapsing under its weight. Debian went up to the 5th floor. He realized from the roar behind him that the monster was still following him. He looked back up, still trying to stabilize his breathing, and crouched against the wall. After a few minutes, the floor in front of him suddenly collapsed, and in that rift showed the claws and head of a monster. The monster began to climb up the load-bearing wall, which was made of reinforced concrete and rebar, making it much stronger than the other walls. As a result of these components, the load-bearing wall, though exposed to the same radiation as the others, was still in better condition than the other walls of the building. The monster hanging on the wall turned its head and roared at Debian. Debian's face, which had already regained some of its color, instantly turned pale again, and he jumped up and ran away from the abyss with the horrible monster inside it. The monster roared once again and pushed off the wall, shattering it, and leaped at Dean, who was running away. During its jump, the whole building shook so much that a person who didn't know what was really happening would have thought that an earthquake had started. All the hairs on Debian's chest stood at attention in fear. At the moment, he was heading down another narrow corridor, hoping to escape. With every step he took, he felt the pain that came from his chest wound. The monster almost caught Debian with its claws, but he managed to dodge the monster's attack at the last moment. As the monster's paw hit the floor, cracks began to spread from the impact, and in a second, the floor collapsed, sending the monster flying 45 meters to the 1st floor. Every time the monster collided with another floor, it made a new hole in it. As it flew, it swung its arms and roared so hard that even the neighboring walls were damaged. As the monster landed on the 1st floor, Debian was visited by a feeling as if the whole world was getting ready to turn upside down. Dean turned his head and realized it wasn't the effects of massive blood loss. The world was actually getting ready to turn upside down. The building began to tilt. Floors 7 through 2 had been almost completely destroyed, and now that the load-bearing wall on the 5th floor had similarly collapsed, the building that had stood for over 700 years was now ready to collapse. When the building fell, one could only imagine what the shockwave would be like. Debian quickly turned around and ran to the other side of the building, which would be the top after the fall. He decided that it was better to die from the fall or the shockwave than to be walled up alive and trapped in a death trap, waiting for his doom. The floor, originally only slightly tilted, was now almost straight. Debian leaned against the wall and used his dagger to force his way forward. In a life-or-death situation, he paid no attention to the pain or the tears that were pouring down. All that was on his mind was getting to the top side of the building. "Gotta keep going. There's no stopping. I still have a chance at life," repeated to himself. Finally, Debian reached the window, and when he climbed out of it, he saw a clear sky in front of him, as if he were standing not on the 5th floor, but on the roof itself. Debian held his hands on the windowsill and looked around. The next moment, there was a deafening explosion, and Dean jumped up as fast as he could to get out of the building. As the building collided with the ground, dust clouds began to rise up, and Debian's upward-flying body was affected by gravity, and he began to fall down onto the wall of the building, which was now the roof. The moment he almost landed on the wall of the building, a shock wave caught up with him and threw him even higher. From that impact, Debian felt as if all of his internal organs had stirred and were ready to come out through his mouth. After another blow, but against a building, his eyes went black, and he lost consciousness. While Debian was unconscious, an invisible struggle was going on in his soul. His breathing was ragged, and his consciousness was fading. But at the same time, the will to live was trying to make him wake up. Debian didn't know how long he'd been unconscious like that, but when he opened his eyes, it was pitch black. "I'm not dead?" asked Debian in surprise. The next second, An unbearable pain spread through his body, confirming his hunch that he was still alive. His back ached terribly. Using his arm as a support to get up, he was hit by another wave of pain, after which he collapsed again. Lying on the floor, Debian didn't dare to take any action to get up again. Instead, he tried to look around. Not far from him, there was a small ray of light. It meant that once he recovered from his injuries, he would be able to get out of here safely. Immediately after the joy, he was struck by an incredible feeling of pain in his stomach. The last time he'd had it, he remembered that it had been outside the Great Wall. "Ah, I lost my backpack, and it had all my food and water in it," thought Debian frustratedly. Food was the first priority right now. It was almost evening when he lost consciousness, and given that he didn't know exactly how long he'd been unconscious, he could conclude that he'd been eating for a long time. At best, a few hours had passed, and night had fallen. Debian stretched out his arms and began to check his surroundings. He tried to feel for any stalk of a plant. Even if it was a weed, he'd still be ready to eat it. In the back of his mind, Debian hoped that a rumble like that might make his friends come back for him. Even if they come back at that sound, so will the undead crowds gather as well. What will they do? Debian thought. With those thoughts, he immediately discarded the idea of calling for help. It was unlikely that any living person would hear him, and in his opinion, zombies had much better hearing. So, there was a very good chance that his shouting would attract his killers instead of saviors. As Debian lay there thinking about what he should do, he felt a sticky liquid from above begin to drip down onto his face. The water in the pipes has long since dried up. Did it rain while I was unconscious? And now this water is seeping through the rocks? Debian thought. He felt like his insides were drying up at the moment. Debian decided that even if this water was exposed to radiation, he would still drink it. As long as he could reduce the thirst and the feeling of dizziness that plagued him so much, Dean would be willing to eat the corpse as well. Debian raised his hand a little. He didn't want that contaminated water to get on his wounds. After a while, his whole hand was already wet. Carefully bringing it up to his face, Dean was about to peel it off when the smell of blood hit his nose. "Is that blood?" Debian exclaimed in amazement. At that moment, some sounds came from the darkness. "For God's sake!" "Not," whispered Debian, stunned. As if to confirm his guess, a fierce roar came from the darkness, followed by a great wave of dust. The source of the roar was 5 meters away from Debian. Monster! How did he manage to survive? Debian thought in wonder. Dean clenched his teeth tightly and, overcoming the unbearable pain, began to slowly climb over to the other spot. The pain was so unbearable that his forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. It had been about 5 minutes, and Debian had covered only 2 meters. It was then that his strength left him, and he collapsed to the ground. Perhaps that would have been the end of it, but the roar that sounded again was still coming from the same place. It looked like the monster wasn't in the best condition either. Debian stared at the source of the noise for a while. Was it possible that the monster, because of its huge body, could not move? With that thought, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a fire sickle. Thank God he hadn't lost it. With a trembling hand, he lifted the sickle and struck the stone with it as hard as he could. The fire blazed in the darkness and illuminated the small spot in front of him. Debian raised the sickle and saw a black monster lying not far from him. From the unnatural position of its head, Debian concluded that its neck was broken. The monster kept trying to get up, but the collapsed building prevented it from doing so. Debian sighed with relief. Thank God that monster was docked, or Dean would have been eaten while he was unconscious. The fire sickle went out, and darkness filled everything around him again. But Debian managed to memorize his surroundings. He was now in a small steel box. Pieces of the monster were scattered everywhere. Only one place resembled, by description, the one he was in now: the elevator shaft. Debian was still looking in the direction of the beast. Judging from the surroundings, they were now exactly on the first floor. He would have to go higher to get out of here. But still, there was some obstacle in his way. The elevator door was slightly tilted and blocked with rocks, so there was little possibility of opening it. Sighing, Debian gathered all his willpower and stood up. He walked over to a large pile of rocks and began to climb up it. With each successive movement, the pain washed over him in an even greater wave. Despite the terrible pain, Debian didn't stop. Instead, he climbed upward even more fiercely. If he continued to stay trapped in that box, sooner or later his strength would be gone, and he would have no choice but to obediently accept death in this God-forsaken place. Soon, Debian managed to reach the ceiling of the elevator, and he entered the shaft itself through the escape hatch. Rays of light, through small holes in the walls, filled the entire elevator shaft. The dust from the fall of the building was still visible from behind them. Debian looked at the monster lying nearby. His body was covered in rocks and rebar, and he was still unable to get up because of his weight. As Debian thought about how lucky he was that his body had been thrown away from here, he couldn't help but smile. If he'd landed where the monster had, unlike the latter, he would have met his death under that pile of rubble. After half an hour, Debian finally got out from under the rubble. When he turned around and looked at the collapsed building, all his wounds began to ache again, as if reminding him of what had happened. Hiding behind the stones scattered about, Debian looked around. It was quiet, and there wasn't even a hint of the undead. The sound of a collapsing building would have attracted zombies, he thought. But it seemed that when they'd come here, they hadn't sensed the presence of living people, so they'd scattered around. Earlier, to stop the bleeding, Debian had attached a dark blue orb to his chest, after which his body temperature began to drop. Apparently, it was this fact that saved him from the zombie invasion. But at the moment, the dark blue orb had already left his chest and was now peacefully placed in his pocket, so he was on guard. Slowly walking down the street, Debian came to another building. It, like all the others, was completely braided with a curly plant. Taking out his dagger, Dean slashed it forcefully across the thick stem, and the next moment, a white liquid began to flow from the small cut. At that moment, the exhaustion returned, and Debian tore off a few leaves and chewed them furiously. A slight sweetness gradually filled his mouth. Even knowing that there might be germs or radiation residue on the leaves, he didn't hesitate for a second to swallow parts of the plant. The pain in his stomach began to subside after he ate the leaves of the strange plant. But Debian didn't continue eating. Instead, he made another cut in the stem and sucked on it to absorb the juice that flowed out. If this plant could grow to such a size in this unfavorable environment, it was safe to say that it had already developed antiviral and radiation-absorbing properties. So Debian didn't worry at all about the harmfulness of the plant's sap. When he was thirsty, Debian felt a little relieved. The monster that lay beneath the rubble of the collapsed building suddenly came to mind. Debian was the one who had brought that monster to such a pitiful state, and if he ever got out, he wouldn't leave it alone until he'd torn it apart. After a moment's thought, Debian walked toward the rusted cars standing nearby. The hoods were open, and the engines were corroded from long periods of disuse, so they were in complete disrepair. Debian didn't have to use much strength to open the gas tank. Shoving in a small stick he found nearby, he made sure the gas tank was completely empty. It was to be expected. Even if there had been gasoline there before, it had evaporated over time. But Dean didn't give up, and after picking at the walls of the gas tank with a stick, he pulled it out. This time, there was a small layer of dark residue on the stick. Taking out a fire sickle, Dean tried to set the stick on fire. His expectations were fulfilled. This dark material burned very well. After checking the gas tanks of the other cars, he collected a fair amount of this dark slurry, then went into a somewhat nearby store and took out some scraps of cloth from there. After gathering what he needed, Debian headed back into the collapsed building. It wasn't long before he reached the elevator shaft, but still, because Dean hadn't fully recovered from his previous wounds, he was tired, so he sat down against the wall and began to regain his strength. After a while, he got up and lit a torch before heading toward the monster. Unlike when Debian had woken up here, he could see it clearly now. The monster was almost completely covered in rocks, with only its neck, head, and half an arm peeking out from under the rubble. Looking at the unconscious monster, Debian smiled gloatingly, and then began to smear the black substance on the pre-prepared cloth he'd gotten from the gas tanks earlier. When all the materials were almost completely covered with the black substance, he threw all the debris directly at the monster's head. As soon as the monster's head was completely hidden by the pungent odor, it came to its senses and roared. Seeing the beast in pain, Dabian smiled and threw his torch at it. The torch hit a pile of rags, which instantly caught fire. The fire from the debris quickly traveled to the monster's head. When it did, the monster let out a cry of pain. Its entire body began to wriggle as it tried to get out from under the rubble, causing small rocks to roll from the large pile that was tightly bounding the monster. Seeing the monster trying to get out, Dabian's heart froze. He was afraid that because of the incredible pain, the monster's adrenaline would increase in its body, thus increasing its strength. But still, due to the recent disaster, the beast had been injured and had also lost a lot of blood, so its strength was currently depleted. The fire illuminated the entire elevator shaft. The monster's desperate roar gradually subsided. Dabian looked at the body of the dying monster. Life is indeed a very fragile thing. Even such an incredibly strong and sensitive monster couldn't escape the old woman's grip. Perhaps no, he only had himself to blame for not being strong enough. Staring at the flames, Dabian clenched his fists. At this moment, as he escaped certain death, his ambition began to grow with renewed vigor. The fire continued to burn for another 10 minutes, and all the while, the odor of burning flesh lingered in the air. Gradually, the fire began to die out. Dabian didn't know how smart this monster was, and was afraid that it might, like the hunter, just pretend to be dead. So he picked up a small rock and threw it at the monster's head. The stone hit him squarely in the head, but he showed no signs of life. Dabian sighed in relief. He walked over to the monster and examined the charred body with interest. This beast seems to be quite different from the undead. I didn't even have to blow its head off to kill it, Dabian concluded after examining it. I wonder, are the contents of his head different from what I've seen in the undead? A cold glint flickered in Dabian's eyes. It was some time before the monster's charred head finally cooled. With his dagger in his hand, already badly damaged but still sharp, Dabian began to cut it up. With a little effort, he managed to make a section along the monster's eye sockets, thus removing the top of its skull. As soon as the monster's brain appeared outside, a disgusting odor hit Dabian's nose. The horrible stench almost made him vomit. Dean gagged and carefully plunged the dagger into the monster's brain. On another plunge, he stumbled over some sort of hard object. But upon close inspection, it turned out to be an ordinary intracranial bone. Dabian couldn't help himself, and only a sigh of frustration escaped his mouth. Completely turning the beast's huge head around, he found nothing unusual there. It seems that this monster is indeed quite different from the undead. Dabian smiled regretfully. He had hoped to the last minute to find a dark blue ball the size of a soccer ball in the monster's head, but it seemed his hopes were not destined to come true. Shaking the dagger, shaking the blood off the blade and onto the floor, Dabian backed up against the wall and crouched. His strength still hadn't fully recovered, so he decided to take advantage of this safer place to rest. Since there was only the corpse of a huge monster here, he could safely recover. Fortunately, due to his long stay near this stinking corpse, Dabian had been able to adapt to the smell, so at the moment he no longer felt any discomfort. As he rested, Dabian suddenly felt a numbness spreading through his body. He looked down at his palm and noticed several small cuts, most likely from hitting the rocks. The wound was already beginning to turn blue, indicating that it was infected. I really must have gotten some kind of infection. I wish I'd had some water to wash my wound. I even managed to lose the first aid kit I'd taken from the hunter's corpse. Dabian smiled sadly. He thought for a moment and spat on the wound a few times. Saliva could act as a weak anesthetic, so he hoped it would have a small but positive effect. Leaning against the wall, Dabian closed his eyes, trying to speed up his recovery. If he didn't find something to eat soon, he wouldn't be able to stay here for 10 days. However, the numbness was spreading more and more throughout his body. Thus, his entire body felt somehow heavy. Dabian opened his eyes anxiously. If the infection was more serious than he'd thought, he might die. When he lit the torch and examined the wound carefully, he turned pale with fear. Yellow-white pus was oozing out of the wound, and Debian could feel a lot of pain coming from his hip, back, and chest. He didn't have a mirror with him to look at it, but he could clearly feel that his whole body was swelling. Even his face seemed very swollen. This state of his body couldn't help but frighten him. Bacterial infection. The mere thought of it made Debian's heart race. All the symptoms he'd experienced didn't bode well for him. At that moment, he turned his gaze to the monster's corpse lying nearby. Is it possible that I got it from him? However, Debian dismissed the idea at once. He'd only gutted his skull, and he'd been very careful, so it was almost impossible to catch any infection. Suddenly, Debian remembered the one thing he'd so carelessly ignored earlier. When he woke up under the rubble, the monster's blood was dripping on him. Was there a virus in the blood? Wait, my suit was supposed to protect me. So I didn't come in direct contact with it. Debian stood up on shaky legs. At the same time, the pain in his chest kept increasing. Gritting his teeth, Debian gathered all his strength and leaned against the wall, slowly climbing up. He realized that only on the street would he have a chance to clean his wounds. When it was a few meters to the exit, Debian crouched down to rest and ran his hand over his back. He didn't know how it had happened, but there were many small holes in the suit, revealing a view of several bleeding wounds. The blood that had previously dripped on him from above had just infected him through these small wounds. Until the virus had fully taken root in his body, Debian felt no discomfort at all. Dean turned pale as disappointment and regret gradually overtook him. If he hadn't gone back to kill the hunter, he might not have gotten the virus, and he wouldn't be on the verge of death. Even though no one expected me to be able to kill a hunter, I was even able to finish off that horrible monster. But even so, I just couldn't escape heaven's punishment, Debian whispered bitterly in his heart. People often mention karma and say, forgive and forget. Maybe if Debian hadn't decided to kill the monster, he might have starved to death. But now, he'd not only turn into a zombie, but he'd be stuck in that elevator shaft with just the two of them. Debian leaned against the wall. The tingling sensation in his entire body, along with the numbness, gave him no chance of survival. At this point, Debian could only hope that this virus wouldn't kill him. Hope he had nothing else left at all. After a few minutes, in addition to the numbness in his body, his vision began to blur. Reaching up and touching his forehead, Debian felt himself burning. At this point, despair had already completely overpowered him. Debian needed to bring the fever down as soon as possible before he passed out. He decided to use the dark blue orb to do so. He slipped his left hand into his pocket and carefully extracted the orb and placed it on his forehead. As soon as he did so, in the same instant, an icy feeling swept over his entire body. A little time passed, and the fever began to recede. As the temperature dropped, Debian's mind began to clear little by little, but his eyelids were still as heavy and began to slowly close. After a few minutes, Debian was almost completely in the dream world. Suddenly, he felt some slight movement on his chest. Debian reached up and unzipped his suit. His eyes were still blurry, but Debian could see the blood-red worms, however vaguely. The wound on his chest was bandaged with a thick layer of gauze, but the worms somehow managed to get through it. Debian tensed and tried to shake them off, but it was futile, because the worms were almost halfway through his body. PP. Just yesterday, when I translated this chapter, I was walking to work, and after the snow melted, the whole road was covered with earthworms. I actually felt a little uneasy. Worms. Worms, muttered Debian confusedly. He tried to raise a hand to pick them up from his wound, but suddenly a piercing pain resounded in his head and the last thread of consciousness began to fade. The last thing Debian saw before he completely slipped into oblivion was the multitude of worms completely disappearing into his body. Losing consciousness, Debian fell completely to the floor, but his palm still clutched the dark blue orb tightly. After a while, the dark blue ball began to gradually melt and entering a liquid state, completely absorbed into Debian's body. Darkness. Debian didn't know how long he had been out, but when he opened his eyes, His vision had already recovered, and the only thing he felt was hunger. Surprised, Debian looked around, making sure he was still in the same elevator shaft. "I'm not dead," thought Debian. When he touched his head, he was surprised to notice that the fever had already completely gone and his body temperature had stabilized. All the wounds on his palms had successfully healed. Rising quickly, Debian began to examine his entire body. The protective suit Dean wore was covered in tiny scratches, but there were no wounds beneath them now. Debian lifted his head and looked at the monster's charred corpse still lying under the pile of rocks. Could it all have been a hallucination brought on by the fever? Suggested Debian. It's so dark, but I can still see well. Debian patted his face to make sure he was awake and not dreaming. Looking around, he saw that the entire elevator shaft was still shrouded in darkness, just as before. Nevertheless, Debian could see as well in this darkness as he could in sunlight. He thought about it for a while, but then he remembered the blood-red worms that had crawled into his body through the wound on his chest. Just at that thought, his hairs stood up all over his body. Debian quickly unzipped his suit. His chest was still wrapped tightly in gauze, which was now stained red because of the blood that had leaked from the wound. He gingerly touched the spot where the hunter had plunged his dagger earlier, but to his surprise, he felt no pain at all. Alarmed, Debian quickly began to unwind the gauze. After all the gauze was removed, Debian saw only a small cross-shaped scar at the wound site. There was a strange blood-red mass protruding from his body near the scar. Those worms didn't really crawl into my body, did they? I was imagining this, wasn't I? Debian asked, with a hint of panic in his voice. Any sane person would not be able to contain their panic at the thought of some unknown worms entering their body. Debian remembered his dagger and quickly took it in his hand. If the worms had entered his body, they were most likely in that bulging blood vessel. Picking up the dagger, Debian carefully incised the oddly protruding mass. As soon as the first drops of blood appeared, Debian felt an unbearable pain that was far greater than what he had felt when the hunter had plunged the dagger into his chest. His whole body shuddered. The pain felt like it was tearing his entire body from the inside out. It was a real, soul-crushing pain. Debian's hand trembled, and he immediately lowered it down. At this moment, he clearly realized that if he continued to cut this strange formation, it would lead to his death. As soon as he lowered his hand, the pain began to subside. Looking at the strange formation again, Debian noticed that the wound was beginning to heal. Strictly speaking, the incision was healing right before his eyes. After a few seconds, only a trickle of blood showed that the wound had been there recently. While the incision on the growth healed, the pain eased just as little by little. Had the worms really gotten into my body? Am I now completely fused with these parasites? Debian frowned. PP, reference to the anime Parasite. At this point, there was no way Debian could overcome his fear of pain and continue to explore this strange blood formation. If I could find a microscope somewhere or use a chip to create one myself, I could investigate the changes in my body, but I'll have to put that on hold for now. Debian thought. The feeling that there were parasites living in his body now made Debian unhappy. However, the realization that he was still alive was very happy news to him. I can see in the dark. It's probably because of those parasites. These organisms were definitely not worms. They go beyond the concept of understanding viruses, bacteria, and worms. They're a new kind of microorganism that can live in the blood of a living organism. When Debian calmed down a bit, he began to think more rationally. Apparently, these parasites used to live in that monster's body, but after it died, they started looking for a new habitat. It was at this critical moment that they found me. That would explain why I felt strange when I was infected with the virus. If it were the same virus that was transmitted by the undead, I'd be a zombie in 50 minutes. It's like these parasites can somehow neutralize the zombie virus. Most likely, during their entire existence, these microorganisms have already developed antibodies that can resist the virus. The moment these worms entered my body, they released these antibodies into the bloodstream, thus suppressing the virus. The parasites saved me, for if I died, then without a suitable habitat, all the parasites in my blood would have died as well. Despite the seriousness of these thoughts, Debian realized that they were only his guesses. Without more research, he would never know what had really happened to him. Debian looked down at his hands and feet. He didn't feel any discomfort at the moment. Since his strength was restored and his wounds had healed, Debian made the decision to get out. Using only a small part of his strength, he jumped onto a mound of rocks. But what was his surprise when, after this jump, he found himself right on top of this small mountain? Debian looked down at his feet again in disbelief. After thinking for a moment, he bent down and picked up a small half-meter stone and jumped up again. During the jump, he reached 3 or 4 meters, and at that level, it wasn't his head, but his heels. And the most important thing is that this was only a small part of his capabilities. Such strength was already far beyond the physical capabilities of an ordinary person. Even if he had undergone extremely harsh physical training, he still wouldn't have achieved such a staggering result. My speed and strength were much better. My vision also improved, and I began to see in the darkness, but the most stunning change was in my sense of smell. Debian crouched at the top of the slide and closed his eyes, concentrating. Debian felt as if he was slowly sinking into a sea filled with different flavors. At the moment, Debian could sense different objects based on nothing more than their scent. His nose was acting as a radar. With the help of smell, Dean could also determine the distance between him and the source of the odor. Even with his eyes closed, based on smell alone, he could safely observe his surroundings. Debian opened his eyes and looked around in surprise. The multiply-enhanced sense of smell was simply a godlike ability. With such capabilities, Dean felt as if he had instantly turned into a high-class hound. My sense of smell and strength have increased to a great extent. My past abilities compared to my current ones are not even worth mentioning. That monster also had an enhanced sense of smell, so is it possible that those parasites transferred some of his abilities to me? Debian continued to analyze his current state. His enhanced sense of smell was an extremely useful ability, for he would now be able to sense the approach of zombies long before they spotted him by the heat radiation from his body. All of this was truly an unexpected gift. Debian was glad for the enhanced sense of smell. From now on, he was sure that he could easily handle ordinary undead, and if he encountered something as horrible as the previous monster, he would simply run away from it. Debian could smell different smells, but the one that attracted him the most was the sweet smell that came from the backpack that lay 26 meters away from him. Grabbing the ledges on the walls, he jumped forward. When the building hadn't collapsed, where he was now was the 2nd floor, while his things were still in the office on the 3rd. Debian's injuries had healed, but he still felt unbearably hungry. He had 10 days' worth of provisions in his backpack, and all of his dark blue orbs were stored there as well. Thinking about these balls, he suddenly remembered that before he lost consciousness, he clutched one of them in his hand, and when he came to his senses, the ball had already disappeared. So, what happened after I passed out? Debian looked at his palms in surprise. His left palm was covered in a sticky substance. Until now, he had been so preoccupied with his wounds and new opportunities that he hadn't noticed it at all. What happened to the dark blue balloon? As Debian thought about it, he remembered the undead he and his friends had roasted. The dark blue orbs were melting at a high temperature. Did I really have such a high fever that even the orb melted? Debian thought in surprise. That seems to be the only sane explanation, thought Debian. Is it possible that the dark blue ball, after completely melting, absorbed into my body, thus refining it? Debian couldn't answer that question with certainty just yet. His only hope was that when he returned to the consortium, he would be able to get answers to all of his questions. Debian easily dismantled the mound of stones, as after the transformation, his strength became truly immense. He threw away the stones in his path as if they were fluff. Following the scent, Debian soon found his backpack. The backpack was completely crushed by the weight of the rocks piled on top of it. The food was still usable, but the water containers were completely empty. With each successive bite of the dry rations, the hunger slowly receded. He also found a pouch of dark blue balls and a bow and quiver of arrows not far from his backpack. Debian lifted the bow carefully. It would have been very heavy for a normal man, but at the moment Dean could carry it easily with only one hand and not feel any discomfort. With a little strength, he pulled the previously unyielding bowstring about 1 meter. The dead hunter's bow and arrow was no ordinary weapon, each arrow carrying a deadly threat to his enemies. Even though Debian couldn't take it back to the city with him, he wasn't discouraged, for it would come in handy on this outing. Putting on his backpack, he took his bow and quiver of arrows and climbed out from under the rubble. Where is Mason and the others now? Standing in the middle of the street, thought Debian. Looking at the sun, Dean concluded that it was almost noon. Returning to the place where he parted from his friends, he caught a slight scent and immediately followed the trail. The 8th district was full of danger, and there were plenty of zombies roaming around. Mason and his 2 other friends could meet another deadly threat at any moment, and if they were unlucky, they would be eaten and turned into the undead. Debian quickly followed the scent until he reached another intersection, at which point the smell dissipated completely. Dean froze for a second and laughed in surprise. Had my brothers come up with their own way to block the odor coming from their bodies? At this moment, the calm atmosphere and sepulchral silence was tainted by the sudden groans of the undead. Debian quickly followed toward the source of the sound. When he reached the street corner, he saw that 8 or 9 people had taken up a circular defense, while a multitude of zombies surrounded them on all sides. "Scott? Zach?" Debian exclaimed in surprise. Scott was here with Mia and 4 other scavengers from the consortium, as well as Zach and 2 other newly arrived scavengers from their camp. At the moment, Zach and the other 2 rookies were in the middle of this formation. The more experienced scavengers were protecting them. Scott and Mia frowned as they held their daggers in their hands and looked at the gradually approaching zombies. Their strength would have been more than enough to deal with 1 zombie, 2 at the most, while they were now surrounded by about 10. It seemed that because of their shouts, more and more undead were coming towards the group. "Slowly backing away," whispered Scott. Step by step, they cautiously retreated toward the store. The first zombie that rushed at their group ran into Scott. His almost completely rotten face made the other 4 experienced scavengers, who were currently standing behind Scott, go pale. Scott raised his arm slightly and was able to block the undead's attack without pain. At the same moment, he let out a heavy growl and swung his dagger. Bang! The dagger slammed into the zombie's body, but the dagger was stuck in the undead's neck because it was already dull. Seeing that his attack didn't have the expected result, Scott kicked the zombie with all his might. Mia rushed to her friend's aid, but at the same moment, 2 other zombies blocked her path. She managed to block the first zombie's attack, while the second attacked the remaining 4 scavengers. The 4 experienced scavengers were in a desperate position. One of them raised his dagger to block the attack, but the undead grabbed his arm, pulled him toward him, and sank its teeth into his throat. Blood gushed into the zombie's face, staining it blood red. The remaining trio turned pale with fear and continued to retreat. One of their team even turned around and started running away screaming. The newly minted garbage man, who was standing with Zach, not knowing what to do, looked around confused. The zombie who had recently disemboweled the guy's throat looked furiously at Zach and the rest of the scavengers. "Run!" shouted Scott. Zach, previously pale with fear, suddenly gained courage and lunged at the undead with his dagger raised. As Zach reached the zombie, he suddenly lurched to the right and slashed at the undead's ankle with his dagger. Bam! The zombie didn't stay on its feet and fell to the pavement with a loud thud. Zach took advantage of the confusion and got up, and was about to crack the zombie's head open, when suddenly a fierce voice sounded behind him. Zach was even more frightened when he realized he couldn't dodge the oncoming attack. The stone flew over his head and hit him right between the undead's eyes, causing him to fall to the ground, motionless. Scott, Mia, and Zach couldn't help but look in the direction the rock had come from. At that moment, they saw the figure of a man quickly approaching the zombie running at them. As the man approached the undead, he jumped up and kicked it in the back. The zombie fell down, but he didn't let it get up and quickly put his foot on its back and swung his axe at its neck. Poof! His head flew off his shoulders and slowly rolled on the ground. Scott, Mia, and Zack froze in shock. The retreating scavengers also stopped and stared stunned at the man who had come to their rescue. Zack looked at him in surprise. It was Debian. Seeing that the zombie that Zack had knocked to the ground earlier had risen, Debian threw his axe at it. The axe landed on the undead's head, killing it. Debian let out a small sigh. Thank goodness I made it in time. He didn't use his bow, as he didn't want to attract too much attention. The moment he saw that Zack and his group were surrounded by zombies, Debian immediately hid his bow and arrow under one of the rusted cars. In addition, he even managed to grab an axe from one of the stores. It was a pity, of course, that the handle of the axe was already rotten, so after a couple of zombies were killed, it completely fell apart. Dean, is that you? Scott looked at Debian in horror. Careful! Shouted Debian and pulled the axe point from the head of the zombie he had just killed and threw it at the next undead. Poof! The shank hit the chest of the zombie running behind Scott like an iron brick. It knocked him to the ground, but it didn't inflict any fatal wounds. Scott came to his senses and plunged the blade of his dagger into the undead's head with lightning speed. Hide in the store, said Debian to Zack. Grabbing the dagger that had recently bitten the scavenger, he immediately threw it at the zombie fighting Mia. The point of the dagger plunged straight into the undead's open mouth. It made a few muffled sounds and fell dead to the pavement. Thanks, Mia looked at Debian in surprise and thanked him. The strength that Debian had just demonstrated was clearly beyond the capabilities of a scavenger, but since they were in a very dangerous situation at the moment, no one asked him any questions. Poof! Poof! Debian, along with Scott and Mia, quickly dealt with the undead attacking them. However, he soon smelled several more zombies approaching them. It's not safe here. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. Scott realized that the sounds of their battle would likely attract more undead, so he pushed aside any thoughts of respite. Taking out some scrolls made from sheepskin, he looked at the map to determine their current location. Area 8 is no longer safe. We urgently need to return to Area 9 and wait there for the end of our mission, he said, turning to Debian. Agreeing with his words, Dean nodded his head and raised his hand to show Zack and the others that it was time to retreat. Zack ran up to him and cheerfully exclaimed, I knew you were definitely going to be okay. He had many more questions he wanted to ask Debian, but seeing the man wink at him, he stopped himself. The other scavengers, realizing that the danger was over, came out of their hiding place. When the newly arrived scavengers saw the torn body of their comrade, they sank to the ground with pale faces. Seeing their reactions, Mia looked at Coward's so-called friends with disgust. Earlier, you should have taken advantage of being devoured and killed that undead, but instead, you just ran away. You're even worse than this little guy. The kid she was setting them as an example was Zack, who was desperately fighting zombies. The consortium scavengers, gritting their teeth in shame, listened obediently as Mia told them off. One of the new garbage men ran up to Debian and wanted to say something, but at the last moment, he changed his mind and remained silent. Scott looked around at everyone gathered and shook his head and said, Let's move out. Debian nodded and looked around once more. He tried to memorize every detail so that he could come back here later and retrieve his bow and bag of dark blue orbs. Scott and his group moved cautiously along the very edge of the street. Debian made the most of his heightened sense of smell, and when he sensed a zombie approaching, he'd tell Scott to take a different route. Every now and then, 2 or 3 zombies would get in their way, so they had to deal with them. Scott was well aware that something extraordinary had happened to Debian earlier, so he listened to every suggestion that Dean made. Half a day later, their small group finally emerged from District 8. The moment they left the 8th zone, they were able to relax a bit. But still, Scott dared not stay close to the border, so they did not make a rest stop, but instead moved deep into the 9th zone. In all the time they had been walking through the 9th district, Debian hadn't sensed any undead. Not even the slightest scent of bone rat hovered in the air. Also, there were some disadvantages in the 9th zone. For example, it was already completely cleaned out by other scavengers, so the chance of finding something valuable was practically nil. Scott finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat upright on the ground. Mia similarly took off her backpack and sat down to rest. She looked at Debian curiously and said, "This is your first mission since joining the scavengers. I've also heard that you're the top graduate of boot camp and have received 2 blessings. So tell me, how did you get so strong? Or maybe something else happened that affected your strength?" Scott and the others looked at Debian with the same interest, obviously waiting for his answer. They all wondered what had happened to him, but because they were being hunted by zombies, they didn't dare stop and ask. After all, the undead had good hearing, and even ordinary voices could attract their attention. So there was another reason why they hadn't asked him any questions before. They were all afraid that their questions might make Debian angry and leave them alone in the 8th District. Debian was well aware that such a sudden change in him would cause a sea of questions, so he had already prepared an answer in advance. "I lost consciousness, and when I woke up, I noticed that my strength had increased many times over." Even though it was a lie, there was some truth in it. Mia stared at him and asked the question that was on everyone's lips. You weren't bitten by the undead, were you?" The 3 scavengers, who had long since joined Scott's group, instantly stood up and took a couple steps away from Debian. Debian looked around at everyone present and smiled. "If I was bitten, I would have turned into a zombie by now, wouldn't I?" Scott said with a slight hesitation. Depending on the type of wound, the rate of transformation varies. For example, if the undead bites the neck, chest, or any other place close to the heart, then a person turns into a zombie almost instantly. But if the infection occurred as a result of simply getting blood on the skin, then the mutation can go much slower. "How long ago did you wake up?" "Not too long ago," answered Debian honestly. "The longest recorded mutation period is 3 days." Scott looked at Debian and continued, "If you're infected, you'll turn into a zombie in the next 2.5 days, and if nothing happens during that period, you're clean." Since Debian knew full well that it was definitely not a zombie virus, he just nodded slightly upon hearing Scott's words. "We've been on a mission for 4 days now. In 6 days, we'll need to return to the consortium." Scott looked at Debian faintly for a while, "But we'd better split up." Debian took his time looking around at all the trashmen here. Except for Zach, who had a concerned look on his face, the rest of them had a look of unbridled fear in their eyes. He didn't pay much attention to it because it was normal for them to be afraid of him, since there was still a pretty good chance he'd turn into a zombie and attack them. Debian smiled and replied in a perfectly calm voice. "Only, I'd like to borrow your map. I'm just really afraid that if we get separated, I might get lost." "All right," Scott immediately agreed. Debian looked at Zach and nodded his head and said, "I'll find Mason and Sham. You don't have to worry about us. Just stay here and wait for us to come back." Zach's eyes were a little red, and it looked like he was about to cry. "It's all my fault. We're always dragging you down. I'm sorry we're brothers, so why are you talking shit like that?" laughed Debian. Zach couldn't help himself and cried. The rest of the scavengers watched their farewell with their heads down. Debian took the map from Scott and turned around and ran back. Taking the map, Debian turned around and without a second thought rushed back to the 8th District. Every time he encountered a zombie, he killed it and collected the dark blue orbs. It wasn't long before Debian reached the place where he'd hidden his bow and arrow. After taking his things, he was finally able to concentrate fully on catching Mason and Sham's scent. He still encountered lone zombies in his path, which he quickly disposed of. Although at this moment, Debian's fighting ability was not up to that of a hunter, but combined with his incredible speed, he could easily deal with lone zombies. However, facing more than 3 zombies was drastically different in its danger. In such a dangerous situation, Debian had no choice but to run. After all, if he was surrounded, even his great speed and agility would not be able to protect him from several severe wounds. 2 days later, Debian was finally able to pick up Mason's scent, which led him to the Creeper building. More specifically, he'd found his friend because of the smell of his feces. Because of this, Debian realized that it was better to defecate in the desert, and afterwards, Immediately bury all the waste so as not to leave any trace of his presence here. Debian brought Mason to Area 9, and as he was about to head out to find Sham, he smelled him directly in Area 9. Debian would never have thought he could make it out of such a dangerous 8th District on his own. Making sure that all 3 of his friends were now safe, he went hunting with a light heart. At such a hectic pace, the remaining 4 days flew by. As the 10-day sortie came to an end, all the scavengers went to the wall. 213, 214. In the segregated building in Zone 9, Debian took his time counting the dark blue balls he'd gotten over the past few days. In total, he had killed about 227 zombies over the past few days. From the beginning, Debian wanted to apply the hunting method that a hunter used when tracking a monster. Simply put, he tried to use stealthy, long-range attacks from the upper floors of the building. With loud noises, Debian attracted the undead as before. But there was one big catch. His shooting skills were not very good, to say the least. Out of 10 shots, he hit the target not once. Only due to luck, sometimes an arrow would pierce a zombie's head. Eventually, Debian decided over these few days to try to pick up his archery skills. After 3 days of intensive training, he was already able to hit the target once out of every 2 shots from 50 meters. However, Debian used fixed targets as targets, and all of them were quite large. The first steps on becoming a great archer were given to him easily enough, but with each subsequent training, his progress slowed down considerably. Then he realized that he would only be able to progress further during the hunt. Debian didn't know how long it would actually take him to achieve mastery in archery. After all, zombies move. They're not going to stand still and wait for Debian to kill them. In addition to all this, just hitting the zombie's body was not enough. You had to hit it exactly in the head, thus destroying their brain. Despite the fact that his body was much stronger and more resilient than the average humans, Debian eventually had to admit that after a few days of continuous hunting, he was tired. After a few days of exhaustion, he began to hunt only the lonely undead. Even in this frugal mode, only one of the 3 arrows would pierce the zombie's body, and to hit it precisely in the head, Debian had nothing to do but rely on luck. These failures made Debian even more frustrated. If he could master archery at a higher level, he would be able to kill at least 3 times as many zombies in that time. Debian looked at the dark blue orbs in his bag. He was pleased to have such a rich booty, but at the same time, it was an impossible burden. After all, if he brought such a large amount of orbs to the consortium, it might cause unnecessary attention. If I only bring 7 dark blue balls, it shouldn't make a big fuss in principle. With such a small amount, I can safely figure out their purpose and price. Taking the required number of orbs from the bag, Debian dug a small hole and placed the bag with the rest of the orbs and the bow and quiver of arrows in it. Just to minimize the chances of someone else finding his stash, he placed it in Zone 9. The 9th zone had already been completely cleared, so it was unlikely that anyone would be looking for anything of value in such a place. It was also an area that many scavengers and hunters crossed when traveling to more distant places, so they passed through it fairly quickly, with little focus on their surroundings. If Debian had built his stash in District 8, there was a good chance he would have ended up with nothing. After putting down all the valuables he had collected in the meantime, Debian looked at the map and headed towards the edge of Zone 9. With each passing minute, the looming Great Wall of Sylvia was more and more clearly visible on the horizon. The majesty of this structure could not help but be mesmerizing. Even if that terrible monster that Debian had fought so desperately against stood in front of it, it would look like nothing more than a fly against an elephant, and if attacked, it would smear itself against it like a gnat against a car windshield. Scott watched the sunset carefully. He knew it was almost time for the tunnel under the wall to be opened. Sighing heavily, but looked at Debian's friends. "You said Debian was still alive. So why isn't he here yet? The tunnel will be open in about 10 minutes. If he can't get here in that time, he'll have to survive behind the wall on his own until the next expedition." Mason looked excitedly in the direction of the 9th district Debian was aware of. He needed to get here on time. "He has to make it." Mason shifted his gaze to Sham. "You said you saw him. Was it 4 days ago?" "Yes," Sham answered confidently. He had already heard about Debian's drastic changes, but he still couldn't believe that his friend could turn into a zombie. Scott looked at him and said, "I hope you're not lying. You can't be good for everyone. KRJ." As the iron gate began to slowly open, it made a creaking sound that made even my teeth begin to ache. A short figure of a man stepped out of the dark corridor. It was Peter. "Greetings," said Peter as soon as he saw Scott. But not a second later he exclaimed in surprise, "How come no one else is back?" Scott sighed heavily as he heard Peter's question District 8 was under attack by undead from other zones. He was well aware that such a large number of zombies obviously couldn't have been left behind by the hunters on purpose. Even if they had wanted to do so, they wouldn't have been able to get past them unnoticed. Peter froze for a moment, then said dejectedly, "I heard the boss say that there was a spike in undead activity in one of the districts. I had no idea it was in our 8th district. Are you guys sure there's no one else?" His eyes raced over the faces of the few scavengers as he suddenly frowned. "Where's Dean? He was probably infected," a little hesitantly, said Scott. Even though Zach and the others said he'd seen him recently, he still didn't believe it. Peter frowned, and with a heavy sigh said, "I was very optimistic about his future, Scott. Take the group and go ahead. The guards are already waiting for you." Scott nodded and walked through the gate with Mia. The rest of the scavengers slowly followed him. Mason, Zach, and Sham remained standing, not even showing a hint that they were going to walk back into town. Peter knew that they had studied and even lived in the same room as Debian, so he didn't react to their confusion. He stood quietly beside them, staring intently into the distance. "Life is a very fragile thing." He sighed slightly, and for a moment a hint of sadness flashed in his gaze. Suddenly there was a very ear-splitting shout. "It's him! Dean!" Peter raised his head and looked toward the horizon again. When he did, he saw a small dot coming toward them. After a little time had passed, he could see that it was Debian, carrying a huge sack on his shoulders. Peter froze for a moment, and a happy smile appeared on his face. When Debian saw his friends waiting for him near the tunnel entrance, he sped up considerably. "I knew it." "Damn you. I knew you could do it." Mason dropped his backpack and was the first to swoop in with cheers for Debian. Debian smiled. "Mason, did I ever tell you that you look a little too much like a girl when you're happy?" "Yeah? It's just the opposite. You had such white skin that when camp started, even the girls were jealous of you." Mason laughed loudly. When Debian stepped closer to Peter, he smiled. "It seems you've managed to get a big harvest this time. Hurry in, or the tunnel will close in 6 minutes." Debian nodded slightly and walked quickly through the gate. His friends grabbed their backpacks and hurried after him. It didn't take long before they saw Scott's group surrounded by many people with Holy Church badges. "Dean?" exclaimed Scott in surprise when he saw Debian. Debian looked at the guards carefully and asked, "Who are they?" Scott came to his senses and realized that Dean hadn't mutated into a zombie after all. If he had been infected, he would have turned undead in 6 days. "It's the guards from the Holy Church. Just a routine check. Every time we return from a mission, they greet us and illuminate our armor and belongings with holy light, thus cleansing us of various viruses," Scott said solemnly. Debian nodded understandingly. He wasn't sure exactly what the radiation level was behind the wall, but it wasn't small. In addition to that, due to the long exposure to radiation, the materials they brought from behind the wall also carried a certain level of danger due to various viruses and strong radiation. Naturally, it would be better if someone eliminated all those hazards before using them. But what bothered him the most was that the Holy Church was in charge of this procedure. Resources. The representative of the Holy Church, who looked to be in his early 20s, turned to Debian. "Name! Dean, this is my loot." Debian handed over a large sack, which contained all the things he had collected so far. The guard looked at the young man standing a little farther away from him and motioned for him to pick up the huge bag of loot. As the young man approached, Debian looked at his face and frowned in surprise, a white mask on his face. After the guy took the bag, the guard continued, "Very well, but you mustn't bring any trash like rusty iron and rotten copper." The guy brought the bag of Debian's loot to the platform where the woman stood. She in turn ripped off one of the tags hanging on the stand and stuck it on the sack. The white tag said, Debian. Further! The guard waved his hand carelessly. Debian thought for a moment and pulled a dark blue ball from his pocket. This is what I brought back. Can I get anything for it? When the guard saw what was in Debian's hand, he exclaimed in surprise, Mallets! Where did you get that? From the undead head, still as calmly, Debian replied. The guy looked intently into his eyes. Why? Were you poking around in the heads of zombies? Simple curiosity in the same measured manner, Debian continued to answer. The guard looked at him even more closely. I'll take it. Your consortium will inform you of the results. Lastly, he looked mysteriously at Debian and took all 7 dark blue orbs. Dean saw a small sliver of pity and indifference in that look. Peter came out of the dark tunnel, and seeing that all the scavengers had already handed over their loot, he smiled and waved his hand and said, Everyone get in the carriages. Dean! At that moment, the curtain on one of the black carriages opened and out peeked Scott. Come join us! Debian was surprised at his invitation, but still didn't refuse and climbed into their carriage. In the spacious carriage, besides Debian, Scott was still sitting with Mia and another scavenger, for whom, like Debian, this was his first mission. The rest of the scavengers rode in other carriages. I'm sorry, we must have offended you. Scott apologized as soon as the carriage pulled away. Debian shook his head a little. I don't blame you. Man is like that by nature, always afraid of what he can't explain. When he heard Debian's reply, Scott relaxed a little. Well, you're the one who saved us all this time anyway. When you're cleared, I'd like to take you out to dinner. Scott sighed regretfully and continued. Since your age is too young, I can't take you to some incredible places. You know what I mean, don't you? Scott smiled slyly. But still, if you have any questions, you can feel free to contact me, and I'll help you in any way I can. Scott had such a solemn face during his tirade that it was clear he was proud of his knowledge. Debian smiled as he looked at Scott. In the beginning, when their group had encountered the undead, Scott and Mia had tried to help the others. They could have quietly run away and thus kept themselves safe, but instead, they had stood up for the younger generation. It was because of their behavior that Debian admired them. After all, Debian had already sensed the slippery slope between life and death. In moments of desperation and mortal danger, people often do not do what is expected of them. Most people would only care about themselves, but Debian was lucky enough to meet 2 people who wanted to help their neighbors. Debian really admired the 2 of them. What is purification? Debian asked. His voice had a note of curiosity in it. Scott scratched his head in confusion and said with a smile, Oh, I forgot to tell you all about it. Luckily, that meticulous Peter doesn't know about it, or he'd surely drink me to death. Sighing, Scott continued, The purification is a period of 3 days. During this period, our bodies will be thoroughly examined before we are allowed to return to the living area. If a person is infected, it will take a maximum of 3 days to turn undead. After these 3 days, if the person has not mutated, this will be proof that they are not infected and they will be released. Debian nodded understandingly. Indeed, it would be very bad indeed if the undead were to roam quietly within the city. The worst part is the speed at which the virus spreads. People wouldn't have enough time to determine who was infected and who wasn't. Eventually, the entire neighborhood would become an instant dinner table for the undead. Suddenly, the inner walls of the city that separated the commercial district from the residential and the residential from the slums popped into Debian's mind. Perhaps their purpose was more profound than keeping the poor from the rich. Indeed, it must be that the original purpose of the inner city walls was not only to divide into residential areas, but also to protect the entire city from the virus. For example, if the residential area were to become infected, the commercial district and the slums could safely continue living in their neighborhood. Scott asked him curiously, Dean, while Debian was fully immersed in his thoughts, how did your physical abilities increase so much in such a short period of time? You've only received 2 of God's blessings, but you're already so much stronger than me, and I've been blessed 19 times already. Mia, with the newfound garbage man, looked at Debian the same way. Debian was a little disappointed when he realized that they still hadn't forgotten about his increased abilities. Human curiosity cannot be satisfied so easily. There are always questions that people can't get answers to. "I already told you, didn't I?" replied Debian. "But I really don't understand," said Scott disappointedly. Mia couldn't help it and only smiled helplessly. At the sight of that smile, Debian was a little embarrassed. "I really don't know what happened. I lost consciousness, and when I came to, it had already happened." Well, Scott realized he couldn't get any other answer out of him, so he just sighed heavily and stopped asking. The carriages entered the outskirts of the commercial district. The radiation in this place was slightly higher than the average neighborhood, and could be compared to that of a residential area, but since this place was a forbidden area, no one lived here. Looking out the window, Debian could see trees flying by, as well as majestic castles towering in places. So, their carriages stopped near one of these castles. As soon as the scavengers got out of their carriages, the guards immediately opened the castle gates. A majestic horse, almost 3 meters tall, with a Knight of Light on it, came out to meet them. The knight did not wear a helmet, so Debian was able to see his face without any problems. The knight had long green hair that fell loosely around his powerful shoulders. Simply put, he was quite handsome. The knight looked around at the scavengers and said, "Follow me." Scott bowed respectfully and followed him. Scott walked ahead of the group, followed by Mia, and then the others. The Knights of Light were subordinate to the Holy Church. Their status was more significant than that of ordinary knights. If a Knight of Light came from an aristocratic family, that family was immediately given a higher position than the rest of the noble families. Status aside, the Knights of Light still possessed amazing power. The main goal of the Knights of Light was to hunt and kill alchemists, potion masters and puppet masters who worshipped the devil. An ordinary knight, when meeting a Knight of Light, had to dismount from his horse and salute. The scavengers, following the Knight of Light, followed the knight into the castle basement. Each of you can choose your own individual room. The rooms contain everything you may need during these 3 days of purification. There is also 1 copy of the Book of Light. "Even if your bodies aren't tainted, you just need to purify your hearts," said the green-haired guy in an indifferent tone. "Thank you, knight," bowed Scott respectfully. The rooms were sparsely furnished. There was an ordinary wooden bed, a small chair, and also a small table on which a silver book with a golden binding lay. "You, follow me." The Knight of Light turned to Mia. Mia was already very familiar with this procedure, so without asking too many questions, she followed the green-haired guy. Mason's curiosity got the best of him, and when Mia left, he asked Scott where she had gone. "Isn't she staying with us?" Hearing him, Scott laughed. "How can she stay with us? She's a girl, so she'll be taken to the girls' room. After the mission, the scavenger has to have a good bath and change of clothes, and since she's a girl, she's taken to the other room." When Mason heard Scott, his face became like a tomato. "Okay, now we need a good bath. In a little while, the Holy Church will be here to inspect us." With that said, Scott took off his once clean black uniform, which was now covered in dried bloodstains. Undressing, he headed straight for the shower. It was a communal shower for several people. Although people in this era tried to bathe as little as possible, but because the scavengers had just returned from outside the wall, they had to perform this procedure. Mason, Zach, and Sham similarly stripped off their clothes and began diligently washing themselves. Over the past 10 days, their sweaty bodies had become a little crusty, and on top of that, a stinky odor emanated from them. Debian was an introvert by nature, so he didn't like the company of people at all. He pulled up 2 sheets and used them to make a small screen, which he used to keep himself completely hidden from view. After making sure those around him couldn't see him, Debian similarly stripped off his uniform and proceeded to cleanse his body. While bathing, he gave out heavy sighs, because in this era there was no shower gel, which he loved so much. "Ah ha 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 ha, look at Dean. He's shutting everyone out again. We're all guys. What's the point of hiding?" Sometimes I wonder if Dean's a girl. Mason and the others couldn't help themselves and started teasing their friend. Debian poked his head out from behind the curtain and said, "Mason, you asked for it. I'm going to tell Bailey that you secretly drew her portrait. Zach, do you remember that you owe me money? Sam, if you keep laughing, I promise I'll destroy your little restaurant." The three merrymakers, hearing his threats, were instantly silent. Seeing such a performance, Scott couldn't help himself and started laughing. At the same time, Commercial District, one of the secret locations of the Malone Consortium. A black raven flew into the room, through a window on the second floor. On one of his paws hung a small, curled letter. The room was spacious and furnished with expensive furniture. A long white carpet covered almost the entire floor, and a large wooden table stood in the center of the room. A full, middle-aged man sat in a chair behind the grand table. As the raven landed on his desk, he twirled a pencil in his hand, which created a sense of deep thoughtfulness. Seeing the raven, the man frowned. As he unfolded the letter, a faint but still persistent sweet scent wafted up to his nose. When the man reached almost the very end of the letter, he frowned and whispered in surprise. "So Brian didn't come back? How was that even possible? I mean, he was supposed to be in a support role on the battlefield. What the hell had happened out there?" Not believing this shocking news, he reread the letter once more. Brian wasn't supposed to hunt in the grey zone. His duties were only to patrol the borders. This mission was one of the safest, so how could he die? But if he still didn't return, then the probability of his death was very high. As he held the letter, the man's hands began to shake, and anger grew more and more in his heart. He was Brian's handler. If he really died, his position in the consortium would inexorably decline, affecting his privileges accordingly. If you didn't follow orders and went to the grey zone, no wonder you didn't come back. "I can't be held responsible for your stupidity," the man muttered. However, if Brian's body is found in Zone 8, it would mean that he was killed by a hunter from another consortium that had infiltrated our territory. I don't need to worry about that. That's the intelligence department's problem. He quickly took out a goose quill and began to decisively write a decree. This incident must be thoroughly investigated. Commercial District, the headquarters of the Malone Consortium's garbage men. The first floor of the headquarters housed the department responsible for finding and processing information. The second floor housed the staff who were responsible for the administration and management of all important matters concerning the scavengers. At this moment, from the first floor to the second floor, 2 sealed envelopes were handed over. A letter from the hunters' headquarters. A bearded, 40-year-old man with a thick build was at a large table studying the information he had received. In the past, he had worked as the manager of the Mel family's estate. But because of his good service, he had been sent to this headquarters to manage all the scavengers of their consortium. The hunter hadn't returned from Area 8. Isn't Area 8 already cleared? Sure, there's a chance that there might be a couple or 3 zombies left there, but then how could the hunter not come back from there? The man stroked his beard thoughtfully, but in the next moment, he frowned sharply. It seems that these bastards want to unleash all the dogs on us and make my subordinates scapegoats. He'd been head of the garbage staff for 10 years now, so he'd realized almost immediately what the meaning behind the letter was. Thinking of the consequences, he couldn't help but frown. If the spy was really discovered among the scavengers, then all the employees of this headquarters would be dealt with. Perhaps even some would lose their jobs. There are no irreplaceable people. Right now, he felt helpless. How could the life of a hunter be compared to that of a garbage man? Even 100 scavengers would not be equal in importance to one hunter. The man took another deep breath and put the letter away. He opened the second envelope and began to read. There wasn't much information in this letter, but it was very important. Someone is back with cold crystals. Dean. That name, is he the top graduate of the scavenger training camp this year? Suddenly, she started laughing loudly. It's that kid, isn't it? He's really smart. He's really the best graduate. It seems like the consortium needs to invest some resources in him and continue his development. PP. Cold crystals. Cold crystals? It sounds crazy. In my opinion, it would be better. ice crystals. Should I keep the first option or replace it with the second? His bad mood instantly faded away. In the beginning, when they had managed to recruit Debian, it had been a very happy event for the entire garbage headquarters. It was because the radiation level from his body was extremely low. Even though it wasn't a body of light, but regardless, there was still a small hope of becoming a hunter. A. The consortium was not willing to invest a huge amount of money in its development, but after this level of merit, everything would change. If, in the future, Debian manages to become a hunter, then this man's status will increase even more. The man placed the second letter on top of the first. If the information about the cold crystals had reached the hunter's headquarters, they would have probably let the dogs down on this boy. But the way Debian had brought them, it changed the situation dramatically. He graduated from the scavenger camp and was the top graduate. No consortium would be so dumb as to use such a gifted kid as a spy. The main reason for his good mood was that all the consortiums had an unspoken agreement that forbade them from contacting children who were still undergoing special training. So they could only start contracting with them after the training was over. No consortium would dare to break that rule. So if there was a spy among them, it was most likely from the scavengers who were trained directly by the consortiums. After Debian went through the cleansing, he changed his clothes and sat down with Mason on the bed. The cellar door opened abruptly and several men stepped inside. There were 6 men in all 4 representatives of the Holy Church and 2 men in white coats. They wore the same white masks on their faces and carried small boxes of medical instruments. "Is everyone ready for inspection?" "Take off your clothes!" shouted one of the guards. Scott had been through this procedure many times before, so without asking any questions, he began to undress. Debian and Mason saw Scott start to take off his clothes and followed suit. They were lucky that the doctors were men. Otherwise, they would most likely have started blushing and embarrassed at being exposed in front of a member of the opposite sex. "Spin! Okay, turn your back on me." The doctors stood in front of the entrance and examined the scavengers one by one. Debian and the others clearly followed their instructions and made their bodies available for examination, as requested by the doctor. "What are those scars?" the doctor asked, pointing to Mason's back. "These are wounds caused by frequent carrying of heavy weights on his back," answered Mason quickly. Looking closely at the scars, the doctor nodded understandingly. After he watched Mason, the doctor made an entry in his journal, "Scars on his back. The injury was sustained over 4 years ago. No infection." Finished with Mason, he continued his inspection of the remaining scavengers. "Ah!" the second doctor shouted suddenly, startled. At that moment, he saw the bloody growth, with red spots spreading from it, on Debian's chest. Leaning forward a little, he looked intently at this unknown formation, magic signs hearing him. The other doctor froze for a moment, and in the next moment, he himself came over to verify the truth of his colleague's words. Debian's heart raced. "Magical signs? What are those?" Scott, who was also standing next to Debian at this time, whispered to himself as if surprised, "Magical sigils? Dean has magic signs?" Debian looked at Scott and saw the look of surprise on his face, and realized that he didn't know what it was. He'd heard of magic signs somewhere, but he'd never seen them. Both doctors looked dumbfounded at Debian. "How could you? You're a devourer. How did you get the magic signs?" Debian was also a bit surprised. What were magic sigils? Scott had already felt the strange looks from the 2 doctors, so when he heard Debian's question, he immediately answered, "Dean, magical signs appear on the bodies of hunters. That's the main reason why hunters are so much stronger than scavengers. The magical sigils give the hunter incredible abilities. Different magic sigils are said to have different amazing abilities. Some hunters can make metal rust and crumble, while others can observe their surroundings within a certain radius. All of these incredible skills, hunters get them from magical sigils." He took another close look at Debian's chest and saw the blood-red stains. "I never thought magic sigils would look like this. Dean, you were born with magic sigils, so it's no wonder your strength is so much greater than ours." "You're a hunter. Scott was looking at Dean with envy now, but still he wasn't jealous, as he was well aware that not everyone was born with magical signs. When Dabian heard the purpose of these magical signs, he was so stunned that he couldn't even utter a word. Does every hunter have magical signs? So it turns out he's a real hunter now? The two doctors looked at Debian carefully, and one of them said, "We don't know how the magic marks appeared on your chest, but it must have something to do with your body. Would you mind if we ran some tests?" Debian had been worried about the hidden threat that the parasites might carry with them, so he had agreed immediately. "You're not bothering us. If the result is within our expectations and our guesses that you have a hunter's body are confirmed, then we will have to be polite to you." The doctor spoke respectfully, and a meek smile shone on his face. Debian once again sensed the vast gulf that separated the hunters and the scavengers. After hearing all that, Debian calmed down a little. Since all the hunters had magic sigils, he wouldn't be a freak. As a result, he hoped he wouldn't run into any danger. Debian slid his hand through the bars to give the doctors easier access to his arm. One of the doctors nodded and pulled out a small device, a radiometer. When he saw the devices, Debian realized that they wanted to measure his body's radiation again. At that moment, Debian realized that the hunters most likely had low radiation levels, just because of these magical signs. After all, the biggest difference between hunters and scavengers was their radiation levels, not their strength. After a few breaths, a drop of blood from Debian's finger fell onto the radiometer. What Debian saw afterward was different from the last time. A small red object rose slightly toward the drop of blood, but the next moment just as lazily dropped back to the bottom of the device. This time, Dean could clearly see that the entity was a blood-red worm. PP. The last time it's mentioned here is when he went to law school. So every radiometer has a parasite inside? Well, it's not surprising. In an era when all the usual high-precision instruments have fallen into oblivion, in order to measure the radiation emission of a person, one has to get sophisticated, and they came up with this way of using strange parasites. "So little!" exclaimed the doctors in surprise when they saw the radiometer readings. "No wonder he has magical marks on his body." Now, looking at such a staggering result, they couldn't understand how Debian had been enrolled in the scavenger camp. Had they gotten it wrong on the first test? But in the end, they didn't even want to think about the reason for the mistake, because it was no longer their problem. As long as they could perform their duties well, they didn't want to worry about the problems of other employees. "Well, we'll eventually get your results to higher up." Politely addressed Debian by one of the doctors, "You have the body of a hunter. I believe you will be summoned to consortium headquarters shortly. Allow me to congratulate you in advance." I don't get it. Before, when they tested him, they wanted to make sure Debian had a body of light. But now the doctor just says it's what they call a hunter's body. Is it a different physique, or is it just a different name? Debian immediately noticed the change in their attitude toward him. He felt uncomfortable with their behavior because he wasn't used to being sucked up to. After a little thought, he realized that it was like an employer-employee interaction. The employee should always be polite to the employer. "Thank you." Debian thanked the doctors profusely. The doctors, seeing his good attitude towards them, smiled and continued examining the rest of the scavengers. After they recorded the last scavenger, they turned around and, escorted by the Knights of Light, left. "Ah ha ha ha, Dean, you just like that, suddenly became a hunter." Scott turned to Debian after the doctors and Knights of Light had left. Scott was incredibly excited about the opportunity that had suddenly presented itself. If he could get close to Debian, his future would be bright. Besides, as long as Debian could provide him with a little information, he would be able to make a lot more money on his missions beyond the Great Wall. That was the real power of a hunter. Mason, Zack, and Sham were just as surprised when it became clear that Debian was going to be a hunter. They were staring at him intently at the moment, envious but also happy for their friend. "Ah ha 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 ha, now we have a powerful patron," laughed Mason loudly. "Who would have thought that Debian would suddenly turn into a hunter like that?" "I think it was because he was unconscious," Zack said. "Dean is the best senior this year, trash camp." Anyway, if he performed outstandingly, he would have a chance to be a hunter. But I still didn't think it would happen so soon. Dean is so young, I'm scared to even think how the consortium will reward him, added Sham. All the scavengers present were extremely excited at the news they had received. Debian sat quietly on his bed, watching their happy faces, but he was deep in his own thoughts. It seemed the hunter had hunted that monster for those blood-red worms. But still, if he already had his magic marks, why did he need that monster? Is it possible that even if a person already has magic marks on his body, he could somehow improve their effects? Thinking of the hunter's abilities, he remembered his keen sense of smell. Was it some kind of super rare ability? Debian looked at Scott and asked, "Do you know what abilities come from magical sigils? Would it be dangerous for me to have a rare skill?" Scott scratched his head thoughtfully. "I'm not exactly sure, but I've heard that there are a lot of different abilities. In principle, it shouldn't be dangerous for you, to be honest. I don't know much about it, but I'm sure that after your status is confirmed, the consortium will explain everything to you in detail. Beyond the Great Wall, Sylvia, Zone 8. The red flag of the Malin Consortium was flying proudly in the wind at the edge of Zone 8, indicating to everyone that this was their territory. The three men swiftly passed the flag, causing it to shake even more in the wind. They ran as fast as if they were cheetahs, not men. The three men deftly and unstoppably overcame any ruins blocking their way. Sometimes a large building or a wall blocked their way, but they deftly jumped up and flew over such barriers. It seemed as if nothing could prevent them from reaching their destination. After a while, they came upon two zombies wandering aimlessly. Their clothes were already torn to shreds, exposing their rotten grey skin. The beautiful red-haired girl leading the group frowned, but she didn't even think of stopping. On the contrary, she accelerated even more. When the zombies noticed the approaching group of people, the girl was already in front of them. The next second, she was already behind them. "Pam! Pam!" Two zombie heads fell to the ground with a thud. The two remaining men didn't even look at the troops and continued to follow their leader. The wind from their incredible speed threw aside the heads that had just been chopped off. There are a lot of zombies here. Zone 8 has really been breached. One of the guys looked around, but his face didn't express any concern. The boy was more worried as he looked at the red-haired girl running ahead of him. He sighed heavily once more and muttered under his breath, "I just wanted to have some fun, but instead—" "Don't get distracted," shouted the red-haired girl Gale. "Have you detected my brother's scent yet? No, eh?" Gale stopped abruptly and looked at the road to the right. He had a look on his face like he was terrified of something. "That smell, is that a monster?" Hearing him, the woman stopped just as she did. Suddenly, Gale's eyes sparkled and he said, "Follow me. It looks like your brother is near the beast." When he said that, he quickly ran toward the source of the scent. In a few seconds, the three of them were standing near the ruined building. Gale stood with his eyes closed for a moment, as if determining the exact direction, and in the next instant, rushed toward the second floor. The other two quickly followed. Once in the dark corridor, Gale stopped and looked toward the source of the sound. A small buzzing sound came from the darkness. He took some wax from his bag and set it on fire, lighting his way. After a while, they stopped again, and there were indeed signs of shock on their faces. "It's really a level 9 monster." Gale's voice, still trembling with fear. "That's a pretty rare monster. Such monsters shouldn't be in the 8th zone," said the other guy. The girl carefully examined the monster's carcass and said in a cold voice, "He was roasted alive. What a waste." Gale recovered a little and said, "See, of his entire body, only his head was damaged. We all know that the monster's brains are useless. Except for the head, all the more valuable parts of the body are still in place. It seems that this monster was killed by some newcomer. In the consortium, there are no hunters who have recently joined us," said the guy standing next to him. "This all proves that some other consortium's hunters violated the treaty and entered our area. On top of that, they also dared to make a mess of our territory." Gale nodded as his nostrils suddenly dilated. "I think I can smell your brother." Huh? The girl looked at him in surprise. Gale frowned. This odor is coming from the monster's body, I hope? The girl gave him a stern look and growled at him and stopped talking nonsense. Holding the torch in front of him, Gale approached the monster's burned body. The odor came from its paw, or rather, claws, where a torn piece of the hunter's uniform hung. "This your brother," in a sad voice, said Gale. When she heard him, her face contorted in anger, and her eyes changed color to blood red. As she slowly approached Gray, her whole body trembled. Taking a piece of uniform from his hands, the girl dazedly began to examine it. The girl was well aware that Gale's special ability, never wrong. Besides, she knew that if her brother, for whatever reason, had gotten into the monster's detection zone, he had no chance of getting out of there alive. "Monster!" shrieked, and she snatched up 2 machetes. After shouting this, the girl swung around and began to frantically chop the monster's neck. Because the monster's corpse had been lying there for a long time, it had started to decompose. So the girl had no trouble separating the rest of the head from the rest of the body. With each blow, the blood splattered in her face. Along with the blood, the corpse-eating, bloodthirsty insects flew at her. A bunch of miserable creatures. From the rage that came over her, she no longer cared about the insects or the bacteria in the monster's blood. The other 2 hunters watched her with a complicated expression on their faces. They didn't even try to stop her, as they knew it would be useless. With each passing moment, this girl's face became more and more horrible. As she tossed aside the huge slab that had crushed the monster, she saw the monster's body covered in a multitude of wounds, and the smell of rot hit her nose. The girl pulled out a few almost digested bones and some metal objects. "Beast, beast." The furious girl echoed the same word. Anger mixed with sadness completely overwhelmed her, so that she couldn't even find the words to describe her emotions. Gale couldn't watch it anymore, so grabbed her and pulled her away from the monster's corpse. "Calm down. Brian may have escaped and is still alive." "Back off!" shouted the girl coldly. Gale inhaled heavily and let her go. She clenched her fists tightly, and a horrible grimace hung on her face. "I want to find that damn newbie hunter who killed that monster. Most likely, my brother fought him and was killed. And afterward, that bastard took advantage of that and killed the monster. I want him dead. Do you understand me? I want to kill him." Gale nodded his head decisively. "We'll help you, and of course, we'll find that bastard. Someone who dares to break the rules and sneak into our zone, that's unforgivable." The guy who was standing to the side took a step forward. "We need to take a good look around. There's no way there's no evidence left after the battle. Maybe we can find some lead at least." Hearing his friend's words, Gale nodded and looked around, pointing to the elevator shaft entrance. "There's blood. It must belong to that man. I'll remember the smell, but let's look for any other traces." Looking at where Gale was pointing, the girl quickly got up and ran toward him. In the next instant, an amazing scene took place. Black veins resembling tree roots began to come out of her body and gather at the already dried bloodstains. It looked as if they were feeding on her. In the blink of an eye, there was no trace of the bloodstain. Gale frowned, but still remained silent. He knew that what he had just seen was this girl's special ability. "Both of you, look around and try to find any sign of him," she ordered in a cold voice. The basement of the castle. Debian and the rest of the scavengers spent all their time resting because during their mission they had encountered many dangerous situations, so at that time they couldn't even sleep properly. After a while, the basement was filled with snoring. Debian was still lying on his bed with his eyes open, running his hand over the magic marks on his chest. He could feel the touches clearly, but he didn't know if they were coming from his fingertips or from the marks themselves. When Debian once again touched the magical signs that looked just like the veins in which the blood had completely frozen, he felt a pleasant chill that spread throughout his body, while at the same time his heartbeat quickened. "These magical signs, if they are destroyed, I'll probably die too," Debian pondered as he lay on his bed. Until this day, he never thought that his life would be connected with incredible magical signs. Shit. I'm sharing the same body with some parasites. He was lying on the bed, but he still couldn't sleep. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Light's book, which was lying on a small table. Standing up and opening it, he read, "Light is truth. Thanks to light, plants can grow. Thanks to light, we can see. Light gives people life. Creator of light and life. God of light. Our Father sheltered all those who dedicated several axioms were written at the very beginning of the book. In addition, there were little stories in each scripture. They explained many events that happened in the past. Since everyone took these stories at face value, no one tried to disprove them. The role, God of light, was greatly exalted, but Dabian felt that blind faith was not enough to explain the change in the world. The role of God. If there is no light, there will be no life on earth. In the book, there were tons of examples like this. However, Debian had a deep knowledge of science and life, so he wasn't going to believe in the so-called God of light. Of course, the role of light cannot be ignored. But what is it that the Holy Church is actually, in fact, striving for? Debian leafed through the book. When he reached the last pages, he already understood the canons on which this religion had been formed. The Holy Church simply gave examples of various natural phenomena that could not be explained with the current level of development of society and built its doctrines around them. Since the people of this era did not understand anything about physics or chemistry, they, of course, believed in all these so-called doctrines and did not try to refute them. If a person does not understand anything, he will fall into confusion after all these teachings and will naturally follow blindly what the Holy Church says. Once a person has once trusted this organization, then all his actions will go under the dictation of the Holy Church. There is no scientific explanation for any of the so-called teachings. The people of this age can only believe the words that are spoken to them. It's just like my father told me. In ancient times, people also had intelligence but had no means to expand their knowledge. They only saw the effect, but they didn't see the cause. The same thing is happening in this era. People have degenerated and the Holy Church has taken advantage of that. Thought Debian. If they had the means, people could find answers to many questions. My father often said, wrong conclusions were drawn because no one wanted to see the depth of the issues. Since people don't get to the heart of the matter, those who are more sophisticated begin to speculate on the facts, showing the truth in a way that is favorable to them. It was only now that Debian began to truly understand his father's words. At this point, he was even more determined to become an alchemist. It's been 3 days of purging. Every day, doctors would come and check on the condition of the scavengers. Every infected person would have obvious symptoms of infection, but there were still those who could hold out until the last minute, hiding the signs of imminent mutation. However, this time, the scavengers were lucky, and after 3 days, no one had turned into a zombie. 3 days later, they were brought new clothes and let out of the basement. "Please come out," said the representatives of the Holy Church. When they came out of the cellar, they did not see the Knight of Light who had met them at the gate. As they were all about to leave the castle grounds, a shout of "Mr. Dean" came to them. "Which one of you is Dean?" When he heard someone calling for him, he was surprised indeed. A middle-aged man with a bowler hat on his head and a cane in his hand shouted his name as he hurried toward them. Scott, who was walking in front, stepped aside a little and said, "That's him." The man was a little taken aback when he saw the child in front of him. He had no idea that he would be sent to deliver a message for such a small boy, but even so, he did not forget his duties and manners. Taking an envelope out of his breast pocket, he held it out to Debian Mr. Dean. "This letter is addressed to you." Taking the envelope, Debian looked at the address engraved on it, Consortium Melon, the headquarters of the scavengers. He realized that the doctors had already informed the consortium about his magical marks. Looking at the man, Debian smiled and printed out an envelope. "Please come to the headquarters on the top floor." Debian naturally understood what it meant to be summoned to the top floor of headquarters. After all, that was where matters of the highest level of secrecy were handled. They probably want to talk to you about becoming a hunter. They really work fast at headquarters. Laughed Scott. "Congratulations. Maybe next time we'll meet behind the Great Wall." Mia, who had also already joined them, exclaimed in surprise at, "What? A hunter? Dean?" Scott looked at his friend and laughed. "Ah, you don't know. Dean has developed magical signs. He's going to be a hunter now." Hearing Scott, Mia looked at Debian in surprise. "I want to thank you all for your help." Debian bowed to Scott and Mia. Scott was very happy when he found out that Debian had formed a positive opinion of him. "Goodbye. In a few days, the things we brought will be evaluated at headquarters. After that, you'll have to come and collect your reward." Debian looked at Scott in surprise. Had they still not been appreciated? But after thinking about it for a bit, he realized that it wasn't surprising at all, since most of what they had gotten were items that were unknown to people within the city. So, it would indeed take time to appreciate them there. After saying goodbye to Debian, the scavengers got into the black carriages and drove away, and Debian stuffed the letter in his pocket and climbed into the carriage provided just for him and headed for headquarters. Melon Consortium. Trash headquarters. The carriage stopped right in front of the door of the scavengers' headquarters. Debian stepped out of the carriage and headed leisurely into the building. After Dean stepped through the threshold, he found himself in a spacious hallway. There were several groups of scavengers in the hallway, standing at the large stands that were placed on all the walls. On these boards were written the latest events that had taken place both in and outside the city. They were used so that the scavengers could gather enough information about the area of interest before going out on a mission. There was a lot of information pertaining to the areas that were controlled by the Melon Consortium and other places that were near the fortress. Walking past them, Debian cast a casual glance at one of these stands. Zone 8 is swarming with undead. A temporary blockade of the area has been declared. Scavengers are forbidden to enter this area. Debian knew that in addition to the mandatory missions, the consortium's scavengers were free to go outside the city, on what was known as a free hunt. That was why most scavengers, before going beyond the Great Wall of Sylvia, came to the headquarters and gathered information about the place they were going to. Such information, at the right moment, could save their lives. Even if a certain zone was previously cleared, it did not mean that it would be safe, because monsters and the undead do not follow the rules that were established in the consortiums. Very often happens what happened in the 8th zone. Monsters break through the blockade between the zones and attack the garbage men who expect nothing. Debian decided not to linger on the first floor and quickly headed for the stairs that led upstairs. Dean?" Suddenly came a surprised voice from behind Debian. Debian turned around and saw Peter holding a cup of hot coffee in his hand. Behind him was a door labelled Mr. Peter. "The materials you brought from the mission have not been evaluated yet." "Why did you come here?" Peter asked him in surprise. Debian was also surprised by Peter's words. Hadn't he heard the news about his magic signs yet? After a moment, he realized that the higher-ups must have decided to hold back the news until it was confirmed. Seeing that Peter really didn't know why he had been summoned here, he shamefully lowered his head and quietly said, "I was ordered to come here." I'm not quite sure why I was called Peter stood still for a moment, as if in thought. When he came out of his daze, he said, "It shouldn't be because of even him." "They were just recruited," Peter muttered to himself puzzledly. "I heard that a letter had recently come from the hunter's headquarters. It said that a hunter had died a few days ago in Zone 8. It seems that because of this death, the consortium representatives want to thoroughly interrogate your entire group. But don't worry about it too much, you're new recruits, so no one will suspect you of anything." Debian looked at Peter dumbfounded, and at that moment, all his hair stood on end. His behaviour was instinctual, as if his whole being was telling him that he was in mortal danger. Soon, Dean came to his senses and noticed that he didn't react at all to what Peter was telling him, so he hurried to pull himself together. "Mr. Peter, thank you for explaining it to me, because I'd been racking my brain trying to figure out why I'd been summoned." When he saw that Debian had come to his senses, he smiled. "Dean, I have high hopes for you, so don't slack off and work hard." After those words, Peter whistled a tune and went back to his office. After Peter left, Debian began to walk up the stairs, but his face no longer had the carefree smile that had graced his face a moment earlier. Walking up the stairs, Debian thought, Hunter HQ must have already sent a team to Area 8 to investigate. I didn't expect that they would decide to tie the scavengers who were on assignment at the time to these events as well. Although he was not too worried about it, but such a strong reaction of the headquarters of the garbage collectors said that this issue has decided to deal with seriously. He quickly replayed the events of the day in his head. All hunters with magic sigils had some sort of ability. Were there other people with the same keen sense of smell as he had? Thinking about it, Debian clenched his fists hard. At that moment, he decided that even if everyone pointed fingers at him and blamed him for the death of that hunter, he would defend himself and deny his guilt until his last breath. Taking a big breath, Debian calmed down and continued upward. In the scavengers' headquarters, there are 4 floors. On each floor, there were many guards provided by the noble families that were members of the Malin Consortium. Only nobles had the right to form armed formations, but even for them, the number of military personnel was limited to a certain number. That was why the noble families joined together in consortiums and worked together to protect their assets. The 4th floor looked like a maze. There were so many rooms that Debian even got lost. Remembering the guards at the entrance to the floor, he asked them to show him the way to Mr. Dayton's office. Thanks to them, Debian stood in front of the large red door a few minutes later. After he caught his breath, he pulled himself together and knocked lightly. A moment later, the doors opened. A middle-aged man appeared in the doorway, looking at Debian with interest. "You must be Dean. Please, come in." Debian nodded and, without saying a word, walked into the room. The lighting in the room was amazing, and a sweet-smelling odor emanated from every part of the room. When Debian stepped into the office, he immediately felt the incredibly soft carpet beneath his feet. Dean couldn't help himself and looked around the room with interest. The chairs, the table, the couch, and the oil paintings all exuded an aura of wealth and nobility. Debian was enveloped in an aura of sophistication, but it was the painting that hung in the center of the wall behind the desk that caught his attention the most. It was indeed a huge painting, depicting a woman and a man. But what attracted him was not the woman, but the scar on the man's neck. Not the scar itself, but the place where it was located, a few centimeters more to the side, and the carotid artery would be hit, and with the current level of medicine, it would mean nothing less than death. "Have a seat." The middle-aged man turned to Debian. Seeing his good attitude, Debian sighed to himself. It looked like he wasn't going to be blamed for the hunter's death. After that, he was more relaxed and sat down across from Mr. Dayton. "I've been going over your records. Before you enrolled in boot camp, your radiation was 0.8. Dayton opened the folder on the desk in front of him. "However, at the last check, our doctors detected 0.1. When scavengers return from a mission, their radiation levels increase, and you had the opposite process. Did you know that only hunters can get results like that?" Hearing his question, Debian nodded slightly. This information was no surprise to him. "So you have magical signs. That's why your current level of radiation didn't surprise me too much. Now, can you tell me how you got them?" Dayton was still smiling, but his eyes squinted as if he were watching even the slightest change in Debian's demeanor. Debian was well aware that he would not be able to do without questioning, so he had already prepared answers to all the standard questions, in his opinion. "I was unconscious, and when I woke up, everything had already happened." Unconscious? Dayton wondered what happened. Not a single muscle on Debian's face betrayed his concern. He wanted to answer that question by saying he didn't know. But after Peter had told him about the death of the hunter in District 8, he reconsidered. Since every hunter had some sort of incredible ability, it was likely that sooner or later they would come after him and probably charge him with murder. So Debian decided to prepare an escape route. Besides, one hunter died, and then a new hunter immediately appeared. That's sure to raise some unnecessary questions. I saw a hunter fighting a monster, and I was very frightened. Of course, I knew that hunters were incredibly strong, but this beast was very fierce. Debian clenched his teeth hard, and his whole body started to tremble. He acted as if fear still gripped him as he thought back to the events of that day. When Dayton saw Debian's legs shaking under the table, he thought for a moment. It lasted only a few seconds. Then he lowered his gaze back to the papers in front of him and said, "This beast was a 9th-level beast of a species called the Duranchi. It came from the effects of the soul parasitizing worm. To be honest, it looks like your abilities were created by this parasite as well." "Duranci?" Debian repeated after him the name of the monster he had killed. Dean was dumbfounded by this turn of events and wanted to ask something, but suddenly, as if realizing his mistake, switched to another question. "You said that the soul parasitic worm it got into my body?" Then Dayton lifted his head and looked at him, smiling. "Don't worry. Even though I said that your magic marks were the result of the parasite entering your body, after it took over your body, it died immediately. However, it is still in you. The most important thing you need to know is that magical signs are your Achilles heel. A wound to that spot will be fatal to you, as will a wound to the head or heart. Remember, protect your magic sigils carefully, or better yet, don't tell anyone where they are." When he heard Dayton's words, it was like a mountain had fallen from his shoulders. Debian was worried about being in the same body as the worm. That the parasite was dead was by far the best news of the day. At the same time, he'd learned a lot from Dayton's explanations, such as the fact that all hunters had magical signs in different places. "In the beginning, we wanted to see your progress as a scavenger. If your income was high, then after 2 or 3 years, in case you didn't have any opportunity to go to the Hunter Academy, you would be able to earn a lot of money. After 3 years, the consortium would help you buy a parasite that would turn you into a hunter. But you've given us an unbelievable surprise today. Quite frankly, you've saved the consortium a lot of money by becoming a hunter. Besides, you probably don't know this, but receiving magical sigils from Durancia is a very rare event. In my opinion, most hunters will be jealous of you when they hear about it. I, in any case, want to thank the consortium for honoring me. By the way, sir, you said that the consortium buys soul parasitic worms. Where do you buy them?" These parasites feed on the soul of monsters. Dayton did not object to such a question, and even, on the contrary, enthusiastically began to explain everything to him. As a rule, these parasites endow the monster with incredible power. But at the same time, immediately after absorption, the parasite dies. This is the main reason why hunters can't change their abilities. Although the consortium is able to capture a living monster, but we don't have a single opportunity to find and remove the parasites from its body. Of course, a human can absorb the worms by directly consuming its blood, but the monster will most likely not let itself be dried up quietly. So, the only option left to get the soul parasitizing worm is to buy it from the Holy Church. Only she knows the way to get a living parasite and transplant it into the beast's body. The God of Light has provided them with a vessel that can seal the worm. Even though it is possible, the price they demand for sealing it is too high. It is now clear how the religious organization was able to recruit such a large number of guards and Knights of Light. Even the huge consortiums had to bow down to it. In addition to the only religious movement in the city, they had many more spheres of influence. Everything that's happened to you must be kept secret. Your new status is not public information, even in our consortium. Only a few people know about it. Dayton smiled and continued, "It's all to protect you. I really hope you don't go around recklessly telling everyone. We'll send someone to check your background soon, and then you can go through the appointment ceremony." Debian was well aware that, even though Dayton says he's concerned for his protection, the biggest reason for this secrecy is that they don't want other consortiums sniffing out this information early. "Oh, I almost forgot. From your last mission, you brought 7 soul crystals, which are also known as cold crystals. Each of these crystals is worth 1 gold piece. Even though you haven't confirmed your status as a hunter yet, we've decided to reward you to the fullest. If you were a scavenger, you would only get 1 silver for each crystal. A soul crystal." Debian realized that was what they called the dark blue orbs. But it wasn't the information that shocked him. It was the huge gap between the scavengers' and the hunters' incomes. Since Debian was the top graduate of the scavenger camp, he was entitled to 30% of anything he found outside the Great Wall of Sylvia. So the hunters get 300% more than the scavengers? PP. Something I tried to calculate, and either the sled's not going, or I'm a fool. Dayton smiled at the surprised look on Debian's face and said, "Well, you're practically a hunter now after all, so I'll be honest with you. The scavengers pay 50% of their profits to the consortium as payment for the camping kit. In addition, taxes and other fees are deducted when the materials are valued, which adds up to another 50%. So it turns out that the scavengers are left with virtually nothing." Debian just sat there, staring at Dayton in surprise. The scavengers go beyond the wall to make money, but the consortium, all they think about is their profits. Scavengers go through a lot of dangers, face monsters and undead, get a huge dose of radiation and all this in order to collect some items and bring them to the consortium. And it turns out they're doing it all for a couple of coins. When they were told they were going to get a lot of money, they were lied to in the most blatant way. A businessman who has real power will never engage in trade. Instead, he will rob. Debian realized that this saying was true for this era as well. What are soul crystals? Debian decided to leave the question of payment for later and asked the next question. That's classified information. Dayton smiled conspiratorially. But since you're practically a hunter already, I can tell you something about them. These crystals are used to produce God's blessing, to increase the strength of people. A person who is eaten by the undead, or who succumbs to resentment and anger during his death, converts all that negativity into a crystal. Hunters take these crystals out of undead brains, and the Holy Church processes them into God's blessing, one crystal, processed into many enhancement injections. Hearing such an explanation, Debian was actually quite surprised. Dean remembered that when the magical marks appeared on his body, he had blacked out and completely absorbed the soul crystal. Even hunters can't directly absorb whole crystals, Debian asked in surprise. Dayton shook his head. They can't. Debian's heart raced after saying that. Hunters can't directly absorb soul crystals? But he could. At least he had succeeded once. After that, he didn't feel any strange effects. Even if there were, the doctors would most likely have noticed it during the purification stage. Those doctors were competent enough, so the chance that they just didn't notice the contamination was completely out of the question. Magic signs. Each hunter's magic sigils are different, so they give different abilities. Suddenly, an unexpected idea popped into Debian's head. I thought my super ability was an enhanced sense of smell. But it seems it isn't. Is it possible that my real ability is absorbing soul crystals? Or is it possible that after absorbing a parasite from a level 9 monster, I have not one, but two abilities at once? This idea stirred his mind. After all, if it was true, he could completely absorb the crystals, thus increasing his strength, even though one crystal was worth 1 gold, which was equal to 10,000 copper coins. But in this era, strength was more important than anything else. After you leave here, you'll have to go to the Ministry of Finance and get your 7 gold pieces. As for the money for the materials you brought, after the evaluation at the Temple of Elements is done, you can also collect it. It usually takes half a month, at most a month. Dayton smiled. The Temple of the Elements? What is it? The more Debian learned, the more questions he had. Dayton smiled, but still didn't answer that question. Representatives of the headquarters should be here soon. Go and wait outside. Darbian realized that Dayton wasn't going to answer his question, so he didn't insist on it. He just stood up and said, "Thank you, Mr. Dayton. I'll be off then." "It's a deal." After Debian walked out, Dayton looked at the older man who had been standing silently beside him the whole time and asked, "What did you think of him? He's very smart, and he definitely has a lot of potential," the man said respectfully. Dayton nodded, but there was still no joy on his face. Even on the contrary, there was a slight annoyance. "You're right. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a body of light. His life force is limited to an ordinary body, and the price to change it is too high. If he doesn't become a high hunter, it's unlikely that he'll ever have enough money to buy one." Too bad, the man agreed with him. Dayton tapped his pen gently on the table and said, The hunter died in Zone 8. This kid should know the truth about what happened there, but since he didn't tell us anything, we should leave it at that. After all, even the hunter headquarters is very reluctant to torture. Eventually, one hunter died, but an even more unique replacement was immediately found. In addition, he has magical insignia obtained from a 9-level Jiranchi. It looks like this issue is just going to be shut down. The man nodded, agreeing with his words. The recon team reported that the monster's corpse had been completely incinerated. Dean's voice was a little shaky, but his eyes were still impartial. He didn't have any chance of fooling me. Most likely he really did burn it. Dayton looked at the man approvingly. Though he'd tried his best to hide the truth, he'd underestimated the man's shrewdness. Malin Consortium. Headquarters of the hunters. One of the officers. A small white palm struck the table. That palm belonged to a red-haired girl dressed in scarlet armor. She glared angrily at the bald man sitting at the table. She's almost to the point of screaming, "My brother! My family!" There are many questions that still remain unsolved. I've already checked. The Huasheng Consortium has recently accepted a new hunter. I just want the consortium to organize a meeting. I need to ask him some questions. The bald, middle-aged man looked calm enough. During her screams, the girl had spat all over his face. Without even wiping himself off, he said in a serious tone, "We have no proof. Even if that hunter did sneak into our territory, we don't have anything to back up your speculation. You found the remnants of his armor in Jiranka's stomach. There were even a few bones that were almost completely digested. I know you're angry about your brother's death, but the monster that killed him is already dead. So what more do you want?" "I want revenge," roared the woman in scarlet armor. "Even if my brother was killed by the beast, I will not let anyone else reap the fruits of his work. When we found the monster, the parasite was gone. So there must have been someone else there besides my brother. I'm not going to let my brother die and some bastard get the cream of the crop. Remember, I won't let it go." The bald man spoke in the same calm tone. "I understand that you're angry, but I won't allow you to go against the interests of the consortium. You'd better take a neutral position now. Don't doubt that the consortium will conduct a thorough investigation, and when it does, you will get answers to all your questions." "Am I going against the interests of the consortium?" The red-haired girl laughed hysterically. "My brother is dead." "You think I don't know how much money he brought you all these years? Do you take me for a fool?" The bald man realized he shouldn't have said that, but there was no turning back. He frowned slightly and said, "I told you, after the investigation is over, you will also be given a copy of the report. If we find the person responsible for your brother's death, and it's confirmed that he's a representative of another consortium that has infiltrated our territory, we won't let him get away with it. But be warned, you can't just go in there and arbitrarily dispense justice. If you are caught during your revenge, know that all the blame will fall on your shoulders and you will not like the payback." After these words, the girl stopped laughing and, only throwing a contemptuous look at the man, stood up and started to leave. At that moment, the front door opened abruptly and a guard ran into the room. He bowed respectfully to the girl and then came to the table and said, "Your Honor." A letter was sent from the garbage headquarters. The bald man frowned when he heard the guard, but still unsealed the envelope and ran his eyes over its contents. When he reached the last line, the man sighed in exasperation. When he raised his head, he saw that the girl was already far away and couldn't see his reaction. After that, he thought for a moment, and then said, "Go away." Even though the girl didn't slow down even for a second and was already far away when the guard addressed the man, she clearly heard his words. At that moment, bloodthirstiness could easily be seen in her gaze. When the woman left the headquarters, the man wrote back and ordered it to be delivered as soon as possible. Debian went down to the first floor to stop by the Ministry of Finance to get his 7 gold pieces. 7 gold coins, that was 10 years of income, of an ordinary family that lived in a residential area. Even Jura, who had a well-paying job, earned an average of 5 or 6 silver coins a month. If we compare 1 gold coin to the currency of the past era, it would equal about $10,000. But since the income of an average family in this era was really small, Debian could now be considered an incredibly rich young man. And that's considering that 1 gold, it's only a small fraction of his main earnings. Debian was overwhelmed with emotion when he held such a huge fortune in his hands, but at the moment he didn't feel any euphoria since, after all, he had earned it himself, risking his life in the process. Besides, if it wasn't for his identification as a hunter, he would have only gotten 7 silver pieces. Because of the high taxes, if a scavenger wants to get rich quick, he would need to emphasize a certain type of material that he can find behind the wall. I don't know how much I'll get for all the materials I delivered from behind the wall, but certainly not more than I got for those 7 soul crystals. Debian thought to himself. Even though 7 gold coins would be the limit of dreams, the ordinary civilians of the residential area, to him, it was like a drop in the ocean. After all, in order to set up his alchemy lab, he would need a lot of money. After he received his money, he did not leave the headquarters, but instead sat down on the sofa that stood in the center of the hall. It didn't take long before there was the sound of a door opening sharply. Debian raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. A girl dressed in scarlet armor abruptly opened the doors and walked into the headquarters with quick steps. Debian noticed the silver medal hanging from her chest. 3 years ago, during his assessment to become a hunter, he had seen something similar on Fernando's chest. The medal Fernando had had was different, however. It was made of copper, while this girl's was silver, with 2 eagles engraved on it. The staff and visitors who were in the hall at the time also saw the medal on the woman's chest. After all, her armor stood out too much. It looked as if blood was flowing down the girl's body. Such armor was too different from the soft and not so durable armor of the scavengers. That's why it attracted so much attention. It's a hunter. The people in the hall began to whisper excitedly, while they watched the girl uninterruptedly. "Have the person in charge of this hall quickly come out here!" A red-haired girl shouted out, standing in the middle of the hall. The 2 girls who were greeting the visitors became very nervous when they heard what the red-haired girl said. One girl immediately rushed to her, while the other ran to one of the rooms. A few seconds later, Peter, accompanied by an elderly man, ran out of the room. As soon as they saw the medal on the girl's chest, their faces immediately darkened. Peter took a step forward and bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome, Mr. Hunter. Could you tell us what question made you come to the scavengers' headquarters?" The girl raised her hand sharply, thus letting him know that he should shut up, quickly summon all the garbage men who had returned from the 8th zone. Peter and the older man looked at her in surprise, then turned their gazes to each other. "Dear Hunter, all the scavengers have returned to their homes. We need time to get them all back together again. Don't talk nonsense. I'll wait for them here until sunset, and if they don't come, then you'll be the one to blame." "Yes, of course." "There mustn't be any delay," said Peter, while he drenched himself in cold sweat. At that moment, her gaze fell on Debian, who was still sitting on the couch, sipping his coffee and milk relaxedly. When she saw him, her face contorted with anger. Peter also noticed him and quickly shouted, "Boy, can't you see that there's a hunter standing here? Are you blind? Why haven't you stood up and saluted yet? Do it quickly and get out of here." Debian saw the worried look in Peter's eyes and knew immediately that he was trying to protect him. It was easy to guess from the girl's words that she'd come here on the occasion of the hunter's death in Zone 8. Debian frowned as he looked at the hunter once more. He hadn't expected trouble to find him so soon. Even though it was a dangerous situation, he didn't show his concern. Instead, he stood up calmly, nodded at her, and turned to leave. "Stop!" The girl looked at him coldly and continued, "You're the new garbage man?" After only a second's hesitation, Debian answered, "Yes." So it turns out she looked at him intently. "You were in Zone 8? Debian was not going to lower his eyes either, but even with that contrived calm, he was beginning to feel a little apprehension in his soul. The moment he nodded his head slightly, the girl was already rushing toward him and slapped him, causing him to take 2 steps back. Her brown eyes began to bleed with anger. "Why? Why didn't you die? How could a garbage man survive? Why? Why didn't death take you?" The skin on her palms began to take on a crimson hue, as if with each passing second, the temperature in them was rising. As soon as Peter saw the girl hit Debian, he immediately ran forward. "Dear Hunter, Dean, this is this year's top graduate. The consortium pays great attention to his development as he has a chance to become a hunter in the future. Please forgive him for his ignorance. If Dean has offended you in any way, I'm sure he will apologize immediately." "Please!" roared the girl. Peter dazedly took 2 steps backward under the pressure of her aura. Having dismissed Peter, the girl turned her attention back to Debian. In truth, she'd never let him out of her sight. At that moment, her gaze was filled with anger, sadness, and despair. When Debian first saw her, he thought she had just come to take a statement. He never thought she was looking for someone to take out all her anger on. Seeing her strange look at him, Debian couldn't help himself and asked, "How are you related to that hunter who died in Zone 8? "Shut your filthy mouth," the girl shouted and raised her hand again to deliver another blow. When he saw the palm coming at him, Debian jumped back. In one breath, he covered several meters and avoided the palm, increasing the distance between him and the red-haired girl. At a distance of 2 meters, they stood staring at each other, dumbfounded. Debian realized that this blow was several times stronger than the previous one, and if a normal garbage man had collided with him, he would most likely be dead or in the hospital for months. If there were no magical signs, his fate would be the same. When Peter saw the girl hit, even he was scared. But when he noticed with what ease Debian dodged, he was speechless. The girl was also amazed at what she saw. Her gaze became even more fierce as she said, "You're a new trash man. Even if you had 20 or even 30 blessings, you still wouldn't be able to dodge this blow. So, who are you?" At the moment, Debian's gaze was also filled with bloodlust. Even though the girl was filled with grief, and in any other situation, it would have been understandable, but her earlier attack could have easily taken his life. To her, the life of a simple garbage man was worthless. Even if she killed him now, the consortium would probably meet her halfway and make it go away. The girl was well aware that even if she killed someone in the garbage headquarters, no one would do anything to her. "I'll remember today's slap." Looking at her intently, Debian said, "When I'm treated with kindness, I return the kindness tenfold. But when someone tries to hurt me, I'll certainly return it, but amplify it 100 times. "What?" The girl frowned sharply. "You dare threaten me by standing here in front of me." "Stop!" A scream rang through the room. Suddenly, the figure of a stocky man appeared between Debian and the girl, bearing down on him. In the next second, he had already raised his arm and blocked the blow that was coming at Debian's head. As the man's hand collided with the girl's leg, his face contorted in pain, and he had to take 2 steps backward to dull the momentum of the blow. The woman, in turn, fell to the floor from the collision. She quickly jumped up, glared fiercely at the man blocking her, and hissed through her teeth, "Bad! Don't get in my way!" Seeing her reaction, Bud frowned. "Linda, stop it right now. As of this moment, Dean is the new hunter of our consortium. I've come here on behalf of the hunter headquarters to give him his appointment and his hunter's medal." When the girl heard him, her eyes almost went to her forehead in surprise. Peter and the old man standing beside him stared at Dean in equal surprise. Debian stared at the stocky man just as intently. If he hadn't shown up a second ago, the only way for him to stay alive would have been to run. Dean was ready to turn around and dash as fast as he could toward the exit. He couldn't allow a direct confrontation with that crazy girl, because that would be nothing less than certain death. A new hunter? The girl was still digesting the information when her face suddenly darkened. Her light red eyes instantly turned blood red, and the blood vessels all over her body swelled. "So he's the one," the girl roared furiously. "I realize you're grieving your brother's death, but I still hope you don't make the fatal mistake of attacking a hunter of your own consortium. You do realize the consequences. Don't ruin your future." The girl didn't pay any attention to Bud at all. Instead, she looked at Debian with hatred. "Were you there when that monster killed my brother? Why didn't it eat you too? Why? You're just a garbage man. What right do you have to possess these magical signs? Debian stood there without saying a word, staring blankly straight into her eyes. In the next second, her murderous intent was gone, and her veins returned to their normal state. Still not taking her eyes off of Debian, she licked her parched lips and smiled, saying, "You said you were going to get revenge, didn't you? Didn't you?" When Bud saw that Linda had calmed down, he breathed a sigh of relief. If she attacked again, he certainly wouldn't be able to protect Debian. Turning to Debian, the man said, "Your name is Dean, am I right? Apologize to Linda and we'll forget all about what happened. Besides, maybe in the future you'll be on the same team. We are hunters of the same consortium, so we should be more reverent and friendly to each other." Debian frowned. His sixth sense told him that this girl wouldn't back down. She'd just put him off for fear of punishment for killing a hunter from her own consortium. Even if he apologized, it wouldn't change anything. And why should he apologize? Just because your brother died, you think you can come and vent your anger on the first person you see? Even if you want revenge, your brother was responsible for his own death. If he didn't want to hurt me and my friends, he would still be alive. I don't need your apologies. But still, you can come to me at any time and try to take revenge, said the girl, in a voice as casual as if she hadn't been the one who had tried to kill the man just a moment ago. Debian's face showed no emotion as he spoke. Dispassionately said, "I didn't know that the hunter who was eaten by the monster was your brother. No wonder you're so angry. After I understood, I can understand your feelings, because your brother's death was not only horrible, but most likely incredibly painful." As soon as those words were spoken, the killing intent coming from Linda intensified again. She clenched her fists so tightly that everyone here could hear the crunching of the joints, but after a few seconds, she managed to pull herself together and turned around and walked out of the headquarters. Bud looked at Debian and smiled, "Little brother, and you really know how to choose your words. Compared to her, I'm incredibly weak. She wanted to use her fists to talk to me, and I could only use my mouth to talk to her. Don't blame Linda. Her parents died when she was very young. All that time, all she had was her brother. And when she found out he was dead, she just went crazy. Give her a little time and she'll come to her senses." Bud sighed. Debian looked at him strangely and said, "There are a lot of kids in this town who have lost all their relatives. So every one of them has to get up now and take their anger out on innocent people? Her brother was eaten by a monster, and instead of taking her anger out on them, she found a weak garbage man and tried to kill him. Isn't a garbage man's life worth anything? Does she have the right to barge into the staff quarters and insult everyone here just because the status of a scavenger is not as great as her status as a hunter? Besides, after all those insults, we're supposed to sympathize with her?" Bud had nothing to say. He just stood there looking at Debian in silence. It was obvious that he didn't want to pursue the subject. Bud smiled and quickly turned the conversation in another direction. "By the way, you are no longer a scavenger. I got a request from headquarters to give you a contract and a hunter's medal." Debian nodded casually. He didn't say anything more about Linda, but he noted her in his heart. It wouldn't end that easily. Even though it was forbidden for this red-haired girl to harm him because of the consortium's rules, what would happen if no one knew that she had done it? At the very least, she could find someone to do her dirty work for her. Debian wasn't going to sit around and wait for Linda to kill him, and at that moment, he noted to himself that as soon as he got the chance, he'd kill her. It's a hunter's contract. Once it has your signature on it, you are officially a hunter. Bud pulled the contract out of his bag and handed it to Debian. Debian decided to put his thoughts of revenge aside for the moment and focused on the contents of the contract. The terms of the contract were almost identical to what he'd been offered when he became a garbage collector, the only difference being the benefits and responsibilities. Hunters are free to live in a commercial neighborhood, and housing is also provided to them completely free of charge. But still, according to the contract, the hunters could not sell or inherit it. So in the event of death, the house passes back to the consortium. In addition, each month, the hunter will receive 10 of God's blessings. Even though Debian was the top senior this year at Trash Camp, but even he only got one blessing every month. No wonder hunters are so much stronger than scavengers. Such differences in God's grace is truly terrifying. Hunters could also take advantage of a 30% discount on all materials and services provided by the consortium. This discount equated them with people of the highest status. The areas that the mall consortium dealt with were incredibly diverse: coal mines, real estate, hotels, slaves, transportation, stores, and more. So, such a discount could not be underestimated. Debian read the contract carefully. After all the privileges, he went over the restrictions and realized there weren't any critical points that could slow down his plan. Besides, if he didn't sign the contract, he wouldn't be officially appointed as a hunter. "This is your hunter's badge." Bud handed him a bronze medal with eagles engraved on it. Debian took the medal and asked in surprise, "That girl had a silver medal. What did it mean?" Bud smiled and explained, "And you're very attentive. Just recently, Linda became an intermediate hunter. She qualified as a blood swordsman. Usually, we call these hunters silver hunters. During missions, the team leader must be a hunter who has already reached at least the silver level." Hearing his words, Debian frowned. If he, on his next mission, fell into a group under the command of this psycho, he would definitely be in danger. It's a hunter's guide. You have to understand it well. Everything that concerns hunters is written in it. Remember the main thing: this manual must not be handed over to unauthorized people. Also, if you lose your medal, you will have to come to the hunter's headquarters to replace it. Debian took the book and nodded. "Thank you. You have 7 days, during which you must rest and regain your strength." Smiled Bud and continued. "After 7 days, you will have to come to the headquarters of the hunters. Although you already have magic signs, but you still have a lot to learn. Hunters are divided into 4 specializations. Each specialization is described in detail in the manual. Read the manual carefully, and after 7 days, give an answer about your choice." Debian's mind was spinning with Bud's words about the bloody swordsman. He had a lot on his mind right now, but he still didn't say anything. Just nodded, "I understand. Also, I'd suggest you move to a commercial area permanently. Hunters are occasionally called out on missions on short notice, so it's a good idea to keep you within range. For example, if a Durancy is discovered in our territory, a group of hunters will have to move in immediately to catch it. So most of the time, the hunters are on standby in the commercial area." Debian realized what Bud meant, so once again, he nodded his head affirmatively. Besides what Bud had said, there was another reason why Debian wanted to move to the commercial district. In the commercial area, the radiation levels were much lower, even compared to the residential area. Debian also wanted to take his foster parents with him, to repay them for taking care of him, so to speak. "If you've got it all figured out, then I'll be on my way." Bud smiled goodbye and left. Debian said his goodbyes and looked at the manual and medal still in his hands. The hunter's armor would most likely be issued to him only in 7 days, when he arrived at the hunter's headquarters. He wasn't too worried about that, since Debian wasn't going to be going beyond the Great Wall anytime soon anyway. Peter and the older man had approached Debian and were now looking at Debian in surprise as they verified the medal's authenticity. Nevertheless, they still couldn't believe what had happened. But even in spite of their surprise, they had been working at the garbage headquarters for a long time, and in that time, their understanding of the situation had improved considerably. Listening to Bud and Debian talking and seeing a furious Linda, they were able to put 2 plus 2 together and realize what was going on here. Dean Peter smiled a little embarrassedly and bowed. "I didn't expect you to become a hunter so quickly. Congratulations." "Congratulations." The older man bowed respectfully as well. "It's all because of your concern for me. I won't forget what you've done for me." Debian thanked them. Peter waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's because you've worked so hard. I used to think it would take you at least a few years to become a hunter. I had no idea you would be able to achieve it so quickly. Indeed, the best graduate of the garbage camp. So strong and smart." An older man's voice came from behind Peter. Debian looked at the men who had changed their behavior so dramatically with a stunned smile. His elevated status was immediately reflected in the actions of the others. Even though he had become a hunter and was now in a much higher position than they were, Debian knew not to be arrogant with those who had helped him before. These people had lived most of their lives based on the status system, so Debian was well aware that there was no way to change their behavior. Dean regretted it. He'd already seen all the atrocities going on behind the wall. On top of that, it was hard to adjust to the rigors of consortium life. It was one of the reasons why Debian didn't want to give in to that girl. Instead, he gathered up all the anger he had built up over the days he had spent behind the wall and spewed it out. Debian knew that if he bent over for her, it wouldn't do him any good. And, perhaps most importantly, he just didn't want to do it. Besides, Debian had already realized how fragile life could be, so he wasn't going to stand for someone else's abuse. Perhaps the red-haired girl's defiant behavior made him think of the hunter he'd killed, and it also influenced his decision not to back down. "I have other things to do," said Debian. "I promise that when I have free time, I will definitely come and visit you. By the way, I have 3 friends staying here. Can I trouble you to take care of them?" "No need to be so polite. Just give me their names and I'll be sure to take care of your friends." Debian nodded slightly and walked out of the headquarters after saying goodbye. The rest of the garbage men who were still in the hall looked at his back with envy. They understood perfectly well that now this boy would have a life that they could not even dream of. "I have to go home." Debian climbed into the carriage that was parked outside the headquarters and drove to a residential neighborhood. As he drove to his house, he ran his eyes over the hunter's guide that Bud had given him. All the information in the book was divided into chapters. The first chapter was devoted to the general duties of a hunter, which, of course, Debian already knew very well. Simply put, the only duty assigned to hunters was to destroy the monsters outside the Great Wall. The second chapter was about the types of hunters, their professions, and their role on the battlefield. There were 4 professions: knight, warrior, scout, and archer. Each of the professions on the battlefield performs a certain role, and to fulfill missions, hunters are often united in teams. When it comes to hunting monsters in such a group, the efficiency and safety increases dramatically. Knights and warriors are responsible for frontal assault. Scouts gather information about the environment and set traps. Archers lead long-range attacks and support. It's like organizing a battle team in a previous era. Knights and warriors are the infantry that directly attack the enemy. Just like that, there are auxiliary troops that are responsible for surprise attacks or, like artillery, for long-range attacks. It doesn't matter if it was a full battle group or a normal quick reaction group. In any combat action, the 3 main staples of intelligence gathering, direct confrontation, and support from a distance must always be followed. These are the 4 main professions that new hunters can choose. However, after they gain experience and complete a certain number of missions, they will be promoted and become intermediate hunters, or simply put, silver hunters. After becoming a silver hunter, the person will continue to gain merits to further gain the next power upgrade. Knights, once promoted, have many branches of development: shield knight, animal knight, etc. Warriors, in turn, will be divided into shield warriors and battle warriors. The red-haired woman was called Blood Warrior, but really it was just a compound of her ability and profession. In fact, she was a warrior. Debian knew that the hunter he'd killed had been an archer. It was probably his job to track monsters and attack from a distance. Each role in the team was well honed, so that the combined power of all the team members was at its best. After all, human strength is not limitless. If all the team members were of the same profession, their fight against a group of strong monsters would be less effective. "Bud, I've made up my mind what I want to be," thought Debian to himself. "The knights and warriors are very strong, but the number of monsters behind the wall far outnumber all the hunters combined. If the warriors with the knights get surrounded by monsters, without the help of an archer, they are unlikely to escape death. Scouts mainly focus on scouting and traps. They are likely to be the weakest link in the team. I have already created bombs, and they are my secret weapon. But because I'm not strong enough, I can't reveal my trump card to others. Based on all this, I should choose a profession that will give me more combat power, but at the same time won't reduce my maneuvering space. Only scouts and archers fall under that criteria. They are the most independent combat units. As long as I can turn the situation around, I can kill any monster. That's the same idea the hunter I killed was trying to implement. By setting us up as bait, he hid on the roof of a building and waited. If we hadn't figured out his plan, the hunter would most likely have been able to kill the monster without the slightest damage to himself. Thinking through every detail, Debian decided to become an archer. He also decided to develop a new tactic for hunting monsters based on a previously invented one: gunpowder. If he could add lead powder to the tip of the arrows, wouldn't they become even more deadly? Near the outer boundary of the commercial district. The Malin family had a lot of influence in this part of the commercial district. The houses of most of the hunters who were under the control of the Malin Consortium were also located in this part of the city. The main reason why their homes were located here was because this part of the commercial district was in close proximity to the Great Wall of Sylvia. If the beast was detected, it would take them much less time to form a group and move out. A small house built in European style. Linda, with a grim face, was sitting in the living room located on the 3rd floor. Besides her, Gail was in the room with another young man. There was also a young black girl. Together, these 4 had been through many missions and had been members of the same team for a long time. Because they had spent a lot of time together, the 4 of them understood each other even without words, which was why, even if Linda was silent at the moment, the people around them knew what she was thinking. "Boss, is this kid really a garbage man?" With doubt in his voice, the young man asked, "If it was really true, then he has unrealistically iron balls. To be honest, if I met that monster, even though I have a lot of experience as a hunter, I would definitely be scared." "That's because you're mediocre." Linda looked at him coldly. "This bastard is the best graduate of the trash camp. Moreover, this is the first time in the history of the school that someone has achieved this title in 3 disciplines at once. Even though his knowledge is limited to what the trash campers were taught, it's unbelievable to get such high scores, even in one field." Gail, agreeing with what she said, nodded and said, "I heard that little asshole threatened you. I wonder if he's really going to get back at you." "What? Is he going to take revenge on the captain?" The black-skinned girl frowned. "Ignorance is bliss. Does he really think he's equal to our captain just because he became a hunter? If you ask my opinion, I think he should be gotten rid of, and the sooner the better. If the captain doesn't want any of us involved in his death, we can just hire someone from the outside." Linda looked at her and said irritably, "There are plenty of ways to get rid of him. As long as that bastard is alive, he still has some value to the consortium, but after he dies, he'll just be a rotting corpse. If I kill him, at best, I'll receive some minor punishment, and then I'll have to complete a series of difficult missions." But even though the punishment was seemingly light, that bastard wasn't worth me putting myself in harm's way. As Gale listened to his captain's words, he nodded his head, as if agreeing with everything she said. Even if we kill him secretly, the consortium will most likely find out. Even though there will be no direct evidence to lead them to us, it will still be a violation of the consortium's rules. The ruling class won't be happy about killing a hunter, so they'll definitely give us a hard time. "You're right," said Linda. The black-clothed girl seemed to understand what they were talking about and nodded. "In that case, we will temporarily leave it alone, but instead we will completely suppress it at the hunter's headquarters. After all, no one will do anything to us for that. We can put a little pressure on HQ, and they won't give him a house in a commercial district. Corner the bastard and see how he reacts. Besides, the hunters loyal to us will obviously want to give you face, so once you give them a hint, they'll certainly help us in suppressing this freak. Such petty tricks won't make any sense. These shenanigans will only arouse unnecessary suspicion. In this situation, we have no choice but to wait for the bastard to go beyond the wall, then I'll kill him," Linda said in an indifferent tone. Gale nodded understandingly. "There are no laws behind the wall, so even if someone found out we did it, no one would say a word to us. There's a little hitch in your plan, though. He just joined the hunter headquarters, so he'll probably be sent for special training. Usually, that kind of training takes anywhere from a few months to a couple years. You don't have to worry about that. If I'm not mistaken, there is a good chance that he will choose the profession of archery. Judging from the report, he got the ability from Jiranchi, And it goes well with the archer profession. So, after he becomes an archer, I'll have the perfect chance to kill him." "Really?" The black-skinned girl looked at her in surprise. If a rare monster is found, even newbie hunters will be sent to help capture it. Linda looked at the girl coldly. You know that the number of hunters in the consortium is not that large. So, let's assume that Gale is injured and other hunters with tracking ability are not available. What would the consortium do in that situation? When the others heard Linda, a light of admiration lit up in their eyes. "Ah ha 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 ha, Captain! You're clever as always." Gale laughed. "Indeed, our captain, the smartest. So, even if the consortium assigns him to another team, all we have to do is say the word, and he will definitely get into trouble." "He certainly won't get out of his first mission alive," exclaimed the black-skinned girl. "It is decided," exclaimed Gale. "What we're planning mustn't leak to the consortium. Well, we'll save that for later. Today, we're all here to discuss our next mission. We're being sent to Zone 3. "Let's get ready," Linda said. "Zone 3? Gale asked in surprise. "It has long been reported that in the third zone, a monster exceeding level 10 has been sighted. I heard rumors that it should be at least level 20. Of course, if the captain herself leads us, we won't run into it. We'll have to kill a couple of level 10 monsters, and if we succeed, we'll earn a fortune," smiled the black-skinned girl. "I heard that a giant deer has been spotted in Zone 3. It's got a lot of fat in its body, but its skin is worth more than gold," said the silent boy. Gale frowned slightly and looked at him. Money and risk always go hand in hand. Not so long ago, a lot of teams headed for Zone 3. But if we want a bigger piece of the pie, we can't follow their lead. Yes, but in any case, our priority target is any mutated animal. On this mission, we are unlikely to encounter a rare mutated monster. But if we managed to escape from the third zone, then maybe we could find a monster that would make your magic marks go through another evolution," said Linda. Hearing her, every member of the team's eyes lit up. Dabian closed the Hunter's Guide. The second chapter went into great detail about all the most important privileges of a hunter. While he was reading the book, the carriage had already passed the inspection at the gate of the commercial district and had already entered the residential area. After a while, a large black carriage stopped at Lin Can Street. Debian stepped out of the carriage and took his luggage and looked around. Since the carriage belonged to the consortium, he didn't have to pay the fare. Standing on the side of the road, he saw the familiar white fence. He took a couple steps and stood at the door and knocked. "Who's there?" Jura's voice came almost immediately. The next second, the doors opened and she saw Dinu came back so fast. Dabian smiled at her and entered the house. As the sun began to set behind the great wall, Gray was already at home. He had not had time to read the paper in the morning, so he was now fully engaged in this beautiful activity. The moment Gray heard Jura's words, he stood up and put the newspaper aside. Debian could clearly see the joy in his foster parents' eyes. He could see the joy in his foster parents' eyes. He realized that even though they were foster parents, he still had a certain obligation to them. He still remembered how they had tried to sell him to Avril's family 3 years ago, but the bitterness of that unpleasant event had long since left his heart. "No one is a saint," regularly said to Debian, his father. "It's only been a little over 10 days, but look at you so thin." Shaking her head, Jura said, "Come in and have a seat at the table. We need to talk," smiled Gray. With a slight nod, Debian put his bag on the floor and sat down at his desk. Since his position was confidential, he had to come up with an unbelievable story. "You've been promoted already?" Gray exclaimed in surprise when he heard Debian's story. "You got promoted right after your first assignment? That's a little fast, isn't it?" Jura was also surprised. "They even gave you a house. That's really very generous." My God, the Malin Consortium is really powerful. Gray must have heard some rumors about the consortium. Your mother and I have lived on this street for a long time, and we know everyone here. Besides, it's not too far from my work, so moving somewhere else would be inconvenient for us. This is so disappointing. I'm really going to have to live alone in the commercial district, Debian said, with feigned regret. You're almost of marriageable age and you're still single. What? Wait, did you say commercial district? You mean the consortium gave you a house in a commercial neighborhood? Yes. You? When can we move in? Whenever you want. Ah ha 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 ha, suddenly laughed at Gray. He had aspired to live in a commercial district his whole life, but he had never expected such a gift to fall upon him, so unexpectedly. The whole family laughed. Jura and Gray looked at Debian gratefully. They'd never thought Debian would give them such a pleasant surprise. Debian couldn't help but smile when he saw his foster parents' reaction. Remembering his debt, he took out a gold coin from his pocket before the mission. I borrowed money from you. Because of my son's gratitude, I'm paying you back a little more. Upon seeing the gold coin, Gray and Jura's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What was he doing on the mission if he could earn a gold coin in just 10 days? Their entire year's salary couldn't compare to the coin Debian had just gotten. That's your paycheck? Jura still couldn't believe what was happening. What do you do in the consortium? Is it very hard? Even though you went through the School of Defense, it's just in all her years of life, she had learned well that there was no such thing as free food under the sun. Moreover, risk and pay were directly proportional things. Debian smiled at her concern and said, "Don't worry about it, it's not dangerous. The thing is that my assignments are quite difficult. That's why I studied so long. That's why so many students were eliminated. Is it true?" Jura looked at him suspiciously. Debian nodded confidently. All suspicion vanished when she heard Debian's reply. "You're right, because I have the most capable son. When I first saw you, I knew you were different from the other children." When she said that, she felt Gray's light touch on her arm. When she looked at him, Jura saw him give her a little wink, hinting at her not to bring up the orphanage, as it would bring up painful memories for Debian. Debian noticed the movement, but he was grateful to them anyway. He knew they'd always been good to him, and Jura and Gray had never insisted that he call them Mom and Dad. At the moment, they had a big place in his heart. After we move into the new house, I'll also help you get a new job with the consortium. Of course, there's a good chance that you won't even have to work to get some basic salary. By the way, don't worry about money. I'll be earning a lot in the future, said Debian. There's no need for such care. We're older than you, but you don't have to spend your money on us, because you should be thinking about your future wife and children. Gray laughed. Jura suddenly looked at him intently and said with a smile, I have a friend with whom we have been in touch for a long time. I was talking to her the other day about her daughter. She is so cute and beautiful. That girl is about to get married. We were planning on bringing you two together. What do you think about it? Well, it's... Debian lowered his head shyly. You should be thinking about getting married by now, Gray said seriously. Debian was uncomfortable. He was about to turn 13, the age at which one was allowed to marry. Even though this era was different from the one Debian lived in, he was still the same. To him, a 13-year-old man was still a child. Marry? It was a suggestion that knocked him out of his element. In this era, people grew old quite early. There were also various diseases, natural disasters, poverty, and many other unpleasant surprises that took many lives every year. That's why the required age for marriage was lowered so much. But even with all of the above, Debian still couldn't get used to it. Let's revisit the matter when I turn 13. Said in an authentic tone, Debian. Jura realized that Debian didn't want to talk about this topic, so she said, well, if you don't want to, then I won't force you. But still, you should meet her. She is really very beautiful. When I first saw her, I was mesmerized by her beauty. I agree, she is indeed very beautiful, smiled Gray. Hearing her husband's words, Jura looked at him angrily. Again and again, Debian refused their offers to meet that girl. However, at that moment, he remembered that night, sitting in the garden and chatting with the girl. Back then, there was a full moon that illuminated their faces. These memories made his heart beat faster. I wonder how she is. If I go to her now, won't it be too much? thought Debian. That afternoon, Debian spent the entire evening socializing with Jura and Gray. The next morning, as soon as the sun came up, he washed his face and went to breakfast. After breakfast, Debian took a carriage and went to the slums. Last night, when Jura had reminded him of the orphanage, a few names had popped into his head. Debian had spent only a couple months in the orphanage, so 3 years later, the faces of the people he loved were already almost completely blurred in his memory. He thought of Barton and the others who'd met him when he'd first walked into Machen's orphanage. He knew exactly what would happen to children who weren't adopted until they were 13. After becoming a hunter, he had both the rights and the money to take these children in. Besides, Debian was about to start building an alchemy lab, so he needed laborers. Besides Mason, Zach, and Sham, there were a few other disabled kids from the orphanage that he could trust. 3 years later, Debian returned to the slum again. The smell of urine in the air almost made Debian vomit. After receiving magical signs from the Duranka, he had become more sensitive to odors. To normal humans, there was a faint combination of several odors: urine, rot, excrement. But to Debian, these odors were amplified several hundred times. From time to time, he even got dizzy. Debian had to pinch his nose shut, waiting for his body to adjust to the scent. Moreover, at that moment, he realized that the heightened sense of smell was like a double-edged sword. In the future, if I ever encounter an opponent who also has an enhanced sense of smell, I can use it against him. Any advantage can be turned into a disadvantage. It seems like there are two sides to every coin, Debian thought as he walked down one of the alleys. If you sit in a toilet for a long time, sooner or later, the bad smell will stop bothering you. In the case of the slums, the longer Debian stayed here, the less he smelled the stink. Dean decided not to go straight to Maisheng. Instead, he headed towards the junkyard where he woke up after his cryogenic sleep. The closer he got to the dump, the more he saw that where 3 years ago there had been huge piles of garbage, the ground was now completely flat. Even though he knew that the garbage would eventually be removed, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Word came to me that last year, in the slums, there was a plague epidemic. A lot of people died. Plus, the black snow season lasted longer than usual. I guess that's why the garbage was taken away, Debian thought regretfully. If he hadn't gone to the scavenger camp 3 years ago, he would have been able to scoop up a lot of knowledge from the superchip with the remaining energy in the cryogenic chamber. Still, he couldn't refuse the offer. His training was like compulsory military service of a bygone era. If you don't have any influence and you don't have a powerful force behind you, then you definitely won't be able to avoid military service. The cryogenic chamber is also missing. It was most likely discovered while scavenging. As the news leaked out to the consortiums and various military formations, they were definitely eager to get their hands on such a valuable item. After all, a metal capsule of this size was sure to attract a lot of attention. It was probably being transported to some secret location. I'm lucky that there was no trace of me left there, or otherwise I would have been in danger, thought Debian. Suddenly, he felt the approach of several odors. It was a great advantage he had gained from having an enhanced sense of smell. Debian turned around and saw 3 men, 2 of them elderly, while the last was about his age. The 3 men split up and began to surround Debian. One of the men held a wooden club in his hand, while the other 2 held rusty machetes. Keeping a close eye on Debian, they approached him step by step. "Kid," said the man with disheveled hair, "don't resist and just give us all your money, and also don't forget your clothes." Outcast Troy. As soon as he saw their clothes, he immediately realized who they were. The outcasts were the lowest stratum of society among all the slum dwellers. The main reason for their exile was the high level of radiation their bodies emitted. Because of the fear that refugees would infect other people, no one would hire them. "Don't you want to kill me?" Debian smiled strainedly. Seeing what Debian was wearing, the trio immediately realized that he was definitely not from the slums. They just wanted to rob him and leave quietly. After all, if he died, the force behind him would definitely rush in and start turning the slums upside down. But still, they didn't expect Debian to stand there smiling calmly in front of them. "Kid, don't mess with my head or I'll finish you off. The older man shouted heavily. Hearing him, Dabian rushed at him with lightning speed. Dabian was too lazy to spend much time on them, so he just knocked them down. He was about to ask them where the trash had gone when he hesitated. If the cryogenic chamber had fallen into the hands of some consortium or the military, they'd probably set up surveillance of the place to find the chamber's owner. If he started asking the outcasts about the cryogenic chamber and they were captured in the future, it would be tantamount to asking them to come and arrest him. Dabian once again punched the older man and asked, "I'm lost. Tell me how to get to the orphanage." The man was really afraid of this child. He couldn't understand how such a small boy could have such terrifying strength and speed. He thought only of the rumors that spoke of scary people from the commercial district. When you pass 2 streets, turn left at the first intersection, then ask someone else. Dabian turned and walked away. He naturally knew the road that led to Mei Sheng's shelter, but if whoever had taken the camera had left someone behind to watch the former dump, he might arouse suspicion if Dean didn't say anything. The power source of the cryogenic chamber has long since been drained, so whoever got their hands on my capsule is unlikely to be able to open it. But it's still the only thing my parents left me, so I'm obligated to return it in the future. 10 minutes later, Dabian was standing at the entrance to the Mei Sheng orphanage. The building had looked very old when he had lived here, and in the past 3 years, it had become so old that it was almost falling apart. Looking around, Dabian saw a full-figured woman working in the garden outside the orphanage. Auntie called out to her joyfully to Dabian. When she looked around and saw the boy in front of her, she asked in surprise, "Who are you?" "Dean," smiled Dabian cheerfully. When she heard that name, the woman looked at Dabian in surprise. There weren't many children in the orphanage, so even after 3 years, she still remembered him. How could she forget a child with incredibly white skin? After examining Dabian from head to toe, she concluded that although his skin color was no longer as white, the contours of his face were clearly the same as they had been 3 years ago. "Dean, you're back. How's it going with your new parents?" A very nice smile on Dabian's face. "I went back to get Barton, Joseph, and a few others. Joseph is still here, but Barton, he's already been sent to work in the iron mines." Hearing her, Dabian frowned. He remembered that Barton wasn't 13 yet. Even if they had decided to send him to the mine, they wouldn't have done it until after the black snow season. But still, there was no point in arguing now. "All right, I'll go to the mine later and pick him up. I'd like to help Joseph, Croyne, and Barry. Can I buy back their papers?" Aunt Di was surprised at first, but the next second she frowned and asked Dean, "You didn't steal money from your parents, did you? Just realize that if you want to take custody of them, you have to have some background hearing Aunt Di's words." He nodded slightly. Dabian was well aware of the rules of the orphanage, but for his new status, buying slaves wasn't a problem at all. Not to mention the Mei Sheng orphanage, his word would carry weight wherever there was any influence of the Malin consortium. "Tell them to come out to me while you do the paperwork. It will take a lot of money to ransom 3 children. You should know that if a man steals more than 1 silver, he will go to prison." "You can't be so foolish," the woman said with concern in her voice. "Don't worry, it's my own money." Dabian realized that he would have to explain where he got the money from, since she didn't know about his new status yet. Dabian took out his security guard medal and showed it to Aunt Di. "I became a security guard, so I get a pretty big paycheck." "Are you a guard?" the woman asked in surprise. "Yes." Tucking the medal back into his pocket, Dabian replied, when Auntie Di heard his answer. She calmed down a bit and said, Okay. I've been running the orphanage for quite some time now, and honestly, you're probably the most promising kid to come out of here. By the way, do you remember Lisa? She was adopted by the Mel family gardener the same day you were. She made a good impression on the little miss, who made her her personal maid. Last year she came here and asked about you too. Lisa is a good girl, so if you have any problems, go to her. She might be able to help." Dabian was very surprised to learn that the girl who had tried to slander him that day had reached such heights in the Mall family. At first glance, she seemed like a sweet and a bit silly girl, but it turns out her true nature was hidden deep inside. However, His position was higher than hers, so he didn't take what this woman said seriously and simply nodded and replied, "Thank you for the guidance." Aunt Di smiled and turned around and walked toward the orphanage. After a while, 3 teenagers came rushing toward Debian. Judging by their absent looks, they had just woken up. They were Joseph, Crane, and Barry. When they saw Debian, they froze in place in astonishment. They'd all changed a lot in the 3 years since then, but the biggest change was in Debian. He had put on a lot of weight because of his good diet, and now he was very different from the skinny guy he used to be. Joseph had changed just as much. He had grown about 10 to 15 centimeters, but because of his very large head, he looked really strange. Croyne had obvious physical disabilities. His arms were very short, only half the length of a normal man's arms. Of the 3, Barry looked the most normal. He didn't have any obvious physical disabilities, but Debian knew he had a sarcoma in his stomach from the high levels of radiation exposure. Thanks to life in the orphanage, their life experiences were much richer than Mason, Zach, and Shams. After a few seconds, they finally recognized Debian. Dean, are you okay?" stammered Joseph. Debian smiled and replied, "I'm doing very well. This time, I came to take you with me. By the way, you don't have to pack your things, I'll buy you new ones. As soon as the proper paperwork is done, we'll go and get Barton." When they heard Debian, they looked at him in surprise, and Joseph began to stutter even more. "T, are you saying that you're taking us away?" "You don't believe me?" laughed Debian. "Of course we believe you, but Dean, do you have any money?" Crane asked quickly. "I have enough money to pay for all of you." Debian looked into their hopeful eyes. It was easy to read in their gaze the desire to leave this place. "Wait here. I'll go and get your papers." The 3 boys looked at each other and nodded their heads quickly, signaling that they agreed with Debian. Then they headed back to the orphanage to say goodbye to the others. Debian went straight to the administrative desk. A full-figured woman, who usually dealt with paperwork, sat there yawning, and a dark-skinned boy stood next to her. The boy was very attentive, and when he saw Debian, he immediately alerted the woman to his arrival. The fat girl opened her eyes and saw Debian approaching her. She stood up and smiled. "Excuse me, who are you?" "I'm here to ransom the children," Debian answered her quickly. Hearing him, the woman shook her head. "I see. In order to buy them back, you have to. I want to take them now." Cutting her off halfway, Debian said, "According to the rules, everyone who wanted to buy a child had to wait for a certain day, which here was called Adoption Day. This was done in order to increase the price of adoption." "I'm sorry, but we have this rule," the fat lady tried to explain as she was interrupted again. Debian was too lazy to listen to this nonsense, so he quickly pulled out his guard badge and held it out to the woman. "I know this rule can be circumvented. So, let's get right to the paperwork." Although he looked like a child, but after the training camp, his character and manner of speech had changed a lot. At this moment, he was radiating more nobility than an ordinary guard. After hesitating a bit and looking at the guard's badge once more, the woman quickly said, "I know that. Give me the names of the children." Joseph, Crane, and Barry minted Debian. When the woman heard those names, she looked at him in surprise, but returned to the registration desk. The whole procedure didn't take long. Each child cost him 2 pieces of silver. When the woman saw him calmly pull out a gold coin, she finally realized that he wasn't someone who could be so easily ignored. At that moment, Auntie Di came to the counter and seeing him shoving the documents into his pocket, she asked in surprise, "What, everything is already done?" Debian looked at her and without saying a word, nodded his head. "The guys are waiting for you in the yard," smiled the woman. "I hope they will remember your kindness and return it to you someday." "You are mistaken. All of this is gratitude, not theirs, but mine," Debian replied and turned to leave the room. The fat lady looked at the back of the departing Debian and asked Sister Di, "Who is this man? You seem to know him." Di smiled and said, "Remember 3 years ago, there was a kid living here. His name was Dean. Well, that's him." "Oh, that's why. He looked so familiar to me." "Unbelievable. He actually became a guard," the woman exclaimed in surprise. As he left the orphanage, Debian saw his friends standing near the entrance, stunned. They seemed worried that Debian would change his mind about buying them out. Debian walked over to them and held out the papers. "These are your papers." When the boys saw the papers in his hands, they looked at Dean with joy. Dean III, Joseph's eyes turned red and he cried. Debian noticed them looking at him gratefully. The look made him a little embarrassed and he said, "Come on, stop being so polite. Let's hurry up, Barton, still waiting for us." "Dean, I really want to thank you," whispered Crane quietly. "If you hadn't ransomed us, we would have had to like Barton." Barry clenched his fists hard. "Don't strain yourselves. Let's hurry," smiled Dabian. When they saw his determined expression, they followed him without saying anything. They didn't know yet, of course, but from this moment on, their lives would change dramatically. Also, no one knows yet that in the annals of history, all historians of subsequent generations will call this shelter the Devil's Cradle, an iron mine owned by the Mall family and controlled by the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. This mine was located on the western edge of the slum. After Debian caught the carriage, he and his 3 friends went after Barton. There were very few carriages in the slums. Usually, only people who were members of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry or managers of small factories could afford to use them. It was the first time Joseph, Crane and Barry had ever ridden in a carriage. They were nervous and shaking as if they didn't fit in the carriage. Also, they were very worried that they might soil the seats. Debian didn't react to their strange behaviour. He knew what they'd been through and realised that it would take some time for them to adjust to their new lives. After half an hour, the carriage finally stopped at the entrance to the mine's administrative building. It was a marvellous building, built by the Chamber of Commerce and Industry and used as the headquarters of the entire mine. Debian was the first to get out of the carriage, and after paying the coachman 1 copper coin, he and his friends headed towards the entrance of the building. The 2 guards at the entrance, when they saw someone approaching them, stood at attention. But when they were sure it was only children, they returned their indifferent look. One of them looked down at Debian and said, "This is the administrative building of the iron ore mine, under the patronage of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Why did you come here?" "Tell the head of this mine that there is someone who wants to meet him," said Debian. Hearing his words, the 2 guards were stunned for a moment, but after a second, one of them came to his senses and said, "Mallets, if you're here to buy materials or on some other errand for your master, then go to the trading house. As for our president, he doesn't have time to meet someone like you." Debian took out his guard medal and said, "You only need to pass on the message that I am here as a representative of the Mall family." The 2 guards were even more surprised when they saw the medal with the crossed swords. They examined it carefully and concluded that it was definitely not a fake. After hesitating for a moment, one of the guards stepped forward. "Wait here. I'll go and ask my superiors what we should do. What's your name?" "They are not qualified to know my name," said Debian in an indifferent tone. When the guard heard the child's tone of voice, he looked at him once more, but remained silent. Since he was the representative of the Mall family, he had every right to speak to the guard of a normal mine like that. Soon, Debian and the others were already following the guards around the administration building. The entire time they walked down the long corridors, no other guard stopped them. In all his time in the commercial district, Debian had seen many luxurious halls, so the administrative building of the Chamber of Commerce made no impression on him. When he entered the spacious hall, Debian looked at the large couch and sat down on it without paying attention to his surroundings. The trio from the orphanage followed him in silence. The hearts of this trio were ready to jump out of their chests, as, for the first time, they were in such an incredibly beautiful room. A few minutes later, the guard returned with a tall woman. Seeing how loungily Debian was sitting on the couch, the guard turned and whispered something to the woman walking behind him. The woman looked at Debian calmly, but when her gaze fell on the trio behind him, her face frowned. She walked over to Debian and asked, "Excuse me? Are you the men the Mall family sent?" Noticing the trace of contempt in her gaze, Debian became angry. "Are you the manager of this mine?" "I am performing his duties." The woman frowned even more when she realized the boy wasn't going to answer her question. I came here to pick up a man who was assigned to this mine as a miner not long ago. Do you have the right to decide such matters? Debian looked at her scornfully. The woman finally realized that Debian was betraying her, and her face contorted with anger. All miners are slaves. If you have the support of an aristocratic family, I can give it to you. Otherwise, you'll have to pay a large compensation. But even if you buy him back, he'll still be a slave. Who will be responsible if he kills someone? Debian paused his gaze on her face for a moment before pulling out a hunter's medal. Do you know what this is? Looking at the medal, the woman shook her head negatively. Never seen such a thing. In that case, you're going to have to call your president here after all, Debian said in a calm voice. The woman tried her best to contain her anger. You're just a security guard. If you didn't work for the Mel family, I wouldn't even be talking to you. The president is very busy and can't meet with everyone. Once again, you're just a security guard and have no right to interfere with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Debian stared her straight in the eyes and said in the same calm tone, I can only say one thing. I just need to say one word and you'll be out of a job tomorrow. You have no right to know who I am. Be reasonable and get the president here quickly. Otherwise, believe me, you will face terrible consequences. Debian's words made the woman so angry that she wanted to yell at him and order the guards to throw those impertinent men out of the building, but seeing his cold stare sent shivers down her spine. Maybe she really just didn't know about his high position. Okay, wait a bit. I'll go and report you to the president. Saying that, she turned around and quickly walked away. Seeing Debian's arrogant behavior, Joseph and the others had no choice but to stare open-mouthed at their friend. At the moment, he was very different from the reserved boy who had lived with them at the orphanage. After a while, a middle-aged man in a black suit entered the room. The tall woman stood behind him, glaring angrily at Debian. When the man saw Debian, his face frowned slightly, but he still followed etiquette, so he calmly asked, Hello, I'm the manager of this mine. May I ask who you are? He looked at Debian as if he didn't like his answer, he would definitely order him thrown out of here. Debian naturally noticed the man's impatient look, but he was too lazy to explain anything. So he pulled out his hunter's badge again and asked, Do you know what this is? The man's sharp gaze focused on the medal in Debian's hands, and in the next second, something happened that no one expected to see. The leader took one step back and looked at the boy in horror. After only a moment, he bowed and said, Yes, I know. I want to take a boy named Barton with me. He was recently assigned to your mine. You must bring him here at once, Debian said calmly. The man bowed once more. Yes, of course. We will find him immediately and bring him here. Having said that, he called the woman over and gave her all the instructions. When she saw the president's behavior, the woman looked at him in shock. In her memory, the president had behaved like this only once before, when the head of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry had come to inspect him. Remembering what Debian had told her about the consequences, she looked at him fearfully. At that moment, the woman was actually glad she'd been able to contain her anger and not order the guards to throw the boy out. Half an hour later, the woman returned with a boy covered in soot. The whole time she was leading him, she was doing her best to hold back the gagging from the odor that came from the child's body. This is the boy the master wanted to see. His limp legs made Barton look even more like an old man. His body was so thin that it was easy to count the number of ribs, while his face looked like a simple skull covered with leather. Barton was shocked when he saw Joseph, Croyne, and Barry. Joseph was the first to come to his senses. He quickly stepped forward and said, Hey, Barton, we're here to get you. You're so skinny. Don't the miners eat anything? Debian didn't expect the life of a miner to take such a toll on Barton. Sorry, I'm a little late. You all right? Realizing that it was not all a dream and his friends were really standing in front of him, Barton couldn't hold back and cried, You haven't forgotten about me. I thought that already. Debian sighed and said, I'm sorry. I've been away for 3 years and couldn't come back. If it wasn't for that, I would have come to get you long ago. The supervisor knew of Debian's status, so when he heard him talking caringly to the boy, he tried to explain everything Mr. Barton, the youngest miner under my management, and so he was taken better care of than the others. But you must understand that the life of a miner is not so easy. Shut up, snarled Debian, glaring at him. The leader was immediately silent. He didn't dare interrupt Debian, for he knew that the boy was not a boy, but a terrible monster. Let's go, said Debian. He was not going to argue with the leader, for Barton was still alive, and he knew the main rule of this world. The strong dominate, while the weak only obey. Debian took Joseph, Barton, and the others, and as soon as they were out of the administration building, headed to a nearby tavern. Since they were all hungry, after a few minutes, their table was completely littered with food. Dean, there's so much food. We can't eat that much. Swallowing saliva, Crane said. Debian smiled and replied, No need to talk. Better to spend that time eating. All right. The 4 former orphans began to quickly devour all the food on the table. At that moment, a white-clad waitress approached their table. She looked around at them with her nose pressed up, then turned to Debian. You owe us a total of 68 copper coins. Debian frowned and said, We're not done yet. First, pay the bill, and then eat as much as you like, the waitress told him in a cold voice. Although Debian was angry at the woman's tone of voice, he was too lazy to talk to her, so he took out a silver coin and placed it on the table. I think you've had enough. Also, bring more food. When the waitress saw the silver coin, she was a little taken aback, for she hadn't expected Debian to be so generous. She took the money without saying anything and turned and ran quickly to the kitchen to get food. So dearly, when Barton heard the amount the girl voiced, he began to eat a little slower, as if trying to stretch this moment. Debian looked at him and waved him away. Money isn't a problem since I make a pretty good living. Eat as much as you want, and if it's not enough, we'll order more. When they saw that Debian was indeed cool about such spending, they began to eat the food prepared for them with redoubled persistence. Dean, your money is... Barry was about to ask something, but when he saw the large number of people entering the tavern, he stopped talking. Instead of asking, he decided to keep eating. After they had eaten, Debian and the others left the tavern and went into a deserted alley. There were almost no people here, so they could talk quietly without fear of being overheard. What are your plans for the future? Debian asked calmly. Barry and Joseph looked at each other. I'm not exactly sure, but I think I'll go and try to find a job. I think I'll be able to find something to help me pay for my rent and food. I'm also going to get a job, said Barry. As they spoke, Debian watched them carefully, and when they were done, he nodded and said, Though I bought you out, we're friends, so each of you is free to do what you want. Of course, I'm not going to force you to do anything. Now, there are 3 ways this could go. 1, I can give you a job, like a gardener or a household manager. You'd work for me, and your duties would be to look after my house in a commercial area. I promise I won't treat you like slaves. A house in a commercial district? They looked at him in shock. Debian nodded affirmatively and continued. The second option is that I'll give each of you a certain amount of money, and you'll be free to do whatever you want. I have no control over what you do with it. And finally, the last option, you will become my assistants. Aides? Barton asked in surprise. Yes, you heard me right. But be warned that what I'm about to do is going to be very dangerous. It's going to be a little illegal and, of course, there's a good chance you're going to end up dead helping me. After hearing all 3 options, the guys thought for a while, as if pondering the proposal. After a while, Barton looked at Debian seriously and said, I'm going to take the 3rd option to help you. But my legs aren't in the best condition, so I honestly don't know how I can help you. I really appreciate your abilities. That's why I'm giving you this offer. Don't worry about your legs, Debian said. If it weren't for you, I'd soon be sent to the mine, and death would be the only thing waiting for me there. So no matter what you want, I'll do it. Wait and listen to me. If you agree to follow me, there will be no turning back. I'm just saying this so you know what you're signing up for when you agree to follow me. Just know that you don't owe me anything. I helped you because I wanted to thank you for the care you gave me at the orphanage. Joseph glanced at Croyne and Barry and said in a serious voice, I still want to follow you. Even though it will be dangerous, I think you're very smart, so I'm not afraid of anything. I don't want to live a miserable life. I want to stand straight with my head held high. I want a lot of money. Hearing what Joseph said, Crane and Barry, who were still hesitating before, put aside their doubts. We also want to follow you. Debian smiled and took out 4 gold coins. This is our starting capital. However, don't worry. We will have more money after a while. I want you to take this money and find a secluded place as soon as possible. The farther away from the rest of the city, the better. After you find a suitable place, build a small factory there. When Barton saw the 4 gold coins, his heart quickened its palpitations. Croyne was also shocked by what he saw and said, You're not afraid we'll take this money and run away? Debian looked at him carefully before smiling and saying, I trust you. Hearing him, Croyne's eyes reddened as if another second, and he would cry. I don't have much money at the moment, but in time, it will become more than enough. So after we've sorted out the money, you'll have to go to school. As for your physical disabilities, I'll try to find a way to fix them. Debian summarized calmly. His 4 friends, after these words, looked at him with hope in their eyes. The first thing you need to do is buy yourself some new clothes. People will think you stole the gold when they see you in those rags. Debian laughed. After looking at each other, the guys also started laughing. Debian looked up at the sky to determine what time it was. If you want to contact me, leave a marker near the orphanage. If I see it, I will come to you immediately. But remember, you must not reveal your connection to me under any pretext. We've already figured it out, said Crane gravely. Debian looked at Barton and put his hand on Barton's shoulder. I'll try to solve your leg problem as soon as possible. I'm not worried about it at all, replied Barton with a smile on his face. After the boys left, Debian took the carriage and headed back to the residential neighborhood. It took him about an hour to get back, so by the time he crossed the threshold of the house, it was already dark outside. By the time Debian got home, Jura was just getting dinner ready. When the family sat down at the table, Gray asked what Debian had been doing all day. He didn't question him much because he was approaching marriageable age and he was a guard, so he needed his privacy. The next morning, when breakfast was finished, Debian left the house. Hidden alchemy lab? I hope it hasn't been discovered by the Holy Church yet, thought Debian. A handsome fellow was walking down the street near the Raw, and in his hand was a piece of black bread. Suddenly, the bread fell to the ground. He bent down to pick it up, but suddenly stopped. Because the road was very muddy, this piece of bread had also become unusable. He hesitated for a while, as if thinking whether to pick it up or not, but got up and walked on. At that time, many people were passing by him. Each of them was in a hurry to go about their business, some to work, some just for a walk. Few of them paid any attention to this young man at all. If one were to look at his face at the moment, one would conclude that the boy was very upset about losing a piece of bread. But in fact, the boy was just smelling the odors around him. This guy was Debian, and he was completely focused on his sense of smell. He took light, short breaths to more accurately identify the odors around him. At the moment, there were a lot of smells on the street, but for Debian, finding and identifying a more specific odor was as easy as moving his hand. He did it all on instinct. Right now, he was focusing on the smells that came from the alchemist's secret laboratory at the end of the alley. There were many smells in the lab that allowed him to determine the approximate structure of the room. The smell of sulfur, yellow phosphorus. Who? 3 people? One of them has a very delicate odor. It seems to be a girl. Debian was surprised, as he didn't expect anyone to be in the lab at this hour. Could it be the alchemist's apprentices practicing their experiments? Debian hesitated a moment and focused his attention on the top floor of the building. All of the rooms emitted an odor of dust and dampness. It looked like no one had lived there for a long time. The alchemy lab is located in the basement. The owner of this house must be an alchemist, or maybe he just killed him a long time ago, alchemist, thought Debian. Debian still strolled slowly down the street. He soon found that no one was watching the house, nor were there any cloaked knights of light among the regular passers-by. Nevertheless, he still remained very cautious. After all, just one, even the slightest puncture, could lead to death. When he crossed to another street, he saw a small tailor's store. Without wasting a second, he quickly entered the store. As soon as Debian crossed the threshold of the workshop, the tailor's assistant jumped up to him and politely said, "Dear visitor, may I ask what brings you to our store?" Debian looked around at the walls, which were full of different clothes, but not seeing what he needed, he said, "I need a spacious black hooded robe and a mask." The tailor's apprentice looked at him carefully and said, "After how long do you want it?" "It depends on how long it will take you to sew my order," Debian answered with a question. "She'll be ready tonight. It's a deal. Tomorrow, same time, I'll come for her." "Of course. Right now, you can choose your sewing material. We have linen fiber, silk." "Any coarse cloth will do," interrupted him. "Debian, what deposit shall I leave?" The tailor's assistant thought for a moment and said, "If you want your robe to be strong, linen fiber is the best choice. Of this material, your order will cost 7 pieces of silver. The deposit is half of the total cost. In your case, it will be 3 silver coins." Debian took out 3 silver coins and handed them to him. "The robe should be slightly larger than my true size." The boy smiled and agreed to his wish. At the same time, he took out a small rope and began to take Debian's measurements, then took a small piece of paper and wrote "tomorrow" on it. Taking this note, Debian walked out of the tailor's store and muttered, "Next problem, tattoo." To get into the alchemist's laboratory, he needs to prove that he is an alchemist himself. The best proof is, of course, a tattoo. However, there was a very big problem. There were no lasers in this era, so if he got a real tattoo, he would no longer be able to remove it. Given that his body would be thoroughly searched every time he objected from the hunt, there was no way to cover it up. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided to take a chance. In the eastern part of the slum, there was an ink factory. It was the most remote part of the city and was in close proximity to the radiation zone. Debian walked up to the entrance of the factory and showed his guard's medal. "I've come here to settle some matters, as well as conduct an inspection." The 2 guards looked at each other and then shifted their gaze to Debian with a smile. "Please wait here. I will inform my superiors of your arrival." Debian nodded and stepped back a little to the side. A few seconds later, an obese middle-aged man was walking quickly ahead of the guard. When the man saw Debian in front of him, he hesitated a bit, as he hadn't expected to see such a young guard. He smiled and said, "Good afternoon. You should have told me in advance that you were coming for an inspection. Isn't Geek in charge of inspections? I came here for my questions. Do you make iron gall ink?" Hearing Debian, the man relaxed a little bit. "Gall ink? They weren't very popular, so we switched to carbon ink." That's good," said Debian. "Give me enough material to make a bottle of gall ink." What Debian said put the man on edge. After a bit of silence, he came to the conclusion that he had misheard. So he asked again, "Bottles?" Debian realized his blunder and coughed embarrassedly. After all, this was a factory, not some store. The problem was that it was very difficult to find a store that sold the materials to make gall ink. Because of this problem, he had to go directly to the factory. "How much will it cost?" Debian immediately asked the price, thereby giving the man no chance to refuse. The man hesitated a little. From such insolence, but still keeping good manners, said, "Tell me the address and I will order to deliver all the necessary materials." Debian wasn't about to reveal his residence, so he continued dispassionately, "I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I'd like to get what I need right away." "No problem." The man smiled, and after a short pause said, "No money. Maybe you need something else?" Debian nodded his head approvingly. "No, just what I said earlier." Hearing Debian, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, because at this moment, it was a false alarm. "Good. I'll have the materials brought to you right away." After that, he said goodbye to Debian and turned around to leave. In a few minutes, a slender young fellow brought a bottle, already prepared dark ink. Debian didn't need to open the bottle to smell the ink. It was the same gall ink. Earlier, it had been widely used inside the city walls, but later it had been replaced by carbon ink, which was made from recycled coal. Although the gall ink was of better quality than the carbon ink, it was also much more expensive, so every day fewer and fewer people used it. After getting the bottle of ink, Debian also stopped by the perfume store for some long-lasting men's perfume before heading home. The smell of gall ink, compared to carbon ink, was much milder. For this reason, Debian opted for it. What a pity I don't have activated charcoal. With it, I could eliminate the odor completely, thought Debian. He took the bottle of ink and poured some into a deep bowl, then added a few drops of men's perfume. He smelled the ink, but even he found it hard to detect. After all the preparations were done, Debian began to undress, thus exposing his tanned skin. Undressing, Debian looked at his magic sigils. I'm not sure if the alchemist apprentices know what magic sigils look like. Still, it would be best to hide them as well. Dipping the tip of the quill into the ink, Debian began to erect a tattoo in place of the magical signs. In the darkness, the red magic marks began to take on the color of night. Also, you need to cover up the scar from the dagger strike. Debian used a quill to completely paint over his scar. The magic marks were placed horizontally on his chest while the scar was vertical. Only after Debian finished did he realize that his tattoo had taken on the semblance of a cross. The next day, Debian went to the tailor's store and picked up the robe and mask he had ordered earlier. As he put on his purchases, he realized that he had gotten exactly what he wanted. After Dean left the store, he headed to the alley where the hidden alchemy lab was located. As he approached the alley, he suddenly stopped. At the moment, there were 2 people inside the lab, and that was one less than yesterday. Surely someone is experimenting every day, while others come less frequently, thought Debian. When he entered the alley, he immediately put on the mask and headed for the secret wall that hid the entrance to the lab. He lifted his hand and ran his hand along the fabric that covered the wall. If a passerby had inadvertently torn the fabric away, they would have seen a plain wall. Debian knew that this wall was the entrance to the lab, unlike normal people. He could clearly see the gaps between the bricks. Debian ran his hands along the wall and, stopping at one, slightly different, brick, tapped on it a few times. Even after some time, there was still no response. Frowning, Debian knocked again. At the same time, Debian's heightened sense of smell told him that the 2 people who had been in the lab had approached the wall. After waiting a few minutes, Debian made sure they weren't going to open the secret door, so he knocked once more and in a slightly hoarse voice said, "I am a friend. I bear no ill intentions. I'm just an alchemist looking for like-minded people." Since there was still no response, Debian figured they were still deciding how to proceed. Suddenly, Debian smelled a strange odor. He frowned, then saw that one of the bricks in the wall had disappeared, thus creating a gap. Shurum barurum. Something came out of the gap. Debian had remained vigilant the entire time, so he was able to dodge easily. But the moment the bottle hit the wall, a couple drops of the unknown liquid fell onto his robe. Sulfuric acid muttered to Debian. Dean looked at the brick wall again and said, "I did come with good intentions. If I'd been up to something, I'd have gone straight to the Holy Church and the Knights of Light would have grabbed you, not me." These 2 hiding people didn't assume that their stealthy attack would fail, so they faltered a bit. In this situation, Debian had the upper hand. If he reported them to the Holy Church, their secret base would be surrounded and they would be arrested. "How can I believe you?" came a woman's voice from behind the wall. "You can test me," replied Debian in a confident tone. There was a sepulchral silence for a few moments, after which, again, a woman's voice sounded, "Please show me your tattoo." "Let me come in then. It wouldn't be safe to do it outside because it might attract attention we don't all need," Debian said with a smile. When they heard Debian, they realized that what he had said made sense. The wall suddenly opened. The room beyond the door was dimly lit, but that didn't stop Debian from seeing his future colleagues. Inside the lab, there were 2 men who, like him, wore robes and masks on their faces. Dean realized from the structure of their bodies that they were children. The girl was closest to him, and it was she who opened the door. The girl was closest to him, and she was the one who opened the door. "Come in," said the girl. Debian nodded and took a step into the room. As soon as the door closed behind him, two pairs of eyes stared unblinkingly at him. "Now, show us your tattoo." Debian looked at the girl once more and lifted his robe, exposing her breasts with a black cross on them. "See?" Taking a closer look and making sure it was indeed a tattoo, the girl sighed in relief. "You are indeed one of us. Follow me." When the boy heard his friend, he let out a long sigh. At the same time, Debian was already following the girl deep into the lab. When Dean went down the stairs, he found himself in a spacious underground room. On either wall, there were large shelves filled with bottles of various mineral and metal powders, embalmed animals, eyeballs, and other body parts. As Debian had expected, this laboratory belonged to the potion-brewing alchemists whose goal was to create the Philosopher's Stone. "Come here," the girl said and pointed to the chair that stood beside her. Debian silently complied. "I want to see your tattoo again," the girl said after he approached her. Obviously, in the dim light of the hallway, she couldn't get a close enough look at his tattoo. Debian agreed with her, lifting his robe again and displaying his cross. The guy and the girl leaned over and scrutinized his tattoo for a few seconds, after which the guy was the first to confirm its authenticity. The girl, unlike her friend, was still examining Debian's chest, before frowning slightly and snorting, "Is that perfume?" the girl asked suspiciously. "You're a guy, so why are you wearing perfume?" she said dismissively to Debian. "I just love that smell," coughed Debian dryly. The girl looked at him disdainfully, but she still didn't say anything. "So how did you find us? This lab is pretty well hidden from prying eyes. We also have certain signals that can be used to open the door. Even if you're an alchemist, you didn't have much of a chance to know the location of this lab. I met a boy at the market, and he had a tattoo on his wrist. After I followed him, I found out where the lab was located," Debian replied calmly. The guy and the girl looked at each other, and then the girl cursed, "That stupid mouse! I've already told him that the tattoo on his wrist is too conspicuous. Even his teacher told him the same thing. Idiot, what an idiot he is." At the same time, a boy was walking through the market with his parents. As he passed one of the stalls, he started hiccuping uncontrollably. "Can I join you? We could do research together," asked Debian sincerely. The girl looked at him, and after thinking for a while answered, "Don't you have your own circle? Where is your teacher who mentors you? Our circle rarely accepts outsiders." "My teacher is dead with a sad expression on his face," Debian replied. "We had a few students, but after the death of the teacher, we all went our own ways." The girl was stunned for a moment, and then whispered, "I'm sorry I reminded you of the sad thing." "Bygones." Debian shook his head. The girl looked at him once more, and then said, "Well, if you're alone, I can let you join our circle. But you are forbidden to bring anyone else here. You must realize that the more people there are, the easier it will be for the Holy Church to track us down." Debian made a stunned face and replied, "Yes, you're right. We should be careful. I'm glad we understand each other." Nodded the girl. "My name is Nightingale, and his is Serpent. The idiot you saw earlier at the market is Mouse. Since you have already joined us, you can tell us your code name." Debian couldn't help but ask the question, "Code name is assigned when we are officially accepted into the Dark Church. Or am I wrong?" "Yes, you're right. When joining the Dark Church, the alchemist is given a code name," nodded Nightingale. "But we in our circle also use code names. After all, we can't let the loser give everyone else away if he is arrested. In your last circle, did you use your real names?" "No," replied Debian. "We were just making up our own, other common names." "Well, our code names are animal names. Think of one of those too," said Nightingale. Debian thought for a while and said, "Dog, you guys can call me that." "Dog?" Nightingale whispered, as if interrogating. "Okay, from now on, we'll call you that." Debian smiled and looked around. "Don't you have a teacher?" "Our teacher rarely comes here, as he is busy with his own experiments." Shook her head negatively. The guy called Serpent smiled at Debian Nightingale, our teacher. Besides, she's going to take the exam to become an alchemist soon. When she is officially accepted into the Dark Church, she will become the youngest alchemist in history. Debian was surprised to learn that this particular girl was the leader of this small circle. It's amazing. I hope I can learn a lot from all of you. When Nightingale started to speak, there were obvious shy notes in her voice. Don't listen to him. He exaggerates my knowledge a lot. There are many wise people, so I won't be the youngest. Even so, I still think you'll become a very powerful alchemist, said Snake. Debian looked at the guy and noted to himself that the guy's personality didn't fit his code name. The nickname didn't fit him at all. You too are trying to get an official badge, so study harder. Nightingale waved Snake away. Snake laughed and went into the next room. This lab is too small for all of us. In the corner, there is a table for food. Clean it up and we can use it for our experiments. If there are any difficulties, don't hesitate to ask, Nightingale said in a friendly tone. Debian looked at the many bottles and jars on the racks behind Nightingale's desk. They were all signed, but instead of words, they were carved with strange symbols. Some had suns on them. Some had suns with stars on them, while others had hooks on them. What are those signs? Debian asked interestedly. Nightingale looked at the bottle Debian was pointing at, then asked in surprise, Didn't you already learn the alchemical symbols? Debian thought for a moment, then shook his head negatively. How? Can you not know the basic alchemical symbols? How can that even be? Exclaimed Nightingale in exasperation. It was the first time Debian had heard of the alchemical symbols. He was very surprised, but thanks to the mask that was on his face, Nightingale didn't notice it. Debian realized that these symbols were used to represent actions or objects, something like mathematical signs. In Roseyard's notes, there was no mention of alchemical symbols. In Debian's opinion, Roseyard did not mention them because they were knowledge that every aspiring alchemist had to master. Unfortunately, all my notes were lost when the damn Knights of Light attacked our secret base. Those bastards took all the materials with them, so I don't have any books left. Do you have anything to help me study the symbols? Said Dean in a sad voice. The fact that Debian knew nothing about alchemical symbols had alarmed Nightingale at first, but when he mentioned the Knights of Light, she dismissed her suspicions. Pointing to a shelf behind Debian on which a thick black-bound book lay, she said, You can use that book, but try not to tear it. It's my only book on symbols. Debian bowed respectfully. Thank you very much. As he picked up the book on symbols and was about to open it, Debian heard Nightingale's voice. You should study in the other room. I told you before, there's not much room in here, and I'm about to start my research. Debian stepped into a small room. It was probably used as a storage room, so there were a lot of things lying around. After cleaning up the trash, he was finally able to sit down to read and began to study the alchemical symbols. Each page of the book contained one symbol and a detailed description of it. The symbol for the sun was familiar to him, and in alchemy, it meant gold. No wonder the bottle was so small. It had gold powder in it, whispered Debian and plunged back into his reading. Time passed by without a second thought. Debian was completely immersed in reading and memorizing alchemical symbols. In the first pages of the book, it was explained that most of the alchemical symbols were taken from books on astrology. Since astrology had died out as a science, all these symbols had migrated to alchemy. As a result, knowledge of alchemical symbols became a requirement for becoming an official alchemist. As Debian was about to finish reading, he heard the voice of Nightingale Dog. Are you here? It's getting dark, and we're getting ready to go home. Are you going to stay here all night? When he heard her words, Debian was a bit taken aback, as he didn't expect time to pass so quickly. He closed the book and left the room, seeing that Nightingale and Snake were getting ready to leave. I'll go with you. Good, nodded Nightingale. Snake looked at the book in Debian's hands and laughed. Nightingale told me, but I didn't believe her. But it turns out you really don't know alchemical symbols. Ha 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 ha. What kind of alchemist apprentice who doesn't know the symbols? Ha 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 ha. Debian didn't react to his joke in any way. Though slowly, I will still learn them. I can see that you're pretty lazy. I know exactly what you mean. I had the same headache when I was learning the symbols. So, I made excuses to avoid this boring work, but in the end, teaching forced me to learn them. Now I know them, though I confuse them from time to time. Nightingale is a genius. It only took her a week to memorize all the alchemical symbols. It took me, for example, 6 months. Don't exaggerate. It took me almost 2 weeks to memorize all the symbols, Nightingale said, embarrassed. It's still very fast, said Snake in an authentic tone. It seemed that no matter what Nightingale did, he'd do it anyway. He'd be praising her. Are you guys going to come back tomorrow? Debian asked, putting the book on the shelf. Of course, replied the serpent quickly. Most likely I won't be here tomorrow, but we'll see what the situation is. Shook her head. Okay, well, I'll see you tomorrow then, said Debian. It's already dark, said Nightingale, and looked at Debian and Snake. Who will go first? I'll be the first to leave. Snake looked a little dumbfounded as he turned around and waved goodbye to Debian. Wait a few minutes and follow Snake outside, whispered Nightingale cautiously. Hearing her, Debian nodded understandingly. He knew she was worried that if a lot of people came out of a deserted alley at once, it might draw unwanted attention. Besides, it would take some time for each person to remove their mask and cloak. After a few minutes, Debian left the secret lab. Dean looked around, and seeing no one suspicious, he took off his mask, but the hood of his robe was still on his head. Although he couldn't wear the mask on the street, but with the help of the hood, it was easy to hide a large part of his face. Because of this part of his clothes, people thought he had some kind of disease, so they tried not to approach him. As Debian was about to take the carriage and send it home, he smelled a familiar odor on the other side of the street. Turning around, Debian found the source of the smell. It was a boy about 12 years old, standing in the alley. When the boy saw that Debian was still wearing the hood, he frowned and whispered. Even after leaving the lab, he still hadn't taken the hood off. Too careful. The boy didn't care much for it and just turned around and wandered home. Shortly after he left, Debian peered out from the corner of a nearby street. He had never expected Serpent to be so cunning. The Serpent had left the lab before Debian, but he hadn't left. Instead, he'd stayed and waited for Debian to show his true colors. In the future, I can't take this snake so lightly, thought Debian.